When he was a medical student, his teacher assigned the class the task of going out into the environment and bringing back a few things that had no medicinal value. So within an hour or so, all the students in the class came back with this twig or this rock or this bug, but no one could find jivaka. So everyone was waiting, hours went by, students were getting somewhat frustrated. At the end of the day, there was still no jivaka, so they retired the class, came back the next day, another day went by, same story. All the students were really cussing under their breaths. Where was this guy? And then a few days later, jivaka came back and he was empty-handed. And again, the students were very upset. We wasted our time for the last few days. Where have you been? And then, demonstrating his understanding of life, he said, I couldn't find anything that didn't have some influence on health. I looked at the rocks and I understood that there were minerals within those rocks that could have a healing impact on our lives. I looked at every plant, every weed that I could find, and as I experienced the power of that plant, I realized there was something there for us. I looked at every animal, every bird, every mammal, every lizard, and knew that everything that I put my attention on was in some way changing my state of being. I looked at the sun and the moon and the stars and the clouds and realized that everything that I brought into my awareness changed who I was and was metabolized into a new form of who I was. So I couldn't find anything that didn't in some way or another impact my health. And this is the framework of Ayurveda that we really hope to impart to you over the next few days. Not so much Ayurveda as an alternative medical system, because we don't really see it as such, but as providing this unifying framework that integrates the environment, our senses, our body, our minds, our emotions, and our spirit. And that when we really begin to think in these terms, we'll see that, like jivaka, everything that we put our attention on can have an influence on our well-being, and we really will be holistic in our lives and in our practices. So what do we hope to accomplish? One thing that we hope to accomplish is to create the understanding that healing occurs at many different levels. There's this expression, it says, if the only tool that you have in your tool chest is a hammer, then everything starts to look like a nail. And I think one thing that we've seen in this whole world of healing is that everybody has their hammer. For a medical doctor, it may be a prescription pad. For a chiropractor, it's a spinal adjustment. For a homeopath, it's a tincture, a miasmic tincture. For a hypnotherapist, it's an induction of a chant. For an acupuncturist, it may be acupuncture needles. But true healing means choosing the right tool for the right concern and not trying to impose one particular structure on everybody's issues. So one of our goals here this week really is to provide you with new tools so that you can perhaps choose a subtler intervention when it's appropriate without relinquishing the more powerful tools that may be appropriate in other circumstances. We really want to try to break down the barriers between disciplines. This framework that we're going to be operating within is really a very holistic one, because it utilizes everything in our environment, outer and inner, to establish increasing levels of balance and integration in our lives. Ultimately, we're making a shift from a very material-based view of the world to what we call a consciousness-based paradigm. Since probably the time of Isaac Newton, perhaps a little bit before, we've had this idea that life is the byproduct of molecular interactions. You get a bunch of molecules together, they collide, they form certain boundaries and bonds, and through some very sophisticated and basically unimaginable process, we eventually create human beings, awareness, love, emotions, joyfulness. We're making a new shift now, and it's really reflecting in every aspect of our lives that consciousness is really the primary substance of the universe. When we look at the world from a material perspective, then it makes complete sense that our only interventions have been material-based interventions. If the body is just a physical machine, then of course we're going to interact with it in the same way that we would bring our car into an auto repair shop. We'd want to clear out the fuel line or replace a broken part. But if we begin to understand that the body is really a network of energy and information, constantly exchanging intelligence with the universe, then it begins to open up the possibility of how to create greater balance, create healing in the mind and in the body through choices and behaviors. We are the sum total of the choices that we've made up until this point. And if we want to change who we are, then we just simply need to begin to make new choices, new interpretations, new perceptions. I think that we all agree that there's probably no one who has created the conversation around this better than Dr. Deepak Chopra. Deepak's really been this remarkable translator of this ageless healing wisdom into language that in this modern age of fax machines and cellular telephones and splitting of the atom, we can really understand and integrate. And so really, I consider Deepak to be the professor emeritus of mind-body medicine. So please join me in welcoming Deepak Chopra.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to have you. Welcome to this course. I think we'll have a lot of fun besides uncovering a lot of stuff that we already know. At some level, everyone knows what's going to be taught for the rest of this week. But I think what you'll get is a very good theoretical framework which you can use not only to employ these healing techniques that you learn for yourself, but also for your clients and patients. So this is a very exciting course for both me and David, because we're going to use the Ayurvedic framework to explain everything to you. But if I think was to choose another expression for this, it would be consciousness-based medicine. And even as we go into what that really means, I think it's important to go a little bit into the historical background of how consciousness-based medicine emerged and is continuing to evolve and will continue to evolve. And we need to go into a little bit of history into just the understanding of paradigms in general. Thomas Kuhn, who was a philosopher and a scientist at the same time, coined this word paradigm. And paradigm means a conceptual framework, a map. When you want to explore a certain kind of territory, then you need a map in order to explore that territory. So a paradigm is really a map, and we should always remember that the map is not the territory. However, the map allows us to explore a certain type of territory. If you don't have the map, then you're unlikely to knowingly explore that territory. And as we've evolved over the last several million years into who we are right now, Homo sapiens and conscious beings, there have been periods in our history where the paradigm has changed. And as the paradigm has changed, then the territory that we've explored has also changed, or the way we've explored that territory has been changing and evolving. Thomas Kuhn made a very important statement when he said that data, so-called scientific data, is not just lying around there for us to look at objectively. We summon forth the kind of data, even in our scientific methodologies, we summon forth the kind of data that reinforces our paradigm. So our conceptual framework allows us to elicit from what is essentially a quantum field, or you might say a field of infinite possibilities. We selectively choose the data that reinforces our map, our concept of what we think exists out there. And that's how all scientific investigation proceeds. And over the last several million years, that paradigm has shifted and has gone through many phases. So if we look to anthropologists and ask them what's the history of our species, incidentally, there's a lot of controversy even about that. But most people will say that Homo sapiens, which is human beings, as distinguished from Homo erectus, which was when apes began to stand and walk, but Homo sapiens is when we started to actually think and create and conceptualize. Homo sapiens have existed for at least several 100,000 years, possibly several million years. There's controversy about that. And for most of our evolutionary history, for the several 100,000 years or million years that we've been around as Homo sapiens, we were hunter-gatherers. We were either hunting or we were gathering. We were basically living in a very predatory environment, and we were also surrounded by predators who thought it was a great idea to have us for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so in order to survive, we developed this biological response, which is known as the fight-flight response. In a threatening situation, we learned how to run or fight, and that's why we survived. And this response is controlled by a part of our brain, which is also known as the brain's brain. It's called the limbic system, and it controls basic instinctual and survival responses. And David will tell you that when we were in medical school, the way we remembered the functions of the limbic system were the 4 F's: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and the physical act that's responsible for the procreation of our species. So, for millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, that response dominated our awareness, our biology, our genetic structure, and is still really the most powerful response in our physiology. So the first phase of our evolution as human beings was hunter-gatherers. But around 6,000 years ago, something dramatic happened in our evolutionary history. As humans, we discovered first horticulture and then agriculture. And with the discovery of horticulture, which was just the knowledge that you could take a stick, you could bore a hole in the ground, you could put seeds there, and then these seeds would sprout, and what you got out of that was something you could eat. Agriculture came a little later, where humans discovered that you could use animals, and you could have a plow that could be driven by an animal, and then you could actually increase your wealth in terms of what there was available to eat. So the age of horticulture first and the age of agriculture second. Around the age of horticulture, there is the emergence amongst human beings, the concept of gods and goddesses, deities. Humans began to pray to gods and goddesses to bring them abundant rain and good environment so that their seeds would sprout into abundant fruit and agricultural products, grain and so on. And then with the age of agriculture, more time available, and this happened, as I said, almost 6,000 years. And around this time, we have the emergence around the globe, around our whole planet, of what have come to be known as the axial sages. So the axial sages, because they all appeared around the whole planet, around the same time in our evolutionary history. We can start in the East with Lao Tzu and Confucius and the Indian sages of the Rig Veda and later the Upanishads. And we have in the West the thinkers like Pythagoras and Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. And we have Moses in the Middle East, and then many centuries later We have great prophets like Muhammad and Christ, and in the Indian realm, the Ramayana and Mahabharata, the names Krishna and Ram, and we have Buddha, of course, and many, many others. I can't even name all these great thinkers that emerged around the same period. If we say this is within the last 6,000 years. And with this new phase, the paradigm again shifted. The paradigm shifted into a worldview that looked at divine forces ruling what happened in the material universe, invisible forces. And because all these axial sages had a technology to access that invisible world, whatever their methodology might have been, there were similarities. The experiences that come with silence and meditation, the meditative disciplines, the origins of yoga. Incidentally, the word yoga is related to the word yoke, and the Latin derivative of that, which means union between body, mind, soul, spirit, and the universe, physical universe. So it is during this period that we also learnt to elicit as human beings a different biological response than just the fight-flight response. The fight-flight response was based on fear and came out of a necessity for survival. And then during a later period, the fight-flight response manifested in humans also as something called the reactive response, which is the fight-flight response in disguise. A reaction to a stimulus basically with survival as the basic need. And reactive response are things like our control dramas: confrontation, intimidation, indifference, stubbornness, cunning, ruthlessness. These are the control dramas that humans participate in, and the essential basis for that is again survival. But beyond the reactive response, during the time that our evolutionary history saw the emergence of the axial sages, these axial sages had given us, or have given us, insight into yet another physiological response that we'll be using during this course, all through this course. The third response to emerge in the human nervous system is what is called the restful alertness response. And this is the response that we will all be eliciting during this conference, during the next few days. In fact, it will be the basis of understanding a lot that we are going to explore this week. The restful awareness response is the ability of the nervous system to go beyond the eyes of perception, the eyes of the flesh, to go beyond the eyes of the mind into literally the eyes of the soul or spirit. It's the response that gave rise to the literature and the theoretical framework that we'll be exploring. Because whatever we explore in the world of so-called reality, first of all, it's based on a certain conceptual framework, but that certain conceptual framework also comes from a certain methodology. So anything that we explore, and if we want to call it science, any scientific discipline that we want to explore has three ingredients to it. First, there's a methodology. Then as a result of that methodology, there's an experience. I want to look at the craters on the moon, right? In the methodologies, I have to have the right instruments, telescope and so on. Then when I can use those instruments, then I can see the craters on the moon. Well, that's the experience. And the third ingredient of any scientific exploration is that I must be able to share that methodology and that experience with my peers. And if I say, well, look at this telescope, this is how it works, you look through it, you'll see the craters of the moon. They also see the craters of the moon. We have an agreement, we have a similar experience. And that collective agreement then becomes our science. That's how science always works. A methodology, an experience, and an agreement. And what happens is that there are many ways of using the methodology. The methodology can be physical, which means using the eyes of the flesh. The eyes of the flesh is our sensory experience. What we see, what we hear, what we touch, what we taste and smell. This is the eyes of the flesh. And all the instruments of science are nothing other than prostheses or extensions of the eyes of the flesh. So that's one methodology for exploring so-called reality. A second methodology for exploring so-called reality is the eyes of the mind, which is beyond the eyes of the flesh. If I want to understand the theorem of Pythagoras, then I have to know the methodology that employs the understanding of Euclidean geometry. And then I can say to you, well, this is the methodology of Euclidean geometry, and if you employ this methodology, you'll get an aha experience. You'll understand the theorem of Pythagoras. And then you and I will share the same experience. So that's the second kind of methodology, the eyes of the mind. And the third kind of methodology, which emerged about 6,000 years ago in our history, is what is called the eye of the soul, the eye of the spirit, which says that there is yet another way to explore the world beyond the eyes of the flesh, beyond the eyes of the mind. It is through the disciplines that have come down to us through the wisdom traditions of the world, the disciplines of meditation, which allow us to go into the experience of restful alertness, which is beyond mind and body, beyond the eyes of the mind, beyond the eyes of the flesh, and explore yet another aspect of reality. And if I can share with you that methodology, then you will have the same experience. And if we agree on that same experience, then it's just as valid a science as the eyes of the flesh or the eyes of the mind. So with this ability to elicit the restful alertness response, which, as I said, was the methodology that was employed by the axial sages, a whole new world of experience opened to humanity. And it is from this new world of experience that the knowledge of Ayurveda and consciousness-based medicine is derived, that we'll be going through this whole week. Because with the ability to elicit the restful alertness response came the ability to elicit yet another response, and that was called the intuitive response. The intuitive response is to go into the eyes of the soul, through the eyes of the soul, into the realm of this deeper reality, which is beyond mind and body, and actually access a form of intelligence which is very different from our intellectual intelligence. Our intellectual intelligence is rational, it's linear, it is based on direct cause and effect. This is the cause of this, and this results in this. Logic. Whereas the eye of intuition, or the intuitive response, goes to a deeper level of intelligence, which is more contextual, which is more relational, which is more holistic, which looks at the world at many levels of existence, which is more intuitive, more nourishing, more wise, does not have a direct win-lose orientation, and is not based on direct linear cause-effect relationships. This is the intuitive response. And when the ancient sages of the Upanishads discovered the intuitive response, they exclaimed, there's a famous expression that comes from the Vedic literature, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande, which says, as is the atom, so is the universe. As is the human body, so is the cosmic body. As is the human mind, so is the cosmic mind. And that there is an inner intelligence within us, which is the ultimate and supreme genius. It mirrors the wisdom of the universe, and it's beyond rational thought, but it's much more precise in its computing system and much more accurate, actually. And that's the next response that humans had. And as a result of the intuitive response, they developed yet another response, which can only be called the creative response, in which they developed the ability to create something that seemingly never existed before, a new combination of elements and forces in the human consciousness to create something that actually had no existence before. The creative response. And from the creative response came yet another response, the visionary response, to see as a result of that new creation a vision of possibilities of what is possible in the future, what is possible in the field of pure potentiality, which doesn't exist now, but to have a vision of what we can create in the future. And from the visionary response came the next response, the sacred response, having created something that never existed before, having a vision for the possibilities in the future. How does that allow me to get in touch with the Creator herself, or the Creator himself, or the Creator itself, whatever word you want to use, to get in touch with that part of us which is infinite and unbounded. So in the last 7,000 years, we can see that in terms of just the evolution of our own consciousness, a term that I like to use, the word metabiological evolution. Darwinian evolution was all about survival of the fittest, was all about who was the best predator. But metabiological evolution is about the evolution of our own consciousness. We see that metabiological evolution, which is the evolution of consciousness and ultimately consciousness of consciousness, takes us beyond the primitive responses of fight, flight, and reactive responses, to restful awareness, intuitive responses, creative responses, visionary responses, sacred responses. These are the 7 basic responses that the human nervous system is capable of. The whole scientific edifice of Ayurveda is built on the ability to elicit these responses. And as I mentioned to you, this whole knowledge evolved about 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. About the early part of 17th, 18th and 19th centuries, though, something else happened. And what really happened was that we saw the emergence, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, of great scientists. I don't need to name all of them, but the principal one that everyone seems to relate to, who created the new paradigm that took us away from the age of agriculture into the mechanistic and industrial age, was Isaac Newton, with very elegant methodologies of the mind, and also eyes of the flesh and eyes of the mind. He developed a new conceptual framework. And the new conceptual framework explained everything in the universe in mechanistic terms, which means that matter became the god. Invisible forces disappeared for a while, and invisible forces, even though they were acknowledged, gravity being the most important, and electromagnetic forces also, even though they were acknowledged. In fact, the whole basis of understanding of these forces was a mechanistic worldview. If you can understand the nature of matter, then you can understand everything. If you can understand how molecules behave, then you can understand everything. And with that mechanistic worldview, we saw the emergence of our so-called modern scientific medicine as well. Modern scientific medicine is the offspring of the mechanistic worldview, which looks at the world through the eyes of the flesh, the eyes of the mind, and says, if I understand the nature of molecules, then I understand the nature of the universe. The universe is like a big mechanical clock. It has all these parts to it. If I understand the parts and how they work, then I know how the clock works. And so this mechanistic worldview also gave rise and this is part of our industrial age, emerged with it. And with this came the anatomical worldview of human beings. We are basically looked at as physical machines that have learned how to manufacture thoughts. Human beings are a wonderful machine, and consciousness is the byproduct. The invisible forces are byproducts. If you think, if you fall in love, if you believe in God or heaven or hell or salvation or damnation, you can understand all this by understanding how molecules behave. And with this worldview also came the whole notion that with the right drug, with the right mechanistic intervention, with the right technology, it was possible to cure any illness as well. This is the paradigm that brought us right into our current age in the early part of this century. We saw the emergence of great breakthroughs actually in scientific medicine, antibiotics and all kinds of other pharmaceuticals. So the understanding was, if I know how bacteria multiply, can interfere with that with the appropriate antibiotic, then I shouldn't have infections anymore. If I understand how cancer cells replicate in the DNA, can interfere with that with the appropriate chemotherapeutic drug, we should get rid of cancer. If you know how hydrochloric acid binds to its receptor sites in stomach walls, interfere with that with the appropriate H2 receptor blocker, you shouldn't have ulcers anymore, etc., etc. All of modern science is based on one fundamental premise. If I know the mechanics of something, the mechanism of something, and if I can learn how to interfere with it, then I should be able to change it. So all of science this is the fundamental premise. Unfortunately, we didn't realize until recently that mechanisms of illness are not the origins of illness. Mechanisms of illness are not the origins of illness. The origins of illness have to do with how life expresses itself through the human body-mind. And these are processes that we will discover, which we'll discuss, which we'll go over in great detail during this week. Processes like eating and breathing and digestion and metabolism and elimination and the world of sensory experience, what we hear and what we touch and what we see and taste and smell, and an inner life that we all have of thought and feeling and emotion and desire and memories and dreams. These are the processes that in fact influence what happens in our life. This is how life expresses itself through the human body mind. Not paying attention to the fact that the origins of illness are not the same as the mechanisms of illness, we went under the premise that if we could just understand the mechanism of illness, we would be able to take care of it. But even though scientific medicine made major breakthroughs, and I want you to all be very sure during this week that we have nothing against scientific medicine. Scientific modern medicine is extremely effective in acute illnesses and can save your life. But it's incomplete. That's the whole thing that we want to understand. It's not holistic in its totality. It's not holistic because in order to be holistic, it has to understand the body, it has to understand the mind, it has to understand the soul, it has to understand the spirit, it has to understand the environment. Scientific medicine in which we were trained, David and I, we became really superb technicians who knew almost everything about the human body and absolutely nothing about the human soul, because there was no fundamental basis for understanding the soul. This mechanistic worldview has ruled medicine till recent decades. And now we are seeing a shift again in the paradigm, which was completely mechanistic, completely part of the industrial age, into a new shift in medicine. And this comes from the worldview that literally saw the breakdown of the superstition of materialism. Because in the early part of this century, what happened is there were major discoveries by scientists like Niels Bohr and many others, Heisenberg and many, many other scientists, great scientists, quantum physicists, who said that if you really begin to look at material things and understand the nature of matter, you'll understand that it's not material. Matter is made up of atoms. The atoms in turn are made up of subatomic particles, and the subatomic particles are not things. They are fluctuations of energy and information. And so we saw the emergence in the early part of this century of what we can call the information age. And we're in it at the moment. The industrial age is gone. And we have now the information age, where everything is based on an understanding of nature as a field of energy and information. So I think everyone in this room is familiar with Einstein's famous equation, E is equal to mc squared. Without going into the mathematics of it, what that equation says, that energy and matter are the same thing. That you can take energy and you can create matter out of it. You can take matter and create energy out of it. That is the early part of the century. But now, during the later part of the century, what scientists are saying is that there's a third part to this equation that we have ignored. And that third part is information. Okay, so energy is equal to matter, but is also equal to information. That in fact, everything that exists has these three components to it. Everything that exists has these three components to it: matter, energy, and information. Anything. So you take a piece of meat, medium rare steak, it's matter, but it's also energy. That's why when you eat it, you use that energy you convert that matter into energy that you can employ in activities, physical activity and mental activity, but it has information in it. There's cholesterol and there's all this other stuff, carbohydrate and protein, and you look at that and there's even finer levels of information in that piece of meat. But that's true of this table. It's matter, it's energy, there are subatomic forces here, and these subatomic forces are not just states of energy, they are hierarchies of states of information. That the entire material world, from mineral to plant to animal, is made up of these three components. These three components are ubiquitous in nature. You know, when I was thinking about this a couple of weeks ago, and the three words that came to mind were omnipresence, omnipotent, and omniscience. As matter is omnipresent everywhere in the universe. Energy is everywhere. That's omnipotence. Energy is everywhere in the universe. And information is everywhere in the universe. That's omniscience. So those are the essential qualities of spirit, which manifests as information, energy, and matter. Omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. We'll go into the different levels of spirit later this evening. So this was the information age that brought us to where we are today. And from the information age, we are on just the stepping off phase. We are going to leave the information age soon into what can only be called the age of consciousness. Because now we are recognizing that the essential raw material of the universe is not just matter, energy, and information, but it is actually intelligence. And I would like to define intelligence for you for our purposes. Intelligence is the same thing as awareness. And I'd like to really spend a few minutes, because this is the basis of our whole course, that the raw material of the universe, raw material is matter plus energy plus information. And they are actually the same thing in different disguises, because anything that's material is also broken down into its energy component, and anything that has energy in it has states of information in it. An atom, which is the basic unit of matter, is not just a solid entity. In fact, it is not a solid entity. An atom, which is the basic unit of matter, is a hierarchy of states of information and energy. So, as I've explained to you, the 7 different responses that we have seen in human nervous system are fight, flight, reactive, restful alertness, intuitive, creative, visionary, sacred. And the different stages of our evolution have gone through the age of hunter-gatherer, horticulture, agriculture, industrial age or mechanistic age, information age, and now the age of consciousness. And so the paradigm has changed. And today, we are recognizing that the raw material of the universe, as we go from gross to subtle levels, is information, but actually it's not just information, it's intelligence. And intelligence is information that has built into it a quality, which you'll hear a lot about this week, called self-referral. Self-referral, which means that this is not dead information. The essential raw material of the universe is not just dead information. It is information that is living and alive. And what makes it living and alive is this quality of self-referral. So I want to explain what that means. Quality of self-referral, it means information that has a feedback loop. And in physics and mathematics, this principle is called cybernetics. Cybernetics. Information that influences its own expression. And these feedback loops are of various kinds. Positive and negative feedback loops. We'll learn more about that during this week. So information that influences its own expression through feedback is intelligence. And as a result of this feedback loop, information becomes intelligence and develops the ability to evolve. Evolve means it changes. It transforms itself. And as it transforms itself, then it feeds back on its own self again, and then it transforms itself again. And it keeps on transforming itself into higher levels of creativity, abstraction, and unpredictability. These are the hallmarks of intelligence. As intelligence evolves from just being information, then it acquires these characteristics: creativity, abstraction, and unpredictability. If the IBM computer was able to defeat Kasparov, it was because the computer technologists were able to incorporate these properties into that machine. The greater the degree of unpredictability, you go beyond the mere reactive response into the ability to choose from an infinity of possibilities. And this is what is now being seen as the essential raw material of the universe. That so-called intelligence, which I'm using synonymously, by the way, with spirit, and I will talk about that, synonymously with spirit, is the underlying ground of creation. And as we will now be basing our entire series of lectures on this essential model that I have constructed for you, which is this consciousness, intelligence and consciousness are the same thing. Therefore, consciousness is the ultimate ground of creation. Consciousness is the ultimate substance from which all substances emerge. And consciousness is synonymous with spirit, intelligence, information, which is self-referral, which creates, which evolves, and is continuing to evolve. So we are in the threshold now, the information age, we are leaving it, emerging into the age of consciousness, where we begin to understand the nature of intelligence in ourselves, in nature, and then the ability to use that intelligence to evoke what the healing response is. This is the basis of what we'll be doing the rest of this week. This is the understanding. No longer can we look at our body in purely anatomical terms. It's not anatomical. It's a river of intelligence, a river of information, a river of energy. The old paradigm, which was the mechanistic or industrial age paradigm, looked at the world made up of independent objects, independent of a perceiver. The new paradigm is built on the insights from quantum physics and neurosciences, as well as the cognitions of the great axial sages, seers, which says that we live in a participatory universe. Our attention creates and modifies the objects of our awareness. And in physics, this principle is also called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you cannot know the position or the velocity of a particle at the same time. It's your decision to know one or the other that actually manifests the other. The second tenet of the old paradigm, the material world, which includes human beings, is made up of clumps of matter separated from each other in space and time. The new paradigm says the world is non-material. It is composed of energy fields which come from one underlying unmanifest field. We'll discuss that. Space-time events are part of this field. The old paradigm which says mind and matter are different and independent entities. The new paradigm which says that mind and matter are essentially the same. The field experienced subjectively is the mind, objectively is the world of material objects. And as we go through this course, you'll see that our thoughts and our emotions, which are impulses of intelligence, states of information and energy, transform themselves into molecules, neuropeptides, which are found in the brain, but they're found in all the other cells of the body. They modify the activity of the immune system, and in fact the same neuropeptides are produced by the cells of our body. So the mind is not here. Every cell is simultaneously a mind, and it's part of a universe which is a huge mind. And it's infinite and unbounded. We are participating with that universal mind. And we'll go into that in great detail as well. The old paradigm which said that the mind is trapped in the brain, intelligence is localized in the nervous system, or at most in the body. The new paradigm which says that the mind is not trapped in the brain, or even in the body. It extends far beyond the reaches of the cosmos. It is infinite, unbounded. By what do we mean by that universal mind? We mean that non-local field of energy and information with self-referral cybernetic feedback loops. The same way our mind operates, that field of universal energy and information operates in exactly the same way that our own mind operates. Just the only difference is it doesn't think in English and doesn't have an Indian accent. Okay? It's infinite, unbounded. It may find expression in localized forms and phenomena, but the whole universe is this intelligent field. When it interacts with itself, which means when it thinks, the material world appears to manifest. So intelligence cannot be localized, only its expressions can, because it's universal, it's unbounded, it's everywhere. The old paradigm said that consciousness was the epiphenomenon of matter, a byproduct of matter. We are physical machines that have learned to think. And the new paradigm says that matter is the epiphenomenon of consciousness. That in our essential nature, we are thoughts. We are a localized bundle of thought. By thought, I mean information and energy with self-referral feedback loops. And that these are quantum events. A quantum in physics is defined as the smallest indivisible unit of information or energy. A quantum in physics is the smallest indivisible unit of information and energy, in which waves of information and energy are either emitted or absorbed. So a quantum of light, for example, is called a photon. A quantum of electricity is called an electron. A quantum of gravity is called a graviton. But what's a thought? It's also a unit of information and energy. So if you have the thought, I'm going to wiggle my toes, then that thought has two components. Energy, otherwise your toes wouldn't wiggle. If thoughts did not have energy or an animating life force, we would all be paralyzed. And information. And just like the whole universe is made up of energy and information, which becomes material things, so to our physical body is the material expression of these quantum events. We are essentially bundles of thought that are manifesting as molecules. The old paradigm said that human beings are self-contained, independent entities. And now we recognize that we are not self-contained, independent, but we are focal points in that unified field, that whole ocean of intelligence, consciousness, energy, and information. And we are inseparably connected, interconnected with the patterns of intelligence in the whole cosmos. We are a web of relationships. And this is interesting to understand. So, even our physical bodies are in relationship to each other as part of that field. And our emotional, intellectual, mental, spiritual bodies are in relationship to each other. We are, in fact, a set of relationships. So even with one breath that you breathe in 10 to the power of 22 atoms, which is a huge amount of raw material that comes into your body. With each breath you breathe out 10 to the power of 22 atoms that go out from every little cell of your body. You're literally breathing out bits and pieces of your heart and kidney and brain tissue. And technically speaking, we're all intimately sharing our organs with each other all the time. Factually, you can do radioactive isotope studies and you can show that you have in your body right now 1 million atoms that were once in the body of Christ, or Buddha, or Moses, or Gandhi, or Saddam Hussein, or Genghis Khan, or anyone that you want to think about. In just the last 3 weeks, 1 quadrillion atoms have gone through your body that have gone through the body of every other living species on our planet. So think of a tree in Africa, a squirrel in Siberia, a peasant in China, and you have atoms, raw material in your body that was circulating there about 3 weeks ago. And in about 1 year, you replace almost all the atoms in your body. A new liver every 6 weeks, a new stomach lining every 5 days, a new skeleton every 3 months. Even the DNA, which holds the memories of millions of years of evolutionary time, the actual raw material, the carbon, the hydrogen, the oxygen, the nitrogen, it comes and goes every 6 weeks. So the physical body you have today is not the same as the physical body you had a year ago or 2 years ago, down to the last atom, because you're constantly, we are recycled earth and water and space and air and fire, recycled elements that are constantly and ever in dynamic exchange with everything else that's also constantly and ever in dynamic exchange in that field of transformations. So our physical bodies are never the same. In fact, we are changing our physical bodies as effortlessly as we change our clothes all the time. Therefore, our sense of identity, if it comes from our physical bodies, it's an illusory sense of identity. We are not our physical bodies, which are part of the body of the universe. And the body of the universe is constantly and ever in dynamic exchange within itself, and we are part of that field. Now the same thing holds true of our subtle body or our emotional body or our thoughts, because our thoughts are not our own. Nietzsche, the German philosopher, once said, we live under the presumption that we think, but most of the time we are being taught. And we are being taught by this collective field. In other words, every thought that we have is context-bound. It emerges out of a context, and that context is cultural, it's historical, it's religious, it's mythological. No single thought arises by itself. It is context-bound. Let's say 100 years ago you said to somebody, I'm going to take American Airlines and go to Disney World. They wouldn't know what you're talking about. Okay, because that thought, I'm going to take American Airlines to Disney World, comes out of a context of history that has emerged over the last 100 years. It's part of the collective psyche, that particular thought. It's based on all that history and all the mythology. When you say, I'm going to see Mickey Mouse, that's part of our collective mythology at the moment. Wouldn't have meant anything to anyone even 70 years ago. So even our thoughts are constantly part of that dynamic field of energy and information. We can't link our identity neither to the physical body, nor to our thoughts, nor to our emotions, which are also context-bound, which are part of a collective mix, nor to our personalities, because our personalities are also transforming, just like our body transforms. It's transforming, it's evolving, it's growing, it's changing. So I can't anchor my identity even to my personality. I'm a dynamic bundle of information and energy, and more than that, I'm a dynamic bundle of intelligence that is constantly and ever in dynamic exchange with the universe of intelligence. And as I continue to evolve, there is no one thing that I can say is me. There's no one thing that I can say that's me in this field of change. There's a field of non-change that we can anchor ourselves to, and we'll go into that later. But I want us to begin to look at ourselves not as these physical bodies, because everything we'll be learning this week is based on a paradigm which says that that which I call my physical body is just a place that my memories and dreams call home for the time being. And even my memories and dreams are constantly changing. I'm not my memories and dreams. I'm a deeper level of existence which goes through these transformations. So we are not self-contained independent entities, but focal points in the unified field. And I will discuss the unified field in detail. We are inseparably connected with the patterns of intelligence that permeate the whole cosmos. We are a web of relationships. Our bodies, the old paradigm said, our bodies have well-defined edges, because that's what the eyes of the flesh said. This is a well-defined edge to our body. We are separate. But the new paradigm says there are no well-defined edges to our body. We are not separate. And we are totally interdependent, inseparable. Our bodies are changing, pulsating patterns, a part of the whole process. Our body is part of the universal body. Our mind is part of the universal mind. And then there were a couple of other ideas there, and that have to do with the whole notion of even space and time being structured out of this field. Because again, in the early part of this century, Einstein said that time is relative. Everyone knows that. Okay, that it depends on the speed of the observer and the position of the observer. But what Einstein did not explain was the fact that we can have different experiences of time while experiencing the same thing, being in the same place. So what Einstein did not say is time is not just dependent on the speed and position of the observer, it is dependent on the observation that you are making. Time is dependent, the experience of time is dependent on the observation that you are making. So if the observation that you're making is, I'm having a good time, then what happens? Time flies. If the observation that you're making is that I'm bored, then time drags. If the observation that you're making is, I'm running out of time, then you actually start to run out of time. Even your biological clock speeds up. So we know a lot of people whose internal dialogue is, I'm running out of time. They look at the same clocks that you and I see, but for them they're moving much faster. So if you examine these people, you'll find they have speeded up biological clocks. Faster heart rates, jittery platelets with high levels of adrenaline. Even the platelets are scared. They're huddling together in their fright. Everything is in the fast lane. Insulin, glucagon, cortisol, adrenaline. When they suddenly drop dead of a premature heart attack, then of course they've run out of time. And then some people's internal dialogue seems to be, I have all the time in the world. You'll find that their biological clock is different, slower. And then of course, we've all had the experience, especially when we were playing as children or as adults, maybe when we were in love, or when we were moved by great poetry or music or art, or in prayer or meditation, when we lost track of time altogether. As when you say, the beauty of the sunset was breathtaking, time stood still. That experience is going beyond all change, where the observer and the observed become one. And then there is no time. So, time, the experience of it depends on the observation that you're making. If our attention is always on that which is constantly changing, and we'll see the different levels of change, then our biological clock reflects that. But if our attention could go to something that is timeless and doesn't change, then our biological clock would come to a standstill for that period, which we would experience as timeless. And we will discuss the relevance of that, the practical relevance to that when we discuss the mechanics of aging. Because even the experience of time is a manifestation of the measurement that we are making. And if the measurement is in the realm of the relative, where everything is changing, then time accelerates. If there is no measurement, which is the reality, the reality of the universe is that it's infinite, it's unbounded, it's timeless. There are no edges in space, and there's no beginning and there's no ending in time. And if our attention is on the most primordial level of our own existence, then even the quality of our biological clock will change, because the experience of time depends on the measurements that you wish to make. So in Vedic terminology, there is a word for that measurement. It's called Maya. And very frequently when people translate the word Maya from Sanskrit, they translate as illusion. But that's not the right translation. The word Maya actually means measurement. It's the origin of the word matter, because matter is a measurement of something that actually can't be measured, the infinite unbounded field of spirit. So matter, meter, which is the way we measure, so many meters. Music, which is another way of measuring rhythmically that which is immeasurable. Matter, music, meter, measurement, mother, which is the womb of creation, where we start the measurement. We start measuring as soon as we are born. Mother, mater, mata, matrika, all these are different words that imply measurement or giving some degree of quantification to something that is unquantifiable. And that something is the ultimate ground of creation, which is the field itself. The field itself, which is spirit, which is intelligence, which is consciousness. And now, having said that, the rest of the week is actually going to be how we measure that which is unmeasurable. And having understood those different ways of measuring, we begin to see how we create balance in something which is essentially self-balancing. In fact, what we do when we get ill or unbalanced is we interfere with that spontaneous self-referral process. So this evening when I come back, we'll focus our attention totally on the field. And this, during the rest of the day, we'll be focusing our attention on the measurable aspects of the field. This evening we'll go back into the infinite, immeasurable potential of all that was, is, and will be, which is the field itself. Einstein, in the early part of the century, when he started his theories, he said in the new physics, there is no place for matter and the field at the same time. In the ultimate reality, the field is the only reality. And the field, which is spirit or intelligence or consciousness, it is the ultimate and only reality. And as it curves back within its own self, its measurements can be quantified as the activities of the mind, of the body, and of the universe. But the field by itself is the potential for space-time events. It's not a model for space-time events, it's the potential for space-time events. So the mind and the body and the physical universe are the space-time events that we measure. The field itself is unmeasurable. This is the paradigm that we'll be working through for the rest of this week. We'll go back from the unmeasurable into the measurable, and then we'll go from the measurable back to the unmeasurable. Infinity to that which is finite, immortality to that which is mortal, back and forth, till we understand both theoretically and hopefully experientially that we are both simultaneously. The infinite and the finite, the immortal and the mortal, the unbounded and the bounded, the immeasurable and the measurable.
My first personal experience with mind, body, and immunity, which has come to be known as psychoneuroimmunology, I think occurred when I was 11 years old. My parents decided that it was time for me to go away to summer camp. And although it wasn't really my first choice, I agreed to do this. And I went up to this YMCA facility in Wisconsin. And within about probably 12 hours, I decided that this was not the place for me. I really didn't particularly like the idea that someone was bugling me awake at 6 o'clock in the morning. I wasn't terribly fond of running about 3 miles and then jumping into this freezing cold Lake Chippewa. This young chap who was in the bunk on top of my bed had this funny propensity to have to go to the bathroom about 20 times during the night, always managing to step on my hand or my head as he was climbing off of his top bunk. So by the third night, I had made this decision in my mind that I was going to fake the worst cold and sore throat of my life and force my parents to come up from Chicago and take me home. I plotted this whole strategy and fell asleep, convinced that I'd be home by the next day. And to my total astonishment, when I woke up the next morning, I had this rip-roaring sore throat. My tonsils were swollen. I had about 103 temperature. And when I dragged myself to the infirmary, the nurse took one look at me, called my parents, and a few hours later I was driving home in my dad's Chevy. And although I was totally miserable, I had this really clear idea in my mind thinking, boy, this stuff really works. About 15 years ago, there was an article in the Bible of Western Medicine, which is the New England Journal of Medicine, which looked at the role of stress in people facing cancer. And although this study was very poorly designed, the author of this report came to the conclusion that stress had no role in the outcome of people with cancer, and therefore they had put to rest once and for all the idea that the mind has any influence on our health. In fact, they called it folklore. The good news about that article is it really provoked a lot of backlash, and that scientists who really intuitively believed that there was some relationship between the mind and the body got excited to see what could be proven. And this has led over the past 20 years, but certainly most explosively over the past 10 years, to this burgeoning field of how the mind affects our physiology. And it's perhaps most clear in this whole realm of psychoneuroimmunology. Psyche is the Latin word for soul or mind. Neuro is the nervous system. Immunology is the understanding of how we defend ourselves from internal or external threats or challenges. And what we've really learned over the past 10 to 20 years is that there's this intimate relationship between the intelligence in our mind and the intelligence in our body. There's been an expansion of our understanding that every time we have an experience in the mind, it translates into some type of chemical or physiological change in the nervous system. So if I'm falling in love or falling out of love or watching a sunrise or listening to a Bach symphony or seeing my son come home with his report card grades, whatever the experience is, that is interpreted in my mind and then instantly transforms the chemistry of our brain. We first started defining these chemicals as neuropeptides or neuromessengers because we thought that they were primarily localized to the nervous system. But subsequently we've learned that these same chemical messengers really are permeating our physiology and influencing every system in our body. So that same chemical that we create when we're feeling ecstatic about a job promotion, that chemical filters into our bloodstream, communicates that information to our heart, to our gut, to our immune system. Similarly, the immune system is continuously monitoring the internal and external environment and sending back messages to our brain. There's this constant dialogue, communication network between our minds, our brains, our endocrine system, which is the system that creates our hormones, and our immunological system. In fact, the expression that we like to use is that our immune cells are constantly eavesdropping on our internal dialogue. If you just close your eyes for a minute and listen, you'll immediately become aware that there's a voice that is carrying on a conversation with itself. I'm getting pretty hungry right now. I wonder how much longer he's going to talk. I should have gone to the bathroom at the break. I wonder how my kids are doing. I hope my husband remembered to take the chicken out of the freezer. Oh, I better pay attention right now. I'm paying good money for this. I wonder what they're doing with all that money. Conversation, constant conversation. And in addition, there's a tone to it. There's a feeling to it. It's really more that feeling to it that's being communicated to every cell in the body. Now, when I first began to explore this and talk about this, particularly to medical audiences, I was a little bit shy about anthropomorphizing, making human these little conversations that take place. But then I read recently a beautiful book by Dr. Jonas Salk called Anatomy of Reality. Those of you, I'm sure, remember that Jonas was the creator of the Salk polio vaccine, which really saved millions of lives worldwide. And he was an amazing philosopher who lived here in La Jolla and died a few years ago. And he describes in this book how he would continuously assign personalities to the various systems that he was studying. So he would assign a personality to an immune cell, to a virus, to a cancer cell, and he would carry on these conversations, and those conversations would give him insights into experiments that he could then perform to understand the process in a deeper level. And so we can imagine the conversations that are going on between our minds and our immune cells. One conversation might be, I am so tired of this job. I am sick of my boss. He's a jerk. I can't wait to get out of here. My relationships are a total mess. I'm just not happy in my life. We send those signals to our immune cells. Our immune cells circulating around are saying, God, I'm really not liking my job very much either these days. I have been feeling kind of depressed about my work. There's a funny looking virus. I'll let somebody else take care of it. I'm not getting paid enough for this anyways. On the other hand, we could imagine this other conversation. Boy, I have a great life right now. I have a wonderful person in my life who fulfills my needs. My kids are doing great. I'm really happy in my job. I'm enthusiastic about what I'm involved in. I even have a vacation to look forward to in 2 weeks. I'm doing great. Our immune cells are having the same conversation. I'm really in a great mood today. Look at that funny little cell. It looks like it's slightly transforming its genetic code. Uh-oh, we don't want any cancer here. I'll comfortably remind this chap that there's no room for him in this organization. So there's this continuous dialogue, and by making choices that improve the quality of this dialogue, we can improve the quality of our immunological functioning. It's a network, a two-way highway. When we recognize something in the environment as being potentially threatening, our immune cells immediately assess the situation, send back information to the nervous system. There's a continuous dialogue taking place through the process of these neuropeptides, these little chemical messengers which are carrying tremendous amounts of information on the quality and quantity of our environment, both internally and externally. There are many close similarities between our brain, our nervous system, and our immune cells. The one thing that really characterizes the nervous system is the diversity of cells. There's a whole vast range of different cells. The immune system similarly has a vast array of diverse different cells which are continuously interacting with each other but have very specific assigned roles. Memory is an important characteristic of both our immune cells and of our nerve cells. We certainly understand that when we have an experience as a child, we remember that has a formative impact upon our lives later on. Similarly, our immune cells have memory. How they experienced viruses, bacteria, stress hormones early on is carried with them so that later on in life they can respond, hopefully, in an appropriate way. As Deepak mentioned, we carry the memory not only of our individual life, but of our entire evolution. So that if my immune cell never saw a tuberculosis bacteria before, it still carries in its cellular memory. It go back into its cellular memory until it identifies friend or foe, dangerous or nurturing. Both our nervous system and our immune system is really intimately involved in adaptation, defense, and homeostasis. We're constantly monitoring what's going on around us and adjusting ourselves to maintain inner balance. The immune cells are monitoring both what's going on the outside as well as the inside. Similarly, our nervous system is continuously monitoring the environment for potential challenges as well as internal signals. It allows us to respond to a potentially hostile environment. Immune cells are able to communicate with each other so that a T cell, we'll talk about this in more detail in just a minute, actually can transmit little tiny packages of information to a B cell telling it, rev it up, we're going into battle. So let's talk about the basic players here. There are several characters in this cast which each have their own particular role but are continuously communicating and interacting with each other. The macrophage, which means big eater, macro big, phage eater, is one of the first cells on the scene when something enters our system that we determine shouldn't be there. So if this is a bacteria that could cause us pneumonia if it's not immediately eliminated, then the macrophage gobbles it up. And in its gobbling it up, it breaks it down, and it divides it into recognizable packages, which it then displays on its surface. So the macrophage might be the first policeman on the scene. And as soon as it arrives, it assesses the situation, and then the macrophage sends out a message saying, there's something potentially criminal going on here. I'm calling for troops. One of the first troops that arise is a T cell. The T cell basically reads the information from the macrophage, and as soon as it identifies that something potentially harmful is in the system, it gets revved up and becomes an activated T cell. When it gets revved up, it starts producing more and more of the chemicals that are sending out the information to all the other cells in the immune system. One of the important cells that it sends that information out is a B cell. A B cell is a cell that creates antibodies. And antibodies are like little torpedoes or heat-seeking missiles that once it understands that there's something in the environment that could be potentially harmful, it releases and attaches to the foreign invader that needs to be eliminated. So the macrophage processes the invader, signals to the T cell that it's potentially harmful. The T cell gets revved up, sends these little chemical messengers to the B cell, and the B cell starts sending out these little missiles. And that's really how we fight off viruses, infection, cancer cells, and when it's functioning in a healthy way, it all takes place with us having to even know that it's happening. Now, one of the important cells in this process is called a natural killer cell, or an NK cell. This cell is like a T cell, but it actually connects directly or attaches directly to a bacteria or a cancer cell. And then while it's attached, it secretes these little tiny chemical packages which punch holes in whatever organism it is that we want to eliminate from our system. And as soon as you punch holes in the membrane of an organism, it loses its ability to reproduce. Natural killer cells are particularly important if there are cancer cells that are floating throughout the circulation. It's what protects us from cancer metastasizing to other parts of our body. And we'll be coming back to natural killer cells because it's one of the cells that responds the quickest and the earliest to any changes in our state of mind. Within a few minutes of being stressed, we're in an auto accident, we get a bad diagnosis from a doctor, we come home and we find out that our husband or wife has left us. Within a few moments, actually, the natural killer cell starts to respond to that change in our environment. Now, there are dozens of different chemicals that carry the communication between the mind and the body. There are a number of these different chemicals that are continuously communicating between the mind, the brain, and the immune system. Ones that are commonly heard today are interferon. Interferon is when it's secreted from a cell, it actually enhances the ability for these macrophages to let the rest of the system know that there's something foreign here that needs to be addressed. Interleukins are other types of chemicals which cause the white blood cells to differentiate and become more active in fighting off infection. Tumor necrosis factor is one of the chemicals that the natural killer cell releases when it wants to punch holes in the foreign invader. So there are a number of these different chemicals which are interesting because they're the codes that nature uses to communicate information within the nervous system, within the endocrine system, and within the immune system. Now, this understanding of how the mind communicates to the body has really been going through an evolution since the 1930s. One of the first encounters I had with Walter Buchanan, who was a great American physiologist, was actually when I was an anthropologist and studied a phenomenon known as voodoo death. It turns out in certain cultures in Africa, if a person violates a major taboo, for example, if you sleep with the king's wife, they don't lock you up in jail, they don't hang you, they have a ceremony for you declaring that you're dead. And at that point, no one acknowledges that you exist. Your family stops talking to you, your friends stop talking to you. In fact, they'll walk right by you and not even acknowledge your presence. And Dr. Cannon studied these people and found that almost invariably within 2 weeks, these otherwise healthy people died. And when he studied them, he found that during this period, they were in a very high state of stress and anxiety. Their heart rates were beating 120, 140 beats per minute. Their blood pressure was rising. They were pouring out tremendous amounts of stress hormones. And they basically died of this intense, unsustainable level of stress. He called this the stress response or the fight or flight response, and was really one of the first to teach that this was an adaptive response at one time of evolution, but becomes less adaptive at different stages. So that when we, maybe 25,000 years ago, were hiking through the jungle, and suddenly a cobra slithers across our pathway, we would instantly activate this fight or flight response. Our heart would start beating faster, We would start breathing deeper and taking in more oxygen. Our pupils would dilate to let in more light. Our lunch would no longer be receiving blood supply because the blood would be going to the muscles of our arms and our legs. Our sweat glands would start to perspire to cool off our body. Our minds would become hyper alert. And our adrenal glands would be pumping out adrenaline and noradrenaline and cortisol to rev our system up to deal with a very stressful situation. So this is the fight or flight response. It was very adaptive when we were in a predatory environment. We don't have as effective claws and teeth that a lot of the predators had, so we had to develop this response which, confronting that python or that saber-toothed cat, we would either run as quickly as we could to get out of that situation or pick up the nearest stick and fight, dependent upon whether or not we thought we could win or not. The problem is that this is one of the most deeply wired survival mechanisms that we have, and we continue to activate this fight or flight response many times throughout our day and throughout our life. So that if I'm driving to give a lecture, I'm going a little bit over the speed limit, and suddenly in my rearview mirror I see the flashing lights of the California Highway Patrol, I instantly activate my fight or flight response. My heart starts beating faster, I start sweating, my pupils dilate, my stomach goes into a cramp because I'm taking all the blood supply away. But what do? I usually don't run, and I usually don't fight. I pull over to the side of the road, put this big smile on my face. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I just got this call that the chief of police's mother is there with a little stroke. I was trying to get there as fast as I could. We suppress that experience. And we do it a lot. And we do it many times throughout the day. You're standing in the under 10 checkout line and the guy in front of you has 12 items in their basket. Your son brings you home his D on his algebra test. Somebody cuts you off on the highway. You have to wait on hold interminably when you're calling to schedule your reservation for a seminar. All these little stresses cause these little twinges of the fight or flight response. And the accumulation of these inappropriately activated stress responses probably have a lot to do with the wear and tear on our physiology, which are responsible for many of the common illnesses that we're facing today. So high blood pressure, heart disease, insomnia, anxiety, depression. These are all reflections of exhaustion of the system due to this continuous, frequent activation of the stress response. The second stage of this understanding of mind-body interactions really was developed by a great Canadian endocrinologist named Hans Selye. Hans Selye brought in the understanding that not only does the nervous system contribute to activation when we're facing a challenging event in our lives, but also our endocrine system, that our hormones are intimately involved in the process of how we regulate homeostasis, balance in our lives. When I was a freshman medical student at the University of Chicago, I was already considered a little bit marginal because I was teaching meditation to my classmates. And to try to gain some level of credibility, I actually arranged for Dr. Selye to come to do grand rounds at Billings Hospital, because he was really one of the major researchers on the role of stress on physiology. And so I had this entire auditorium packed with about 400 faculty and students at the University of Chicago, including probably about 6 Nobel Prize winners in the audience. And it was scheduled to start at noon, and Dr. Selye was nowhere to be found. So I was beginning to have my own stress response. I ran to the nearest phone, called his office in Montreal, and said, "Where's Dr. Selye?" And his assistant informed me that as far as she knew, he had arrived in Chicago the evening before. So I was walking back to this auditorium with visions of Dr. Selye having been kidnapped or trying to change a tire on the side of the road, and was making in my mind my apologies to the entire university staff, certain now that I would never be accepted again. When I walked into the room, and there was Dr. Selye up there speaking, he had come in another door as I was walking out the auditorium. No one was even there to introduce him, so he just started talking. And as I sat down, he was describing the physiological changes that occur with the stress response. I thought, there's a great experiential understanding. And then the final component or the most recent component of this understanding has really been this recognition that there is a direct linkage between the nervous system and our immune system. So we can affect our immune system through our nervous system, particularly our sympathetic or stress nervous system. We can affect our nervous system through our endocrine system, through our hormones. And there are actually really fascinating pictures now of the nervous system directly encasing immune cells in our spleen, in our thymus, in the bone marrow, so that almost instantly when we have a stress response, the immune cells are revved up, almost as if it's a car at the Indianapolis 500 where you have those gasoline lines hooked up to the car, ready to go as soon as the information has been transmitted. And the information is continuously feeding back into the nervous system as well. We have a stress in the mind. The brain communicates that stress to a deep center called the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is really the conductor of our responses. It has influences directly on the pituitary gland, which controls the hormonal system, and it has direct input into the sympathetic nervous system, which controls our stress responses. So we interpret an experience, we communicate that experience to the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus then communicates that to the pituitary gland, to the nervous system. The pituitary gland then may cause the adrenal gland to release cortisol. The nervous system may cause the inner part of the adrenal gland to release adrenaline. Both of these chemicals have a direct effect on our immune cells. And then the immune cells feed back the information. It's amazing how quickly this communication network occurs. It's been shown now that if you give your child an immunization to, say, chickenpox, within about 6 minutes, you can see changes in the brain of that child, even before you can see any type of changes in the blood. As soon as there's a change in the environment, information is transmitted quickly to the brain, which brings its attention to begin to organize the appropriate response. One of the chemicals that acts is called interleukin-1. There's actually now about 15 of these interleukins. Inter means between, leukin means blood cells, or white blood cells. So these interleukins are these chemicals that these white blood cells or these lymphocytes make to communicate both to each other and back to the brain. And so to complete the network, not only does the brain communicate by way of the hypothalamus to the pituitary gland, to the sympathetic nervous system, to our immune cell, but the immune cell is feeding back information continuously to the nervous system. It's an ongoing conversation. So that's the basic science. Let's talk a little bit about how it applies to real life. Although it took a while for people to pay attention, one of the earliest and most fascinating studies was done by Dr. Robert Ader at Ohio State University. He was trying to do a Pavlovian study. So remember, Pavlov, a Russian scientist, showed that if you ring a bell every time you feed your dog, which causes them, of course, to salivate, pretty soon, just by ringing the bell, the dog will begin to salivate, even without introducing the food. Because they've associated the sound of the bell with an experience. It's called the neuroassociative conditioned response. Neuroassociative conditioned response. And we'll be using that a lot throughout this course to teach you how to create the best possible associations. What Robert Ader wanted to do is to see if he could create a similar response between a taste and an experience. So what he did was take some rats. He put an intravenous line into a vein in their tail. He then brought into their cages some water that was sweetened with saccharin. And as soon as the rat tasted the saccharin with its tongue, he injected a very strong chemical called cyclophosphamide, or cytoxin. It's a medicine that we use today as a chemotherapy drug, used in a number of other immune disorders. And it has, as a very prompt side effect, severe nausea and vomiting. So as soon as the rat's tongue hit the sweet water, he injected this dose of this medication, which instantly caused the rat to become overwhelmingly nauseated and to vomit. Delightful, huh? Then he followed these rats, and over the course of the next 10 days, the bone marrows and the lymph glands showed a suppression in activity, because this is a very powerful immune-suppressing drug. He waited until they recovered completely, taking several weeks. And then he repeated the experiment. This time, he put the same intravenous line into their vein. He exposed them to the same saccharin-sweetened water. But instead of injecting this powerful drug, he just injected some sugar water. As soon as the rat's tongue touched the saccharin, they became nauseated and vomited, because it was such a strong memory from the previous experience that without any further intervention, they got sick. The same way that ringing the bell caused the dog to salivate. That was expected. But what was unexpected is that if you followed their immune system for the next 7 to 10 days, they showed the same level of suppression as if they had gotten this potent drug. Just the interpretation of this experience had a profound and measurable change on their physical state. Do you see how amazing this study was? It's really the first time that someone had scientifically shown that just an interpretation in the mind could have a profound effect that could affect the well-being of an animal. And from that, there were a whole host of fascinating studies looking at how this might apply to human beings. Many scientists searched for models of behavior that were under stress. And a great model for that is being a medical student. Another great thing about medical students is that they're very willing subjects, because they have this thing about authority. And so medical students have been a great model for stress, and several studies have looked at what happens to medical students under times of stress. If a medical student was not well prepared for a final anatomy examination, you could measure their immune function and show that it was suppressed. If they were very well prepared, it was suppressed but not to the same degree. If after the anatomy exam they thought they did very well on it, their immune system showed recovery. And if a week later they got their final back and they passed, then their immune system showed a full recovery. So in this very real-life situation, we could show that stress can have a direct and very rapid effect on our ability to fight off infection. Exactly 10 years after that study came out that reported that the mind had no influence on the body in people with cancer, this study by Cohn was published in the same journal, the New England Journal of Medicine, which demonstrated that our perceptions of our life actually have a very direct and profound experience on how we respond to challenges. In this study, he had people rate their life for the past 30 days on a stress scale. So, had you lost your job in the last 30 days? How was your marriage? Have you been sleeping very well? How's your digestion? How's your financial situation? And came up with a scale. He then had everyone in the study sniff up a little bit of cold virus, rhinovirus, which is the virus that most commonly causes an upper respiratory infection. And then he monitored how many of these people and to what degree they got the symptoms of a full-blown cold or flu. And he found that there was a very direct correlation between how stressful your previous month was and whether or not you were likely to experience a full-blown episode of a cold. If you were very stressed, almost certainly you were going to come down with the infection. If you had very little stress in your life over the past month, you could still find the viruses in your nasal passages, but you didn't come up with a full-blown sneezing and coughing and sickness. And so again, a very direct and very practical understanding of how our states of mind influence our susceptibility to illness. A common chronic stressful situation is taking care of a family member that has a chronic disease. And Alzheimer's disease is one of those illnesses which is extremely stressful on people. And studies on the caregivers to spouses with Alzheimer's have shown that their immune function is substantially impaired. Probably all of us have seen situations where we have a designated patient. You know, Mr. Jones has Alzheimer's disease or has cancer. And all the attention is focused on Mr. Jones. And then suddenly Mrs. Jones comes down with a serious illness as well, because the wear and tear of caring for a loved one is causing a deterioration in their own immune function. And there's measurable changes in the immune system to document that. Believe it or not, there's such a thing as the UCLA loneliness scale. I was thinking about this recently because there's just a story on National Public Radio that psychologists are now studying homesickness in kids that go away to camp. So I figured it must be that I was particularly homesick and lonely, which is why I was able to get my cold, because my natural killer cell activity was suppressed. In any group of people, college students away for the first time, med students, people stuck in psychiatric hospitals, people moving to new cities who haven't been able to make friends, loneliness is a good predictor of susceptibility to illness. And the higher you score on these scales of loneliness, the more likely you are to come down with some type of usually infectious illness, a cold, a flu, mono. And it seems to be primarily because of this very quick response of the natural killer cells. These cells are like nerve cells. They're constantly hearing what's going on and change very rapidly. I was just at a meeting of the American Psychiatric Association with Dr. George Solomon, who's really the father of psychoneuroimmunology, and he was quoting a study that if you just take a person and wake them up at 3 o'clock in the morning and keep them up for the rest of that day, that within an hour you will see changes in the natural killer cells, that they will be less effective in fighting off infection, and that they'll recover. If the next night they're able to get a full night of sleep, by the next morning they'll have recovered again. That quickly. So we can just imagine how someone's under stress. They're not sure they're going to get their business proposal in on time. They're worried about they're losing their job. Their relationship with their boyfriend is breaking up. They're not sleeping that well that night. Very instantly, you're going to see that your susceptibility to illness becomes less. So we'll talk about sensory modulation. Another rapid change is you can quickly increase or decrease natural killer cell activity by touching someone lovingly. If you deprive someone of touch for a period of several days, their natural killer cells will begin to function less optimally. You can correct that very rapidly with a 15-minute massage. One of the things that's been looked at is how common illnesses are in the elderly population. And we actually had a discussion at this meeting how maybe the reduction in immune function in our senior population is really a tactile deficiency syndrome, that our elderly population is not being touched enough. And so the connections are very quick and very rapid and really give us a lot of confidence in some of the mind-body approaches that we'll be reviewing this week. Most studies have shown that loss of a spouse is one of the most stressful events that you can experience. And it's quite clear that there's an abrupt shift in the immune function at the time that the spouse dies. So you may be taking care of your husband or your wife or your mom or your dad, and there's clearly some stresses on the system and your immune system will reflect that. But when there's the death, there's abrupt deterioration in that function. And it seems to correlate with the depth of depression and grieving. So that people who can get back on with their lives after an appropriate period of grief will show a recovery of their immune function. But people who years later are still really not over it, are still in that state of depression and loss and hopelessness, will be increasingly susceptible to illness as time goes by. In fact, large studies have shown, the largest one was the Western Electric Health Study, which looked at really thousands of people, have shown that for 15 years after death of a spouse, there is an increased risk of developing heart disease, cancer, infectious diseases. So it's really something that can have a lasting effect if we don't take action to try to reestablish balance. How could we explain the possibility of someone getting cancer a year after someone close to them died? It goes back to the same model. Stress, which we experience in our mind, it's an interpretation. It causes changes in our nervous system, changes in our hormonal structure, changes in the hormones that influence our immune cells. Immune cells get lazy. The cancer cell arises. We experience about 10,000 potentially mutating hits to our genetic code every day through free radical formation from toxins in the environment, foods that we eat, cigarette smoke. And so our ability to survive without serious illness is very much dependent upon our immune cells promptly recognizing, promptly sending out the message, and promptly repairing the damage to our cells. If we're under a state of chronic stress, Our minds are sending out these negative messages. Our immune cells are not capable of responding promptly. It makes us very susceptible to the chaos, to the deterioration of the stress in our environment. If death wasn't bad enough, divorce seems to be worse. It's particularly distressing considering that about half of the marriages in the Western world are ending in this divorce. In fact, most studies have shown that divorce may have a more substantial impact on immunological function than death. But in both men and women, you can show impairment in immune function lasting for months to years after divorce. Okay, is everybody sufficiently depressed right now? The good news is that we can substantially offset and impact these changes from stress. We deeply believe that taking time every day to go into silence is probably the most health-promoting, health-enhancing activity that human beings can do. And there have now been hundreds of studies on the health-promoting effects of meditation. You can simply take people in a nursing home, teach them a simple breathing awareness meditation, which we'll learn after lunch, and instantly, meaning within a day, show improvement in their immunological functioning. You can teach men who are infected with the AIDS virus, with HIV, some simple relaxation techniques, ways of asserting their emotions in a healthy way, and you can show improvements in their immunological functioning and a delay in the time for the expression of AIDS. Dr. David Spiegel, psychiatrist at Stanford, has been quoted widely now showing that just simply getting people together to express their feelings in an environment that supports them and that gives them tools to access deeper, more comfortable levels of their being can improve quality and quantity of life. He looked at a group of women with metastatic breast cancer, and he had them come weekly to a support group meeting in which they were taught relaxation techniques as well as given opportunities to express their emotional feelings. And he expected that they would improve somewhat in their quality of life. And they did. They showed that women who participated had less need for pain medication, less need for sleeping medication, generally rated themselves as having more energy in their lives. But what he didn't expect, in fact he even sought to prove the opposite, was that these women actually had a doubling of their survival time. Now, if Roche Pharmaceutical came out with a medication that we gave to women with stage 4 breast cancer that doubled their survival time, every oncologist in the world would be bombarded by drug representatives, and it would probably be considered malpractice if it wasn't prescribed. And yet, this very simple, cost-effective modality of supplying a support group to patients with breast cancer is still not standard of practice almost anywhere in the United States. Most of these groups are really lay groups that are not directly supported by the healthcare systems. We've got to change that mode. A simple intervention, which is very effective and we use really almost universally now at the Chopra Center, is writing about what's upsetting you. It turns out that if you take college students who are feeling somewhat lonely and you instruct them that at the end of every day, just write a little bit in their diary or their journal about what went wrong during the day, and you compare that to another group that didn't, the group that did has much fewer visits to the campus healthcare clinic, much fewer incidents of illness. It's a way of expressing yourself, releasing the emotional toxicity, and has a direct effect on enhancing immune function. Now, this is true not only for human beings, but for all animals, at least all sentient animals. Japan has really been very interested over the last few years in the therapeutic value of aromatherapy, and we'll be talking more about it during this course. Shibata did an interesting study. It's unfortunate how many different ways we've learned to stress our beloved animal creatures, and so I'll tell you quite honestly, I wish that we could do these studies without having to use animal models. But since these studies were done, I think it's very useful to use the information and try to make good use of them. In Shibata's study, he took mice and he subjected them to a stress. The stress was the cage was actually electrified, and at random intervals he would apply these electrical shocks to these poor little creatures. And he'd have them in these cages for a couple hours, and of course at the end of this experience they had high levels of stress hormones, their immune function was depressed. Then he took them out of the cage and he put them into their safe cages. And in the safe cages he had cedar wood shavings, which had that really pleasant fragrance to it. And that was the safe cage. And then a few days later he repeated the study. The same type of stress was administered, but this time he had the cedar wood shavings all around the cage so that they could smell that. And he found that that alone substantially blunted the stress response. They didn't produce as much stress hormone. They didn't have the same suppression in their immune function because just the memory that was triggered of that safe environment by that smell had a calming, pacifying effect. It shows the power of association. If that smell was present during the initial stress, then it probably would have magnified it. So if he had exposed them to that smell while they were getting stressed and then still had that smell present when they were in their rest cages, they probably wouldn't have had the same recovery. So it's not just the aroma, but the association of the aroma that seems to have the most powerful influence. And we'll show you how we use that in therapeutic ways. Another important study was a study by Fauci. It's actually his first name and his last name, at UCLA, who looked at people with malignant melanoma, which is the most serious type of skin cancer. And he found that just by giving them an hour and a half of cognitive intervention, meaning that he taught them relaxation technique, he taught them how to express themselves, he found that not only did they have an improvement in this natural killer cell, but also they had a much longer survival curve. Very simple interventions that can be used easily in our practices for ourselves, for our family, for our patients and our clients, and really are the markers of this new paradigm of how to use consciousness to influence our health. It's a really useful model to look at our immune function as how we respond to the external world and how we respond to the internal world. What we're looking for is balance. It's a word that we'll talk a lot about, particularly as we go into more of the Ayurvedic concepts. Balance means the ability to have an appropriate response to the challenge that is at hand. It doesn't mean being so relaxed that when some burglar jumps into your house, you just offer him a cup of tea. It also means not being so aggressive that when you hear some noise on the front lawn, you come out with your shotgun. It means being able to use the best of intelligence and of consciousness to mount an appropriate response. To both internal and external challenges, we can mount the corrective response, an excessive response, or an inadequate response. And if we look at it this way, we can really understand a lot of the common illnesses. So, if we're mounting an excessive response to an external stimulus, we end up with an allergy. There's nothing inherently evil about a pollen from a rose that happens to land in our nasal passages. But if we interpret that as being potentially dangerous, if we mount an excessive response, then we have an allergy. But it's not that there's anything inherently harmful about the stimulus, it's just we've interpreted it in that way. So an excessive response to an external stimuli can give us an allergy. We also have the capability of mounting an excessive response to an internal stimulus. And when that happens, we get autoimmune diseases, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, systemic lupus erythematosus, mixed connective tissue diseases. We have a lot of these immune diseases which seem to be a reflection of our immune cells have somehow identified something that we think should be normal, but the immune cells are identifying it as something foreign. So in multiple sclerosis, it looks at some of the insulation around a nerve cell, the myelin, and says, there's something fishy about this myelin. It makes me nervous. I think I'm going to start attacking it. And we mount an immune response where really it's adding no value. So excessive to the internal environment, autoimmune, excessive response to an external environment, allergies. Similarly, we can mount an inadequate response. If we're too sleepy, lethargic, lazy on the job, overwhelmed, then we're not going to be responding appropriately. So an immune cell sees a cold virus, a bacteria, and says, I'm really just too tired to get out of bed today. We end up getting the expressions of that infection. Similarly, if we have an immune response that's inadequate to an internal stimulus, then we can develop cancer. continuously, right while we're sitting here, there are potential cancer-causing changes that are occurring in our genetic codes. But most of the time, between our DNA repair mechanisms and our immune function, we're able to quickly identify and stop that process before it goes into the next phase. But when the system is lazy, we're not able to mount that adequately. So what we're looking for is that perfect state of balance, that set point. The stress response takes us out into that aggressive mode. The restful alertness response takes us back to our set point. That's why we really so deeply believe that regular elicitation of that restful alertness response is really one of the most important keys to good health. So we're going to talk about technologies to access inner silence. Over the past 20 plus years, I think we've begun to recognize that the capability of having a quiet mind is something that can be valued and cherished and has real value in the world. For quite a while, we would envision people meditating as those people that would withdraw completely from the world, live in a cave in the Himalayas, and never create anything of value that we would measure with our usual material viewpoint. But increasingly, I think we're recognizing that taking time to go in to quiet states of our own awareness actually generates more creativity and more success and more joy in life. Now, what is the value of meditation? It's really twofold. One is its value in its own right. It has no intention other than its own experience. Throughout our days, almost every single thing that we do because we anticipate a specific outcome. You know, I put on my pants because I expect to go out and take the dogs. I type a chapter because I expect to release a book. I go to the grocery store because I want to make a Caesar salad. We don't do anything just for its own sake. Perhaps making love. The value of meditation is that it's absolutely for its own sake. It's a way of going beyond the body, going beyond the mind, going beyond the emotions, and contacting that field of conscious awareness, spirit, that is self-sufficient in its own right. And the value of that is that it reconnects us with the aspect of ourselves which is our true nature. Most of us are continuously identifying ourselves with situations, circumstances, objects in our environment. So, who are you? People usually start by saying, well, I'm a mother, I'm a father, I'm a chairman of a corporation, I'm a driver of a Corvette. We define ourselves in terms of the possessions and positions in our lives. And from an Ayurvedic perspective, that is an absolutely sure formula for suffering. Because anything that we can identify ourselves with that's outside of our nature, outside of our true being, is by definition a time-space event. As Deepak mentioned earlier, time-space event means it's localized in space and has a duration in time. If we can perceive it with our senses, be it a galaxy, a nebula, a star, a flower, a relationship, a bank account, a human body, it will be in this realm of time and space, meaning that it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's why everything in this universe can be described in terms of a wave. So if all we know in our lives are situations and circumstances and people and things that are time-space events, then at some deep level of our awareness, we will be always living in fear. Because we know that we're going to lose it at some point. You can have an absolutely fabulous marriage, and then in some way or another, it's going to be lost. Either it's going to end in divorce, it's going to end in one or the other of the spouses dying. You can have a great position in a corporation, sometime or another, it's going to come to an end. You can have making hundreds of thousands of dollars in the stock market, you're very happy, the Dow's at new highs. Whatever level of enjoyment or happiness you're experiencing because of that success, when tomorrow, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, the stock market crashes, you'll have a proportionate level of sorrow. So this object referral in Ayurvedic understanding is the basis of all suffering. And the only solution, the only lasting solution, is self-referral, which means getting intimately in contact with that aspect of our own nature, which is beyond time and beyond space. And the most effective and direct way of accomplishing that is through meditation. Now, what happens in the process of meditation? As we mentioned earlier, the mind is a thought-generating machine. In fact, it's actually been suggested that the mind is only the thoughts that occupy it. If you take away the thoughts, you take away the mind. The mind is continuously generating thoughts, one thought after another. What am I going to say next? I hope I don't forget what I'm supposed to say. I wish I would have gone to the bathroom. I better call my wife at the next break. I told her I was going to come home for lunch. I wonder if my son stopped off at the house today. It's constant generation, almost 24 hours a day. It gets a little bit fuzzy when we're sleeping. So how do we get beyond the thoughts? We can only get beyond the thoughts by going through the spaces between the thoughts. In between each thought, snowing outside, I think I better shovel the walk. No, I'd rather go to Florida. I wonder if I can get a plane. I wonder if I have enough frequent flyer miles. There's always some gap there. We dive into that gap, we access the next impulse, it comes out as a thought, go back into that gap, access the next impulse, it comes out as a thought. Meditation techniques are all designed to do the same thing. That's to allow us to slip into the silent spaces between the thoughts. And that can happen by allowing ourselves to put our attention on some object that doesn't carry meaning. The meaning is what connects us to the next thought. One thought has meaning and a sound quality. The next thought has meaning and a sound quality. Every thought, every word has both a vibration and an attachment of a meaning to that vibration. We can interrupt that eternal cycle of thought leading to thought, leading to thought, leading to thought, by finding some object of attention that allows us to temporarily disconnect the meaning that keeps us in this association. In Ayurveda, sound is the subtlest experience. Sound is that vibration that stirs the silence. And so, using sound to transcend, to go beyond thinking, is said to be the most effective and most direct way to experience that deeper level of awareness. In fact, it's said that thinking is just a subtle form of hearing. And so in many traditions, we can use sound as an object of attention. We can use sound out loud. Let's do it together since we need a little energy. So we'll use these classical sounds, the sounds of the chakras. As most people are familiar, in certain systems of Vedic knowledge, Tantra in particular, it's said that we have 7 basic energy centers. And each of those centers is associated with a color and a crystal and a gem and an energy and a sound. And by putting your attention on that energy center and vocalizing the vibration, you can enliven the energy in that area. So why don't we do it all together? I'll sit down. So the first energy center is at the base of the spine, the first chakra. And it's the energy center that's most connected with and governs all of our basic survival needs. Concerns about food, concerns about clothing, concerns about survival are governed by this most basic center. When we are having challenges in that area, putting your attention at the base of the spine and enlivening it with the correct vibration helps to make that energy more vibrant, more powerful. It helps you to overcome those fears associated with that survival center. So if everyone would just close their eyes, put your attention at the base of your spine. The mantra for the first chakra is LAM. LAM. So everyone, let's just take a deep breath, and on your exhalation, just release The second energy center is in the reproductive area. It's associated with reproduction, with nourishment, with cleansing, with purification. It's lively when you are feeling romantically inclined towards someone, when you're feeling sexually oriented towards someone. It's the second chakra. The mantra for this is VAM, VAM. So putting your attention on your second energy center, take a deep breath on your inhalation and on your exhalation. The third energy center is in the solar plexus. It governs power. It governs the fulfillment of your intentions and your desires in the world. When you're having difficulties fulfilling those intentions or desires, there's a tendency to feel a cramping or a tightness in your gut. That's due to blockages in this third energy center. The mantra for this is Ram, Ram. So everyone take a deep breath. The fourth energy center is centered in the heart, Anahata in Sanskrit, which means unstruck. It's that which connects us at that deep level of compassion. The mantra for the heart center is Yam, Yam. So again, with your attention on your heart, take a deep breath. Fifth energy center is located in the throat. It governs expression, how we can express ourselves to the world. When you're having difficulty feeling that you're being heard, emotionally or otherwise, there's often a sense of some constriction in your throat. Putting your attention here, activating the correct vibration helps to relieve that constriction. The mantra for the throat chakra is Hum, Hum. Deep breath. The sixth energy center, which is localized between the eyes, it's considered the third eye between the eyebrows. It's responsible for insight, intuition, inner vision. The mantra for this is Sham, Sham. Deep breath. And finally, the seventh energy center, Sahaswara, the 1,000-petal lotus, is located at the top of the head, at the crown of the head. And this is the universal mantra, Om. So with your attention on the crown chakra, deep breath. So we use these very specifically and very therapeutically. If we see people that are having unexplained infertility or difficulties with pregnancies, we have them put their attention on their reproductive chakra, and several times a day we encourage them to just use their attention and intention and the correct mantra to bring energy flowing into that area. If someone's having ulcer pain, having a lot of tension in their stomach, have them put their attention in their solar plexus, use the correct mantra for that. If someone's grieving in their heart, having trouble getting over a loss,
We have them put their attention on their heart chakra. If someone's having difficulty expressing themselves, having chronic neck pain, thyroid problems, we can often enliven that area by just attention, intention, and introducing the correct vibration. So they can be used very practically. And your clients and patients will love it. Spend 5 minutes, it'll have much more powerful effect than analyzing every event that led up to the most recent dramatic event in someone's life. Now, studies on mantra meditators have been filtering into Western medical literature since the 40s. Some really remarkable stories of scientists going to India and taking experienced yogis and putting them in airtight boxes and leaving them there for hours and having them come out and being completely normal and healthy, showing that they can slow their heart rate down to just a few beats per minute or literally stop their breathing for minutes at a time. So what have these studies showed? They show that with just a simple repetition of a vibration, a simple mantra like Om or Lam or Ram, that you can see dramatic changes in physiological functioning. Oxygen consumption dropped 15 to 20%, which actually was deeper than that which had been described in people who go into deep sleep or in people who practice hypnotherapy. They found that the breathing rate slowed substantially, often down to 6 or 7 breaths per minute, but commonly at least several breaths per minute. It showed that the chemistry of the blood changed. Lactic acid, which is a measurement of a stress response, usually reflecting lack of oxygen, fell substantially. And skin resistance, which is another measurement of relaxation, rose substantially. So these various measurements on the physiology of meditation really were quite unique. Then a lot of information began pouring in on what happens to the EEG patterns of people who are meditating. At first, we noticed that shortly after people started meditating, they would generate continuous trains of alpha, cycles of brainwave activity between 8 and 12 cycles per second. And then it was shown that after a little while, people went into a period of theta rhythm. And theta is usually associated with drowsiness. But when people usually go through a drowsy state, they only stay there for a brief period of time, maybe a minute or so, and then they quickly move into deeper stages of sleep. But what we were seeing in people who were meditating was that they were staying in this theta state for 15, 20, 30 minutes at a time, just hovering on that borderline between wakefulness and sleeping state, and accessing those kind of dream-like images that normally we only experience right before we wake up or right as we're falling asleep. This is what led to this description of the meditative state as a state of restful alertness. Restful because the body in many ways was at a deeper level of relaxation than we see even during sleep, but alert because the mind, the brain was functioning in a different pattern. Then people became very interested in looking at what are the relationships of brain waves from one part of the brain to the other. So people started measuring brainwave activity in various sites around the skull and found some interesting correlations that the farther someone got into a meditation practice, the more there was this measurement of coherence. That first, the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain began to line up in a very rhythmic pattern. Normally, there's a lot of disjunction, discordance. But during meditation, it seemed like there was a synchrony, a coherence that was generated during meditation. Then as the meditation progressed, there was actually a coherence between the back part of the brain and the front part of the brain, in patterns that really had not been seen before. But yet there was this pattern of coherence in the brain, which is really quite interesting and quite phenomenal. What's so interesting is that if you read the Vedic literature, this is exactly the description of the fourth state of consciousness known as samadhi. So it has a number of benefits. It, most importantly, gets us in touch with that deepest aspect of ourself, beyond space and time. It allows us to quiet our mind, in many ways to reset our system. And we talked about the fight or flight response. We have this built-in activation response. But we also have this built-in relaxation response, this built-in restful alertness response, so that after we've expended energy, we can very naturally bring our attention back to the center point, rejuvenate the system, and allow us to once again get in touch with our creativity. it's from this perspective of silence that we actually are the most successful. I'm sure everyone, I certainly have had the experience that you cram for an examination. You have a million facts stuffed into your brain. And you sit down, and the first question throws you for a loop. It wasn't something you studied. And immediately, my mind starts racing. Uh-oh, what if the rest of the test is like this? What if I don't pass this test? The mind starts getting noisier and noisier and noisier. And yet, all you need to do is bring the mind to a quiet place, and suddenly information emerges. Our minds work best from this platform of quietness. Meditation is really one of the most profound ways to achieve that state. And simultaneously, it creates this quietness in the body. Now, it's not complicated. Certainly, we encourage people to learn a mantra meditation technique because it brings the signal of attention to the most internal, subtle level that we can. But we can do it easily through other techniques. So let's go ahead and just to remind everyone, we'll go through a breathing awareness meditation technique. So let's do it together. Everyone just sitting comfortably. So when you're sitting comfortably, get in the habit of sitting with your back supported, your feet on the ground, your hands in some comfortable position, but not with your head supported. We're so conditioned that when we rest our head back on something to fall asleep that we can very quickly bypass that junction point date where we're accessing these deeper levels of our minds but maintaining awareness and maintaining alertness. Now let's just close our eyes. And I'd like you to notice that just by closing the eyes and bringing our attention inwards, doing nothing else, we feel some calmness, some relaxation. Automatically the brain starts to quiet down. Alpha activity is generated in the visual part of the brain to begin with. Now notice that in the quietness, thoughts spontaneously arise in your awareness. You don't have to do anything to have a thought. It's the most effortless thing that we can do. You can't force your mind to stop having thoughts because the field of pure potentiality is the place of least effort. You can't use effort to get there. So the only thing you can do when you have a lot of thoughts is let the thoughts come, keep your attention coming back to the breath or to your mantra, drift away, just bring it back again. So thoughts are just reflection of that release of stressful activity. Now in this quietness, very gently, shift your attention to your breath. It's just a slight shift of attention. And simply observe your breathing. Observe your inhalations and your exhalations. Your inhalations and your exhalations. Aren't you glad that somebody else is worrying about regulating your breath? And as you observe your breath, it may change. It may get slower and deeper. It may get faster or shallower. Sometimes it may even seem to pause for a time. Whatever happens with your breath, simply and innocently observe it. Don't try to alter it in any way. Don't resist any changes. Simply witness it. Observe it. And you'll find that at times your attention drifts away from your breath to some thoughts in the mind or sensations in the body. or some sound in the environment. And whenever you realize that your attention has drifted off of your breathing, very effortlessly, very gently, very innocently, shift your attention back to your breath. So we'll continue like this for about 10 minutes. Okay, we'll begin.
So tonight now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand on the framework that we were building this morning, the idea that the ultimate reality is non-local. And this morning I explained to you that there are three ways of exploring the so-called reality. One is through the eyes of the flesh, which has its own methodology. The second is the eyes of the mind, which has its own logic and rationality. And the third is through the eye of soul, contemplation, meditation, the meditative disciplines. What happens is as you start to meditate and experience restful awareness, then very gradually that same thing that is being explained to you now intellectually on the level of the mind, through the eyes of the mind, that same thing becomes a knowingness that you can articulate yourself in your own language. And the process is gradual. Meditation allows us to have insights and epiphanies and experiences that make all this seem completely rational, logical, and at the same time experiential. We know it. Tonight what I want to do is intellectually explore with you, first, the reality of soul and spirit. Secondly, the qualities of soul and spirit. And thirdly, the different levels of the quantum mechanical body. So, of course, every spiritual tradition, every wisdom tradition throughout our planet has acknowledged the existence of something that's called soul or spirit. The body, the physical body, is a field of information and energy that we experience as molecules, solid, three-dimensional in space and time. The mind is the same field of information and energy which we experience as our thoughts and feelings and emotions. And now, even from science, we know that thoughts, feelings, emotions manifest as molecules. The two are different ways of looking at the same thing. The physical body is experienced objectively. I can see it, I can touch it, I can experience it through my senses. So it's the objective experience of information and energy expressed as matter. The subjective experience of information and energy is the mind, where we experience thoughts, feelings, emotions, desires, memories. But the two are exactly the same thing. Information and energy, one on a quantum mechanical level and the second on a material level. And what's the soul? The soul is the source of information and energy. And what's the spirit? It's the source of the soul. We'll discuss these different levels in a few moments. So the soul is the source of information and energy. And by the way, the only difference between information and intelligence is that self-referral quality that I spoke about. So anytime I say information, you can also substitute intelligence, because we're speaking about intelligence. So the soul is the source of that. In other words, the soul is the thinker of thoughts. The mind is a field of thoughts. The soul is where the thoughts come from. The one who has the thoughts. So I'm not my thoughts, I'm the one who has thoughts. I had all kinds of thoughts this morning, then I had different kinds of thoughts a few minutes later. They're changing. There's a Vedic expression. It says, thoughts are like guests. They check in and they check out. Okay? But you're always there. You're the container of thoughts from where they come, the source. You're always there. You're the thinker of the thought. Physical reality is manufactured or created in the brain. The brain and the receptors of the brain, smell receptors, taste receptors, etc., they are like transducers. They take energy which is electromagnetic essentially, or mechanical, and they then transduce it into a sensory experience. That outside, in the real world out there aren't things. What really exists is this quantum soup of energy and information. And the brain converts that soup by selecting a few frequencies into the experience of material reality. For example, let's try and make this simple. Right now in this room, right now in this space that we are, CNN News is here right now. There's all kinds of music on different kinds of FM stations. There are millions of cellular conversations going on in this atmosphere. There are fax messages being sent back and forth. In fact, in the very space that we are in, the space, even though it seems silent, it seems there's nothing happening in this, the space that we are in is the most turbulent, chaotic field of activity. It's full of infinity of information and energy. But it's not part of our sensory experience. And the reason it isn't is that we're not tuning in to those frequencies. Our nervous system doesn't tune into those frequencies, at least in our ordinary waking state of consciousness. Now, there might be other states of consciousness where it tunes in. And what we ingest as material experience is what our senses, what our sensory apparatus is tuned into. In fact, scientists will tell you that right this moment, your nervous system is taking in less than 1/billionth of what's existing around us at the moment, in reality. Even on a sensory level. Your nervous system cannot take in more than 5 to 9 pieces of information at the same time. So most of you are not consciously aware of your naked skin touching your clothes, but now that I bring it to your attention, you might become aware of it. Or of the weight of your body on these chairs, or of your breathing, or of the sounds in this environment. And yet, at some level, your spirit is in constant surveillance. It is actually aware of those things. And if any of that were to change or become abnormal, you would immediately sense it. But in the interests of economy, of expenditure of energy, you just edit out everything that's not necessary for you at this moment, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's an interpreter somewhere that knows the difference, that even though she's experiencing this on the material level, she knows that in reality she's not there, she's in surgery. He said there's an interpreter behind the scenes. All the brain does, all the sensory apparatus does, it converts one form of energy into another form of energy. So right now, I'm speaking words, right? And these words are what? Mechanical energy. They vibrate. This is my breath that is vibrating. And it's producing some vibration in the atmosphere. That vibration in the atmosphere is causing a mechanical vibration of your eardrum. The mechanical vibration of your eardrum is converted into some electrical vibration in the auditory nerve that creates some chemical change in your brain. And you're suddenly understanding what I'm saying. But let's say I was speaking Swahili, then you wouldn't understand what I'm saying, unless you happen to speak Swahili. Now, therefore, there's an interpreter out there. The brain, all it does is convert one energy into another form of energy. That's all. Who's interpreting this? That's the soul, the interpreter of that energy. Because all the brain is an instrument, a transducer that transfers one form of energy into another energy. Of course, the brain tells the body what to do. But who tells the brain what to do? Neither the choice maker nor the interpreter can be found in the brain or in the body. You can take a carbon atom, you can put it into a sugar molecule, you can inject the sugar molecule into the body, you can trace it as it's consumed by the brain through positron emission tomography, PET scans, all kinds of technology. You can track a thought in the brain. But the question still remains, whose thought? Who's thinking? And where is this person? You cannot find it in the brain or in the body. So the real me is an interpreter and a choice maker, because every thought that I have and every thought that you have is either an interpretation or a choice. There are no other kinds of thoughts. No other kinds of thoughts. Only two kinds of thoughts. Every thought that you have is either an interpretation or a choice. So you are an interpreter, a choice maker. I am an interpreter and choice maker. We can't find this person inside the brain or the body. Why can't you find me inside the brain or the body? The answer to that may be very simple. The reason you can't find me inside my body is because I'm not in it. So these days, if you go to a good bookstore, go to the metaphysics section, you'll find lots of books on so-called out-of-body experiences, when the real mystery is, how do we get an in-body experience? Because technically speaking, we're not in it. And the best way to try and understand this is possibly through an analogy. And I've used this analogy before. Imagine you're listening to Beethoven on the radio, and you tear the radio apart, hoping to find Beethoven inside the radio. Not going to find him there. Why? Because he's not in it. The radio is an instrument that traps a non-local field of energy and information into a space-time event. Once again, a space-time event is any event that occupies a location in space and exists in time. It has a beginning, a middle, and an ending. So you tune into the radio and you now say, oh, here's the symphony. Well, where was the symphony before you tuned in? It was there in space, right? Any particular location in space? Everywhere. And because it's everywhere, then it's forever. Because space is a way of measuring time, and time is a way of measuring space. That's why we call it a space-time continuum. That's what the Vedantists call the Akashic record. Maybe you've heard that term, the Akashic record. The Akash is the space. Okay, and in that space is everything that's ever existed, and the potentiality of everything that will ever exist. This is from that Akash, from that space, that matter is created through the 5 elements: space, air, fire, water, and earth. It comes from that quantum mechanical universe, which is right here. All that has ever existed is here, right now. In fact, there's a Vedantic expression which says, if it's not here right now, it never was. And it never will be. But if it's here now, then it always was and always will be. So that's the immeasurable potential of all that was, is, and will be, is right here in the space that we're in the Akash. And before you trap it, it's there, non-local. If the radio is in New York City, then the symphony is in New York City. If the radio is in Khartoum in Sudan, then that's where the symphony is. If it's on the moon, that's where the symphony is. If it's another galaxy, 100 million light years away, then that's where you'll trap it. But that's just an artifact. It's just the instrument that creates that artifact. In reality, it's everywhere, omnipresent. And as energy, it's everywhere. Omnipotent energy is everywhere. Information is everywhere, omniscient. So the scientists of consciousness have said the soul is non-local. And if you say, if I'm not in the body, then where am I? The answer to that question is, it's the wrong question. Because as soon as you say where, you imply a location in space to something that doesn't occupy space. I mean, where is CNN News in this space? Does it occupy space? Well, it doesn't really occupy space. In fact, the same space that CNN occupies can be occupied by BBC, or by All India Radio, or by a microwave, or by an X-ray, or by a gamma wave, or by a cosmic ray. They can all occupy the same space. And they don't displace each other. Why? Because they're beating at different frequencies. So, Vedantists and explorers of consciousness using the eye of soul have said the same thing about soul. They say, you are the unconditioned spirit that's trapped in conditions. You manifest through this body, just like the symphony manifests through the radio. That doesn't mean you are the body. It just means that you're using the body to establish a line of communication. Just like when you call your friend on the phone, you use AT&T. And if somebody cuts off the line, AT&T, that doesn't mean you don't exist anymore. It just means you've lost the line of communication. Maybe you try MCI then. So too, the body is a line of communication for that non-local field of intelligence, which for the moment we're referring to as soul. The thinker of the thought, the interpreter, and the choice maker, non-local. And the window to that is through the silent spaces between our thoughts. The space between our thoughts is where we actually manufacture the thought. So let's say, here's a thought, chocolate ice cream. Here's another thought, what's the meaning of life? And here's another thought, I want to spend my vacation in Jamaica. Between this thought, chocolate ice cream, this thought, what's the meaning of life? And this thought, vacation in Jamaica, is the thinker of the thought. The thinker of the thought is in the space between thoughts, because that's where you manufacture the thought. Even as I'm speaking to you right now, I'm manufacturing thoughts. The I, the me that is manufacturing these thoughts, is in the space between thoughts. So the thinker is in the space between thoughts. And there are at least two qualities to it. There are many qualities, but let's address only two right now. It's silent, and it's also a field of infinite possibilities. Silent, because it has to be silent. The thought is manufactured in the silence. As soon as it's manufactured, then there's no longer thinker, there's thought. So it's manufactured in the silence. And two, it's a field of infinite possibilities, because between this thought, chocolate ice cream, and this thought, what's the meaning of life, is the possibility of any thought. Why did I wear green socks this morning? Where's that thought before you have it? It exists in that field of infinite possibilities as pure potentiality. In other words, that silent field is not just a void. Even though it's silent, it's pregnant with possibilities. It's a field of pure potentiality. It's full of possibilities, infinite possibilities. Between this thought and this thought is the possibility of any thought. So, the interpreter, the choice maker that creates these thoughts is a silent field of infinite possibilities in the space between thoughts. So I'm a silent field of infinite possibilities as interpreter and choice maker, and you're a silent field of infinite possibilities as interpreter and choice maker. So what's the difference between you and me? There is no difference, and yet there is a difference. There's no difference because we're all that field of pure potentiality. In reality, there's only one mind. This big cosmic consciousness, or that ultimate ground of creation that we are going to explore in a little while. So there's only one mind, but yet there are different minds, because even though we are all fields of infinite possibilities, we don't all have the same thoughts. We have different thoughts. So, even though this is a field of infinite possibilities, it has what is called a certain probability amplitude. These are terms I'm using from quantum physics because they really explain the nature of reality. Einstein called the field a continuum. When he talked about the ultimate field, he said the field is not a model for space-time events, it's a model for probability amplitudes that create space-time events. A probability amplitude is that which defines the statistical likelihood of a space-time event. I'll define that again. A probability amplitude is that which defines the statistical likelihood of a space-time event. So let's say I look at a snowstorm and I get the idea I'm going to go to India. I don't like snowstorms. You look at the same snowstorm and you get the idea I'm going to go skiing. Somebody else looks at the same snowstorm and gets the idea I'm going to make a snowman and play with my children. Again, infinite possibilities, different probabilities. So, this gap between thoughts, even though it has infinite possibilities, there's a statistical likelihood of a certain space-time event. And that probability amplitude, or that statistical likelihood of space-time events, is created by karma. Karma is past action or past experience. So if I have a cup of coffee, any action, that's a karmic episode. That's karma. Any action is karma. And action or karma creates memory. And memory becomes the potentiality for desire. Now the Sanskrit term, since we're introducing a few of these days, the Sanskrit term for memory is sanskara. And the Sanskrit term for desire is vasana. Desire creates the possibility of karma again. You have this cup of coffee, now you know what it tastes like, that's the memory. And if you like it, then that becomes the desire, you want to have it again. So, you go to wherever and buy a cup of cappuccino, that's karma again. Karma, memory and desire are the software of the soul. And that's what creates the difference between you and me. The reason we are different, if we are different, is because of our past. Our past actions, our past episodes, our experiences of life. We're different because we've had different experiences in our past. We've walked through different gardens, we've knelt at different graves, we've met different people, we've heard different songs, we've read different books, watched different movies, and we've metabolized every little wisp of experience that has come our way, and we've created the software of our souls. That's what the soul is. It's the seed of memory, karma and desire. Now, if you look at this, then you also will recognize that actually every memory is the basis for interpretation. So interpretation is sanskara, or memory. Every interpretation is a memory. And every desire becomes the basis of choice. And we said earlier that the real you is an interpreter and a choice maker. And that every thought that you have is either an interpretation or a choice. And it comes from karma. Which means that we don't consciously think our thoughts. That's why when you say to somebody, think only positively, you're really doing them a disservice. Because nobody thinks consciously. Thoughts come spontaneously, just like we don't breathe consciously. You can breathe consciously, as we will do it during the pranayama exercises, but that's an exercise. If you breathe consciously all the time, you'll get totally fatigued. And so too, if you think consciously all the time, you'll get totally fatigued. You might become exasperatingly positive as well. So, which would be extremely artificial. thoughts are karmically generated. One thought comes after another, after another, after another. And how does it happen? It happens through association. Memory creates desire, creates memory, creates another memory through desire, memory. They all connect with each other. As soon as you have a thought, it becomes necessary for you to create another thought. Just understand that every thought spontaneously leads to another thought through association. Which means the thought that you just had was the result of the previous thought, which was the result of a previous thought, which was the result of a previous thought, ad infinitum, goes through your childhood, intrauterine life, and once we understand this model, it goes through other lifetimes. It goes through the dawn of creation, which means it takes the whole universe to conspire to create that last thought that you had. The whole universe conspired to create that last thought. Because thoughts are also context-bound. Our personal history, our racial history, our mythical background, historical background, the whole of civilization, karmically generated thoughts. This is the software of the soul. And as you explore this software, then you see that there are this karmic software which is very personal, but then there is deeper levels of karma and deeper levels of memory and deeper levels of memory right to the mechanics of creation. So the soul has many layers. The most superficial layer of the soul in Sanskrit is called jiva, or the personality. It's beyond the ego, and we'll discuss again in a short moment difference between ego and jiva. It's the basis of personality. You know, you have a newborn child. How many people have seen or had experience with a newborn child? Okay. Does a newborn child have a personality? Absolutely. You take twins, same DNA, right? Same, identical twins have the same DNA. Do they have the same personality? No. Even a newborn baby has a personality. That's jiva. There's a deeper level of soul, which is called Atman, which is the witness of the jiva. Which is the witness of the jiva. And then there's a deeper level, which is spirit, which is also called Brahman, which is the witness of the Atman. So there's Brahman, there's Atman, there's Jiva, and there's Ahankar, which is ego. All these are different levels of differentiation of that same primordial intelligence. And at the deepest level, there is only one primordial intelligence, which is called Brahman, which we are, for our practical purposes, we're calling spirit. So now, having identified soul and spirit, let's for a few minutes discuss the qualities of spirit, some of the qualities, we can't discuss all of them, and then explain how that manifests at these different levels of existence. The first understanding is, since spirit is the deepest level of existence, you know, there's matter, there's energy, there's transformation, there's information, and there's the source of information. Everything comes from that level. It's also called the unified field. We'll discuss the relationship of spirit to unified field in a few moments as well. But the first thing to understand is, if by spirit we mean the underlying intelligence, the ultimate ground, spirit is everything. It's the source of matter, it's the source of energy, it's the source of information. It's everything. The mind is an expression of spirit, the body is an expression of spirit, and this physical world that we are seeing with our eyes and perceiving through our senses is also spirit. It's everything. There's a Vedic expression, I am that, you are that, all this is that, that's all there is. And if you really, really, really get that, then there's absolutely nothing more to say for the rest of this course. Thanks for coming. Good night. In reality, everything is spirit. The second insight is, as the spirit moves from the unmanifest, which is unmanifest, invisible, into the manifest, into the visible, it does so in such a way that the whole is contained in every part. The whole is contained in every part. It's a very important point. In other words, the spirit manifests holographically. And I think these days it's very important to understand this holographic paradigm because scientists are exploring it. In the world of technology, in the world of neuroscience, in the world of philosophy, people are talking about holograms, holons, holographic models, just about to explain everything that exists in the world of information and energy. So you probably have seen a hologram in the Science Museum or in Disney World, or at least on your MasterCard or Visa. A hologram is a three-dimensional projection of information and energy. So let's say you want to make a hologram of me. This is me. The way you do it is you take a laser beam. A laser beam is a beam of light that has only one frequency, and you put it through an instrument called a beam splitter. It splits the beam into two beams, an object beam and a reference beam. The object beam comes at the object. It gets scattered. The reference beam is bounced off a mirror and interferes with the scattered object beam. It creates an interference pattern which you can record on a photographic plate. When you can develop that, you have the beginnings of your hologram. If you look at it, it makes just a bunch of wiggles and squiggles. But now the magic begins. You take that interference pattern, you put a laser beam through it, and you get a three-dimensional projection of the original object out there in space-time. And if the hologram is well made, then you can't tell the difference between me and my hologram. If this was a hologram giving this lecture, you wouldn't know the difference. Maybe it is a hologram. We already have the technology to make perfect holograms of ourselves. And please listen carefully. In 2-3 years, we'll have the technology to fax these holograms anywhere we want. So you can simultaneously show up in different places at the same time. And then people will wonder which one is the real you. Which is a mystery right now. Which one is the real you? Because there are lots of yous in this physical body. Lots of yous. All kinds of different archetypal energies. So there's something very mysterious and wonderful about these holograms. If you take a scissors and you cut that up into 1,000,000 bits, or 1,000,000,000 bits, or 1,000,000,000,000 bits, and you take the teeniest, weeniest bit of it, put a laser beam through it, and you'll get all of me all over again. So a hologram cannot be destroyed. It's immortal. And all of it is in every bit of it. That's why it's called a hologram. The whole is contained in every part. And what scientists are telling us, first of all, they're telling us many things. These are fantastic discoveries. First of all, that memory is holographically present in all the cells of our body. That every experience you've ever had is recorded, not only in your brain, but in your body, in every cell of your body, holographically. Everything that you've ever experienced. And since the real you cannot be squeezed into the volume of a body or the span of a lifetime, these memories go back eons of time. But there are not just personal memories, there are impersonal memories, which means memories of the race, memories of the species, memories of other species. Scientists tell us that there are parts of the brain known as the amphibian brain, the reptilian brain, the mammalian brain. But what these new scientists are telling us is not just the brain. We have amphibian, reptilian memories of everything that's in creation right here. The karmic software of the universe is contained in every cell of our body. Which means that if we really understood how to tap into this inner intelligence, we would eavesdrop on the cosmic mind, on the mind of God. It's right here inside us. By knowing this, we can know everything. And that's one of the greatest principles of Ayurveda. That not only do you get to learn about your body and your subtle body and your consciousness, but by knowing it, you understand the mechanics of the Creator, the creation itself. In the atom is the whole universe. In the microcosm is the whole macrocosm. In the human body is the whole cosmic body. in the human mind is the whole cosmic mind. That's the famous expression, yatha pidde tatha brahmande. As is the atom, so is the universe. Many good descriptions of this in the visionary poetry of people like William Blake in Vedanta, in the Rig Veda. There's a hymn, in Indra's heaven, there's a set of pearls so contained that if you pick up one of them, you'll see all of them. Or William Blake in one of his poems says, to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, eternity in an hour. Holographic descriptions present all over in all the traditions of the world. And that's why, as we'll explore these different layers, we're not only exploring ourselves, we are exploring the whole universe which is contained here and is projecting from this field of consciousness. In fact, the universe, according to some scientists, is nothing other than a holographic videotape of the spirit. Three-dimensional holographic videotape. The third principle is that spirit, as it manifests, it vibrates at different levels, at different frequencies. That the spirit is vibratory in its expression. The spirit in its essential state is the field from where all vibrations come. But then there are many different levels of vibration. So the vibration that we are most familiar with is that which we call physical reality. It's the densest vibration, the solid. But then there's another vibration, we call it liquid. There's another vibration, we call it gaseous. There's another vibration, we call it quantum mechanical. And that quantum mechanical has so many levels of existence. Microwaves and cosmic rays and X-rays and gamma rays, all these are part of the vibratory field. Our thoughts are a certain kind of vibration, our emotions are a different kind of vibration, our physical body is a different kind of vibration, and the universe that we experience is a different kind of vibration, but they're all different vibrations of the spirit simultaneously coexisting. And therefore there are many dimensions of existence. And I'll explore these in a few moments. The physical, the astral, the subtle, the causal. They're all actually simultaneously coexisting, these dimensions. Because just like, CNN doesn't displace BBC, they can occupy the same space. They're just vibrating as different frequencies of information and energy. And it depends on the vibration that our receptors are tuned into that we experience a certain reality. But the expression in the Yoga Vasishtha is infinite worlds come and go in the vast expanse of consciousness. Infinite worlds simultaneously coexisting. The fourth principle of spirit is that it is constantly undergoing transformation. Never stops. It's constantly undergoing transformation. Never stops. So anything that appears to be non-changing is an illusion. Our physical body, for example, it appears to be non-changing. When I look at you, I don't see that change. The fact that 98% of your atoms that you have right now weren't there a year ago. That your physical body is constantly changing and very rapidly changing, actually. In 1 year, it's completely replaced itself. Your emotions, feelings, thoughts, desires are changing. The physical environment is changing. It's constantly and ever in transformation. Non-change is an illusion. The only non-change is the source, the potentiality for change. Okay, a very important principle, because what we call health is a dynamic non-change in the midst of change. That's what balances. My blood sugar remains between 70 and 110. It remains in that range. My blood pressure remains between 80 and 120. My heart rate remains between 70 and 80 basal rate. So there's a dynamic non-change in the midst of change. That's what balances. But the change is not a static non-change. It's in that field of transformation. then all the strategies we'll discuss for maintaining balance are understanding this principle. The fifth principle is that the field has coexisting opposing energies. That our soul is actually made up of opposing archetypal energies. For everything that exists in us, its exact opposite also exists. On a simple level, it says that these archetypal energies that stoke the furnace of life are competing with each other. You look within yourself, that's what you'll find. The divine and the diabolical at the same time. The sacred and the profane at the same time. So the Vedic expression is, the sinner and the saint are merely exchanging notes. Of course, Oscar Wilde once said, the only difference between a sinner and a saint is that the saint has a past and the sinner has a future. So it's really important to understand that these opposing energies are simultaneously present. So in health is the potentiality for disease. And in disease is the potentiality for perfect health. Whatever exists in the body, its opposite is contained as potentiality. Whatever state exists, its opposite is contained. So, this is a new concept for a lot of people. Because when we say there is this imbalance that we call cancer, or this imbalance that we call heart disease, in medicine, the concept of reversibility is not there. It's coming now. There is some evidence in medicine that these diseases are reversible. Heart disease is reversible. That cancer can have a complete remission. Or any disease has its exact opposite in the state of balance. That's a very basic principle, because we are understanding that consciousness is infinitely flexible and contains polars, opposites. And actually life is a constant back and forth between these states. Pleasure and pain, hot and cold, up and down, disease and well-being, imbalance and perfect balance. The potentiality for both is always there in that field of infinite dynamism, infinite flexibility. The sixth quality of soul or spirit is that in its primordial state, the energy of spirit is also a sexual energy. Because sexual energy is the creative energy of the universe. Anything that's alive is alive because of this life-bestowing energy. So in plants and animals, this energy serves only one function, which is biological reproduction. But in human beings, we can take the same sexual energy, because it is the creative energy. We can transform it into all kinds of creative activities. In fact, even sexual experience can be a means to enlightenment, creativity, vision, and that which is sacred. The peak experiences of sexuality, therefore, can give us some insights. There's a whole division of Vedanta, there's a whole discipline of Vedanta called Tantra, which deals with how we use that energy for creativity and for enlightenment. So the peak experiences of sexuality, otherwise known as orgasm, may give us some insight into the mechanics of how spirit works. So in orgasm, there is a sense of timelessness. There's a loss of ego. There's complete naturalness, unless, of course, you're faking it. There is surrender. There is defenselessness. There is communion. So please note, the peak experience of sexuality is one that is characterized by these features: timelessness, loss of ego, naturalness, surrender, defenselessness, communion. Please note those qualities, because those are the qualities of spirit. which you spontaneously get in any peak experience. I just chose the orgasmic experience right now because it is a biological experience of unity consciousness, where the lover and the beloved become one. But here is insight into how spirit works. The next insight about spirit, the seventh quality of spirit, is that its intelligence is non-linear. It's contextual, it's relational, it's holistic, it's intuitive, it is nourishing, it is wise, it does not behave in a win-lose manner, it is outside the realm of linear cause and effect. So the intelligence of spirit is always contextual and holistic. The eighth quality of spirit is that it manifests in seasons, in cycles, in rhythms. And we will see the connection of that to our own biological rhythms. A state of balance is one where the biological rhythms of the body are in complete harmony with the rhythms of the universe. And when the body's rhythms are in complete harmony with the rhythms of the universe, then biological intelligence, or the intelligence of the universe, flows through us in a very effortless and spontaneous manner. And when that happens, then we feel energy and joy and creativity and good health. Good health is the perfect alignment or harmony of the rhythms in our body with the rhythms of the cosmos. Because spirit functions through these cycles, these rhythms, these seasons. The ninth quality of spirit is that it expresses itself as different states of awareness. It expresses itself because spirit in its essence is awareness itself. Spirit in its essence is pure awareness. But as it expresses itself through our physiology, it expresses at different states of awareness. We'll go through them. But tonight I'll just list these states of awareness, the common states of awareness. So deep sleep is one state of awareness. We know what that is. We've all experienced it, hopefully. The second state of awareness is dreams. The third state of awareness is waking state of awareness. And this is what 99% of humanity goes through. Waking, dreaming, sleeping. Not having any idea that there are other states of awareness that we can explore through the eyes of soul. The fourth state of awareness is glimpsing the soul. The fifth state of awareness is cosmic consciousness. The sixth state of awareness is divine or God consciousness. And if you don't like those words, you can call it refined cosmic consciousness. And the seventh state of awareness is unity consciousness. So there are 7 very distinct states of awareness through which spirit manifests itself. Once again, deep sleep, dreams, waking, glimpsing the soul, cosmic consciousness, divine consciousness, unity consciousness. And the principle to understand is, each state of awareness creates its own physiology. And as a result of creating its own physiology, it creates its own ability of knowingness. Each state of awareness creates its own physiology and its own state of knowingness. For example, in deep sleep, how much awareness do you have? Very little, but there is a state of awareness because you respond to stimuli. In deep sleep, if I come and scream at you and tell you, get up, there's a fire in the house, you respond to that. So at some level, you're aware. You respond to stimuli. In dreams, there's an increasing repertoire of experience. In waking, even more repertoire of experience. Glimpsing the soul more, etc., etc. We are expanding our awareness as we go to these higher states of consciousness. And each state creates its own physiology, which means that the blood pressure is different during sleep as compared to dreams as compared to waking. The metabolism is different. The brain waves are different. The biochemistry is different. Each state of awareness creates its own physiology, and therefore a different style of functioning of the nervous system and receptors, and therefore a different reality. In other words, reality is a function of the state of awareness that you're in. The reality you experience in dreams is not the same as the reality you experience in deep sleep, which is not the same as experience in waking. But as you learn about these other states of consciousness, you find there are so many other levels of reality, which are completely different from waking state. Therefore, the waking state is not more real than any of the other states. It's not more real. Each state creates its own reality. The dream is as real as the waking state. And so is the deep sleep. But so is glimpsing the soul. So is cosmic consciousness. They each create their own reality. We will discuss those realities. The 10th quality of spirit is that it uses attention and intention for transformation. Spirit doesn't use rational thought for transformation. Spirit uses attention and intention for transformation. Attention is energy and intention is information. Whatever you put your attention on, it goes stronger. Whatever you take your attention away from, disintegrates. Physiologically. And intention organizes its own fulfillment, because intention has infinite organizing power, which means intention can orchestrate an infinity of space-time events in order to bring about the intended outcome. The whole universe is information and energy. Attention and intention are the keys to that universe of information and energy. The 11th quality of spirit is that in its pure essence, it is also the experience of love. And we will discuss the experience of love not as a mere sentiment, not as a mere emotion, but as the ultimate truth of the heart of creation, which is the knowingness that you and I are not only made up of the same stuff, but we are actually the same being, the same spirit in different disguises. So love is a state of consciousness. And the spirit in its essence is that, love. The 12th quality of spirit is that it's self-referral. I spoke to you about self-referral as a feedback loop. It learns from its own experience, and then it modifies its behavior and expresses itself. It continues to evolve. The conscious evolution of spirit continues to evolve into higher levels of abstraction, creativity, unpredictability. The 13th quality of spirit is it's self-protective. Self-protective or self-maintaining. And that's what we call homeostasis or balance. It has a tendency to maintain balance. So the physical body spontaneously has a tendency to maintain its intrinsic state of balance unless we interfere with that. And that is what is called homeostasis or healing. It's the self-protective quality of spirit. And the 14th quality of spirit is its self-organizing. Self-organizing in that it has in it, contained in it, infinite organizing power. Infinite organizing power means it can organize an infinity of things and connect them to each other. The human body is a perfect example of that. A human body can think thoughts and play a piano and kill germs and remove toxins, make a baby all at the same time. That takes a lot of organization. And whilst it's doing that, it tracks the movement of stars. So that takes a lot of organization too. It literally orchestrates an infinity of things all at the same time and organizes them and connects them with each other. So those are approximately 14 qualities. You know, it's an ongoing journey to explore each of these qualities. But as we explore these qualities experientially, then we'll know more and more about the healing process. And during this week, we will be exploring a lot of these qualities of the spirit. So now let's talk about the third component of this evening's talk, having understood that that's what spirit is. We've talked about spirit. It's the underlying ground, ultimate intelligence. Now let's see how it expresses itself. But now let's address these different levels of existence of the spirit. So the first level of existence is the material level, the physical body. And the physical body is made up of matter and energy. We know that, both from common sense, that matter and energy are essentially the same thing. You can take energy, convert it into matter. You can take matter and convert it into energy. Now in Sanskrit, these two layers of the physical body, and you don't have to remember these terms, but they will be used again and again, and they give you some insight. The material body in Sanskrit is called Anna Maya Kosha. These three words. The word Anna means food. Maya in this case means full of, but it also means the illusion of non-change, but in fact changing. So Maya is a sheath, illusory sheath. Kosha means sheath also. So the physical body is derived from food. It gives us the illusion of non-change, but it's changing. And that's one of the levels of existence, the sheath or layer. And the physical body is derived from energy, and that is called Prana Maya Kosha. The word prana means biological energy. If today you went to a scientist and you said, what are the different kinds of energies in the universe? The scientist would tell you there are 4 kinds of energies in the universe. And only 4 kinds of energy. The first energy in the universe is electromagnetic energy. So when you see something, what you're seeing is electromagnetic energy bouncing off the object of your experience. Okay, electromagnetic energy includes the visible light, which starts from violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. That's the visible spectrum. So now before violet, there's something called ultraviolet. And before ultraviolet is a spectrum of energy called gamma rays. Before that is a spectrum of energy called cosmic rays and X-rays. And then on the other side is infrared, microwaves and radio waves or television waves. So that's it. That's the electromagnetic spectrum. It's surrounding us. The whole universe is permeated by that. The second energy in the universe is what is called gravity. You know, everybody knows at least a little bit what gravity is what makes the earth spin on its own axis, makes the earth go around the sun, it holds the planets together and makes the world go around, it holds our bodies together also. It's this mysterious force between material bodies. The third kind of energy is called strong forces. Strong forces are the forces that hold the nucleus of an atom together. So when you look at an atom and there's a nucleus inside it, that nucleus is not a solid thing. It's just these forces that are so concentrated that they create this appearance of nucleus. But they're concentrated forces. And when you disrupt those forces, you get a nuclear explosion. That's why it's called the strong force. And then there's another force, the fourth force, which is called the weak interaction. It's not really weak, it's weak compared to the strong force. This is responsible for the arrangement of the subatomic particles. Remember, there's an atom which has a nucleus and then all these subatomic particles that are moving at lightning speeds around it. And they're all fluctuations of energy and information, and the arrangement is the so-called weak force. And scientists tell us, that's it. It's quite convenient. There are no other kinds of energies. That the whole universe is made up of these 4 energies. And it is the combination of these four energies that creates all material things. Our physical bodies come from there, our thoughts come from there, stars and moon and galaxies come from there, and the whole universe is permeated by this energy. Scientists also tell us that these four energies actually are coming from one field, and that one field is called the unified field. So the universe is an energy field. Now the difference between scientists and Vedantists, we consider ourselves Vedantists, students of consciousness or scientists of consciousness. Vedantists say this is not just an energy field, it's a conscious energy field. It thinks. It thinks. It's conscious. And that conscious energy field is the unified field. It's really important to understand these forces because these forces are present right here where we are. And where are they? They're in the space that we are. This is the primordial essence of everything in creation. This space where we are. You can't destroy this space. You can destroy this room, you can destroy these walls, you can destroy this roof, you can destroy these bodies, but you cannot destroy this space. It's the first element of creation. It's from where everything comes. And in fact, it's the silent witness of all that was, is, and will be. Akash, the Akashic record also. And we have access to this because we too, in our essential state, are that space. And the space between our thoughts, and the space between these objects, and the space between breaths, and the space between movement is all ultimately the same space. That is energy and matter, the physical body in space-time. Then beyond that physical body is something which is called the astral body. The astral body is the exact counterpart of the physical body. But it's vibrating at a different frequency. It survives the death of the physical body. And you might like to conceptualize it as the ghost of the physical body. It has organs, it has heart, it has everything, but vibrating at a different level, different frequency. The exact counterpart of the physical body, but vibrating at a different frequency, you might say. Electromagnetic. What survives the death of the astral body? The subtle body. The subtle body, which is made up of mind, intellect, and ego. The physical body exists in space and time. The subtle body, astral body, also exists in space and time because it has a beginning, a middle, and an ending. But the subtle body exists only in time. It doesn't occupy any space. In fact, the astral body and the physical body are contained in the subtle body, which exists only in time. Doesn't occupy space. It's therefore now approaching a degree of non-locality. It contains mind, intellect, and ego. Mind is where we experience emotions, feelings. Intellect, where we experience ideas, concepts, and beliefs, which are ideas that we hold to be true. And then ego, which is our self-image. And it's created through a process called object referral. Object referral means you refer to an object and you identify with the object. So if you ask somebody on the street, who are you? I don't think they'll say, I'm a holographic expression of the entire universe, which is manifesting as a continuum of probability amplitudes for space-time events in a field of infinite possibilities, which is technically a good description of who you really are. So you ask somebody, who are you? Then they start to name the objects of their experience. I am male, I am US citizen, I own this house, I drive this car, I have this relationship, etc. So we collect objects we relinquish our identity to the object, and we create an idea. And that idea is our self-image, it's our ego. In the sacrifice of the spirit for the ego is the birth of time. Because time is the continuity of memory which uses the ego or the self-image as an internal reference point. If you break the barrier of time, then you enter the level of soul. And soul is now here beyond space-time because it's eternal and it has the seeds of karmic software, memory, desire, and karma. And actually the three are identical because without karma there's no memory, without memory there's no desire. So it's the source of thought. And then beyond the soul is that field that we've been discussing with those 14 characteristics that we spoke about, which is the spirit. So think of spirit as this ocean and think of soul as the waves on the ocean. They're no different. The waves are the ocean. They just appear to be individualized. But there's no real difference. The wave is the ocean is also the wave. And in fact, this whole thing is conceptual. The whole manifestation is conceptual. Because it's spirit that conceptualizes, conceives, constructs, governs, and then becomes all these levels. It's different degrees of manifestation through that self-interacting dynamics of spirit of the unified field. So if you're a scientist, you might say that the universe has these different levels of existence. Matter fields, energy fields, transformation fields. This is where the transformation is occurring. Information field. The information field is the soul because that's where the karmic information is, the software. And then unified field. Once again, matter fields, energy fields, transformation fields, information field, unified field. And the mechanics of creation in scientific terms is then defined as the self-interacting dynamics of the unified field. You can say it simple language: physical body, subtle body, causal body. Physical body made up of energy and matter, subtle body made up of mind, intellect and ego. Somewhere here, astral body has temporary existence, and then soul and spirit. The soul is the generator of ideas. The mind, intellect and ego is the organizer of ideas. The body is the deliverer of ideas, as is the universe. The soul is the observer. So right now, as you're listening to me, as you're observing me, you can try something. You're listening to me, turn your attention to who's listening. You're listening to me, turn your attention to who's listening. There's a presence there. It's not your mind. Your mind is saying, when is this going to finish? I have to go to the bathroom, and is it making sense and all this. This presence is just a witness behind. You see, the body is aging, the mind is aging with experience, and this transforming, but that presence is timeless. Again, just listening to me, go to the listener. That presence has always been there. It was there yesterday, it was there when you were an adolescent, it was there when you were a baby, and it was the same presence. It's not in the field of time at all. As we become familiar with that presence, you'll see it is beyond birth and death. It's the witness of birth and death. It's the jiva, and then at the deeper level it's the Atman. It witnesses time and it witnesses space-time events. So it's the observer. This is the level of the observer. The subtle body is the process of observation. How do you observe? Through the mind, intellect, ego, beliefs, all these feelings, emotions. And what do you observe? The physical body, and through the physical body, the universe. So, the soul is the observer, the mind, intellect and ego are the process of observation. The physical body and the physical world are the objects of observation. Observer, process of observation, and that which is observed. Or you could say, experiencer, process of experience, that which is experienced. Another way of saying it is knower. Who knows? The soul. The process of knowing, where is this occurring? In the mind, intellect and ego. And the object of knowledge. What is known? The physical body and the universe. You can also call it the seer. Who sees? The soul. The process of seeing, how is it done? Through the mind, intellect and ego. And scenery. What is seen? The physical body and the physical world. Different ways of saying the same thing. Seer, process of seeing, scenery. Observer, process of observation, observed. Knower, process of knowing that which is known. Now, if you go beyond that into the spirit, then what is the spirit? It is simultaneously the potentiality for all three. Observer, process of observation, and that which is observed. The spirit is the observer, the spirit is the process of observation, and the spirit is that which is observed. And through this week, as we explore these different levels and create balance in these levels, true healing is to have balance in all these levels of existence. Environment, physical body, subtle body, and causal body. And as we have balance, integrated, we see them as one continuum of consciousness, one field of consciousness. Then through that balance, we not only experience health, but health becomes the means to enlightenment. Enlightenment means fully understanding our identity as pure potentiality, as spirits that have chosen to have a material experience. We are not really human beings that have an occasional spiritual experience. It's the other way around. We're spiritual beings that are having an occasional physical experience or human experience. We are being human rather than human being. Okay, so that's the theory. That's the theory that explains Ayurveda, the science of life. And during the week, we're going to go into the details of how that happens.
In the next session, we're going to talk about how to make a universe. Just think for a moment that it's 6,000 years ago. So you're the same mind-body physiology that you are right now, but we haven't yet invented things like fax machines and cellular telephones and automobiles and periodic atomic tables, and we haven't heard yet of Newton or Einstein. Yet we have a curious mind, and we want to understand what is the meaning of life, what is this universe that we are a part of. And the great Vedic sages looked into their own awareness and cognized this scheme, which has really profound significance even 5, 8, 10,000 years later. We use Ayurveda as our framework. Ayur comes from the Sanskrit word ayus, which means life. Veda comes from the Sanskrit word vid, which means science or knowledge. Our word wisdom, comes from that root vid. So Ayurveda is the science of life. It's not the science of modern life. It's not the science of ancient life. It's not the science of Indian life. It's the science of life. It's not an alternative medical system. It's the science of life. And so whatever is true in this timeless tradition is true because it was true then, it's true now, it should be true again in the future. And so when we look at Ayurveda, we don't really look at it so much as it's another system of healing, like acupuncture, Oriental medicine, Tibetan medicine, chiropractic, homeopathy, pharmacological medicine. Because the value that we find of Ayurveda is providing a framework onto which every other system of healing can easily find a home, and allows for a common vocabulary so that healthcare providers, healers, teachers, educators can communicate with each other. And that's really what we see as the value of Ayurveda. So we're going to talk a little bit about how the universe is created from an Ayurvedic model. This is a very abstract session, and I would just encourage you to not strain about it. So just listen. Whatever goes in, goes in. We'll go over it again several times. You're not supposed to get it the first time around. I'm not sure if I've gotten it the 100th time around. So just be easy with it. Again, the basic premise of Ayurveda is that consciousness is primary, matter is secondary. It's really the reverse of what we were raised with up until quantum physics became a more predominant paradigm. So 25 years ago, if you asked a neuroscientist what is awareness, they would say it's some byproduct of these molecules in nerve cells colliding with each other and creating this experience of thought, but we don't understand it. But we believe that the molecular structures of the universe are what are responsible for these higher level functions. Ayurveda would say that the opposite is true, that we are not physical beings with occasional experiences of consciousness, but we are fields of consciousness with occasional physical experiences. That the entire universe is really a network of energy and information and intelligence of which we are a part. And this energy and information has learned how to organize itself into this disguise of matter. But it's a disguise. If you look at this body, it looks like it has edges, but we know that between every atom in my body, between the electron and nucleus of every atom in my body, is a space that's as vast as between the galaxies. And that even those little particles, that electron and that neutron, when you look at it close enough, it disappears into a field of probability amplitudes. So our senses lock and freeze these changing dynamic patterns of energy and information into this temporary illusion of stability. But it's just an illusion. It's Maya. We've created it, but it's not its essential nature. So consciousness is primary. And the question asked is, well, how does consciousness do such a good job at creating this illusion? Why can't I walk through that wall if it's just consciousness? And so Ayurveda looked at that and came up with a beautiful scenario of how we create reality. In Sanskrit it's known as Sankhya, which means enumeration. It just means that process of quantifying reality, quantifying the unquantifiable. So we start with something that we can't even begin with because it really has no beginning. The word is avyakta in Sanskrit, but we can just call it the unmanifest, which is the closest word we have to something that really can't allow any word to be applied to it. Right? How do we describe the indescribable? We say it's indescribable. How do we describe the unmanifest? We say it's unmanifest. Within the unmanifest, according to Ayurveda, there are these two qualities, two forces, two essential concepts. Those are really still entirely in the realm of consciousness. There's nothing to show for it. We can't prove it. We infer it. But it's just an idea. And what are those concepts? One is the concept of pure being, known as Purusha. Pure being means it never manifests, it never wants to manifest, it never will manifest. It's unmanifest. It's the unmanifest part of the unmanifest that never has any interest in manifesting. Okay? Totally happy in being non-existent. Now, if that's all there was, we wouldn't be here. Okay? So fortunately for us, there's another part of the unmanifest called Prakruti, which is that creative potential. It's the part of the unmanifest that actually would like to manifest. Unlike Purusha, which is quite comfortable just being totally in the abstract, Purusha, although it is totally abstract, would like to, at some point, become less abstract. So it's that part of creation, part of consciousness, part of spirit that has the impulse to create. So what does it do when it creates? So here you are the unmanifest. You're even before God. Okay? So you're just unmanifest. There's a part of you says, oh, let's just stay here. The other part says, no, let's go somewhere. No, let's just stay here. No, let's go somewhere. So the part that wants to go somewhere, Prakruti, creative potential, begins. So it creates. What does it create? It creates awareness. So it's awareness, the state of awareness. Up until this point, there's no awareness because it's completely unmanifest. There's just this impulse to awareness. Now there's awareness. That awareness is called Mahat, great, like Mahatma Gandhi, the greatness. It's that awareness of cosmic intelligence. What is it aware of? Itself. There's nothing else to be aware of. All it has so far is that spur towards awareness. That's the state that we go into when we go into the gap. We go beyond any forms and phenomenon. We just go into awareness. We're awake. Awake of what? Just awake of my own awakeness. When the Buddha became enlightened, people asked him, well, what are you? Are you a Messiah? Are you a prophet? Are you a God? He said, I am just aware. I'm just aware. So that experience of the creative potential becoming aware is this expression of cosmic intelligence, Mahat. One step further into manifestation, we become aware of the fact that we exist. And in that first step of awareness of existence, we begin to assume possession. I exist. First, there's just pure existence. There is no I. But when we reach this point of manifestation, then consciousness becomes aware of its own consciousness. Consciousness becomes conscious. Awareness becomes aware. And in that process is the birth of the ego. Ahankara means the I former. Ahakara, the former of the I, the creator of the I. So that's when that sense of possession dawns. We spend the rest of our lives in this realm. That's my body. Those are my toys. Mommy, he's eating my dinner. That's my business. That's my girlfriend. The ego is continuously attempting to gain authority. And so is the nature of consciousness. So we have the dawning of ego. Now, the ego is said to have these three qualities: creation, maintenance, and dissolution. Generation, operation, destruction. With the birth of the ego comes the birth of time. with the birth of time comes time-space reality, meaning beginning, middle, end. There's nothing that we can perceive that doesn't have a beginning and a middle and an end to it. The beginning in Ayurveda is known as sattva, that creative force, that force that wants to create, wants to generate new beginnings all the time. New beginnings, new beginnings, new beginnings. The maintenance, which is often involved in transformation, is known in Sanskrit as rajas. Rajas. And then that dissolution, that coming back down to unmanifest state, is known as tamas. But of course, anytime there's dissolution, there's automatically recreation. So in the transformation of a rosebud to a rose, the rose is being created at the same time that the bud is being destroyed. And that's true on everything. Every step along the way, there's creation, maintenance, dissolution. I once had a dream that I was in this very ethereal place along this beautiful shoreline. And at first I didn't think there was anything in the sand, but then I started to see that within the sand, these human-looking beings were emerging and then dissolving back into the sand, emerging and dissolving back into the sand. And what I saw was these sand mothers giving birth and at the same time bringing their babies back into the sand, bringing back into the sand. And I had this image of this hand of God at the same time that it clips the umbilical cord, giving rise to a new life. It's pinching off the airway of the previous death. It's this continuous cycle of birth, death, rebirth, death. It's the nature of time to provide us with that experience. If that's all we know, then welcome to the land of suffering. But if we understand that beyond that field of change is this eternal field of non-change, then welcome to the land of bliss. And that's really the goal of Ayurveda, is to tolerate the ambiguity of the ever-changing universe on the field of a non-changing reality. One of the most brilliant things that I think Sigmund Freud ever said was that neurosis is the inability to tolerate ambivalence. So we're all basically neurotic. It's very hard to tolerate this ambivalence of being a localized human being with our intentions and desires and aspirations and hopes and wishes for personal fulfillment, at the same time knowing increasingly that we're really exactly the same as every other human being and every other manifestation on this planet. That ability to go from the unbounded to the bounded is really the definition of enlightenment, and that's really the goal of Ayurveda. Another way of saying this is that in the very process of manifesting, this unity value of unmanifest creation divides into this threefold division of the knower, the process of knowing, and that which is known. Previously there was nothing, then there was the knower. But then as soon as the knower became aware of its own existence, what did the knower know? It knew itself. And in that process of knowing itself, the one became the many. We can say it in a different way. The seer, the scenery in the process of seeing. The lover, the beloved in the process of loving. Everything that we experience is on the basis of this threefold division. But we know that these three aspects are just different disguises of this unmanifest consciousness. Now, we've gotten to this very abstract level. Can we bring it down to earth? How do we perceive reality? What is reality? According to Ayurveda, reality is the simultaneous creation of objects and the ability to perceive that object. There's the age-old question, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, was there any sound? Ayurveda asks that same question. And so in the Ayurvedic model of creating a universe, It describes a simultaneous development of both that which can be perceived and the ability to perceive it. So for each level of perception, there's something there to perceive. If we had eyes and there was no light, there wouldn't be that reality. If we had ears but no sound, there wouldn't be that reality. So the 5 sense perceptions are there to perceive the reality that's created at the same time. So let's talk about the 5 organs. These are known as the Gyanendriyas, the sensory organs. It's how we ingest the universe. We ingest sound through our ears, touch through our skin, visual stimuli through our eyes, taste through our tongue, and scent through our nose. That's how we know about reality. If we closed off all those organs of perception, we wouldn't know that there was anything out there. But what is it that we perceive? We perceive the objects that send us impulses to those organ systems. We perceive sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell. These are considered to be the subtle elements. The whole universe is said to be structured by means of these subtle elements. If it doesn't come to us through sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell, we don't experience it. Now, where does the sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell come from? It comes from the great elements. The great elements. And these are the 5 great elements. They're known as the Mahabhutas, the 5 great elements. Space, air, fire, water, and earth. So when we're talking about what's out there, this is what Ayurveda says is out there. Space, air, fire, water, and earth. We perceive those 5 elements by means of the 5 subtle elements through our 5 sense organs. So space sends us information through the sense of sound. Sound travels through space. Touch receives information from the air element. The air element can also be thought of as wind. It's space in movement. Fire element is perceived through the sense of sight. Water element is perceived through the sense of taste. And earth element is perceived through the sense of smell. So according to Ayurveda, everything in the universe can be broken down into its components of space, air, fire, water, and earth. So let's talk about those in more detail. Space is the potentiality for expression. Look around you right now. Don't look at the objects. Look at the space between the objects. The space is always here. Objects may come and go within that space, but the space remains. You can take down the walls, you can break down the floors, you can eliminate the ceilings, we can all leave, but this space is the eternal background for which all other experiences occur. Space is this pure potentiality. Deepak will be talking about how space may very well be spirit. It's omnipresent, it's eternal, it's always witnessing. And if you just put your attention on space, just put your attention in the space between objects, you will notice there's some presence there. The space between objects, the space between thoughts, the space between breaths, it's the same space. It's everywhere. It's the potential for everything else. Space. Air represents the ability to move. Air, think of as the wind. As soon as we envision space, we envision moving through that space. Think about the opening scene from Star Trek. You can't look at those stars out there without having some intention of moving through that star. So anything in the universe that has the quality of movement in it is said to be a quality of air, this movement element. So air represents the principle of movement in the universe. Space represents the principle of potential. Air represents the principle of movement. Fire represents the principle of transformation, of change, conversion from one state to another. So if we take water and we apply fire, it changes into a gaseous state. If we take ice and apply fire, it changes into another state. If we apply fire to a log in the fireplace, we create heat. If we apply fire in our bodies, we metabolize food. So fire is the element that's constantly transforming. It's changing the level of movement. And just as air is inherent within the quality of space, fire is inherent within the qualities of air. Because what is fire? Fire is just molecules moving against each other. So things begin to move, that's the air element. When they move and start bumping into each other, starting to create friction, that creates the heat element, the element of fire. So fire is an intrinsic property of air. What we're doing is taking this completely abstract field of consciousness and densifying it, consolidating it. We're bringing the unmanifest into the manifest through these 5 codes of intelligence known as the 5 great elements. So we have space, we have air, we have fire. The next element is water. Water is the principle of cohesion. Water is that which keeps things together. If you take a bowl of brownie mix, it's just that powdery flour, throw water in it, it causes it to consolidate. Water represents any of the attractive forces in the universe. So gravity is a force of water. Electromagnetism is a force of water. The strong nuclear forces in an atom are the forces of water. So water is that principle that brings things together. It's closely connected with community. What's the most intimate thing we do with people? We share fluids, kissing, sexual fluids, sweating. Water is that which brings things together, the cohesive principle of life. And then the 5th element, the final element, is earth. Earth means matter, solid, structured matter. All the other elements are really not necessarily fixed in time and space. Space is really unfixed. Air has some position in space, but very little localization in time. Fire is temporarily fixed in time, but it's constantly changing. Its shape is constantly changing. Water is fairly fixed in space, but again, it's constantly changing. Earth is that illusion of consciousness that holds its shape for at least some period of time. As the cohesive forces of water get stronger and stronger and stronger, the individual particles of reality end up getting so close that they give the illusion of structure. So we know that even a solid chunk of lead, which looks so massive, is mostly empty space. It's those cohesive forces that give this illusion of the earth element being temporarily consolidated. Okay, so let's look at it from the perspective of modern science. It seems so simple. How could it really have any relevance today? We know that the periodic table has several hundred elements. How is it that we can define the entire universe in terms of these 5 basic principles? Let's look at the current model of the fundamental structure of matter according to modern physics, which is the atom. So, where do we find these 5 elements? Space. Well, we've been telling you since the first time you ever heard Deepak that 99.99% of matter is empty space. Now, it's almost all empty space, and even the little part of it that looks solid still is mostly emptiness. So clearly the modern model of an atom includes within it this concept of space. Where is the principle of movement? Movement is air. So movement, of course, in the older model, it's the movement of the electrons around the nucleus. In the newer model, it's the fluctuations in the quantum field of the electron states. But we know that movement is an essential feature of reality, and that's represented in this air element. Where do we see the principle of fire, of energy, of transformation? Well, of course, it's the energy that's inherent in this conversion between mass and energy. E equals mc squared. We know that there's a tremendous amount of energy locked up in every atom, which is why we get so worried when the North Koreans or Saddam Hussein seem to be trying to tap into that energy. So energy is an essential aspect of our current model of the universe. Where do we see the principle of water, of cohesion? Well, obviously it's what keeps the atom together. The electromagnetism that keeps the negative electron from flying off from the positively charged center of the nucleus of the atom. It's the strong nuclear forces in the center of the atom. So these cohesive forces are an essential aspect of our model of the universe. And where do we find the principle of Earth? Well, it's these individual particles, protons and neutrons and electrons, and if we want to go deeper, then the quarks and the elementary particles. So in our model, in our complicated quantum mechanical model of the universe, we still find these 5 elements in their principal form, and there's really nothing that falls outside of those 5 elements. So it's elegant. It's simple and it's elegant. Where do we find the 5 elements in our biological model? What's the fundamental unit of biology? The cell. So if this is a practical science, then we should be able to localize these 5 codes of intelligence into our modern biological model. Because again, if it's timeless, it shouldn't matter that we're 5,000 years later than when it was first elaborated. So where are the 5 elements? So where's the element of space? Space can be seen as the pores in the membrane. Now, it's emptiness. There's nothing there, but it's essential to life. Through these pores in the membranes, salts, water transport themselves. Molecules from the outside come through and interact with molecules on the inside. If you close off those pores in the membrane, life will not survive. So the emptiness is an essential feature of life. Where do we find the principle of movement, of air? Well, life is movement, continuously moving. We're zipping and unzipping DNA molecules. We're creating messenger RNA, which is floating in the cytoplasm and reaching the protein factories, the ribosomes. We have elements flowing in and out of the cell, glucose, oxygen. It's a continuous movement, a continuous exchange of gases, of energy, of information. Stop the movement, life stops. So clearly movement is an essential feature of our biological model. Where do we find the cohesive value of water? Well, we know water is absolutely essential to life. It's what keeps this bag of proteins, sugars, carbohydrates together. Dry out the water, life lasts for a very short time. We can go weeks without eating. We can only go a couple days without drinking before life dissolves. So that water element is really what keeps life flowing. And Earth are these individual particles, which many people haven't thought about since their biology days. The nucleus, the ribosomes, the liposomes, the mitochondria. Mitochondria are really the fire factories of the cell. It's where we constantly transform energy. So we have all 5 elements there. Space in the pores, air in the movement, fire in the mitochondria, the metabolism of fats and carbohydrates and proteins, water in the cohesive value, earth in the different organelles within the system. Everything that we can think of can fall within one of these categories. There's nothing that we can think of that doesn't fall within one of those categories. So it's timeless wisdom. Simple model. It really helps us to begin to look at the world in a very intimate way. And we'll be talking about how this translates into intimacy in just a few moments. So just to review, the entire universe is structured by these 5 elements: space, air, fire, water, earth. Each of our senses is designed primarily to extract the information that one of those 5 elements carries from the universe. So our hearing is primarily designed to bring in information from space. Our skin is primarily structured to bring in information from air, in the way that air, wind blows against your face. Again, movement. How do we perceive things with our sense of touch? It's always in terms of some distortion of a touch receptor in our skin. It moves it, it pushes it, twists it in some way, and that's how we perceive movement. How do we perceive the fire element? Through our eyes. The entire evolution of the eye was really the development of a way to follow the sunshine. The first development of the eye millions and millions of years ago was just some localized patch of pigment on the skin of some primitive organism that eventually over millions of years led to the development of these very sophisticated visual receptors. How do we perceive water? Through our sense of taste. That's really how we bring water into our physiology, through the sense of taste. And how do we perceive earth? Through the sense of smell. Throughout most of our existence, we had our nose very closely related to the sense of smell. It's the most important way that nature has of telling us at a distance whether or not something is nourishing or toxic to us. If it doesn't smell very good, it's probably not something that we want. So those are the 5 elements. Now, there's also this concept in Ayurveda of the action organ. So how do we act on these 5 elements? It's a little bit less intuitively obvious, but we'll just review it for completeness. How do we act on the sound element? Human beings act by making sounds, usually vocal. So our speech apparatus is the way that we create sound. We can do it other ways: snap our fingers, clap our hands, stomp our feet. Our dogs do it by barking, our cats do it by meowing. We can play musical instruments, we can blow across Coke bottles or reeds or flutes, we can chant. For the most part, our vocal apparatus is the way that we make sound. We transmit information across space through sound. So if I want to listen to the radio station from Los Angeles, I will tune in. If I want to call in and argue with Dr. Laura, I'll do it through my sense of sound. How do we act upon the sense of touch? With our hands. Okay, so that's how we touch people. How do we act upon the element of sight? It's a little bit less obvious. In Ayurveda it said that we do that through our limbs. So it makes some sense. You want to get someone's attention across space, you move. Dancers move, which attracts our sense of sight. So it's through our movement that we end up encouraging visual attention. It's not quite as obvious as some of the other ones. The same is true for the element of water. That it's said that we act upon the element water through reproductive fluids. So the ovum and the fluid that carries the ovum, the sperm and the fluid that carries the sperm, it's the way that we act upon that water element. And then finally, the means that we have to act upon the element of earth is to eliminate. And certainly we know that that's true, that basically what our waste products go back into the earth, nourish the soil, give rise to the next generation of growth. So, more importantly than worrying about the action organs, we need to know the 5 elements: space, air, fire, water, earth. Know the 5 ways that we have of perceiving those 5 elements, and understand the basic principles that those 5 elements represent. They're not elements in the sense of, here's an element of lead, here's an element of gold. They're these vast, broad principles of understanding, similar to modern physics' understanding of the 4 basic forces of nature: electromagnetism, gravity, strong and weak interactive forces. These forces explain everything that's going on in the world. In a similar way, these 5 elements are these basic codes that nature uses to organize the outer environment and the inner environment. And although this seems very abstract, in the next session we'll show you how really practical this knowledge is and how it provides a framework to begin to understand the remarkable healing interventions of Ayurveda and how we can really understand healing modalities from every possible health science within the context of these 5 basic elements. One of the unique and really valuable aspects of applying Ayurvedic principles to healing is the recognition that people are different. That there isn't, in Ayurveda, there is not the expression that one size fits all. And that the more that we can understand the nature of the person that we are attempting to help, the more effective we'll be in whatever interventions we offer. As a Western physician, when I learned about diagnosis, primarily what I learned was to understand thoroughly the nature of the disease. So whether or not it was multiple sclerosis or muscular dystrophy or Parkinson's, when I studied the disease. In Ayurveda, there is a clear recognition of the importance of understanding the disease, but of equal importance is the understanding of the person who has the disease. And so in Ayurveda, diagnosis means thoroughly knowing the person who is out of balance and as a result is susceptible to some disease process. These basic principles that we talked about of space, air, fire, water, and earth begin to give us an understanding of how to characterize our uniqueness. We're all made up of the same stuff. Ultimately, we're all consciousness disguising itself. At the next level, we are consciousness disguising itself as the 5 elements. And then we'll see in this session how these 5 elements can combine into a variety of different expressions that begin to determine our uniqueness. So, according to Ayurveda, these 5 basic elements, we haven't used the Sanskrit terms. They're useful to at least hear. The Sanskrit term for space is akasha. Akasha. Sometimes if you read Ayurvedic books, you'll see space also referred to as ether. Pretty much interchangeably. So, akasha is space, that expansion element. The air element in Ayurveda in Sanskrit is known as vayu. Vayu. That principle of movement. The fire element is known as tejas. Principle of transformation, of metabolism. The water element is known as jala, principle of cohesion. And the earth element is known as prithvi, principle of mass, of structure. So akasha, vayu, tejas, jala, prithvi, but we'll stick with space, air, fire, water, and earth. Now, according to Ayurvedic theory, these 5 elements in biological systems, particularly in human biological systems, combine to form the 3 mind-body principles. This is a Sanskrit word that you should know. The word is dosha. Dosha. The 5 elements combine to form 3 doshas. The first dosha is combined of the elements of space and air. And it's known as vata. Vata. The second element is primarily composed of fire, though it has a little bit of water in it. That's known as pitta. Not pita like the bread, but pitta. And the third element is composed of water and earth, and it's known as kapha. We don't have a good translation for these words in English. Sometimes when we're doing a very straight presentation, we talk about it as movement, transformation, and structure. Sometimes you'll hear them referred to as air, fire, and earth. For the purposes of this course, let's use the Sanskrit. Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Say it together. Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So, space and air make up Vata. Fire and water make up Pitta. Water and earth make up Kapha. So, without knowing anything else, which dosha would you predict would be the heaviest? Kapha, because it's made up of earth and water. Which dosha would you predict would be the lightest? Vata, space and air. There's not much lighter than that. Which dosha would you predict would be the hottest? Pitta. Okay? So if you understand the elements that compose the dosha, it'll be very easy for you to remember and ultimately to cognize all the qualities of these three mind-body principles as they function within our bodies. Within the human physiology, these 5 elements dance together in the form of these 3 doshas and determine the functioning of every aspect of our minds and our bodies. So let's go into it in more detail. Vata dosha. Vata will have the qualities that would be predicted on the basis of something that's made up entirely of space and air. It's going to be dry because air dries things. Right? In the old days, we'd put our sheets up on the laundry line and the wind would dry it. It's cold. Even on a hot summer day, if you're wet and the wind blows, it's going to cool you off. If you go up to higher atmospheres into space, it's going to be cold. That's why the airplanes get cold at 30,000 feet. It's light. Both air and space are intrinsically light. Their tendency is to rise. It's irregular. Here we're really talking about air element as being the wind. Are there any sailors in the group? Any sailor remembers and knows that the wind is unpredictable. It'll come, it'll go, it'll come, it'll go. That's the nature of Vata. It's always changing. It's mobile. It's movable. Nothing really moves except that the wind is blowing it. So you can see leaves being carried across your yard, but the leaves aren't moving. It's the wind that's pushing those leaves. So it has a mobile quality. It's quick. It changes rapidly. And it's roughening. Nothing like a sandstorm blowing through to roughen up the situation. If the air is drying out your skin, it's causing a roughness there. So these are the essential qualities of Vata wherever it functions in the body. The way to think about Pitta is it's like a chemical fire. It's like an acid. It's fire within a media of water. And so it's a chemical fire. And it has these qualities. Of course, since it's fiery, it's hot. It's moist because of the water element. It's still light. Fire is light. It still tends to cause things to rise. When you add heat to something, it tends to lighten it. It's quite intense. It tends to be penetrating. It's like a fire that's moving through a forest. It's fluid. And many of the digestive fluids are really pitta, bile, stomach acid. They're this fluid fire that helps to digest things. It's pungent, meaning it has a spicy effect when you taste it. And it tends to be sour. Again, it's like a chemical fire. Almost all of the sour things that we put into our bodies are acids on some level. Citric acid, ascorbic acid, vinegar, which is acetic acid. These are all acidic qualities as a result of this fire and water, and it has that sour taste to us. So that's the Pitta dosha, the principle of conversion. And then finally, the Kapha dosha. So it's heavy, it's mass, it's tissue. Vata is more physiological. In fact, as we'll learn, it's really more the flow of information based often in the nervous system. Pitta is metabolic, transformational. It's what allows us to digest and metabolize, mostly in the digestive system. Kapha, composed of earth and water, has structure to it, mass, flesh. So it's cold. We know that the earth is cold and water is cold. You just need to go down a little bit into it and you'll experience that coldness. It's heavy. Unlike fire and air, which keep rising, earth and water stay down. They tend to create heaviness. It's much more stable. Earth provides that stability, that structure, that form. It's viscous, meaning even when it flows more slowly, like honey or molasses. It's dense. Although there's still a lot of space between the atoms, they're closer together than they are in the Vata dosha or the Pitta dosha. It has a smoothing effect. and it moves slowly. So these are the basic qualities of each of the three doshas, and we'll see now how they express themselves throughout the physiology. Anything that has to do with movement in our minds or our bodies is said to be governed by Vata dosha. So movement of thought, movement of activity, movement of food, movement of circulation, movement of elimination. Anything that's moving in the body is said to be under the jurisdiction of Vata. Now, we've come back a couple times now to this concept of balance. Everything that's moving should be moving at a certain pace. It can move too quickly, in which case it can lead to imbalance. It can move too slowly, in which case it can lead to imbalance. So with every dosha, with every principle, the goal is to find what is its correct pattern, its correct rhythm, its correct cycle, and to reestablish that if we've lost that rhythm. So in the mind, we want the Vata dosha to be present to govern that creative thought process. If Vata is too dull, then we won't have any new thoughts. If Vata is too active, then our minds will be racing. We'll have anxiety or insomnia. Vata tends to get overly abundant, so that when Vata becomes accumulated in the physiology, it will manifest often as excessive thoughts. Vata is responsible for activity, how quickly we move. You'll see it. Just look at the dinner table. There's some people eating as quickly as possible. They're moving all the time. Their eyes are moving, their face is moving, their hands are moving. Other people are moving very slowly. Vata is what governs that movement behavior. Vata is responsible for the movement of respiration, movement in and out of the breath. The breath and the mind are intimately connected. As soon as breath stops, the mind stops. When the mind is agitated, the breath is agitated. When the mind is quiet, the breath is quiet. That movement of breath is an important function of Vata. Vata governs the movement of food through the gastrointestinal system. Food goes into our mouth, Vata moves it down through our esophagus, gets into our stomach. Vata is responsible for the churning. When it's ready, it moves through our small intestine, ultimately out the system through elimination. So any movement throughout the entire digestive tract is a reflection of Vata dosha. And finally, it's responsible for circulation of the blood, the movement of blood cells, plasma, and all the hormones and substances contained traveling throughout, coming back. That's all within Vata. So if someone is having a problem with some element of movement in their system, from an Ayurvedic perspective, it means they're having some problems with Vata dosha. Either too much, which is the usual pattern, or sometimes too little. Pitta dosha, fire and water. When you think about fire, there's two components: heat and light. And so in the physiology, Pitta, that fire element, is responsible for anything that has to do with heat and light. Heat being primarily transformation, metabolism, light being vision, coloration. Pitta is responsible for mental discrimination. When we're deciding, it's Pitta that's at work trying to make these fine discriminations. The way to think about it is that it's the light of consciousness shining on something that allows us to see the fine details that enable us to discriminate. You know, if you're in a dark room and you have two socks, one red, one green, you're not going to be able to discriminate. It's only with the light that allows you to see the fine details. So Pitta in the mind is the aspect of the mind that allows us to discriminate in fine details. It's responsible for the entire realm of visual perception. What is Pitta? Pitta is the transformation of light into other forms of energy. So when I look into that light, what's happening? Photons from that source, from that fire source, are traveling across space, resonating with the chemistry in the back of my eye, in the cones and rods. That's creating a chemical transformation which sets up an electrical signal, which is a fiery element, traveling through the nerve cells, reaches a part of my my thalamus, the lateral geniculate, creates another chemical transformation, sends another electrical discharge, stimulating nerve cells in my occipital cortex, the visual part of the brain, spreads out. Other parts of my brain say, oh, that shape, that sound, that sight, it's a light bulb. That whole process is said to be under the governance of Pitta, transformation of light energy. Pitta is intensely responsible for digestion. Digestion of food. What is the digestion of food? What happens when we digest food is we take a package of energy and information from the outside. It's a banana. What is a banana? It's a package of energy and information. We put it into our bodies. Our Pitta goes to work on it, breaking it down into its basic elements. It's fire, air, water, earth, space. Then my Pitta goes back to work at recreating it. So this banana that was a banana yesterday, today is part of my liver or part of my muscle cells. That process of digestion is the process of breaking down and then reformulating these 5 basic elements into a new form that's useful to us and extracting the energy that we need to carry on our daily behaviors. As we'll talk, digestion in Ayurveda doesn't just mean digestion of food. If this is the first time you've heard me talk about Pitta, then your mental Pitta is digesting these ideas. It's trying to break it down into other concepts that you've heard before, trying to discriminate, trying to absorb certain things, trying to reformulate a new mental body that now includes this new type of mental tissue. So we're constantly digesting the universe, and Pitta is that element that governs that digestion. It's responsible for coloration. Pretty much anything in the body that has color or pigment to it is governed by Pitta. So the blood, which is red and hot, is governed by Pitta. The muscles, which have myoglobin in it, another pigmented substance, is governed by Pitta. The bile, which is green, the stomach acid, which is yellow, has Pitta to it. So almost anything in the body that has a color in the red, yellow, orange family is under the function of Pitta and reflects some digestive process. And finally, Pitta is responsible for regulating our temperature. What an amazing thermostat we carry within us. Right? It can be 50 degrees outside, we maintain a core temperature of 98.6. It can be 102 degrees outside, we maintain a core temperature. So it's that Pitta, that fire element, which turns on the furnace when it's getting too cold, turns down the furnace when it's getting too hot. Pitta governs that metabolic functioning that maintains a constant temperature. Okay? And Kapha, earth and water, provides structure. The earth element provides structure with water. The water element provides lubrication. So Kapha is really responsible for anything in the body that has to do with structure or lubrication. In the nervous system, Kapha is responsible for cooling off and nurturing. So it really governs the production, the circulation of cerebral spinal fluid. It's responsible for the perception of taste. If you dry your tongue out, sit with your tongue out of your mouth for a couple minutes and then put something on it, you won't be able to taste it. Because it's that water element that allows for these little tasty chemicals to be dissolved and to stimulate the chemical receptors on our tongue. So Pitta is intimately involved in the taste perception. It protects our digestive tract. It protects our stomachs from the hydrochloric acid that we use to digest. It protects our respiratory tract so that Kapha provides lubrication and mucus which protects our respiratory tract. It tends to line our hollow spaces, keeping the fire element and keeping the air element from getting out of balance, doing too strong of its job. Think about what's happening in the stomach. We've talked about all 3 elements are present there now. The Pitta element is secreting stomach acid, that fiery, colored substance. But it's not just sitting there. The Vata element is churning it, so it's mixing with the food. And the Kapha element is lining the stomach so that this fiery, acidy substance doesn't erode its way through the lining and create an ulcer. Think about what's happening in the heart. The Vata element is what's pumping the circulation. The Pitta element is the blood that carries that heat and nurturing energy throughout the body. And the Kapha element supports the pericardial sac, the fluid around the heart, so it keeps it from overheating. In every aspect of our body, all three of these doshas are present in different balances. So in one place there may be a predominance of Vata, some Pitta, less Kapha. Another place there may be another ratio. So it's not that at every place we have equal proportions of all three, but there is an ideal proportion, which when we begin to lose that proportion, sets up the conditions for illness. Kapha is responsible for lubricating our joints. So as we get older and Kapha tends to be less in our system, as we get older we'll talk about Vata tends to predominate. Then our joints get drier, we start to crack, we tend to have more anxiety as the Vata moves into the mind. Our skin gets drier as Vata tends to dry out the skin. We get constipation as Vata tends to dry out the digestive tract. So by knowing that at different stages of life one dosha predominates, we can take actions to try to counterbalance that tendency and reestablish a healthy state. And finally, Kapha is responsible for fat and water metabolism, regulating how much water we hold in the system, how much fat we hold in the system, both qualities of Kapha. So these are the basic physiological functions. I'm going to take it a step deeper. Each dosha, which is composed of the elements, has within it 5 subdivisions. How many people right now are already shutting down? Okay. So don't worry about it. Just let it flow through you. If you don't get it all now, that's fine, but don't strain. Okay? Vata has 5 primary seats where it functions within the physiology. And these are called sub-doshas. Dosha refers to Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And then each of these have 5 expressions within the physiology. The words are nice. Prana, Udana, Samana, Apana, Dhyana. Let's say them together. Prana, Udana, Samana, Apana, Dhyana. Okay. So these are the ways that Vata governs in the physiology. Prana is primarily responsible for what's happening above the diaphragm. It's responsible for the movement of thought, the mind, and the movement of breath. So that when prana vata is out of balance, it will usually express itself as excessive thoughts, anxiety, insomnia, depression, headaches. This is an expression of prana vata being out of balance. Or it will express itself as bronchitis, upper respiratory infections, asthma. Again, in Ayurveda, the mind and the breath are intimately related. When you're feeling really scared, you stop breathing. When you're breathing easily, your mind is usually functioning in an easy pattern. By just changing your breathing pattern, you can change your mental pattern as well. So prana is the mind and the breath. Udana is a function of udana. Samana is centrally located, and it's responsible for that churning motion throughout the digestive system. Apana is downward moving air. Now, it tends to be the part of vata that starts all the trouble, because it's opposite in value to what would be the nature of vata. Vata, again, is air and space. Which direction does it want to move in? Up. It floats. It's like a helium balloon. But apana is responsible for moving things down and out. It's responsible for moving our bowels, passing wind, releasing menstrual flow, ejaculation, urination, and giving birth. All those movements are bringing it down to earth. So we have something that by its nature wants to rise, responsible for all these behaviors which are to bring things down. So when we get out of balance, when we're stressed, when we're not sleeping well, not eating well, in emotionally distressing situations, one of the first things that tends to happen is that apana gets confused. And instead of moving downwards, it starts to move upwards. And the result of that can range from anything like constipation, which is common in people who are undergoing stress, to irregularities in their menstrual patterns, to difficulties getting pregnant, to difficulties urinating, to difficulties with sexual function. These are all expressions of apana vayu becoming out of balance. So as we talk more about pathophysiology, the development of illness, we'll come back to this model of why apana, if you treat apana vayu, if you get apana moving downwards again, you'll often take care of a lot of problems that you wouldn't think were related. In fact, the reason that I'm here right now is that after going to a course on Ayurveda, I think in 1985, I was told that migraine headaches can sometimes be a reflection of an imbalance in apanavata. That I should start asking my patients with migraines, how regular are their bowels? And of course, as a neurologist, I never asked about anything below the neck. And one of my patients that I tried this on was a lady that I had been following for a couple of years with recurrent migraines, several times a week, and invariably every weekend, either I or one of my colleagues would get a call saying she had to go to the emergency room for a shot because she had intolerable migraine. And every time I knew that this lady was scheduled to see me, I'd see her name on the schedule the next day, I would have this little kind of gripping sensation in my third chakra because I couldn't do anything for her, despite multiple medications. And after hearing this talk on apanavata, I decided that I would ask her about her bowels, and sure enough, she told me that she had very irregular bowel habits, that she could go days at a time without ever going to the bathroom. So I said to her, well, let's try something different. Instead of changing your medication this time, let's just give you something to get your bowels moving every day and see what happens. She looked at me a little bit funny, but said, sure. So I put her on a natural bowel agent, and I remembered that about 3 weeks later she was scheduled to see me. And when I saw that she was supposed to come in the next day, I got anxious because I realized that I hadn't heard from her in the whole time since I last saw her. And it's funny how interpretations can change, because previously I always kind of had this resistance to seeing her, but this time I thought, uh-oh. She went back to her primary physician. She told him what kind of a crazy recommendation I made. He told her he never wanted her to see me again, and from that point on I would never receive any of his consultation referrals again. So I was actually, for the first time, worrying that I wasn't going to see her. She arrived, and I said, how come we haven't heard from you? She said, I've only had one headache in the last 3 weeks. And I was in total disbelief. I said, oh, come on. No, what are you doing? Did you finally leave your husband? She said, no, I've just been going to the bathroom every day. And it took me about 6 months to actually believe her. But it really demonstrated to me that there is this close linkage between apanavata doing what it's supposed to be doing and the rest of the physiology. And then dhyana, of course, is the circulation. So those are the 5 sub-doshas. Prana, mind and breath. Udana, expression and speech. Samana, digestive movement. Apana, downward movement, clearly the most important in terms of illness. And then dhyana, circulating. There are 5 forms of pitta. Sadhaka, alochaka, pachaka, ranjaka, brajaka. Okay. So this is the way that fire element expresses itself in our physiology. Sadhaka, again, it's that fire element that allows us to discriminate. You know, we all know people who are very intense and very discriminating. They will be able to argue any point. When sadhaka is balanced, it does its job appropriately. Meaning, you go to the grocery store, you say, oh, this green pepper looks great and fresh, this one doesn't look that great. But when sadhaka gets out of balance, when that fire element starts to get overheated, then it creates a sense of being critical, irritable, condemning, overly judgmental. And that's true for every one of these elements. It has a balanced state, and then if it gets aggravated, it will create imbalance, sense of discomfort, and ultimately illness. So Sattva Pitta is that which allows us to discriminate appropriately. Alochika, again, is involved in that whole process of visual perception. Pachaka refers to the digestive fire. So it's what really allows us to break down food, extract the elements of nourishment that we need, and disregard the rest. Ranjaka is localized to the liver, and it's really responsible for detoxification, for imparting color to the blood. Ranjaka is the metabolic process of Pitta that helps our body detoxify. So when we've been drinking too much alcohol or smoking, eating bad foods, the Ranjaka Pitta keeps firing and firing and firing, and eventually either gets overwhelmed or creates a sense of toxicity in the system because we can't metabolize the toxins in our environment as quickly as we're ingesting them. And Vrajika Pitta is localized in the skin. It governs the coloration of people. So the difference in color is a reflection of this Vrajika Pitta. If it gets too activated, it creates skin rashes. It creates that red, irritable inflammation, fire, when it shouldn't be there. If you never see the sun, get very pale, you won't be able to metabolize the vitamin D that's necessary for building strong bones. So again, the right amount is what's essential to good health. And then finally, the 5 forms of kapha: Tarpika, Bodhika, Kledika, Avalambaka, and Shlesika. Okay? So, Tarpika refers to the cerebral spinal fluid. It's that cooling, nurturing fluid that circulates throughout the nervous system. Bodhika is this water element in the mouth. It has both digestive properties, cooling properties, allows us to taste. Kledika is the principle that governs the protective secretions of the stomach. So again, it's the mucus that lines the stomach, the digestive tract, that prevents the acid in the stomach from causing tissue damage. Avalambaka is that which supports the heart, the lung, the spinal column. So you can think of it as the pericardial fluid that supports the heart, the pleural fluid that allows our lungs to expand and contract without rubbing up against the rib cages. It also is the fluid within the intervertebral discs that give us the support in our spine. So in each of these cases, there has to be the right amount of fluid. If we accumulate too much fluid, we can have serious problems, as when people get an infection on their heart lining, that fluid accumulates, causes dysfunction with the heart. If we lose the fluid, it can also cause problems, as what happens when we have a degenerative disc. You get pain because that lubricating influence is no longer there. And then Shlesika refers to the synovial fluid in the joints. By the time a disease manifests in Ayurveda to the point that we can actually perceive it through our senses, it always involves all 3 doshas. It's in the earlier stages of illness which it can be more of a reflection of some individual dosha imbalance. So if someone is having anxiety and insomnia, that may just be a vata imbalance. But when that anxiety and insomnia leads to developing an ulcer, then it's almost always going to be an involvement of vata, pitta, and kapha. So again, each of these 3 doshas, it's not really that important that you know the specifics as much as just know the principles. Know the principles of where things move in the physiology, where do we metabolize and use heat and light in the physiology, where do we need structure and lubrication. And then we'll begin to apply these so we can see specifically how different people manifest different expressions of these, and we can identify when we're starting to go off balance so that we can recorrect that and prevent and treat illness before it develops into something too serious. Okay, don't worry if you're not digesting it entirely at this point, if your Sattva Pitta is still laboring a little bit. It will become increasingly clear over the next few days, and by the time that this course is complete, you will be experts in using these terms as fluidly as you know your name.
We're going to spend a couple of hours this morning really bringing home the information that we talked about yesterday. We were pretty abstract yesterday, but today we really want to bring this down to a place that becomes practical, that we can really use it in our day-to-day lives. One of the real important principles of Ayurveda, which we are enthusiastic about seeing permeate Western medicine, is this concept that the doctor needs to be an expression of well-being. I remember when I was a medical resident here at UC San Diego, the head of the pulmonary division, who's a brilliant man, used to hold x-ray rounds for our lung patients. And he would be smoking a cigarette while he was pointing out the lung cancers. And, the conflict in that image was overwhelming, and I still remember it. And this is unacceptable in Ayurvedic understanding, in that the doctor really has a responsibility to be living, teaching, experiencing the benefits of a balanced lifestyle, because that's the way that they will transmit the greatest level of healing energy to their patients and their clients. And that as a healer in any environment, what you say is probably the least important thing. It's much more important how you say it and how you're radiating that. So whether or not you're in a healthcare field or you are pursuing this knowledge for yourself or for your families, you have a potential of really creating great well-being for those around you. Everything, according to Ayurveda, can be classified into Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Times of the day, seasons of the year, seasons of human beings' existence. In general, childhood is considered to be a Kapha time because children are continuously growing. There's this sweetness, that enthusiasm. Middle age, which seems to keep getting older and older, is the Pitta time. It's a time where we are all in some level trying to make our place in the world, accomplish certain things in life. And for all of us, as we get older, Vata time dawns. And so every child, even if they're fairly Vata, will have more of a quality of Kapha to their nature. Every middle-aged adult, even if they're Kapha or Vata, there'll be more of that expression of Pitta in their nature. And every senior citizen, regardless of what their dosha is, will tend to express more Vata principles as they get older. Different seasons. During the summertime, what dosha increases in everyone? Pitta, right? It's hot. The environment is hot. So all of us tend to get a little bit more Pitta in our system throughout the summertime. Our skin gets red. When do riots tend to break out in the inner cities? During the hot summer, right? Because that heat in the environment tends to generate heat in our internal physiology. People get more irritable. Think about traffic in the summer versus traffic in the winter. In the cold, dry fall, before the snows come, it's more of a Vata time. So people's arthritis tends to act up during that time. That dry, crackly, people say, I know it's getting cold because my joints are starting to ache. In the cold, wet, rainy, heavy spring, Kapha is more predominant. That's why we tend to get colds and allergies in the spring, because that Kapha is permeating our environment, and we are part of that environment. So as we begin to expand our understanding of these principles, we can begin to recognize that there's lots of things going on all the time, some of which we can control for, some of which we can't, but we can always respond to in a more conscious way. So we all have all three doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And we all have to have them, because if at any point we completely eliminate one of them, life cannot be supported. So that's one understanding of the doshas, these mind-body principles which are essential to life, to normal anatomy and physiology. There's another way of looking at these principles, which is in terms of how they are expressed in an individual's mind-body constitution. And this is this understanding that we all have all three, but we tend to have different proportions of 1, 2, or 3 of these doshas. And based upon how much of 1, 2, or 3 of these doshas we have determines our particular mind-body characteristics. So we can talk about someone as having more vata in their nature, or more pitta in their nature, or more kapha in their nature. And that then is expressed as differences in the way that they carry on their activity, they structure their lives, they consider their relationships. And that's what we're really going to be exploring today, is how do we determine at any one time what are the proportion of these 3 mind-body principles in an individual's constitution, and to what degree is this current proportion balanced or out of balance. We used the word prakriti briefly yesterday when we were talking about the 2 aspects of the unmanifest. One aspect is the aspect that stays unmanifest, purusha. But the other aspect is this aspect which has the impulse to create, prakriti. So prakriti means that impulse to create. It also means nature. And in this context, prakriti really means what is the nature of a person's mind-body physiology? What are the proportion of these basic mind-body elements inherent in this person's system, which then express themselves as the uniqueness of that person? It's said that at the time of conception, we inherit a certain proportion of vata, pitta, and kapha from our mother, a certain proportion of vata, pitta, kapha from our fathers. And they combine to create this genetic predisposition. But many other things also influence the expression of that. What was the quality of our mother's life at the time that we were conceived? How healthy was she? How well nourished was she? How happy was she? What was the season that we were conceived in? Was it cold and rainy, or was it hot and dry? What was the quality of her experiences while she was pregnant? So all these factors have some influence even before we're born. And then from the time that we're born, our experiences in life can have an effect. So we may have a certain nature. We may be born with a certain predisposition, but if nothing in our environment supports that nature, then there will always be some conflict, and the expression of that intrinsic nature will be less obvious. The concept that Ayurveda talks about is the difference between prakriti, which is our inherent nature, and vikruti, which is what's happened after living life for a while. The closer our current status is to our original status, the healthier we tend to be. That's why if you look at children, regardless of their environment, most children in their early few years seem to be happy and vibrant and vital and enjoying their lives. They're closer to their true nature. Their sense of joyfulness and well-being hasn't yet been eroded by the strains and stresses of life. But as we grow throughout our lives and we meet challenges that we may or may not be able to easily handle, then some of that nature gets covered over. And that covered over nature is called vikruti, which is where we are right now. So from a mind-body perspective, from this Ayurvedic model, the goal is look at a person and help to discover where they are right now, and then help to try to uncover what their more natural state is, so that we can then take action, interventions, make choices to bring them back closer to their state of that natural well-being, enthusiasm, and vitality. So there are classically these 7 different mind-body constitutional types. Again, everyone has all 3, but to different proportions. So you can have what's considered to be a single dosha constitution. Vata can be so predominant in your system that that's really what is the dominant expression. The same is true of pitta. The same is true of kapha. Most commonly we have 2 of them which are expressed to a greater degree, and then the third which is expressed to a lesser degree. So we can have combinations of 2 doshas. We can have vata pitta, vata kapha, pitta kapha. And you can reverse the order. So you can have someone who's vata pitta, where the vata is more expressed than the pitta, or you can have it where someone is pitta vata. but both of them are pretty close together, and then the third dosha is less expressed. And then finally, and it's the most rare constitutional type, you can have all three in fairly equal representation, so that Vata, Pitta, and Kapha seem to be equally expressed. So when we talk about what is your constitutional type, we're referring to what is the current balance of the doshas. And we think about it always on these two levels. What is the constitutional balance when you're healthy, and what is your current constitutional balance when you may not be expressing your full health, your full well-being. So let's talk about the pure expressions. Again, remembering that it's pretty rare that someone is a pure Vata. So, again, Vata is composed of the elements of space and air. And therefore, if that's the predominant dosha in your physiology, the person will reflect these qualities of space and air in every aspect of their life. Vatas tend to be light and thin. They can be tall and thin, or they can be short and thin, but they tend to be light and thin. With pure Vatas, you get the sense that if the wind blew too hard, they'd be pulled off the ground. That's the Vata. Because of that quality of the air, which is always moving, Vata's activity is dominated by movement. Vatas have trouble staying still. Their mouths are moving, their eyes are moving, their faces are moving, their hands are moving, their bodies are moving. That constant movement is a feature of Vata. And you can see it. If you're not that type of person and you're with someone who's a very Vata aggravated, it will start to make you nervous. You'll want to move away. You'll notice it. Who's constantly talking, moving. There's a variability in the nature of Vatas, like the wind. It comes and it goes. It rises and it falls. And so everything that is predominant in a Vata is characterized by this changeable, variable nature. So you'll see that a Vata will say, "Oh, I started this great new program this week. It's fabulous. You really should do this." And then you see him again 2 weeks later. You say, "How's that program?" "Oh, that one? Oh, I quit that one, but now I've got a new program. It's really fabulous." There's constant variability, and it's expressed in their day-to-day lives. So that, say, you ask a Vata, "What time do you go to sleep at night?" I say, "Well, let's see. Last night I went to bed at 2 in the morning, but the night before I was so exhausted I was sleeping by 9 o'clock. But I actually woke up at 4 in the morning, so I got up and I cleaned my whole house." It's very hard to pin down a Vata to a constancy of routine. And because that's the nature of Vata, one of the most important things that we can encourage in people who have Vata predominating in their physiology is to establish some type of daily routine, eating their lunches at a regular time. Because of that thinness, Vatas tend to have very prominent tendons and veins. So nurses love Vatas when you have to start IV lines because they're really on the surface. If you think about the Vata constitution, it probably originated in the tropical regions because that tall, thin physiology is very useful for dispersing heat. So Vatas tend to have less padding around them, which is expressed as this thinness in bone structure, thinness in skin structure. Because of that changing air quality, Vatas tend to be predominated by dryness. Their hair tends to be dry, their skin tends to be dry, their intestinal tracts tend to get dry. Vatas are always complaining that their mouths are dry. Now, part of that is that Vatas are always talking. But particularly as we get older, and Vata tends to predominate as we get older, that dryness is something that sets up the stage for imbalances and illness. So the Vata illnesses as we get older tend to be in terms of dry joints or constipation or dry skin. And by pacifying that with various interventions, you can not only reduce the symptom, but you can see a change in the person's overall mind-body physiology. That constant changing activity is able to be settled. Now, as we'll talk about, we'll go over it several times. For each constitutional type, there are the positive qualities when it's balanced, and then there are the negative qualities when it gets aggravated. When
Vata is balanced, it creates enthusiasm, creativity, liveliness. It's fun to be around people who are Vata because there's always something new going on. Stimulating. If you're not someone who always has something witty to think about or to say, it's great to be with a Vata. They'll keep you entertained. But when Vata gets aggravated, that movement activity keeps getting more and more excessive. And it expresses itself as this inability to turn off this movement. And so Vatas will tend to get anxiety, insomnia, and when they exhaust themselves, a type of depression. Pittas are predominated by fire. So there's a heat quality to everything in a Pitta constitution. Unlike the Vatas, which tend to be thin and either tall or short, Pittas are medium. They have pretty good muscle development. There's a moderation in their physiology. Pittas tend to be dominated by their appetites. They're hungry for life. They can eat just about anything. They can eat any food, they can eat any idea, they can eat as much sex as you can feed them. Pittas are hungry beings because it's that fire which is constantly looking for something to metabolize. So Pittas tend to have very keen intellects. They tend to be smart. And like the word smart, when it's balanced, it means intelligent. But when you take it a step further, smart can be actually somewhat painful. Like, that was a smart remark. That smarted. So, again, with every quality, there's a state of balance, and then when aggravated, it can become out of balance. Pittas are the ones who can usually eat anything. You'll ask a Pitta what they eat, and they say everything. A Vata tends to have more of a delicate digestion. So Vatas who have digestive disturbances, and we'll have a session on irritable bowel, even easily prepared vegetables and pastas, they'll have trouble with it. Whereas a Pitta can eat a horse and not have any problems with it, because they have that strong digestive power. Now, when it gets out of balance, Pittas tend to get problems associated with excessive digestive power. So Pittas are the ones who under stress will get heartburn or ulcers, because that fire is just too hot. It's literally moving out of its normal zone. Pittas tend to have thin, fine hair and tend to bald early. If we had to identify a hormone that's associated with Pitta, it's probably the androgen hormones, the male sex hormones. So that when a man is very strong Pitta, you'll often see that they'll tell you that they went bald when they were in their early 20s, or they have very thin hair, or there's that redness to the quality of their complexion and their hair, reflecting that heat in their system. They tend to be warm in general. Pittas have that heat, so when you shake a Pitta's hand, they'll tend to feel that warmth. Vatas, on the other hand, tend to have this constant concern about being cold all the time. So when you have a Pitta and a Vata living together, it's a great aerobic activity. The Vata is always pulling on the covers, the Pitta is always kicking them off. They're driving in the car together, the Vatas are always turning on the heat, the Pitta is always turning on the air conditioning. Same exact environment, but different metabolic functioning, reflecting their different inherited and acquired qualities of the 5 elements. Pittas tend to perspire easily. Again, it's that heat and their body's effort to cool themselves off. So you see 2 Pittas playing racquetball, they're both sweating profusely. You see a Pitta and a Vata playing racquetball, the Vata looks really cool. The Pitta is drenched. So you can tell a Pitta just by watching them on the ball field. Again, when the Pitta is balanced, there's a warmth, a friendliness, a leadership quality, and intelligence there. But when Pittas get under stress, that fire starts to flare, and it turns into an irritability and a criticalness and an anger and a temper, which can be scorching to the people around them. So Pittas tend to be like dragons. They're fine when everything is going pretty well and they have a goal and they're moving in that direction, but when a Pitta meets an obstacle, the dragon flares out. And like a dragon, they can scorch their environment. Now, the thing about Pittas is they can be going along, get stressed, they can express their irritability, and as soon as they express it, that fire's released, they're fine, and they look around and think, gee, how come everybody's burnt?
So it's very common to see in relationships that pittas will feel that they can express their feelings, often in a hurtful way, then they're fine, and then it takes the people around them 2 or 3 days to recover from that experience. Which is why we want to keep pitta under balance. Okay, kaphas are composed of the elements of earth and water. So there's this solid, smoother, heavier nature. They tend to be heavier. Their bone structure is heavier. They tend to hold on to weight more. It's the nature of earth to be more massive. They tend to be methodical and thoughtful, so that vata will just say whatever's on their mind. They're constantly kind of just, there's very little filtering between their thought and their words. In fact, you can be on the phone with a vata, and you could literally put down the phone, go to the bathroom, and come back, and the vata will still be talking and not even notice that you left. Pittas always want to make their point. So, pittas, it's very important that they prove to you that they know more than you know. Kaphas have this easier nature to them. So you can see it at a conversation at the table. You know, the vata's talking. The pitta is convincing you in a debating style that they know what they know. And the kapha's just sitting there listening sweetly, absorbing it all. And then every once in a while, the kapha will say something that in a very profound and elegant way summarizes everything that the vata and pitta has been saying for the last 20 minutes. And for a brief moment, the vata will stop talking, the pitta will stop talking, and then almost instantly the vata will start going in, the pitta will start trying to convince you why they knew what the kapha said, and they were just about to tell you that. Different styles. Kaphas are slower. The earth is slower. So everything that happens in a kapha physiology tends to be a little bit slower. Their digestion is slower, their elimination is slower, their activity is slower. Kaphas are comfortable sitting still, unlike vatas who are always moving, and pittas who are always moving to accomplish something. Kaphas will tell you that they can gain weight just by looking at that piece of cheesecake. And Western medicine is just beginning to acknowledge these different metabolic patterns. It's true, kaphas metabolize things a little bit more slowly. And so the same diet that will cause a vata person to stay at exactly even weight may end up causing a kapha person to increase their weight, because the vatas have so much additional activity going on, burning off those calories. Everything about a kapha tends to be smoother. Their hair is thick and wavy, their complexions are smooth. There's a sweetness and a smoothness to all of their qualities. Now, I remember when I was growing up that a common expression for people who are a little bit overweight was that they have such a beautiful face. And I have to say that I used to think that was just a way to pacify people's concerns about the fact that they were a little bit overweight. But looking at things from an Ayurvedic model, it's really quite clear that people who have more kapha and tend to be a little bit fuller tend to have beautiful skin, beautiful complexions, almost a porcelain quality to them. So it's the nature of kapha to have that smoothness. Their hair is thick and wavy. Anybody that you know that's been speaking to you over the last day that has kapha hair? So Deepak has the classical kapha hair, this thick, wavy hair, which he'll probably keep until he's 140 years old. Kaphas sleep deeply. The image that always comes to mind about kaphas is a bear hibernating. So, you have a vata who wakes up every time the cricket, chirps outside, and you have the kapha sleeping very deeply. Because of that slowness and that resonance, one of the other wonderful qualities of kapha is their ability to snore deeply. So you have a vata and a kapha sleeping together, and the vata wakes up at anything, and the kapha is there sleeping as deeply as possible. Kaphas like to sleep. They like to sleep long. They like to sleep late. They're very comfortable resting. And again, under stress, kaphas tend to be a little bit easier going.
There's a nice philosophical nature to kappas, which is, let them worry about it. You see, you can be driving along the highway and somebody cuts you off. The vata will immediately get agitated, worrying. Their minds will start to race. They may even have to pull over to the side of the road. Oh my God, look what almost happened. I almost got into an accident. Boy, that was really terrible. Just really get into that mind of anxiety. The pitta will instantly get angry. They'll either do some obscene gesture. They'll decide, no one's going to pass me. They'll accelerate, tailgate the guy in front of them. Take that very aggressive, fiery stance. And the kapha will say, if that jerk wants to kill himself, that's his problem. Let it go by. You can see it at the checkout counter. The vata is the one that puts their cart in line and then it's still running back and forth to find another item that they forgot. The pitta is there absolutely counting out the number of items in the person's basket in front of you. And then the kapha is the one who decides, well, I'll just start eating this Hostess Twinkie. Reading the magazine. Kind of gets a little bit annoyed when it's actually their time to check out. So these are the things that you want to ask people or observe in people so that you can help to characterize where they fit in these constitutional types, and also where they are out of balance so that you can help them reestablish balance in their lives. So you look at activity. Vatas are quick moving. If you have an office, you can see that vata coming in your door. First of all, they're probably going to be late because they had a million things to do on the way. And they're kind of rushing in. There's always a sense of rushing to their nature. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. God, is the doctor still going to be able to see me? That's the way that vatas move. Everything is quick. Pittas, there's always a sharpness. There's a reason for what they're doing. They don't like any kind of frivolous activity. You can hear pittas walking down the hallway. There's a sense of you don't want to get in the way of a pitta when they are on one of their compulsive streaks. Kaphas, there's a slowness. There's an easiness to kaphas, but there's still this connection with the earth. An elephant is considered a kaphic animal in the most esteemed way, which is amazingly graceful and yet clearly deeply rooted. And that's really the nature of kapha. It's smooth slowness. Again, as we talk, the daily routine of a vata, variable. You can't pin them down. Pittas are precise. I eat dinner at 6 o'clock. And because of that precision, if anything causes them to deviate from that, that fire starts to flare. So if you're married to a pitta and you happen to dent the car that day, then I would strongly advise that you feed him or her first before you tell them about the little accident. Because that fire is already hot, and if you at least feed some of it with food, you won't have to feed it with emotions. Kaphas are methodical. They do things about the same time. They like their routines, but they're not compulsive. They don't get upset if they lose that methodical quality, if there's some disruption in their routine. You can walk into an office and tell the dosha just by looking at the desk. So the vata desk, you can't imagine that anyone could find anything on that desk. The pitta desk is like everything is in its precise pile. The pens are in the right place, and if you move it, the pitta will recognize that someone moved that paperclip. The kaphas, there's an organizational quality to it, but it doesn't feel compulsive. Again, these are in the extremes. So we talked about under stress. Vatas, their tendency is to get anxious. The internal dialogue of a vata tends to be, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? The internal dialogue of a pitta tends to be, what did you do wrong? It's funny. You could just say, a pitta can't find their wallet in the morning. And they're saying, what did you do with my wallet? Where's my wallet? As if the world is responsible for their lack of organization. Memory. Vatas tend to grasp things very quickly, but they also tend to forget things pretty quickly. Pittas tend to learn at a more medium speed, But because of that need to organize and control, Pittas will tend to be relentless until they've mastered something. And in the same way, Pittas don't like to stop something until they've completed it. So the Pitta's working on a task, they're putting up some shelves on the wall, and you say, why don't you come eat lunch? They'll get irritated by that because they are involved in this project and they don't want to leave it until they've completed it. Kaphas are tin. They don't learn things quite so easily, but once they learn things, they will remember it. So Kaphas are the ones that, when they do finally get upset, they'll be able to relate to you every other time in the history of the relationship that you've done a similar thing. And again, it's sort of that elephant quality that Kaphas never forget. They tend to hold on to things, which is what happens with Kapha when it gets out of balance. When you look at the sleep patterns, again, it's very characteristic. Vatas sleep lightly. And when they get aggravated, they tend to either have difficulty falling asleep or they end up waking up several times during the night. So you ask a Vata, how do you sleep? They'll tell you, I don't sleep very well. Or I sleep very lightly. Or any noise in the environment will disturb me. And the more that there's something that they're worried about, the more their sleep will be disrupted. Pittas tend to sleep fairly soundly, but for shorter periods of time. So Pittas do fairly well with 5 or 6 or 7 hours of sleep. And they like to tell you that. I only needed 6 hours of sleep last night. Part of it is the Pitta mentality thinks that sleeping is a waste of time because I'm not accomplishing anything. Whereas Kaphas love to sleep. They think sleeping is a great use of time. And given the opportunity, it's really one of the most wonderful things to do. So you can see it, particularly as we get older. You'll go to a party. My dad is a good Kapha, and no matter what's going on, he'll figure out a way to take a nap in the living room while everybody else is carrying on their conversations. The appetite, again, Vata's appetites tend to be variable. Sometimes they're starving, sometimes they can go all day and forget to eat. Pitta's appetites are strong for everything, and they need to be fed when they're hungry. Kapha's appetites tend to be slower and steadier. It's easy for a Kapha to predict when they need to eat, and if they have to wait a while, it's usually not a big problem for them. The elimination patterns. Because of that tendency toward dryness in Vata, particularly under stress, Vatas tend to get constipated. There's really 2 bowel patterns in Vata. One is constipation, the other is this irregularity. So that Vatas will often have irritable bowel, where sometimes they'll have diarrhea and sometimes they'll be constipated. It's that dryness in the physiology and that disruption of apana vayu that we talked about yesterday, that downward moving force of Vata, that when a person is under stress, it tends to go out of balance and create problems with elimination. So that traveling, for example, with Vata will often result in several days of constipation. Pittas tend to be on the loose side. That hot, fiery liquid keeps moving things through. It's laxative, actually. And so, particularly under stress, Pittas will tend to get diarrhea. Kaphas are regular. They'll tell you like clockwork. They go every day like clockwork. So, in general, Vatas will tend to skip a day or 2 of moving their bowels. Pittas will tell you they go at least once a day, often 2 or 3 times a day. Kaphas will say they go very readily once a day, no problem. We talked about perspiration. Vata's less, Pitta's more, Kapha's kind of in the middle. It's interesting to ask people questions about how they deal with money. And the constitutional types predict fairly characteristic patterns. A question that we sometimes ask is, if you suddenly got an unexpected tax refund of $10,000, what would you do with it? And a Vata would probably just spend it. They'll just go to the mall and without any particular plan, oh, that looks neat, oh, I like that, oh, that looks wonderful, I think I'll buy someone a present. Just kind of let it go with little trifles. The Pitta will tend to, first of all, research in Consumer Reports for about a month. And then purchase something that in some way increases their self-esteem. So they may buy some piece of jewelry, they may buy a new car, make a renovation on their house. Pitta is very visually oriented because of that fire element. So how they look is important to a Pitta. Kaphas like to save. That's that holding on, that earth quality, that cohesion quality. So Kaphas feel the best when the money's in the bank. And so that's how they would tend to use their windfall. In women, Vatas tend to have somewhat irregular menstruation. Dysmenorrheas tend to be a feature of Vata imbalance, and we'll talk about that more in detail. So a woman with a Vata imbalance will tend to tell you that, my periods are somewhat irregular. I went 32 days last month. This month I was early. I had a period 25 days later. The length of time of the period may be altered, and there may be some crampiness during the period. Pittas tend to have heavy, intense periods. So they flow intensely for a few days, and then it's over with. Kaphas tend to have smooth, regular periods. Sex drive, again, is fairly predictable on the basis of the qualities of the doshas. So Vatas are variable. They may be intensely sexual for a few days at a time and then go weeks or months or years without ever thinking about sex again. Pittas, like everything, have strong digestion. So Pittas tend to like to be sexual, but they also tend to see it as just another appetite to be fulfilled. So a Pitta lover will be someone who's very intense and passionate, and then as soon as they've completed their task, they're at the refrigerator getting something to eat, or picking up their book and starting to read. It's one appetite fulfilled, on to the next. Kaphas, again, tend to be smoother, slower. Kaphas are generally good lovers. They're less goal-oriented, more process-oriented. We can use this information of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha to design our exercise programs that are most appropriate for our nature. So, just very briefly, think about the types of exercises that would be most ideal for someone who's a Vata, who's a Pitta, and for a Kapha. A Vata person, who's someone who's moving all the time, you'd really like to use exercise programs that are more balancing and stabilizing. So yoga is probably the very best exercise for someone with Vata because it gets them into their body. Walking is a great exercise for someone with Vata. Riding a bike is a great exercise. But it can't be too vigorous because it'll only aggravate the Vata. For Pitta, Pittas like to use their bodies. And it's useful to have exercises for Pitta that gets them into their bodies and lets them use their body. Now, there's a balancing act to be done with Pittas because Pittas tend to be very competitive. And on one hand, Pitta sports like racquetball or tennis, these are great for Pittas because they give them an outlet for that competitive energy. But if they lose, they get increasingly frustrated, and then that Pitta actually gets increasingly generated. If you're Pitta, it's good to take some time to do something competitive, but make certain that whatever it takes at the end, you're cooled down from it. A much better approach for a Pitta is to do something that's cooling. So like swimming is probably one of the best exercises for Pitta. It's non-competitive and it has that cooling effect on your physiology. Hiking, jogging, bicycling, these are all fine for Pittas. Yoga is great for Pitta, but a Pitta has to have a conscious intention when they're doing yoga, which is to not turn it into a competitive sport. Kaphas can usually use more exercise and benefit from pretty vigorous exercise. Kaphas, because they have these thick, well-knit joints, they do fine with jogging, bicycling, mountain climbing, anything that's really quite vigorous. Kaphas do fine with yoga. Kaphas need to be reminded to keep moving through their postures. You'll teach a Kapha Savasana, and they'll just feel like, hey, I'm doing Savasana. It's a great pose. So just 20 minutes. What are you doing? I'm doing yoga. So Kaphas need to be moving because that constant stir towards circulation and stimulation is really what benefits Kapha. Gets things moving, gets the circulation going. Remember, whatever you're doing, do it with consciousness and do it with the awareness of what your nature is so you can make maximum benefits of it. We can think about the mind and the body as being intimately integrated, which it is. And Ayurveda recognizes that sometimes the body may look one way, but a person's mind may be reflecting more of a different dosha. some of it has to do with how those early stresses were processed. But it's certainly true that sometimes you'll see someone who looks to the world like a kapha. They're large, heavy-set, maybe overweight, smooth, sweet, but then they'll tell you that they feel like they have to constantly be moving, that their minds are very anxious, that they can't sleep at night, that they have a lot of other vata conditions. Sometimes the doshas are expressed more forcefully in the body, and different doshas expressed more prominently in the mind. And you just have to recognize that. And so the interventions may be somewhat different for the mind than they are for the body. So you may put someone, or recommend that someone goes on a kapha pacifying diet, but follows a vata pacifying lifestyle. One of the reasons for that, this is probably the most common conflict when you're looking at someone, you're thinking, boy, they sure look like a kapha, but they seem to act and live their life like a vata, is that sometimes when vata gets really aggravated, when there's a lot of change going on, stress going on in a person's life, the only way that they've known up until the time that they've come to you of how to balance that excessive changing nature is to eat more, because that food tends to be grounding. And so they've been seeking out nourishment as a way to pacify an emotional need. And after certain periods, either after a woman has a baby or after major surgery or some type of major loss, there's enough imbalance in the system that the body will now take on this new form, even though their nature is a different form. But for the most part, there's a correlation. And again, with every dosha, there's a state of balance and a state of imbalance. So looking at the psychology, the balanced qualities of vata are this energetic nature. Vatas are always coming up with something creative. They're great in your research and development departments. But when that vata energy gets out of balance, then there's this restlessness. They can't sit still. They have to be doing something all the time. There's a sense of just instability. The positive aspect of the vata nature is that adaptability. They're easy. They flow easily. You know, where do you want to go to dinner? You know, the pitta, they want to go where they want to go, and if they don't get what they want, they'll make it miserable for everyone else. The vata will say, well, I'd really like to go for Italian tonight. Well, I'd like to go for Chinese. Okay, that's fine. I can handle Chinese. That would be fine with me. That's a vata nature, to be adaptable. But on the other hand, when it's to the extreme, there's this inconsistency. You know, just tell me what you want to do tonight. Well, I don't know, let's go to a movie. No, let's go to a play. No, let's just go for a walk. And that tends to reflect that vata being out of balance. Vatas are really good at starting new things, new projects, but they're not very good often at following through. So the vatas will be the ones who start something new every week, a new program, and there's always a tremendous amount of enthusiasm with it. But then, a few weeks later, that one's been dropped, something else has been started. So there's a capriciousness when it gets out of balance. Again, vatas are great communicators. They're fun. You know, it's great to call your vata friend on the phone and listen to what's going on, and in a matter of 15 minutes you'll learn everything that's happened in the last 2 years. But vatas are not that good of listeners, and so often they'll dominate the conversation. So with every psychological quality, there's both a state where it can be valuable, and when, if it's accumulated or excessive, can start to create an imbalance. Same, of course, is true for pittas. They have that intelligent mind. It's that light of pitta which allows for this fine discrimination. But when it gets aggravated, there's that critical nature. You can say something and they don't like the way you said it. You may have meant exactly what they wanted to hear, but they're critical. They'll analyze your language. They'll analyze everything that you're doing. And that excessive quality really makes you feel interrogated. So pittas have that tendency to be excessive in their use of their intelligence. When pittas are balanced, they're warm and they're friendly. They're wonderful to be around. But when they get out of balance, they tend to get angry and demanding. And they feel that intimacy allows for that type of crossing of the boundary. Pittas tend to be courageous. They see the world as their domain. And so if they see something new, they want to go for it. But sometimes their ego gets in the way and they actually jump into things that they're really not very good at. Pitta will be driving in a new environment and look at a map and quite convinced they know where they're going, and then get lost. And then be very irritated if you suggest that they ask for directions. Of course, I personally believe that that particular trait is carried on the Y chromosome. Again, Pittas tend to be good leaders because they're visionaries. All the language that we tend to associate with light and with fire, heat, vision, really apply to Pitta qualities in all of us. And so they're good leaders, but they can also tend to be dominating. So for a Pitta to be a good leader, they need to work on empowering the people that they're leading so that they're following them on the basis of their commitment and their loyalty, not out of the fear that they're going to be abused if they don't follow their command. Kaphas, again, when a kapha is balanced, there's this sense of calmness and tranquility. But when kapha gets out of balance, there's dullness. Often what you'll see in relationships, particularly when people are not well balanced within themselves, is they will look for someone to balance them off. So it's not uncommon to see a Vata and a Kapha create a relationship together, because the Vata is changing all the time, and they appreciate the stable quality of the Kapha. And then the Kapha, who tends to know that they are a little bit slower, less likely to try new things, is attracted by the Vata, the changing qualities of the Vata. So at the beginning, you can hear the conversation. The Vata is telling their friends, oh, he or she is so wonderful, provides such stability to me. There's just an evenness about him or her that I really appreciate. It really balances me off. And the Kapha is saying, I really love her enthusiasm, or, he's so creative. He always wants to try something new. He's always willing to take on something new. It's just fabulous. And then 6 months later, the Vata is saying, God, he's so dull. He doesn't want to ever go out. Lays on the couch all day watching football games. Can't believe I'm involved in this relationship. And the Kapha is saying, she doesn't sit still for a moment. You can't even get it. Every night we have to go out somewhere. Just don't have any chance to just enjoy and relax. So that's what happens when you surrender that balance to someone outside of yourself. The qualities, though, are there in all of us, and it's just a question of really embracing them and making the choices to bring about balance in our own life. Kaphas are steady. They're predictable. But in excess, they can become almost inert. One of the qualities of Kaphas is that they don't let go of things. Kaphas tend to hoard things. You can go into a Kapha house and you'll see that they have newspaper articles from 50 years ago that even though they haven't worn this particular outfit in 10 years, they still don't want to give it away. And it's also particularly true in relationships, that Kaphas tend to stay in relationships which are really not very nourishing. But they're loyal to the point of being excessively needy. And so Kaphas are the ones that, come and say, I know this is not a good relationship. I know I should have left this long ago, but, I just have trouble getting out of relationships. So Kaphas, they tend to be content. They're not complainers. In fact, Kaphas are the least likely to come to a doctor. And usually when a Kapha comes to a doctor, it's because they're being dragged by their Vata spouse. Vatas are always coming to the doctor. In fact, when you ask a Vata, what's your main concern? There is no main concern because there are dozens of main concerns. Pittas tend to come to the doctor, but they've already researched it and they're going to tell you what's wrong with them. Okay, so how do we take this information in? Traditionally, there are these 5 forms of receiving information. Looking at a person. And looking means all the information that you can get from your senses of sight and sound. It's amazing how many times that we'll see someone who comes in and they fill out their form, and because of their image of themselves, they're very careful to present themselves in the best possible light. So a Pitta, for example, one of the questions on your questionnaire, I tend to be critical or irritable. And a Pitta will put down a 2 out of 5, a very low score. And yet, as I was walking into my office, I'm seeing this person, yelling at the receptionist, pounding their hand on the table, and really expressing all the qualities of that, but not being willing to really acknowledge it in themselves. You can often see this, that you'll be asking the question of the patient, and the spouse will be sitting there doing expressions like, these expressions like, are they kidding? So you want to observe them. You want to observe them in your environment. What are they expressing, even though they may not be so aware of it? Most of the ancient healing traditions have used the pulse as a way of going very deeply into a person's physiology, with the understanding that the pulse is really the final common denominator of everything that's going on in a person's nature. Every thought creates a chemical that gets into the circulation. Everything that we eat is traveling through the circulation. Every toxin that's in our bodies in the circulation. So with a level of sensitivity, great pulse diagnosticians can access that information through the pulse. Classically, Ayurvedic doctors always looked at what came out of a person as an assessment of what was going on within the person. So it's fairly rare these days that doctors actually look at the elimination products of a person, of their stool and their urine, although there's a great value to that. There's a real value in looking at what's coming from a person to know what's going into a person and what the person is metabolizing. So when you're actually examining someone, what do you look at? You look at their frame. Are they light? Are they medium? Are they heavy? You look at their weight. You look at their skin, and this is a good time to touch a person. So you look at their skin, and you can ask them, is your skin usually dry? Do you use oil on your skin? It's a reflection of the quantity of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So the skin of a Vata tends to be dry. The skin of a Pitta tends to be both warm to the touch and a little bit oily. Kapha tends to be smooth and rich and a little bit cool, but not the coldness of a Vata, just a coolness. Their hair, Vata's hair tends to be dry. Pittas tend to be thin. Kaphas tend to be rich. You want to look at the color of the hair. You ask the question, do you do anything to your hair to change the color of your hair? And usually people who are dyeing their hair, they tend to dye their hair to reflect what it was when they were younger. So even though you may have a 50-year-old woman with very red hair, they'll tell you they dye it, they'll also tell you, my hair was always quite red when I was younger. So that again tells you that there was that quality of pitta there. Look at a person's eyes. Vata eyes tend to be small and dry and moving a lot. Vatas tend to talk and not look at you. I was just with a lady yesterday in my office. I realized that she only looked at me twice during the entire hour. She was talking a lot, accessing a lot of information. I learned a lot about her, but there wasn't that sense of connectedness because she was in the air, in the ethers. Pitta's eyes tend to be very penetrating. Sometimes it's uncomfortable to look at a Pitta's eyes. You feel like they're peering right through you, particularly if they're irritated. Kapha's eyes are usually very sweet and attractive. In fact, it's said that Kapha's eyes are like cow's eyes. You just want to gaze into them. Vata's teeth tend to be irregular. Pitta's, there tends to be a kind of a yellowish quality to them. Kaphas tend to be big and strong. Again, the temperature we've talked about. You look at, you feel them. Vatas tend to be cold. Pittas tend to be warm. Kaphas tend to be more on the cool side. You look at their veins and their tendons. Vatas having less fat will always see more exposure of their veins and tendons. Pittas will be kind of medium, often muscular. Kaphas will be deep. Kaphas are hard to start IVs on. You can look at their nails. Vatas reflecting that dryness, there tend to be that brittleness. Pittas tend to have pink beds, kind of flexible nails. Kaphas have these very thick nails. The joints, the same. Vatas are the ones where you move their head, you'll hear the snapping and popping. Pittas tend to have flexible joints. Pittas are the ones that used to be able to, in school, bend their fingers way back. Tend to be flexible. That heat tends to lubricate their joints. Kaphas have strong, well-knit joints. So Kaphas tend to be good athletes. They're the football players on the line. They have the ability to take trauma better than Vatas, who are very delicate. They'll be injured much more easily. You can feel the abdomen, and the Vata abdomen will tend to be very thin. And often when you feel the abdomen of someone with a Vata, you can actually feel the aorta. And you'll wonder, is there some problem here? You can feel the organs of someone very easily with Vata because of that thin covering. Pittas tend to be medium and often somewhat muscular. Kaphas tend to have that kind of thick Pillsbury Doughboy quality to their abdomen. And again, you'll listen to the speech patterns. Vata's speech, not only do they talk quickly, but there tends to be a scratchiness, a raspiness sometimes to their voice. Pitta's speech, it's always very forceful. Pittas don't like to have anyone on top of them. So there's always this tendency, even when they're with authority, to kind of be challenging the authority, or at least demonstrating to authority that they're intelligent, that they're understanding what's being said. Kaphas, again, they don't talk as much. There tends to be that nice, deep voice. It's resonant, sort of the voice of God. It's the Kapha voice. So these are the basic qualities which we can really very easily pick up in just a few minutes. How many people right now have a good sense of where they fit in terms of which dosha is most prominent, which dosha is secondary, which dosha is third? How many people really don't have a clue right now where they fit in? Okay, so people who don't have a clue, there's probably a lot of Vata in your nature right there. The people who are absolutely certain that they know who they are, what dosha? The people who know but don't really care that much. Kaphas. Okay. Now, you have these forms in your syllabus, and these are the kind of questionnaires. So there's various ways that we try to increase our confidence that the mind-body constitution that we're looking at is the correct one. One way that we do this is to have people fill out a questionnaire. And you have that questionnaire in your book. What I'd like you to do is go through this, and without thinking terribly carefully and analyzing it, read the question, and the first number that comes to your mind, circle the number. Okay? Then, once you've gone through the whole test, total up your scores, and on the last page you have a total score for each column. The first thing to know is that there is no such thing as a dosha biopsy. There is no absolute gold standard that you can say, this is a way of precisely determining which of these three qualities is the greatest proportion in your physiology. There's a lot of art to it. So don't strain. There's not an absolute value that makes you characteristic. A really important point is that there is no one ideal constitutional type. That whatever you are is the right type to be. It's not that we all want to be tridoshic, we don't all want to be kaphas, we don't all want to be pittas, we don't all want to be vatas. Whatever we are, we just want to be in that most finely tuned state, because that's what will bring us the greatest joy. If we're someone who's lively and enthusiastic by nature, we don't want to suppress that quality. We just want it to be expressed in a way that's valued and balanced. If we tend to be more fiery, passionate about things, we don't want to suddenly become detached. We just want to have that fire and passion be expressed in a very balanced way. The best analogy is looking at different types of cars. So you can have a Ferrari, very Vata-like car, quick-moving, changeable, delicate. You can have a Firebird, a bright red Firebird, passionate, hungry, burns up a lot of gas. You have a Mercedes diesel, smooth, easy riding, kind of dull, but very reliable and dependable. You don't expect your Mercedes to drive like a Ferrari. You wouldn't expect your Ferrari to function like a Firebird. It would take different things to get them to be functioning at their optimal level. The Ferrari may need to use high premium fuel and have its oil changed every few thousand miles. The Mercedes, you don't need to do that much to keep it healthy. The idea is that we all have a very unique expression of nature's infinite possibilities. And the goal is to really identify what is my true nature, what can I do to allow it to be expressed in its full glory, and to really enjoy the diversity. You know, I can't imagine that in our garden the carnation is saying, you know, I really always wanted to be a daisy. everything in nature really has its own unique expression, and to identify what is our reason for being here and expressing itself is really the purpose of life. And it's usually when we get caught up in the stresses and strains of life that some component begins to get more and more out of balance, and as we'll learn in the next few days, eventually can result in manifest disease. So it's one useful way of identifying where we are, where we'd like to be, and then using that information to help bring us back to that state of balance, which is usually the state that brings us the greatest joy. It's really fun to start looking at the world in terms of these 5 elements and these 3 doshas. Look at yourself, look at the people around you. It gives you some greater sense of option, of choice in your life, when you realize, oh, that's my vata getting aggravated. And then you take actions to pacify vata. Oh, it looks like my pitta is flaring up a little bit. Oh, my kapha is really making me heavy today. When you begin to understand life in terms of these 3 basic principles, it really begins to bring a level of consciousness into your daily behaviors and your choices, which will allow you for increasing freedom. And with freedom always comes joyfulness. So even for the rest of this day, just be thinking about yourself in these terms, the people that you're interacting with, the food that you're eating, and using this as a framework now, we'll go much more deeply for the next few days into how to use this information and how to use the environment to really bring about this greatest level of balance and well-being.
Tonight we're going to talk about the doors of perception and how our senses, our sensory experience can influence the healing process. A little background on that. Ayurveda is a consciousness-based medicine, which means that all the material expressions that we've been learning about. Now, we've been learning about vata, pitta, kapha, everything that we do in terms of the physical body, the understanding of that is consciousness-based, because the physical body is just the expression of consciousness. The physical body is just a bundle of consciousness. And what is consciousness? It's energy and information which is self-referral. Therefore, it's intelligence. And so, one of the things that I hope will happen with you, because it happened with me as I started to explore this, is that after a while, you don't even mentally think of the body as physical. No, you think of the body as this bundle of consciousness, always. Start to look at it, start to think about it, start to examine it in your own awareness as a bundle of consciousness, which is constantly and ever in dynamic exchange with the universe, which is the ocean of consciousness. And there is this dynamic dance going on between your body and the universe all the time, and it's constantly transforming. Think in your mind that it's infinitely flexible, because consciousness is infinitely flexible. So in your mind, have that idea always that the physical body is not physical. Even though it appears to be physical, it's not physical. It's a bundle of consciousness, and consciousness in its very nature is infinitely flexible. There's a Vedic expression, infinite flexibility is the secret of immortality. Don't forget that. Infinite flexibility in consciousness. And of course, yoga tries to culture that infinite flexibility in the physical body, but ultimately the body is not physical. So think about the infinite flexibility of consciousness, and the physical body just as an expression of that. When I see people, somebody comes up to me and says, will you sign this book? or hello, how are you? It's almost automatic with me that I immediately, in my mind, wonder, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Vata, what combination? It's just automatic. Just do that. When I started learning Ayurveda, I used to sit with an Ayurvedic physician on the beach, and everybody that passed by would say, okay, now tell me. And and we would just look at people just walking by, and in our minds, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And after a while he would say, okay, now tell me what they're thinking. And you will be able to do that. Just pay attention to that. Because, there's a certain pattern that goes with Vata, a certain pattern that goes with Pitta, a certain pattern that goes with Kapha, a certain kind of bodily movement, there's a certain kind of eye gesture, there's a certain kind of hand movement. But you'll be able to do that. But the first thing is, think that the body is a bundle of consciousness. Then think, when you encounter people, start thinking, what is that consciousness's expression in terms of these three factors that you have learned now about. And remember those three factors basically as movement, as transformation, as structure. Those are the three principles in creation, in all of creation. So, movement, transformation, structure. Whenever movement is exaggerated, that's Vata is expressing itself. Whenever there's transformation, that's Pitta expressing itself. And then there's structure, stability, that's Kapha expressing itself. Those are the three principles through which consciousness operates. And third, when you look at people, and it becomes habit after a while, just go beyond what you're seeing. First you're seeing their physical body, then you're seeing their movements, their gestures, their speech. But there's a soul over there. Look at that. Feel the presence of the soul and the spirit, the animating life force. Hear somebody speaking to you, ask yourself, who's speaking to me? Now, this is just the instrument of speech. This vocal cord is just the instrument of speech. These hand gestures are instruments. There's a presence there. There's a spirit there. So go look for it. Feel it. You start connecting with that. Also, when you look at someone, when you interact with someone, and I've started doing this only recently myself, but I'm telling you it's very important to do because it really connects you to other people. Is as soon as you encounter someone or if you're having an interaction with someone, deep inside your own self, just say, there's a soul there, there's a spirit there, there's a spirit here, and we are both equal. There's no one who's superior, there's no one who's inferior. On the level of spirit, we are coming as equals. And if you just acknowledge that inside you, you'll connect with that soul. You'll connect with that soul. Okay, so we started all our lives, this present life that we have, we all started off as a little speck of information on DNA. That's what the material expression of soul is. It comes into this physical manifest world as a speck of information that has this little DNA in it. And then people start adding food to it, and then suddenly we have this physical body that goes around doing things, signing books and lectures and giving speeches. Essentially, consciousness manifests as a speck of information on DNA, and that speck of information keeps transforming itself. We are a dynamic bundle of information that's continuously and ever in transformation. And that transformation is brought about through experience. So, whatever is happening in our body is that original speck of information that was the soul's way of coming here with its karma, its memories and its desires. And then that transformation starts through experience. And we start to metabolize experience. In medical school we were taught we metabolize food. Well, that's not the only thing we metabolize. We metabolize experience. Food is one of the experiences that we metabolize. And our physical body is nothing other than the metabolic end product of experiences. And there's a Vedic expression also for that. It says, if you want to know what your experiences were like in the past, then you can examine your body now. And if you want to know what your body will look like in the future, then you can examine your experiences now. You want to change your body, change your experience of life. You want to change the outcome of an illness, change experience. It's very important to understand that. We don't do that when we treat people. We look at the disease and then we treat the disease. We interfere with the mechanism of the disease. But we never say to ourselves, this disease came about as a result of experiences that were metabolized into this unhealthy expression. So if we want to reverse this illness, and then the whole concept of reversal doesn't even exist in modern medicine until recently, and we'll talk about heart disease, where there's for the first time some good insight that heart disease, and I'm talking about coronary artery disease, but coronary artery disease is now proven to be reversible. And just that has started a whole new kind of paradigm, in a sense, in modern medicine, not in Ayurveda. Ayurveda holds that diseases are reversible. Because if there's a mechanism for it, then there's a mechanism in the reverse direction for it. Everything has its opposite. So one of our principles of spirit, for everything that exists has the opposite also. So there is reversibility of disease in the disease itself is the potentiality for complete balance and health. But that concept only recently appeared in Western medicine when people started documenting through angiography that coronary artery disease is reversible, and we will be talking about that. But what is even more important is that paradigm now is saying to us, well, if coronary artery disease is reversible, why not rheumatoid arthritis? Why not cancer? Why not multiple sclerosis? There's a mechanism, there should be a mechanism in the reverse direction. So that's a great breakthrough, just the fact that people have documented that coronary artery disease is reversible. Consciousness being a field of infinite flexibility, that for everything that exists and has a mechanism, there's a mechanism in the reverse direction. Start thinking like that. And what that mechanism is, it has to do with how we metabolize our experiences. And how do we, therefore, the next question is, how do we get experience? And in the physical world, of course, there are three levels of experience. There are experiences in the flesh, in the material body, there are experiences in the world of emotion, and then there are experiences in the world of spirit. So in order to be truly holistic, we need to include all these three levels. Actually, we need to include 4 levels. The environment, the physical body, the subtle body, and the causal body. And we discussed these levels. So, first of all, the environment has to be healing. And what's the one thing you think that would be the most dangerous experience that would interfere with healing? Fear. What's the one thing that you think would be the most conducive to healing? Love. So those are the opposites, right? The opposite of fear is not hate. Hate is a desperate cry for love, actually. Every act of violence and every expression of hate is a desperate cry for love. The opposite of love is fear. Now what happens when you go to a hospital? What's the first experience you have? You feel afraid, yes. I mean, this is the tragedy that we have created environments where people are supposed to go to get healed, and the first experience they have as soon as they enter is fear. I mean, the hospital next to a prison is the most fearful place. literally. And that's unfortunate that we have created that experience. It's not a healing environment. It's not a healing environment. You know, everything from simple things like the way the beepers work, to the way the code 99s work, the code red works, the way the sirens work, the uniforms, the machines, everything creates intimidation. So, if any of you who's ever going to be practicing, the first thing you have to do is you have to create an environment that is nurturing, that is nourishing, that gives a person the feeling that there is the energy of love here, real energy of love. So, when you're encountering a patient and you're going to do body work on them, in your mind, just that little attitude that I am with the physical expression of divinity here, that will just create a quality in the environment that will take away the fear. Because most of our experiences are actually non-verbal. You don't have to say anything to a person. You remember the famous expression of Emerson? He says, "Who you are shouts so loudly in my ears, I cannot hear what you're saying." You don't have to say anything. If that's the inner attitude, it will be reflected in the way you touch the patient, in the way you interact with the patient, in the way you massage, in the way you do anything. So the first ingredient is creating that healing environment. The second thing is that all our experiences in the physical body are through our senses. So sensory stimulus is traditionally seen in Ayurveda as the key to healing. We approach the inner pharmacy through the senses. The senses are the gateway to the inner pharmacy. Now, Ayurveda has always held that there are two kinds of pharmacies in the universe. One is our physical body, which is a pharmacy by itself. And then the second pharmacy is the world of plants. The world of plants, and to some extent the world of minerals. Because the world of plants is also the physical body of spirit. And that's why all the herbal pharmacopoeia of Ayurveda, which you'll hear a lot about, is very profound. There's at least over 1,000 different herbal preparations with very clear, distinctive effects on the human body. And you'll learn about this. At least you'll get a good introduction to it. Modern science is showing that the human body creates homeostasis or healing. We have a healing system in us, actually through powerful endogenous pharmacological products. So the human body makes some of the most significant wonder drugs that are available today. The so-called best drugs, the most effective, powerful drugs that modern medicine makes are called biologicals. And these biologicals are things like interferon, interleukins, other immunomodulators. So these are powerful anti-cancer drugs. The body makes imipramine, which is an antidepressant. The body makes all kinds of neuropeptides, which are very powerful drugs, literally. H2 receptor blockers, you name it, the human body can make it. It makes it at the right time when we are in the state of balance, makes it at the right time, in the right dose. There are no side effects, and all the instructions are contained in the packaging. So the body has evolved over literally millions of years to this bundle of consciousness with formidable intelligence. In fact, the best drugs that the pharmaceutical industry is now getting a handle on, including receptor blockers, are made by the human body. And how does the body make them? In response to sensory stimulation. In response to stimulation through the five senses. It makes them in response to what's going on in our inner world. of thought and feeling and emotion and desire and memory. That's a whole different area. But at this moment, I'm only talking about the physical body and the pharmacy in the physical body that responds to sensory stimulation. True healing can only happen when there's perfect alignment of elements and forces in the human body with elements and forces in the cosmic body. When there is perfect alignment, or we might say harmonious interaction of elements and forces in the physical body with the cosmic body. And this alignment, atonement, at-one-ment, coherence, entrainment is what we are trying to achieve whenever we are bringing about the healing process. Because when we are totally tuned in to the cosmic rhythm, if you will, then the intelligence of nature flows through us with spontaneous and effortless ease. That's what we want, this effortless spontaneity of nature's intelligence flowing through our physical bodies. So one of the first most important things is also understanding of biological rhythms. We'll have a whole lecture on that, and we'll discuss biological rhythms and restoration of biological rhythms. But that is an important ingredient. The rhythms of the cosmos and the rhythms of the microcosm must be in alignment with each other. It's very important in treating cancer and very important in treating actually any chronic illness. So through sensory experience, that's also what we are trying to achieve, this restoration of biological rhythm. And this process, as I said, there are many names for it: at-one-ment, coherence, entrainment. Entrainment is a word that's frequently used, and entrainment, or this tendency for physical bodies to tune in with other physical bodies, is a well-known phenomenon in nature. Because one of the principles again of spirit, I mentioned one, everything contains its opposite, but there's another principle from last night, everything is vibration. And vibration tends to tune in to similar vibration. And this quality is called resonance. So any object in the universe, any object, has a certain vibration at which it resonates. And it begins first through sound. Because sound is vibration. Right now the sound I'm producing is the vibration of breath, and therefore the vibration of atmosphere. In fact, there are references to the effect of sound in all the religious and spiritual traditions of the world. In the New Testament you will read the phrase where the Roman centurion says to Christ, he says, "Lord, I'm not worthy that thou should come under my roof, but say the words, speak the sound, and my soul shall be healed." And of course, in the Gospel of John, first there was the Word was made into flesh. In Vedic literature, Nada Brahman, which says Brahman creates through sound, through vibration. And in fact, there's a reference in the New Testament, according to Luke, where the mother of John the Baptist, when she sees the Virgin Mary and she's pregnant with John the Baptist, she says, "The babe in my womb leaped with joy when it heard the sound of your voice." We begin to respond to sound even before we are born, and we respond to the sounds of the mother's body, what she hears, all the sounds she makes, what she speaks, the sounds in the environment. But even after we are born, we are constantly influenced by sound. In fact, the whole basis of Ayurveda is that we start out as pure consciousness, which is a field of infinite possibilities, which is pure silence. And then that silence, the pure consciousness, which is the field of infinite possibilities, silence, it interacts with its own self. And as it interacts with its own self, it begins to vibrate. And when it begins to vibrate, it produces sound. And sound, therefore, is the way consciousness becomes conscious, or intelligence becomes intelligent. And a thought is nothing other than a sound in your consciousness. It's a vibration in that silence. And the thought is the final expression of what is called primordial sound, the first elemental vibrations in consciousness. And these elemental vibrations in consciousness are universal. They are not just human. They are the origins of language. So there are scientists that are called paleo-linguistic anthropologists who study the origins of language. And paleo-linguistic anthropologists inform us that as we look at the origins of language, no matter what the language is, Eastern, French, English, Latin, Sanskrit, Indo-Aryan languages, Chinese, as we start to go to their roots, we find the same sounds. These are the sounds of nature. Nature speaks in order to create. So first there was the word was made into flesh, is literal. Language is not a way of describing things. Language is a way of creating things. You create through language. You do not describe. You create through language. In fact, there is no thing that exists that doesn't have a word. If it doesn't have a word, it's not part of your experience. Even if it exists, if there's no word for it, it will not be part of your perceptual experience. Language creates. Remember that. So these sounds, universal sounds, are called primordial sounds. Primordial sounds have been used traditionally for healing in all the cultures of the world to bring about entrainment, remove the dissonant vibrations from the body and introduce the vibratory frequencies that bring about entrainment. And there are many kinds of primordial sounds. The first kind of primordial sound is the sound of the alphabet itself. The alphabet, which is universal if you sound it out. Whether it doesn't matter if you sound out the alphabet in English or in Greek or in Latin or in Hindi or in Sanskrit, the sound of the alphabet is the same. In fact, the word for the sounds of the alphabet in Sanskrit is matrika, which means the mother of language. And there are two categories of primordial sounds in language, the vowels and the consonants. And the vowels, of course, A, E, I, O, U in English. In Sanskrit, A, E, E, U, U, A, I, O, Au, Aha. You don't have to remember that. Just remember A, E, I, O, U. So right now I want to take you through a couple of little techniques that you can incorporate into your healing repertoire. Okay, and these have to do with using the sounds of the alphabet. The first sound is Ah. Okay, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, make the sound Ah. Okay, now we'll do it once again. This time we'll make it really loudly, and we'll keep saying it till we run out of breath. By the way, this is a great pranayama. It's a great breathing exercise too. So take a deep breath again, and this time as you're making it, close your eyes and feel your body. Feel the vibrations. Introduce the sound into your body, the vibration into your body. Okay, now this time what we're going to do is, as we make the sound, we close the eyes, will mentally have attention on some part of the body. And we'll have the intention for healing. Now, this is very subtle. What I mean, attention on some part of the body, is just very effortlessly put your attention on that part of the body. It's not a concentration. Okay? Wiggle your toes, please. That's attention and intention, right there. As soon as you did that, your attention went to your toes, and then you had the intention, wiggling. So it's so simple that it hardly needs explanation. You don't think, heal, heal, heal. Okay? Because that's too mental. Too mental. We want to work from the level of spirit. So this time when you make the sound, just put your attention on some part of the body where you want healing to occur. And then don't think healing, healing, healing. The attention is there and the intention is implied. Okay? The more subtle, the better. Just like when you wiggle your toes, you don't say wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay? You just do it. You have the intention. So this time, put your attention on some part of your body that you want healing to occur. And if you can't decide where to do that because you're already healed, put it on your heart. We all need some emotional healing. Okay, this is a great place to put your attention on, because the heart is not just a pump, it's the seat of emotions as well. So choose a spot in your body, and this time, close your eyes and make that sound with the attention and intention going to that part of the body. Okay, now the same thing, whichever part you chose, choose that same part again. Let's say if you directed the sound to your heart, or if you have a neck spasm and you directed it there, or whatever, you have an ulcer, you directed it to your stomach. Stay with that, and this time we'll do the same process with the sound A. Okay? Instead of saying ah, we'll say A. And now we'll use the sound of the letter E. Again, take a deep breath. And now we'll use the sound of the letter O. And remember, each time we are directing it to that same part of the body with the attention and intention for healing and transformation. Now, the sound of the letter U. Okay, what I'd like you to do is, for the next few days, when you're in the bathroom or taking a walk, try these 5 sounds. A, E, O, U. And keep directing them to one part and then another part and then another part. And in a few days, decide which one of these 5 sounds, A, E, O, U, feels good inside your body. Which one of these creates a feeling of energy? Which one of these creates a vibration where you direct it. If you're directing it to your solar plexus, do you feel some sensation there? Do you feel some vibration? If you direct it to your heart, do you feel some resonance there? Do you feel some vibration there? So try each one of these and see which one feels more energizing, which one is easy to direct, which one creates sensation, vibration, and then choose that, adopt it, make it your personal primordial sound of the alphabet. And then practice with that, directing it to different parts of the body with the intention of healing. And once you've done that for a few days, then no longer make the sound. Close your eyes and hear the sound in your consciousness, in the subtle body. So now let's do that for a moment. What we'll do is, we'll take these same sounds and just close your eyes, and when I say start, then start with the sound ah and direct it to some part of your body, hearing it now. So again, close your eyes and listen to the sound ah, the way we were doing it, and direct it to some part of your body. And now do that with A. And with E. And with O. And with U. Please open your eyes. So, within a few days or a few weeks, what you should be able to experience is that you can sit down any time during the day, and for a minute or 2 minutes you can take one of these sounds. Don't try all of them. You need to adopt one and become just proficient at using that one. So out of these 5, just use one. Then start mentally directing the sound to different parts of the body with that attention and intention of healing. So let's say your heart is speeding up and you want to slow it down, as in somebody who has tachycardia. You can actually break an arrhythmia with this, just by doing this. So, one of the things that you can combine it with is the experience of smell. This process is called neuro-associative conditioning. You train your nervous system to associate one sensory experience with another sensory experience. I'll discuss how smell works in a few minutes. But for now, if you, let's say, combine a smell with the ability to mentally direct a sound, and how do you do that? Well, let's say you're directing the sound to your heart, mentally, okay? And you want to slow it down. I'm just using that right now as the example. Now what you would want to do is direct mentally the sound to your heart, and at the same time you would take a vata balancing smell, because speeding up of the heart is a vata problem, right? It's too much movement. You would take a vata balancing smell and you would smell it as you're mentally directing that sound. And after a while, what would happen is your limbic system will, every time it smells that, it would automatically associate with that sound and automatically associate it with the intention of slowing the heart rate down. So after a while, you wouldn't even have to think the whole process. You could take just a smell and smell it, and you'd slow the heart rate down. Or let's say the problem is an ulcer, you do the same thing. You're directing the sound there, whatever the sound is, ooh. You're directing the sound there mentally, but at the same time you're smelling something with the ulcer. What kind of a problem is an ulcer? Pitta. So you're taking a cooling smell, which is pitta balancing at the same time. So after a while, then every time you smell that, the ulcer will cool down, etc., etc. This is called neuroassociative conditioning. Okay, so that's how we use the sounds of the vowels. And remember, choose one, not all. Then there are other sounds which are not the vowels, the consonants, which spontaneously tend to localize in different parts of the body. And we'll just take a few examples of them. The vowel sounds are the most useful. The reason being, you can easily direct them anywhere in the body. The non-vowels are not so useful because they have a tendency to localize. So let's go over some of them, the most useful ones. The first sound is the sound of the letter N or N. So your tongue is touching the back of your teeth, and you take a deep breath and you exhale making this sound. If you do it right, you should feel a vibration in your mastoid process. Take your index finger, put it on your mastoid as you do it, and see if you can feel the vibration there. Can you feel the vibration there? Okay, this sound is traditionally directed to this area. It improves bone conduction. One of the problems as we grow older is that we don't hear as well. So this is very good sound for improving your bone conduction and hearing. It's also very good if you have tinnitus, which is ringing in the ears. It's also good if you have vertigo. The origin of the vertigo is some imbalance in the inner ear. Okay, because it tends to align those three little bones that are responsible for bone conduction. The sound of the letter M, ma. You should feel the vibration in your sinuses. It improves, or it is good for those people who tend to have periodic congestion of the sinuses, kapha problems in the sinuses. Direct the sound here. The sound of ka, ga, gha, comes directly from the vocal cords. So let's try it. Ka, ga, gha, ka, ga, gha, ka, ga, gha. Now, one of the problems again, as we grow older, one of the things that happens is that our vocal cords lose their elasticity. They're not so resilient anymore. But if you practice this sound, you'll keep the resilience here. And actually, I've taught this sound to a lot of professional singers. And they practice it every day. It is very good to keep your voice young, resonant, keep the resilience of the vocal cords. Actually, every sound of the alphabet has a localized expression in the body. One of them is very useful, and that is the sound of the letter H, also known as in Sanskrit called Mahaprana, which means big breath. You know how people clean their glasses sometimes? So with your mouth open, make that sound. Okay, take a deep breath with your mouth open. Okay, now close your mouth and breathe in through the nose and breathe out through the nose with the intention of producing that sound. You just have to squeeze the back of your throat a little bit. Okay, now, let me tell you something very interesting about this sound. It has some amazing physiological effects. First of all, if you have someone practice this breathing, which is called Ujjayi breathing, making the sound, and at the same time have them have their hands in this position. This is a classic mudra. Mudra is a fixed position of the hand. So your 3 fingers here are extended, and your forefinger and your thumb are opposing each other like this. Okay, so you're sitting on a chair, you put your hands on your lap, and you practice Ujjayi breathing. And if I have you behind the fluoroscope is an X-ray machine, and I'm watching your breathing, what I'll notice is that your breathing is predominantly diaphragmatic. In fact, you can't do this mudra and breathe this way without moving your diaphragm very significantly. Try it. It just, when you breathe in, your stomach goes out because the diaphragm goes down. When you breathe out, the diaphragm goes up and the stomach goes in. It is the way to use diaphragmatic breathing. So, one of the nerves that comes to the diaphragm is called the vagus nerve, which also goes to the heart. And when you do this breathing, the vagus nerve gets stimulated and your heart starts to slow down. This is one of the most effective ways of lowering blood pressure, of slowing the heart rate. It's better than a beta blocker, literally. And I'll tell you some other uses for this in a moment. But this is one of the things that it does. Okay, so it slows down the heart rate, it lowers the blood pressure. Now, over the years, I have personally taught this breathing to athletes, actually to some Olympic athletes. But one of the things I've done over the years with trainers, professional trainers, is teach this breathing to athletes when they're running or when they're doing some physical exercise. Honestly, I'm not exaggerating. I have marathon runners who have the same heart rate at the end of the run as at the beginning of the run. Because even as they're running, they control their heart rate through this breathing. And what this does is, because it lowers your heart rate, at the same time increasing your breathing capacity, because the diaphragm is moving up and down like this, it also increases your cardiac output. And as a result of that, it increases your coronary blood flow. It is quite amazing, the improvement in athletic performance. You know, for people who could run 5 miles, run 10 miles. And their breathing is slow. Even the end of the run, they're breathing at 18 per minute. 14 to 18 per minute at the end of the run. And their heart rate doesn't go up. Or if it goes up, you know, at maximum heart rate, it'll go up 100, 110, and 2 minutes after the run is over, it'll be back to 70. So it's a great way to increase exercise performance, a great way to increase cardiac output, a great way to lower blood pressure, a great way to increase breathing capacity, therefore to energize yourself, to immediately feel invigorated. Mahaprana, the sound, you should be able to hear the sound as you're doing it. And this sound also can be used to abort an asthmatic attack, a breathing bronchospasm. As soon as you begin to notice that you're having bronchospasm, start practicing Ujjayi breathing. In yoga, it's called the sound of the letter H. Mahaprana is the sound of the letter H. So this is the first category of primordial sounds. The second category of primordial sounds are the sounds of nature. Because remember, even our speech is an expression of primordial sound. Language, in its linguistic, verbally elite expression, is a very late development in evolution. All of nature is full of language. Birds sing. Why? Because that's nature singing in the morning. Crickets make sounds at night. That's nature's sound at night. So any sound in nature, whether it's the sound of a waterfall or a sound that's recurring, like cricket sings at night every day, birds sing in the morning every day, the ocean has its sound throughout the day, a different sound as it goes through the tidal rhythms. These are healing sounds. All sounds of nature are healing sounds because they are primordial. Overtone chanting is using the same sounds of the alphabet but with overtones in it. Tibetans have mastered the overtone chanting, and also Gregorian chanting is sometimes a modified form of overtone chanting. So mantra chanting. Mantras have amazing effects on the physiology. Mantras are not random sounds, and the fact is that there are some initial studies now that show you can take cells out of the body and put them in a test tube. Take some lymphocytes and white cells and put them in a test tube and play mantras to them. And you'll find that they start secreting immunomodulators like interleukin, interferon, etc. Now that's in response to mantra, but cells respond in vitro, in a test tube, to other sounds as well, to music. So if you play music that produces tranquility, and music of course is a cultural thing many times. You associate certain experiences, or they create certain experiences to you. So let's say a certain type of music creates in you the experience of tranquility. If I was looking at your white cells in the test tube, I'd find that your white cells make diazepam, which is Valium. You actually transform the music and metabolize it into your body making Valium, which is diazepam in the body is actually an immunomodulator. It tells the immune cell, there's no hurry, take it easy, you can do a good job if you're calm and you're settled. You don't need to be jittery. And when you're jittery, then your immune cells make adrenaline. Even your platelets make adrenaline. And the body's inner intelligence knows what the right amount is, the right dose. If you create music that creates exhilaration, Vivaldi or something, and you feel exhilarated, your body secretes imipramine. Your immune cells secrete an antidepressant. So all sounds get metabolized into physiological responses. Okay, so mantra chanting, music. In Ayurveda, we have what is called Gandharva Veda music, which is music that will take the seasons into account and take in the body's rhythm. So Vata balancing music, Pitta balancing music, Kapha balancing music. Now we're working with musicians to create the equivalent of Vata, Pitta and Kapha balancing music, which uses Western melodies. So that's sound. Second experience, touch. We want to cover a lot of material, so I'm going to move right into touch. Skin is the biggest pharmacy in the body. The body is a huge pharmacy, but the skin is the biggest pharmacy in the body because it has so much surface area, and the skin is derived from the same germ layer as the brain. It's called the neuroectoderm. So all the different neuropeptides that are found in the brain, which are also, the physical expression of our emotions, the same neuropeptides are also found in the skin. And some of the more significant neuropeptides, I've already mentioned a couple, imipramine, interleukins, interferons. There's a neuropeptide found in the skin which is very interesting. It's called vasoactive intestinal polypeptide, VIP. Very important peptide. the reason it's called vasoactive intestinal polypeptide is that originally it was discovered in the intestine. But it's actually found in the skin, it's also found in the brain. Now, VIP happens to be the most potent vasodilator known biologically. A vasodilator is something that opens up blood vessels. And VIP particularly improves coronary blood flow. There are very few studies on this, but they're very exciting. There is one study that shows that if you give somebody a massage with sesame oil, then the level of VIP increases about 3 to 5-fold in your blood and remains elevated for up to 3 weeks after a massage. And if you do a PET scan on someone, a PET scan is a positron emission tomography of the heart, immediately following an Ayurvedic massage, then as the VIP goes up, the coronary blood flow also increases, and about 15 to 25% increase in blood flow to the heart after an Ayurvedic massage. Simultaneously, the VIP level is going up. Now imagine you had a drug that did that and you didn't use it after a heart attack, you would probably be sued for malpractice. So, as we gather more data, my hope is that in every coronary care unit, people will be getting massages. We do more for them than a lot of the drugs that we use. Increases blood flow. Now, there's another very interesting thing that has been found by Candice Pert, who is a molecular biologist and a neuroendocrinologist. She was the chief of brain chemistry at one time at the NIH, till she made the following discovery. And the discovery was that VIP occupies the same receptor site on T cells as HIV. When a virus or anything needs to get inside a cell, it first has to go through a receptor on the cell wall. Just like if you want to enter a room that's locked, you need a key to open the door. So think of the peptide as a key and the lock as the receptor. And you open the door, and then you can get into the room. Now that's how HIV gets inside the cell, or that's how any peptide works. Now it so happens that VIP occupies the same receptor site as HIV. So theoretically, if there's a lot of VIP floating in your system, occupying all these receptor sites, then HIV cannot get inside the cell. And if it can't get inside the cell in vitro, in the test tube, it has a lifespan only for about 3 hours. Now when Candice made this discovery, she got so excited that she left the NIH, because she thought, with the rigmarole and the bureaucracy of the government, take her years and years to do what she wanted to. She wanted to understand more about the dynamics of peptides and how they occupy receptor sites, particularly in HIV disease. And she was ultimately able to not only identify this peptide, VIP, synthesize it, and she called it peptide T, is her name for it, because it occupies T cells, receptor sites. And in fact, right now, even as we speak, there are trials going on in Europe with peptide T as the next generation of drugs that will be used for treating HIV. And there are certain trials already that show that improves dementia, improves the neuropathy that's associated with HIV, improves many, many things. And these are very preliminary trials. The remarkable thing is it's a whole new concept. Every other treatment of HIV has been about killing the virus. And whenever you use a chemotherapeutic agent, you kill the virus, of course, but you also kill normal cells. What this is doing is just telling the virus, I'm not going to let you in. That's all. And therefore, it's totally free of side effects. Totally free. But whilst all that is happening, I think just looking at this data, it's very important that everybody who has HIV infection or HIV, they should be getting a massage every day. They should be giving themselves a massage every day. Then there are, of course, antidepressants secreted. That's why you feel good after massage. I think anybody with any chronic illness, cancer, heart disease, arthritis, has immense benefit from massage because of the stimulation of this endogenous pharmacy that we've been speaking about. Any patient with any chronic illness, there's huge benefits from massage, and only now beginning to understand how that massage is given, why sesame oil, what are the herbs used. This is part of another discussion which you will get, because the herbs that are used, there are some powerful antioxidant properties in these. They get absorbed into the system. They are free radical scavengers. They get rid of the toxins. So there's many mechanisms by which massage works. There's also the secretion of growth factors and growth hormone through massage. Growth hormone in children makes the children grow. But in adults, growth hormone is an anabolic hormone which has anti-aging effects. So people who get massage regularly or give themselves massage every day, their biological age can be measured. And you'll definitely see a difference. Even after 1 week of panchakarma, you'll see a difference in biological markers of aging. One of the reasons is there's secretion of growth factors and anabolic hormones in the system. So those are the benefits of the second experience, touch. Okay, I want to move on to the third experience, which is the experience of sight, color, vision. First of all, what's a chakra? How do you explain a chakra to anyone? The best way to explain it in scientific terms is it's the junction point where energy and matter come together in very high concentration. Energy and matter and consciousness. The three things we spoke about. Information, energy and matter come together. Of course, in every part of the body there's this link between information, energy and matter. But it so happens that in the chakras this link is much more concentrated. And in Vedic theory, chakras, amongst other things that they do, they control biological activities. So the root chakra, if it's a problem with the root chakra, then the problems are with elimination, bowels, constipation, irritable bowel, things like that. If there's a problem with the second chakra, the place where Freud got stuck, that place, then you have reproductive problems, problems with infertility, impotence, things like that. If you have problems with the third chakra, which is in the solar plexus, you have problems like ulcers and stomach problems, indigestion. Heart chakra, obviously heart disease. Throat chakra, you have thyroid problems, you have problems in the neck, those kinds of things. In the third eye, which is over here, that chakra, you have problems with cognitive function. And with the crown chakra, which is here, if there's a problem there, then you have a problem with life. It's a basic, it's the, what is called enlightenment deficiency. So, so the colors that are associated with the chakras, they're the colors of the spectrum, of the visible spectrum. So the meditation that is practiced is very simple. You just, before you do your primordial sound meditation or you do your breathing meditation, just for a few minutes, all you do is you sit quietly, put your attention on the chakra and visualize the corresponding color, which is to balance that chakra. And of course, if you want, then you can do the mantra sounds of the chakra. So the root chakra, the sound, David probably went over this with you. Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Ksham and Om. As you're thinking the sound, the mantra, you're also visualizing the color. It's a very traditional, classic way of balancing the chakras. The next sensory experience is the experience of taste. Ayurveda recognizes 6 tastes. And these 6 tastes are sweet, sour, salt, bitter, pungent, astringent. Sweet, sour, salt, bitter, pungent, and astringent. All complex carbohydrates and anything that has a sweet taste or an aftertaste that's sweet, including fish, fowl, and meat, is sweet. Any complex carbohydrate, anything that has a sweet taste or an aftertaste, fruits that are sweet are in that category. Salt needs no explanation. Everybody knows what that tastes like. Sour, dominantly things like yogurt, cheese, salad dressings, these are all sour tastes. Vinegar. Bitter, all green leafy vegetables classified as bitter, but particularly some that are actually quite bitter, like some types of spinach, like fenugreek. There's an Indian plant called neem, which is extremely bitter. But generally all green leafy, cabbage, spinach, fenugreek. Astringent, all beans and lentils and pulses, dal, is astringent. Tea is astringent. Coffee is astringent and bitter. Pungent, anything that has pungency, a spice to it. So all spices, black pepper, red pepper, jalapenos, serrano, mustard, horseradish, ginger, garlic, pungent taste. So those are the 6 tastes. And each taste elicits a different physiological response in the body, which you will learn about in great detail tomorrow. The effect of taste, the after effect of taste, the virya, the vipak, the post-digestive effect. We'll go into great details tomorrow about the physiological response to taste and how you can use food as pharmacy. But for tonight, just remember 3 things. Sweet, sour, and salt, that combination balances vata. Slows down your metabolism. Bitter, pungent, and astringent balances kapha, speeds up your metabolism. Astringent, bitter, sweet balances pitta, reduces inflammation. And when we are talking about this, we are talking about physical body and subtle body, both. So it influences both the emotions as well as the physiological responses. Finally, let's talk for a few seconds about smell. The smell receptors that we have in our nose, in the back of our nose, are actually olfactory bulbs. They're neurons. They're direct extensions of our hypothalamus, which is linked to the limbic system. And the limbic system, as I mentioned to you yesterday, is the brain's brain. It controls autonomic responses. Autonomic responses are those things happening in the body for which we don't have any conscious control. So what are those things? Well, breathing is one. We don't consciously breathe all the time, although we can if we want to. The sleep-wake cycle is another. Body temperature regulation is another. Regulation of heart rate and blood pressure is another. So these are some of the very obvious things that are being taken care of by a part of our nervous system without our having to pay any attention to it. That's autonomic function. Now it so happens that autonomic function, memory, smell, and behavior are very intimately linked to each other. And there's some very interesting information about smell and pheromones. Pheromones are these very subtle hormones secreted in very small quantities by our body in response to our emotions, and they are secreted in our skin and in our breaths and in our urine, in all our secretions, in our saliva. And these hormones correspond to different emotional states. And scientists who are working on these hormones, they are finding that every emotion has a pheromone and an odor associated with it. So when you say, I smell danger, you might be actually speaking the literal truth. There's a smell associated with that experience. And you know, this classic study that first came from Stanford, where they took mice and they would give them electrical shocks, and then they remove the mice from the room. Other mice are brought into the room. As soon as these other mice come into the room, they panic. They start releasing adrenaline and cortisol and all the stress hormones. And the explanation is they're breathing the hormones of fear left behind by the mice that were given the electrical shocks. So now when you say, I went into this room and I felt really tense, the reason is you're breathing the hormones of anxiety by the people who were there or who are there. So pheromones is a new area of study. But just remember that every emotion has a hormone associated and an odor. When somebody is angry, there's an odor associated with that anger. When somebody is sexually excited, there's an odor associated with that. When somebody is passionate about something, there's an odor associated. And that's part of our nose here. There's a thing called the vomeronasal gland that picks that up, even below the level of our conscious awareness. And that then, in fact, it's triggered by memory, or memory is triggered by smell. Bonding is through smell, between parent and child, between siblings. You know, in a big family, if you have lots of children, you'll find that if the siblings are bonded, then they can identify whose undershirt it is by smelling it. Because every undershirt has its own characteristic odor. You know, it's that person's personality. It's their whole complex being in that odor. Lovers know that, and people who are bonded know that. Mothers and children know that. Animals know that. They bond through that. So, I think everyone also knows that a smell will trigger a very powerful physiological response as well as powerful memory at the same time. And sometimes an urge to do something. And there's neuroassociative conditioning with that. And many years ago, what I had is, over here, when I was in Lancaster, I had an interesting incident. There was a 4-year-old boy who actually came from a family in San Diego. And this boy had a condition called Wilms tumor, kidney cancer. And in his particular case, the Wilms tumor was responding to chemotherapy. The only problem was that every time he got his chemotherapy, he would go into dehydration. He'd had intense nausea and vomiting. And you know, they'd take him to this chemotherapeutic unit here in San Diego, some hospital. All these doctors dressed in white uniforms with serious looking expressions, the smell of antiseptic, and they give him his chemotherapy. They hold him there. He starts to vomit and starts to go into dehydration. So those days I used to be in Massachusetts, and they told me about this, and I invited them to bring the boy to Massachusetts, and I said, let's try something. And what I did was, I just had this boy surrounded by loving therapists, that nourishment, that nourishing energy. And then we introduced sensory modulation, music and games and colors, and just total stimulation through the 5 senses. And while that was going on, you'd give him his little chemotherapy, he wouldn't even know it. And his tumor would start to shrink, and no side effects. Which is one thing, by the way, in cancer, sensory modulation is great. If somebody is getting chemotherapy and they have to, and you know, in many cases chemotherapy really helps, use sensory modulation. You can eliminate side effects. Eliminate. It's very interesting. A lot of side effects to chemotherapy are neuroassociative condition responses. Do you know that some patients will have a drop in their white count and their platelet count as they drive to their chemotherapy unit? Before they get the chemotherapy, their white count and their platelet count will drop because of the neuroassociative conditioning that they've had by going there. You can modify that through sensory modulation, which is what I did with this boy, 4 years of age. Well, one day, for some reason, that place where we used to play all these tricks with him and have fun, we couldn't do it, so we had to take him to a different part of the building, and we took him through an elevator. And as soon as we went through the elevator, he started having nausea, vomiting, he dehydrated. And we had no idea what had happened. And then we all got together and we realized that the smell in the elevator happened to have disinfectant which was similar to the smell in the San Diego chemotherapeutic unit. All we had to do is change the smell, and again, he was fine. So that's how powerful neuroassociative conditioning is. Memories, behaviors, physiological responses. So smell therefore can be used to really create balance and to elicit physiological responses. I gave you one example of that through neuroassociated. You produce the sound, you at the same time have a certain smell associated with it. Okay, in conclusion, these are the smells that have different effects. In general, all floral and fruity essences are vata balancing. Anything that comes from a fruit or comes from a flower usually is vata balancing. In general, anything that has a cooling effect, obviously, is pitta balancing. Sandalwood, rose, mint, jasmine, these are cooling smells. And anything that is aromatic and spicy is stimulating, is kapha balancing. And as you learn more about the different diseases that are associated with the different doshas, then we'll be able to use smell in a very intelligent way through neuroassociative conditioning. So sensory modulation is never isolated. You combine all this to influence the pharmacy that's within.
We're going to introduce some new concepts today, and it's somewhat heavily laden with Sanskrit terminology. Don't be so concerned about knowing the words as much as the concepts. The beauty of Ayurveda and the beauty of Sanskrit, which is the language of Ayurveda, is that there's some deep resonance between the form and the meaning. And so words like vata, pitta, and kapha, which are now as familiar to you as your own name, don't really have good translations in English. But once you get some understanding of the symbolism that they represent, it has a value that really can't quite be captured in our English language. The language of Western medicine is really Latin. And Latin, of course, came from the Roman Empire, which has a very militaristic view of life and health. So we really think about fighting disease, even the word fighting disease, as a battlefield. And in that process we have the hospitals aligned in battlefields, we have the chief of staff along lines of command, we have anti-agents, anti-inflammatories, anti-cancer, antimicrobial, anti-ulcer drugs. So there's very much this battlefield mentality, which I think reflects the language that we use. Ayurveda, coming from the Vedic tradition of India, really reflects much more of a harmonizing approach to life. India has never gone outside of its borders to attack a neighboring country. They've been invaded hundreds of times from outsiders, Mongols, Europeans, but there's always within the Vedic tradition been this sense of self-awareness and self-referral. And the language of Sanskrit really very much reflects that. So that as opposed to killing cancer, in Ayurveda the idea is let's infuse the system with such harmonizing influence that the cancer cannot possibly arise. And so hearing the Sanskrit words, even if we don't grasp them in their entirety, it still has a value. It begins to change our consciousness. Tony Robbins frequently says that the language that we use doesn't describe reality, it becomes the reality. So if we have an event in the past, we create a story in our minds, and that story becomes the reality. And so the language that we use to describe health, describe life, describe illness, really becomes our model for how we view these steps along the path of life. So let's introduce some of these concepts. According to Ayurveda, there are 4 goals that each human being needs to fulfill in order to be truly healthy in life. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. It's a very practical set of goals. The first principle of Dharma is translated as purpose in life. Purpose in life. And according to Ayurveda, every one of us has a purpose in life. We're not here by accident. There's no spare parts in the universe. And so our goal is to really determine what is our purpose in life. Everyone has a unique talent. And when we're expressing our unique talent, we find ourselves serving others, fulfilling our higher purpose in life. Now, we haven't paid that much attention to this when we were being raised or when we raised our children. If we shifted our understanding that every being that manifests on this planet is not an unformed lump of clay which society and family is supposed to mold to fit a certain ideal, but really an incarnated spiritual being that has its own seeds of memory and desire and purpose on life, then the whole shift of society should be towards helping that person, helping that individual, helping that child really discover what is their unique gift to the world, what is their dharma, what is their purpose, and then teaching them the skills that they need to fulfill that purpose. So it's a shift of really what is our dharma, what is our reason for being here. And it requires self-inspection, listening to your inner voice, listening to your heart, and making those choices, which may not seem all that practical at the time, but ultimately is our soul calling us to experience that part of our being which is meant to fulfill its purpose. So finding our dharma is important. How do we know when we're in our dharma? Time stands still. When you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and your heart is engaged in that task, time just literally flies by. How do you know when you're not in your dharma? When you're looking at the clock every 5 minutes and, I can't believe I'm still in this job. So if you're not in that sense of being in your dharma, really start asking those questions of yourself, writing about it. What do I really want to be doing with my life? What can I really do that's unique and that I can do it in a way that no one else can do it? And how can I create that so that it's a life for me? The second goal of life is artha, wealth. And there's no apology in Ayurveda for this natural desire that we all have to have material abundance. We can recognize that the material world is Maya and at the same time enjoy the fact that my Maya car still runs okay, or my Maya house protects me from the rain, or I have enough Maya money in my retirement account that I don't have to work until I'm 95 years of age. So if we're in our dharma, then we will earn money that carries with it good karma. Society will support the value that we're adding. Nature will support the value that we're expressing and ensure that we are provided for. Doesn't mean we have to accumulate hundreds of millions of dollars and hoard it. It means we should have enough to be able to have freedom in the world of name and form. We don't need to apologize for abundance, particularly abundance that's gained through being in our dharma. And very wealthy people have often said that if you go for the money, you'll probably never get it. If you go for what really makes your heart full, the money will follow. And that's certainly very consistent with the Ayurvedic model. Kama means desire, fulfillment of desire. Sometimes it's also translated as love, as in the Kama Sutra, which are the aphorisms of how to make love in a way that spiritualizes the process. And so again, although there is a select group of people who are renunciates, the clergy, the monks and nuns who completely withdraw from the world because it's their nature, it's their dharma. For the vast majority of us, certainly most of us who have chosen to take birth in the West, fulfillment of desire is natural, it's healthy. And it means really bringing that level of spirituality into everything that we're doing. Enjoying the meal because we recognize that that food is an expression of consciousness. Enjoying a beautiful movie or a wonderful book because we realize that's another expression of the creative force of consciousness. Enjoying the sensual pleasure of making love because we are sharing spirit with another person. So all of these fruits of the flesh are a part of life and should be enjoyed with the consciousness there to always be acknowledging that it's spirit. And then the most important of the four goals is moksha, liberation. Recognizing that we are not skin-encapsulated egos, but are fields of energy and information, fields of intelligence, temporarily consolidating into this physical structure. But we're not time-space events. We are timeless, we are spaceless, we are unbounded, we are eternal. That's who we are. And that when we recognize that, realize that, experience that in every level, every moment of our being, then we are forever liberated from the cycle of pain and suffering. So that ultimately is what being healthy means. It's being in that state of enlightenment. When your doshas are balanced, when your digestive powers are functioning in a balanced way, when your tissues, elimination products are working normally, when your mind, senses, and soul are filled with bliss, then you are said to be healthy. It's a little bit different than the definition of Western medicine, which is, Mrs. Jones, I don't find anything wrong on your laboratory studies. So in Ayurveda, health is not the absence of disease. Disease is the absence of health. In our usual model, the lights are off, it's completely dark, you walk into the room and you trip over something. So we crawl around in the dark, feeling, what is this thing? We should move it around, we should dissect it, move it off to the side. We finally realize through our high technology that we've just tripped over a chair. And the Ayurvedic model is, switch on the light. Then you don't have to trip over the chair anymore. Agni is probably the most important concept in Ayurveda. Agni means digestive power. It comes from the same Sanskrit root that our word ignite comes from. So ignite comes from Agni. And Agni is the power to digest the world. What's interesting is that Agni is actually the first word in the Rig Veda. The Vedas have 4 major texts, and the first word of the first text is Agni. And it's said that Agni, being the first word of this description of the universe, in its own 2 syllables, encapsulates, describes, symbolizes the entire creation. So Agni describes that process of the universe manifesting, maintaining for a while, and then dissolving. And that's true for everything that we can think of. It's true for our bodies, it's true for a flower, it's true for an insect, it's true for a corporation, it's true for a planet, it's true for a star. So there's nothing in the universe that doesn't have its lifespan described by Agni. Now, in the human being, the Agni is responsible for translating the packages of energy and information in the environment into the energy and information and biological intelligence of the individual. So Agni is that process of taking the energy and information in the environment and converting it into the energy and information of my body. So it's simple to see it in terms of digestion. You have this spherical, red, sweet object, which we call an apple. What is it? It's a package of energy and information, right? It has all the forces there. It has components of all 5 elements. So I bring it in, and my Agni start to work on it. They break it down until it's broken down into, according to Western science, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, minerals, trace elements, phytochemicals, etc. And then, according to Ayurveda, to space, air, fire, water, and earth. And then my Agnis continue this process of rebuilding those basic blocks into my lungs, my kidneys, my liver, my brain, my energy. So Agni is that ability to take something from the outside and translate it into something that I can use on the inside, and then eliminate whatever I don't really need. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, Agnis don't just apply to the physical layer. It's more than just Annamaya Kosh. Everything that we're taking in from the environment is undergoing a process of digestion through the Agni. So that we can talk about mental Agnis. A new idea. We have to digest it. It doesn't go in right away. We don't immediately, for most of us, don't grasp a completely new idea. We may have to go over it several times. That's the process of our mind digesting the idea, breaking it down into smaller parts, elemental ideas, elemental thoughts, that we can then absorb, and then we reconstitute it into our minds. Our minds it's our mental body. It's our monomyokosh. It's our mental layer. In the same way that we can have toxic food, we can have toxic ideas coming in. And that forms a toxic environment. So if all we eat are double cheeseburgers and junk food, then eventually, because we've been bringing all this junk in, we will overwhelm our Agni's abilities to digest that, and we'll start to store toxicity in the physiology. In the same way, if all we're exposed to are toxic ideas, that will eventually overwhelm our discrimination, our sadhaka pitta, our mental Agni's ability to digest that, and they'll start to be deposited as the substance of our mind. So, Nazi Germany is an example where toxic ideas overwhelmed a culture's ability to digest that. So they carry toxic ideas in their mind as if it was the substance of their mind. And of course, it's prevalent throughout the world. So it's as important that we have strong mental Agnis as it is that we have strong physical Agnis. It's said that if our Agnis are strong, if our Agnis are healthy, we can convert poison into nectar. But if our Agnis are weak, we can actually end up converting nectar into poison. And so this is why Agni is such an essential concept in Ayurveda, because it's actually said that if you have to choose between powerful Agnis or healthy input, you would choose the powerful Agni, because you can convert the poisonous input into nectar. Obviously, we'd love to have both, that what we're taking in is nourishing and purifying and healthy, and our ability to metabolize that so we don't have to put the strain on it all the time. But raising the level of digestive power is one of the key things that we do in Ayurveda, and that we'll be talking about over subsequent sessions. Now, we've talked now about the doshas in different ways. One is this basic principle of a mind-body function, movement, transformation, structure. Then we've talked about the doshas in terms of the characteristics that a person expresses. So you're expressing a vata nature or a pitta kapha nature. Doshas are also said to be impurities in the system. And they express themselves as excessive mucus or phlegm in the terms of kapha, excessive bile or acid in terms of pitta, and vata is really expressed primarily in terms of excessive movement, excessive thought. Doshas can be seen almost as carrier molecules, that they're carrying information from what we take in. We take in the food, we carry the information, we deposit it into the tissues, we take the tissue excesses, bring it back, and eliminate them. So doshas are continuously exchanging fire, water, earth, air, space, from the food to the tissues to the elimination products. If we can't eliminate some product, that dosha will start to increase. If we take in a lot of that element, the dosha will begin to increase. If we have too little of it in our diet, that dosha will decrease. For some reason, if we're eliminating too much, the dosha will decrease. So the doshas are, in a sense, this carrier concept between what we're taking in and what we're eliminating. And so they need to be in the correct balance. All we need now is bliss in our mind, senses, and soul. And of course we accomplish that by diving into that unlimited reservoir of bliss on a regular basis, which is through meditation. And we accomplish this by seeing the world and seeing all the relationships around us as our mirrors. Ayurveda is very empowering. If you have a problem with a person, that person always pushes your button. And the only way you're going to be happy if that person changes and stops pushing your button, then you have many lifetimes to wait. But if you take the viewpoint that, yes, that person is pushing my button, but it's my button, and I'm wired to have a certain response to that particular button, then it becomes very empowering, because then we can change the way that we react. We can take ourselves out of the fight or flight response or the reactionary mode, which Deepak talked about, and begin to move into a restful alertness mode, an intuitive mode, a creative mode, a visionary mode, and ultimately the sacred mode, which is really that reflection that everything that's going on out there is just feeding me back something that's going on inside. So we'll be talking more about all the things we can do to bring bliss into our mind, our senses, and ultimately our soul. It's really kind of amazing how complicated we've tended to make eating in our society. I mean, next to breathing and probably eliminating, it's the most natural thing we can do, and yet we see every week at the Chopra Center people who are so confused and in such turmoil over what to eat that they're making themselves sick. And so we want to reestablish some very basic principles which are so intuitive as to seem obvious. But because we've gotten a lot of different messages along the way, we've lost contact with that very natural impulse to bring in the fruits of the universe into our physiology. So there's some really fun principles about food, which I think will give you an insight in a way that you may not have had before. Ayurveda recognizes 6 tastes. And if we are certain to have those 6 tastes in our food, we will be nourished, we will feel satisfied, we will maintain balance. The 6 tastes are sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. Sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. You're now experts on doshas and elements. So if we begin to understand what are the elements that comprise the food, we can really very easily and intuitively make choices for the right foods to balance our physiology. According to Ayurveda, taste is the way that nature has packaged potential food in our environment to tell us what is right for us. So if nature wanted us to avoid something, it would make it extremely bitter. If nature wanted us to take more of it, it made it sweet. So you don't have to convince a baby to eat a sweet peach. You may have to convince him to eat some kale. So there's a natural code that nature has provided us so that we could learn what's nourishing and what's not. Long before the RDA and the American Nutritional Council, we had to figure out what we were going to eat. So how do we figure out if it's good for us? We take a little bit on our tongue. If it's really bitter, we think, nah, I'm not going to take very much of that. If it's, that tastes pretty good, that's nature's signal to us that it probably has something in it that's fairly nourishing to us. So let's look at the different elements of the 6 tastes. Sweet taste is composed of the elements of earth and water. So anything that carries the sweet taste in it will be bringing more earth and water into our body. Therefore, it will increase the quality of kapha. Sour taste has earth and fire in it. So if we take that into our bodies, it will tend to increase both kapha and pitta. Salty taste has the elements of water and fire in it. So if we take more salt, it will increase both kapha and pitta. Pungent taste is fire and air. So it will increase pitta and vata. Bitter taste is air and space. So it will almost exclusively increase vata, which is composed of air and space. And finally, the astringent taste is mixed with air and earth, the net effect of it actually is to increase vata and to decrease kapha. So even though it has that earth element in it, which we think would increase kapha, the air element is so much proportionately greater that the net result is that it increases vata and decreases kapha. Now, in Western science, Western biology, we recognize really only 4 tastes: sweet, sour, salty, and bitter. Pungent and astringent are really more of a reaction on the mucous membrane. So it's less of a taste than it is a sensation in the mouth. But it's very useful to think about these as the 6 tastes. Now, for each dosha, there are 3 tastes that predominantly increase it and 3 tastes that decrease it. So if you want to increase a dosha, you will favor the foods that carry the taste that will increase that dosha, because they're carrying more of those elements that dosha is composed of. If you want to reduce a dosha, then you will take more foods that are carrying the elements which are opposite in value to that dosha. Kapha and vata, in regards to taste, are almost exactly opposite. So that if you want to decrease vata, you're going to take in more foods that are sweet, sour, and salty. Remember, vata's nature is to be very light and dry and to be rising. So if we want to counterbalance that effect of vata, we want to bring in foods that are heavier, that are warmer, that are moist. And the tastes that carry those elements, earth and water, bringing you down to earth, moistening, overcoming that dry quality of vata, are the sweet, sour, and salty tastes. So if someone is very thin and light and losing weight and having a real active mind, having a person eat more foods which contain the sweet, sour, and salty taste will help to pacify that vata. On the other hand, if we want to increase vata, we have someone who's very kaphic, slow-moving, heavy, congested, and we want to liven them up, we want to lighten them up, then we're going to use the foods that have the taste in them that are lighter. So the pungent, bitter, and astringent tastes will lighten that up. So 3 tastes that increase vata: pungent, bitter, and astringent. The 3 tastes that decrease kapha: sweet, sour, and salty. So sweet, sour, and salty, they're heavier tastes. They will decrease vata, increase kapha. Pungent, bitter, and astringent, they're lighter tastes. They will increase vata and decrease kapha. So whatever decreases vata increases kapha, and vice versa. So all that's left is pitta. Any taste that carries fire, the fire element in it, will increase pitta. 3 tastes carry fire. Pungent, which we know, we talk about. What's another way of talking about a pungent spice? Hot. Be careful, it's really hot. Do you mean temperature or do you mean taste? You mean taste. So it's pungent. So that's clearly fiery. If you take enough pungent food, you'll start sweating. So it's hot. Sour and salty are the other hot flavors. So if you want to increase the fire in your body, you have cold hands and feet all the time, you feel trouble expressing yourself, then you increase pungent, sour, and salty foods. If you have too much fire in your system, you have heartburn, indigestion, you get skin rashes, you have inflammatory joints, inflammatory bowel, and inflammatory emotional style, then you'll want to decrease the pungent, sour, and salty foods and increase the sweet, bitter, and astringent taste. Sweet, bitter, and astringent are very pacifying to pitta. It's really quite simple. You have 6 tastes. Each taste is made up of 2 elements. If we understand the elements, we can predict their effect on the physiology. Let's talk a little bit more deeply about the effects of the taste. sweet taste is the most nutritious taste that we have. It builds bulk. In fact, if someone ever tasted a human being, the taste of our body is sweet. Our flesh is sweet. And so there's this basic principle that says that like increases like. So if we take more sweet taste into our body will increase in that. So it's nutrifying. It's soothing. If we are upset and we take something sweet, we will be soothed. You know, if your child is going in for a vaccination, they'll be all upset, give them a lollipop, they're soothed. It has that very quieting, nurturing effect on the physiology. It's also softening. So a little bit of softening is good, but if all you take in is sweet taste, you're going to become the Pillsbury Doughboy, very soft. I'm sure by now you've heard and you expect for me to say that, like everything in life, there's a balance and an imbalanced state. And we'll learn about how too much or too little is not right. We want to have the right amount. So the right amount of sweet taste is valuable. Too much or too little can cause problems. Sour taste is very useful to stimulate the appetite. So particularly for people who have a weak appetite, people who are going through chemotherapy for cancer, are facing AIDS, have eating disorders, a little bit of sour taste, and as we'll learn, associated with a little bit of pungent taste, can really stimulate someone's digestive fire because it gets that fire going. It's like kindling for the digestive fire. It promotes digestion. Again, it stimulates the agnis. And it's carminative. A carminative is a herbal terminology which means it helps you to pass wind, helps you to pass gas. So if someone is having problems with a lot of gaseousness, mostly retained gas where a person gets bloating and gets gas cramps, a little bit of sour taste will help to move that gas out of the system. Salty taste also promotes digestion. It's definitely laxative. You know, the most common salt, of course, that we use is sodium chloride. Magnesium sulfate, which is really the component of milk of magnesia, is laxative. If you take too much sodium, you will get a laxative effect. It's also mildly sedative. It makes you a little bit drowsy. So if you have a lunch with a lot of saltiness in it, you'll find yourself getting kind of drowsy afterwards. The pungent taste also promotes digestion. So a classical herbal formula is to squeeze a little bit of fresh ginger juice with a little bit of lemon juice and a pinch of rock salt. So you can take about half a teaspoon of ginger juice, which you just take ginger root, or you could even just chop up a little fresh ginger. Mix it up with a little bit of fresh squeezed lemon juice and a pinch of rock salt, and you have someone take that about 10 minutes before their meal. And that will stimulate the digestive fire and build up appetite. Pungent taste is diaphoretic, means it makes you sweat. Anyone who's eaten horseradish on fish or bites into a chili pepper will know that you can break out into a sweat. And so it can be used therapeutically to increase the heat in the body and to release toxins through the skin. It also mobilizes excretions. It's an expectorant. So a lot of the Ayurvedic remedies for people with allergies or asthma or going through a cold or bronchitis are to use spicy foods, cloves, cinnamon stick, basil, ginger, pepper, to get the secretions moving. It mobilizes secretion. If you have a cold and you're all congested and you can't breathe, if you take a tea made out of really pungent flavors like clove and cinnamon and ginger, or if you bite into a fresh piece of ginger, or you eat a real hot radish, or take some chili peppers, you'll see your mucus will flow, you'll open up very quickly. The bitter taste is depleting to the system. It's air and space. So if you're trying to lose weight, increasing your intake of foods with the bitter taste are the way to accomplish that. Bitter taste is primarily carried in green leafy vegetables. So that spinach, chard, kale, and the other green vegetables like broccoli, these are all things that are rich in the bitter taste and help to remove toxicity and to deplete the system. But if someone's already depleted, you have to be careful. If someone is suffering with AIDS and has lost a lot of weight, even though there's often a lot of toxicity associated with that illness, you have to be careful about how much bitter taste, particularly in the form of bitter herbs that you use, because although it will be cleansing, it's also depleting to the system. A great number of medicinal herbs carry the bitter taste and are used to purify the system. A common one is aloe vera, which we know is a topical for burns and cuts. It's also a very beneficial internal medicine using the juice of it, which has a very bitter taste which cleanses the system. It's depleting to toxicity. Bitter taste is anti-inflammatory. So in Ayurveda, most of the strong herbs that are used for inflammatory conditions, be it rashes, inflammatory joint disease, inflammatory bowel disease, multiple sclerosis, are herbs that are very bitter. Neem, Azadirachta indica, Mangista, these are some of the common Ayurvedic herbs, and they're very similar to the Western herbs like echinacea or golden seal, which are also bitter herbs, which are cleansing to the system and detoxifying to the system. Okay. The astringent taste is that taste that makes you pucker. The common foods that we have that carry the astringent taste are tea, like real black tea. All the lentils and beans and dals, the legumes, are said to be astringent. Cranberries and cranberry juice carry the astringent taste. So a little bit of astringent taste every day is recommended. It reduces sweating. It's compacting to the system. It will cause constipation. The chemical that causes the astringent taste is usually a tannin. And one of the ways the tannins are used is that they bind with the inner molecules of the mucous membranes in the digestive tract. And by binding, they tend to form almost like a chemical bandage, so that you end up secreting less fluids, resulting in constipation. It's also this vulnerary. Vulnerary is another herbal expression which means wound healing. So if someone has wounds, internal or external, taking more astringent taste ends up healing, speeding up the process of the wound healing. Okay, so those are the 6 basic tastes. Where do they come from? The sweet taste is not just the taste of a candy bar. It's anything that provides true nourishment to the physiology. So it comes from basically proteins, carbohydrates, fats. So sweet taste is bread, pasta, rice, to some degree the carbohydrate component of beans, all types of meats. Anything that really carries within it carbohydrates, proteins, or fats provide us with the sweet taste. Milk, sweet taste. Cheeses to some degree. Grains, all these are sources of the sweet taste. In any diet, it makes up the bulk of the food that we ingest. If you go to the grocery store and you look at your basket as you're unloading, you'll see that most of what's coming out is the sweet taste. It's either breads or pastas, or if you eat meat, your meat, rice, cereals, sweet fruits, bulk-forming vegetables. These are all carrying the sweet taste in it. The sour taste is primarily derived from organic acids. So citric acid, ascorbic acid, acetic acid, these are all the acids that we take into the body. We get them from primarily citrus fruits and to some degree from fermented foods. So like pickles, vinegar, chutneys, these all carry that sour taste. And it's really valuable. It really makes something delicious to have a little bit of sourness there. It kindles the appetite. It's cleansing to the palate. It gets the digestive enzymes flowing. The salty taste is carried by mineral salts. We mostly get it from sodium chloride, rock salt, sea salt. The pungent taste is carried by essential oils. So anything that's pungent, that gives you that hot sensation, is being carried by some type of essential oil. What's really fascinating is that most of the essential oils turn out to be very powerful antioxidants. So taking in a little bit of red pepper, cayenne, garlic, onion, the spicy foods, they actually provide us with dosages of natural plant antioxidants, so-called phytochemicals. So they should be a part of our meal. The bitter taste is due to alkaloids and glycosides. These are specific chemicals that have a very bitter flavor and are probably reflecting the content of these various phytochemicals, these plant chemicals, of which there are now about 30 different categories, things like flavonoids and genistein, and there's about 17 to 20 of these major categories, and each one of them is now being understood as having a very powerful anti-cancer effect. They can help repair DNA mechanisms. They can help the immune system to be enhanced and to identify potentially cancer-causing genetic mutations. And they're very richly carried in fresh fruits and vegetables. So these alkaloids are really important. The bitter taste is primarily carried in green leafy vegetables and in other green and yellow vegetables. And then finally, the astringent taste, which is due to these tannins, we find in lentils and dals and beans and legumes, as well as in certain substances like tea. Different fruits have a certain amount of astringent taste to them. Up until fairly recently in man's evolution, we received most of our protein from nuts and beans. It's only fairly recently that animal fat has been such a prominent source of protein in our diet. And so the beans and the legumes are a natural way to get the protein that we need at the same time to provide this astringent taste. So those are the basic 6 tastes, where they come from, and the principle is that we should have all 6 of them represented at every meal. We'll go into that in more detail. Okay, so we're going to take it a couple levels deeper. Rasa is the first tissue element, the plasma, but it also means taste. So Ayurveda classifies foods according to 3 levels. Rasa, or the taste, virya, or the potency, and vipak, the post-digestive effect. So rasa we've covered. Sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. 3 of them increase every dosha. 3 of them decrease every dosha. So rasas we're experts on. The next is virya. And virya really means what other effect does it have independent of its taste. And there are many ways of classifying it. The most common way is it heating or is it cooling to the system? If it's heating to the system, it will increase pitta. If it's cooling to the system, it will decrease pitta. So foods that are heating are things like chili peppers, garlic, onions, red pepper, black pepper, salsas, cumin, cloves, cinnamon, anything that you put on your mouth and go, whoa, that's a little bit hot. So if it has a hot virya, it will increase pitta. If it has a cooling virya, it will decrease pitta. The other ways that we can talk about foods and predict their effect on our doshas is by whether or not it's oily or dry. Unctuous is another word for oily. Is it oily or dry? If it's oily, it'll tend to increase kapha and pitta to a little degree, and it will tend to decrease vata. If it's very dry, it will tend to increase vata and decrease kapha. So for example, milk, whole milk, is oily. It's a little bit oily. It carries a lot of fat in it. So we would expect that to increase kapha and decrease vata. So dairy is one of the best foods to help people decrease vata, but it's going to aggravate kapha in people who are trying to lose weight. Something like barley is a very dry food. It's a dry grain. So if you take more barley in your system, it's going to decrease kapha and increase vata. So you can think about foods, are they dry or are they oily? You can think about foods, are they heavy or are they light? So cheddar cheese is heavy. Meat is heavy. And if a food is heavy, it's going to increase kapha and decrease vata. Other foods are light. Celery is light. And so if you take more celery into your diet, it will increase vata and decrease kapha. So you can think about it in those terms. So we've talked about now rasa, which is the taste, sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, astringent. Virya, which is its potency. Is it hot or cold? Is it heavy or light? Is it oily or dry? And then we can talk about the third thing, which is what is its ultimate effect on the system? And that's known as VPOC. VPOC, post-digestive effect. If something's VPOC, its ultimate effect on the body is sweet, it will increase kapha. If something's VPOC is sour, it will increase pitta. And if something's VPOC is pungent, it will increase vata. There's only 3 VPOCs. Sweet and salty tastes are said to have a final effect on the system of a sweet VPOC, meaning they increase kapha in the system. Sour taste has a sour VPOC, means its net effect is to increase the acid in the body, increase the pitta. Pungent, bitter, and astringent all have a pungent final effect, which is to increase vata in the system. Now, let me give you a good example of why you should care about this. Fresh ginger has both a sweet and a pungent rasa, meaning when you put it on your mouth, fresh ginger is a little bit sweet and clearly pungent. But it turns out that its net effect on the physiology is to have a sweet VPOC, a sweet aftertaste. So it has a sweet and pungent rasa, but its net effect on the system is to have a sweet aftertaste. Therefore, it's okay to use fresh ginger in people who have aggravated pitta. You'd think that, well, I shouldn't use ginger in pittas because that hotness will only increase the pitta. But because its net effect on the system is actually sweet, and we know that sweet pacifies pitta, ginger is okay, fresh ginger is okay to use in people who have problems with their digestion, but you still are concerned that they have a lot of pitta in their physiology. Another example of how does the virya help us, knowing its potency, whether or not it's hot or cold, is looking at the difference between sugar and honey. Sugar is sweet, and would you predict it, say table sugar, do you think it's cooling or heating? Cooling. You can imagine, put a little sugar, you'll actually have a cool feeling in your mouth. So sugar is clearly going to be aggravating to kapha. It's sweet and it's cool. It's going to increase the kapha in the physiology. Honey, though, is sweet, but it's actually heating in the system. If you put honey in your mouth, you'll feel it. It makes your mouth warm. So honey, although it has a sweet taste, it has a heating potency. Therefore, honey is okay in people with kapha. In fact, according to Ayurveda, it can actually help you lose weight. If you're going to use a sweetener when you're trying to lose weight, honey is the one to use it. But you want to reduce some of the honey in people who have a strong pitta nature, because it'll actually heat them up a little bit more. So this is where having a little bit deeper understanding of the influence of these foods can allow you to fine-tune some of your dietary recommendations for people. Now, how do we know this stuff? Well, the way that we know it is in our own awareness. So you can test out everything that the Ayurvedic sages 5,000 or 6,000 years ago told us. And when you look into some of the traditional Ayurvedic books, you'll see that every single food is categorized according to its rasa, its virya, and its vipaka. You can trust them, or you can test it out for yourself. But you will notice that the foods that have the 3 tastes that increase kapha will have a kapha increasing effect on your physiology. You'll notice that foods that are heating will increase your pitta, foods that are cooling will decrease your pitta. And if you learn that certain foods have this after effect, you'll also notice that down the road they have a net effect of either increasing vata, pitta, or kapha on your physiology. The good news is you don't have to worry about this very much, for a couple of reasons. One is that if you eat a balanced diet, you will satisfy your body's needs for balanced nutrition. And if you listen to your body carefully, your body will tell you exactly what it needs to achieve that balance. Now, in your syllabus, you have recommendations for each of these diets. And we hand out similar sheets to all of our patients, which is basically listing the foods that fit the criteria that will either increase or decrease the dosha that you're trying to work with. So we won't go over these in terrible detail, but just what do you want to do to balance vata? You want to have foods that are warmer, heavier, oilier, and have more of the sweet, sour, and salty taste. So what are those foods? First, of course, vatas can eat more. They tend to be light and thin. It's good for vatas to have a little bit more bulk. Dairy products are very good for pacifying vata. Sweeteners, fats and oils, the heavier wheats, the heavier grains. Rice and wheat are the best. Some of these other grains are said to be lighter. Heavier fruits, the rich, sweet, moist fruits. Almost all the vegetables work fine for you. Spices are the warmer spices. Again, vata tends to be cold and cooling. So lots of spices, warm spices are good. Nuts are fine. Beans tend to produce gas. Gas is a reflection of vata. So the beans that are easier to digest, like tofu, mung beans, these are ones that are recommended. And then the lighter meats. So vata. Pitta, primarily we're going to favor foods that are cool and carry the sweet, bitter, and astringent flavors. You're going to use less fermented foods, less things like aged cheeses and yogurts because they're all carrying that sour taste. Sweeteners are fine except you want to reduce honey. Molasses also carries more of that hot quality to it. Oils are good. Some are more cooling than others. Most grains are fine. Sweeter fruits. If they get to be too sour, they're going to increase the pitta. So berries, particularly things like strawberries, if they're not really ripe and fresh, they'll tend to increase pitta. Lots of people get rashes when they eat strawberries because that pitta gets aggravated. Vegetables, for the most part, are good. Less of the real sour vegetables like tomatoes. Less of the hot peppers. Spices, generally more cooling. And then again, kapha, you don't want to eat lighter, drier, warmer foods. Dairy's okay, but it should be lower fat. Fruits, not so many heavy, rich fruits, particularly things like bananas, which are really kapha aggravating. Honey is okay. Beans are good. Beans lighten. So protein sources for people who are trying to lose weight, balance their kapha. Legumes, lentils, dals, mung beans, these are really good. Lighter grains. Nuts are pretty rich in fats, carbohydrates, so you want to reduce the nuts. Seeds are okay. Things like sunflower seeds are better. They're less kapha aggravating. Spices are really good. You want to spice up a kapha. So hot, spicy things that get their circulation going, get their digestion going. These are of great value to kaphas, except for salt, which increases kapha. Now, the real principle is not to get fanatical about it. Food is a celebration. Eating should be fun. It should be joyful. It's a sacrament. Here we have this amazing gift of nature that we have the opportunity to not only convert into who we are, but to enjoy the process. Think if eating food was as enjoyable as filling up your car with gas. And it would be such a drag. Oh God, I got to eat today. I'm going to run out of fuel. Nature packaged it to make it wonderful and enjoyable. So eating is good. And eating in balance, eating in a balanced way is good. It means we should have everything available, but in a certain level of moderation. How we eat is more important than what we eat. Or how we eat is at least as important as what we eat. And this is where we offer these Ayurvedic principles, which we call the body intelligence techniques, or BITs. Sometimes we call them the eating awareness techniques, or the EATs. These techniques allow for your Agnis to be healthy, so that whatever you're eating, by eating with awareness, you can make certain that you're extracting the maximum nourishment from what you're taking into your system. So we'll go over them. The first principle is to always eat in a settled environment. That means it doesn't do you a lot of good to be eating while you're watching Terminator 2 on television. Or at your office when you're on the phone with one thing, you're typing on your computer with the other thing. It's not very good to eat while you're driving on the highway, because that chaos and that turbulence in your life is generating chaotic and turbulent neurochemicals. And so that's going to get intermingled with all the neurochemistry and all the biochemistry that you're taking into your physiology. So again, eating should be seen as a celebration, and that means reduce the level of chaos, structure the time for yourself to eat. So it's much better to take 10 minutes, turn off the phone, close the door, and eat, than it is to eat for an hour while people are running in and out of your office, phone is ringing, and you're in this constant high-pitched state of anxiety. Similarly, don't eat when you're upset. It may seem that that piece of strawberry cheesecake is just the right thing to eat after you've just had a fight with your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your spouse. But again, there's a turbulence there that food will not be appropriately metabolized. We will not satisfy an emotional need with food. Temporarily, it may feel good to have this sense of some fullness in our body, but it won't satisfy the emotional need, and it will begin to create a level of toxicity in our physiology. So settle the emotional issue on the emotional level, and then when your digestion and your appetite is telling you it's time to eat, that's the time to eat. Always sit down to eat the way that we are programmed. You know, horses can eat standing up, dogs can eat standing up. Human beings actually digest the best. You remove the strain on your system and allow the attention of your body and the blood supply to go to your digestive tract. Eat only when hungry. What a concept, huh? You know, we've gotten a lot of very unhealthy messages along the way. Most of us got at least two of them. One of the messages that we all got was, eat everything on your plate, there are children starving in India. Now, Deepak tells me that in his family, his mom would say, eat everything on your plate, there are children starving in China. And in Hong Kong, they say, eat everything on your plate, there are children starving in New York City. So, from a very early age, we're taught that we should override our internal signals. So, we're full. Maybe we still have a little bit room in our dessert slot, but we're full, but you're not leaving the table until you finish everything there. You know, you're wasting food. Of course, we all wondered how it is that me eating this is going to help those kids in India. But we were taught really quite young to not listen to what our body is telling us. So from that point on, we just stopped listening. Getting back in tune with our appetite is the healthiest thing we can do. People envision their appetite as like this monster that, left unchecked, will devour the entire refrigerator. And it's because we haven't learned to really listen to it in a conscious way. We like to think of the appetite as a very clear signal from our body as to what is necessary. It's like the fuel gauge. So we recommend thinking about your appetite as a gauge from 0 to 10, like the gauge on your car, where 10 is totally full and stuffed and 0 is completely empty. Very few Americans have ever been at 0, where you've gone for a couple days and you're literally starting to digest your body. Almost every American on Thanksgiving or Christmas or other holiday has been at a 10, where you are so full you have to unbutton your pants and all you can do is kind of roll over to the sofa. The recommendation is that you get in touch with your body and you find out where you are on that scale. When you're at about a level of a 2 or maybe a 3 is the time to eat. 2 or 3 means you're hungry. You're thinking about food. You know, if you're driving, every time you go by a food store, you're thinking, yeah, maybe I should stop off and get something. You are good and hungry. You're not in pain yet. When you're at a 1, you're actually having hunger cramps. But you're really quite hungry. That's the time to eat. And then you eat until you're at about a 7. And a 7 means you're satisfied. You're comfortable. Yes, you could pour in another couple handfuls of food. But if you stopped eating at that point, you wouldn't have to think about food for a while. Ayurveda says 2 handfuls is the right amount to get you to a 7. 2 handfuls of your plate. Now, why do we bypass that? Most of the time because we're totally not paying attention. We eat either until everything's gone on our plate, or we're so involved in conversation and thinking about a million other things that we get to a 10, and then we think, God, why did I eat that last helping of mashed potatoes? So paying conscious awareness while eating will allow you to stay in touch with what your body's telling you. How do you do it? Let's do it right now. Close your eyes. Put one of your hands on your belly. And just ask the question, where am I on the scale? Am I at a 0 or a 1 where I'm totally empty? Am I at a 10? Am I somewhere in between? So just note it. And then maybe in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, note it again. And you'll see that that gauge is reflecting your current appetite. Now, sometimes in your car, this happens in my car, you fill it up, you get in the car and it's still on empty because it takes a while for the gauge to catch up with what's happening. But if you take your time and you pace your eating, your gauge will be right in tune with that. How many people have noticed that at times you're still hungry at the end of the meal? So you order something, or you say, oh, I think I'll have another helping of pasta, but you haven't made enough, so you throw some more pasta in. But by the time it's ready, you're actually satisfied because your awareness has finally caught up with what your body is telling you. Then, of course, you eat it anyways because you went through all the trouble of making it. But I'd like to encourage you with the thought that wasting food is putting food into your body that you don't really need at that point. It's much more wasteful to stuff another helping into your body than it is to throw it away, give it to your dog, or pack it up and find somebody who needs it, some homeless person who needs it, and give it to them. So stuffing it into your body when you don't really need it is wasting food. Eat only when hungry. The other message that we got a lot was, my mom was really good at this. She used to say, what do you think I'm running here, a restaurant? Which is referring to the idea that sometimes I wasn't hungry when the dinner was ready. So most of us got this information, and certainly as a parent, I know you can't be cooking for your kids 24 hours a day. But sometimes you're not hungry. How many people believe the message that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Okay. Well, most people believe that message. It's still constantly being heard, particularly by manufacturers of frozen waffles. But a lot of people aren't hungry first thing in the morning. And that for them to eat a breakfast at that time is putting food in when they don't really need it. So some people do, particularly pittas. They tend to be quite hungry and they can eat a full breakfast. But a vata may not need much first thing in the morning. It may not be until 9 or 10 or 11 in the morning that you need something. A kapha the same way. They may have a slow digestion. So rather than following these external rules, that there was a lot of reasons, often political or economic, that we were given those rules, listen to your body. Your body is the best doctor. Your body is the best healer. Avoid ice-cold food and drinks. Part of the reason I think that this came into the Ayurvedic thinking is that there weren't a lot of automatic ice makers 5,000 years ago. But part of it is that our body functions best at body temperature. That all of the enzymes, the gastrin, hydrochloric acid, the pancreatic enzymes, bile acids, they all work very well at 98.6. That's the temperature that they evolved in. And so if we end up eating a lot of cold foods while we're trying to digest, we're probably not optimizing the digestive process. Cold also has the effect of numbing our taste buds. And in Ayurveda, the taste of something automatically begins sending messages to the nervous system about what's coming into our physiology. And so if we eat something that's really ice cold, often we completely numb up our ability to taste it, which is why there's certain foods that if you ate warm, you probably wouldn't want, like drinking a warm Coca-Cola or drinking a warm beer. I know in England they do drink warm beers, but for the most part, the foods that aren't that nourishing, we tend to make really icy so we can sneak them past us. Sneak them past the taste buds. Now that doesn't mean that you can't eat ice cream. I love ice cream and frozen yogurt. It just means when you're going to eat it at the time that your digestive power is the strongest. And as we'll learn, that tends to be around the noontime hour. So when we go into daily routine, one of the things we'll emphasize is there's a time to eat. And the best time to eat your big meal is really at noontime. Don't talk while chewing your food. It's obnoxious, right? Again, it's just getting your attention back at your food rather than whatever else is going on. Eat at a moderate pace. That means not too slow, not too fast. Digest one meal before the next means waiting until your agnis, your digestive power, your appetite is giving you the signal again. Now, most human beings do better eating 2 or 3 meals a day. There are some people whose agnis are so strong that this grazing is beneficial for them. Women who are pregnant clearly should honor that appetite, and if they feel like eating every hour, they should eat every hour. But for the most part, the important thing is wait until you're really hungry. Don't just eat because it's time to eat. So if you ate a late lunch at 3 o'clock, you get home and it's 6 o'clock and your dinner's there, you're not hungry, wait until you're hungry before you eat that. Wait until your appetite gauge has dropped to a 2 or 3. Sip warm water, that's the preferred liquid. Rather than ice cold, iced tea and things like that, sips of hot water help to keep the digestive power going. Eat freshly cooked meals and minimize raw foods. Now, it's not that Ayurveda doesn't recognize that foods right off the vine are the richest in vitamins and minerals, but our ability to extract that information is very much dependent upon our digestive power. And cooking enhances our ability to digest. First of all, it makes it smell much better. So the difference between eating a raw carrot or eating some carrots that have been sautéed with some spices, you'll see that you'll start salivating. Your stomach enzymes will already start being secreted just from the smell of that, which cooking releases because cooking heats up those molecules. It makes the vitamins and minerals and nutrients more available to our physiology. That doesn't mean you never eat salads. It just means, for the most part, favor appropriately cooked foods. That doesn't mean you cook it until it's in a pulp. It means cook it so that it's delicious, lightly steaming it, sautéing it, baking them in casseroles. Appropriately cooked foods. One of the first things that we invented as soon as we could figure it out was fire. It kept away animals and it made it so that food was much more delicious. So occasionally raw foods are fine, juicing is fine, but for the most part, favor freshly cooked foods. Don't cook with honey. It's in every Ayurvedic book. If you cook with honey, it will instantly turn into toxicity, and there's a strong recommendation not to cook with honey. Drink milk separately from meals. Okay. Ayurveda strongly believes in the nourishing value of milk. So let me talk to you about the Ayurvedic model. And again, if your body tells you that it's not right for you, honor your body. First of all, here's how we're supposed to treat our cows. They're supposed to be considered members of our family. They're supposed to hang out in our backyards and be fed beautiful, nourishing grains. We're supposed to go out them and pet them and talk to them on a regular basis. Play beautiful, Ayurvedically balancing music. Massage them daily. Treat them with total love and respect and appreciation. And then, when it's time to get our milk for the family for that day, first we bring in their calf and we let mom nuzzle the calf. And in her love for her calf, she has her let down. And then we take what we need for the family and then we let the calf come in. So you could imagine that milk that was come to us from that process could be incredibly nourishing. It's the most nourishing thing that we could have because it does no harm whatsoever to the source. And even if you pull fruit off of the tree, there's some subtle negative karmic result. But this is actually a joy for the cow to provide us. Now, most areas are just a little bit different than that these days. But it's shifting. It's shifting. You'll see in every grocery store now, at least in California, there are dairies that emphasize we treat our cows with respect. We use no hormones in our cows. Of course, the FDA makes them say, just because we're using no hormones doesn't make it any better than those dairies that use hormones. We let our cows have regular exercise, good food, fresh sunlight every day. And it costs about 20 to 25% more. I would encourage you to spend the extra money to support that, because what will happen is if those dairies start to thrive, then the mainstream dairies will at least start to offer that as an option, because the market drives those forces. The other reason that milk seems to have a lot of problems in this society, not only because of the way that we treat cows, but the way that we take it. Most people drink milk right out of this refrigerator, and that increases all of its kapha aggravating qualities. Milk is kapha. I mean, it's cold, it's heavy, it's thick, it's oily. It's kapha, it's rasa in its nature. It's pure nourishment. But if we aggravate the effects of milk by drinking it right out of the refrigerator, it's going to increase those kapha aggravating aspects. More mucus, thickness, difficulty with digestion, heaviness, dullness. So that often we find that people who say, I can't tolerate milk, I have a milk allergy, by just changing the way that the milk is taken, having them take it separate from other meals, heating it, using some spices, ginger, cardamom, nutmeg. These are great spices to use in milk. If someone's having trouble sleeping because that vata is aggravated, one of the most effective things we can do is have that person prepare themselves a hot cup of milk, put some cardamom and nutmeg in it, which are both vata pacifying herbs. Drink it consciously, and the people who are having trouble getting to sleep will tell you that they'll fall asleep within 5 minutes. It's very vata pacifying. There are clearly some people who have lactose intolerance, that have the deficiency of lactase enzyme, and those people will have trouble with a lot of milk, although even now the American Dairy Association has done research to show that a little bit of milk can still be tolerated. Most people don't have a total absence of lactase. They just have a relative deficiency. And by preparing it in this way, almost everyone can tolerate and have the benefits of milk. It's great for vatas. It's good for pittas. For kaphas, you want to keep it pretty limited and usually favor the less fat modalities. If it doesn't feel good to you, don't drink milk. The most important thing regarding how do I keep track of all these different tastes is just be sure that all 6 of them are present at every meal. So at every meal, make certain that there's something sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. What might that look like? Well, let's say you're having Italian food that night. So the sweet taste would be the pasta and the bread. The sour taste would be the tomato sauce. The pungent taste might be the onions that you use to prepare the tomato sauce. Salty, obviously you're going to have salty in it. The bitter taste is the salad or the spinach that you have going along with that. And the astringent taste might be the tea that you have afterwards, or you have some wonderful lima bean soup, Italian style, minestrone soup that goes along with it. So it shouldn't be complicated. Now, if you know that there's a tendency for one of your doshas to be out of balance, then you favor those flavors, those tastes that are more appropriate to balancing your nature. So that means if you're a kapha, then maybe you'll eat a little bit less of the pasta and the bread and more of the string beans and the salad. And if you're a vata, you'll eat more of the pasta and less of the salad. So you don't have to prepare 3 different meals for your family if you have a vata, pitta, kapha there. Prepare something that has all 6 tastes represented, and then you have people choose those which are most balancing. In most of the non-Western cultures, that's how food is served. So if you go to Korea, you'll see that the dinner consists of 10 or 15 little dishes of things, and then you take samples of everything. If you go to India, you'll be served a thali, where you have all different preparations there. So you can start thinking about just having a variety of these foods available, and then people choosing what they need to choose. Don't make it a compulsive ritual. Don't take the fun out of eating by worrying, oh my, I can't eat broccoli, I've got to eat cauliflower. You know, what happens when you're traveling? You can't have any impact upon what you're being served. You can certainly still have an impact on the consciousness in which you eat what you're served. You know, if my Aunt Goldie invited me over to dinner, and even though I'm vegetarian, she spent all day cooking me, a chicken dinner, I would eat that chicken dinner knowing that the love that she put into that probably far outweighed any of the negativity that I would normally associate with eating meat. So it's really our consciousness which is transforming that experience as much as whatever it is that we're putting into our awareness. So have 6 tastes represented. Don't eat to the bursting point. And then just spend a minute or 2 after the meal being aware of the experience. Again, it's a celebration. Most major rituals in most cultures are associated with some eating. So we eat at weddings, we eat at bar mitzvahs, we even eat at funerals. We eat at christenings. We eat at these rituals because food and celebration is really closely tied up. And it reminds us of how magical this whole universe is. So take the time before the meal. If you have a religious inclination, say a little grace. If not, just thank nature for providing you with this, just to get yourself centered. And then afterwards, spend a few minutes in silence, just letting your body absorb that information, that energy and intelligence.
So this session is about mind-body interactions in diabetes. One of the things that got me interested in the whole field of consciousness-based medicine, because my own personal training was first in internal medicine, and then after that I was a fellow in metabolism and diabetes and endocrinology at Harvard and at the Joslin Clinic, which is probably the world's premier place for complicated diabetic situations. And if anyone in this country has very severe complicated diabetes with complications such as blindness or kidney disease, difficult to control diabetes, and they have the resources, they usually end up in Joslin Clinic in Boston. And I was a fellow over there, and I would sometimes be totally perplexed because you'd see two people who had the same kind of diabetes getting the same kind of treatment, and yet one person would be blind, have severe kidney disease, need a kidney transplant or be on a dialysis machine, and then the other person, same age, same disease, same kind of diabetes, same kind of treatment, was doing completely well. No blindness, no kidney disease, and extraordinarily good health. When I saw that, that was the first time I began to wonder, how come you can give the same kind of treatment to two people with exactly the same disease and see completely different outcomes? This is not just diabetes. It's true of many diseases. Heart disease, you have two patients with the same degree of myocardial infarction, and one gets all kinds of complications and dies in the coronary care unit, and the other recovers and goes home. So there is much more to medicine than we think. We've been taught to think that all illness is due to a pathogenic agent. A pathogen, whether it's a virus or a bacteria or a carcinogen or some kind of trauma, causes the disease. Well, it turns out that's not the case. A pathogen never causes the disease. A pathogen may be a precipitating factor in a susceptible host. And what makes one person more susceptible and what makes another person more resistant to the same onslaught from the environment is sometimes what makes the difference between life and death. So diabetes is a big problem in this country. There are at least 8 to 10 million diabetics at any one time being treated in the population of the United States. Of these, about 1 to 2 million approximately have what is called type 1 diabetes, and the remaining have what is called type 2 diabetes. And there's a small percentage of people who have something called type 3 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is also called juvenile onset diabetes because it's usually, frequently found in young people, even children. A child could come down with type 1 diabetes, a teenager, a young adult, and sometimes, rarely, it also occurs in later life. And type 1 diabetes is usually due to insulin deficiencies. There's a lack of insulin in the body. The pancreas is the organ which produces insulin, which is a hormone that takes sugar And if you're a physician, please excuse the simplicity with which I'm explaining this, but it's really important that everybody participate in this lecture. So, insulin is a hormone which takes sugar and converts it into storage, into something called glycogen or into fat in your body. It's a storage hormone. It stores sugar so you can use it later when you don't have access to food. And glucose is one of the most basic nutrients. And when you have lack of insulin, then your blood sugar goes up. And if it goes up a lot, then it spills into the urine. And now there's evidence that it gets transferred into some toxic kinds of metabolites, which then damage things like eyes, kidneys, nerves, blood vessels. So diabetes is the most common cause for blindness. It's also the most common cause for kidney failure, the most common cause why people have to go in dialysis or get kidney transplants. It's also a very high risk factor for atherosclerosis or hardening of the arteries. It's also a risk factor for heart disease or people getting heart attacks. And type 1 diabetes is the kind of diabetes that people get when they have lack of insulin. And this lack of insulin usually manifests in young life. And if people have type 1 diabetes before the 1930s, before insulin was discovered, then they would die in their youth. They would die in their 20s. Since insulin has been discovered, of course, people do survive, but they still go on to develop heart disease and blindness and kidney disease and neuropathy and atherosclerosis, frequently need to have their limbs amputated. So the complications of diabetes are horrendous. In fact, in medical school we were taught that if you understood everything that goes with diabetes, then you start to know everything in medicine, because it affects every system in the body. It affects your cardiovascular system, it affects your eyes, it affects kidneys, it affects the nerves, it affects muscle, it causes damage almost everywhere. And if you really understood all that happens with diabetes, you probably understand everything that could possibly go wrong in the human body. The cause of type 1 diabetes is now known. There's first of all a genetic predisposition to it. If there are identical twins and one has diabetes, then it's 50% likely that the identical twin will also have it. But not 100%. That tells us something too. Why only 50% if they're identical twins? So there must be something in the environment that predisposes people to that. And it's now felt that that something in the environment is some kind of infection in youth, a viral infection, possibly even something as simple as mumps or some other virus, influenza, mumps, that causes some kind of damage in the system. It results in what is called an autoimmune reaction, where there are antibodies that build up in the system to the islet cells. Islet cells are cells in the pancreas which produce insulin. So they start destroying these islet cells, and then you have an insulin deficiency. In fact, there are now tests that people can do, antibody tests, in children, and with reasonable accuracy you can predict that this child may develop diabetes in the future if they get an infection, a viral infection. And you know, viral infections are pretty common and easy to get. It used to also be thought, and wasn't clear, at least when I was taking my training, is the damage that happens in diabetes directly due to blood sugar, or is it some other metabolic disorder? And now more and more people believe that the damage that happens in the body is actually directly related to the blood sugar level. So the more control you have, the more you can maintain blood sugar within normal levels or close to normal levels, the less likely it is that you will get these complications. So that's type 1 diabetes. It's not as common as the other kind of diabetes, which is type 2 diabetes, which is also called maturity onset diabetes because it occurs in later life. It occurs usually in the late 30s or 40s or even later. And maturity onset diabetes happens to be a completely different kind of disease. Here, instead of too little insulin, there is too much insulin. But it doesn't work. For some reason, even though there's a lot of insulin in the body, it's not working effectively. And over the last several years, last couple of decades, it's become clear that what's happened in these cases is that there is a resistance at the level of the cell to insulin. So there is insulin resistance. The receptor that binds insulin, remember a receptor is like this lock into which your key fits. So think of insulin as the key that opens the door to a cell, which has to then metabolize glucose. The insulin, which is a neuropeptide, does not fit into the receptor for some reason. Most people with type 2 diabetes also have obesity. They're heavy. They are overweight. And if they lose weight and achieve normal weight, then the diabetes goes away. And they do reasonably well. So there's a direct link between obesity and type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. How obesity creates insulin resistance, no one knows. There's too much insulin. Now, if type 2 diabetes is left untreated, it has the same, if not more, incidence of complications than type 1. It's as dangerous. It can lead to blindness, leads to kidney failure, leads to heart attacks, leads to atherosclerosis, leads to aneurysms, leads to hypertension, leads to neuropathy. People might have to get their limbs amputated. There is no difference in the rate of complications with type 2 diabetes. It's a bad disease, really bad disease. And yet, in a sense, unlike type 1 diabetes, traditional medicine holds that type 2 diabetes is curable if obesity could be curable. But of course, obesity is also a very difficult thing and frustrating thing to treat. Type 1 diabetes is also called insulin-dependent diabetes because anyone with type 1 diabetes usually needs insulin injections, not only once a day but several times a day, in order to maintain the blood sugar close to normal levels, since there is insulin deficiency. Type 2 diabetes is not insulin dependent because you already have a lot of insulin. It just doesn't work. So if you give somebody lots of insulin, it doesn't do anything in type 2 diabetes. And in fact, if somebody has type 2 diabetes for a long, long time, and the pancreas then gets exhausted, it puts out all this insulin, it doesn't work, and ultimately type 2 diabetes can lead to insulin deficiency also, and start behaving like type 1 diabetes. There is an 80% incidence of diabetes in identical twins. So if one person has diabetes and the identical twin has an 80% likelihood. So it's even more genetically determined than type 1 diabetes. And then there's something called type 3 diabetes, which is also called maturity onset diabetes in the young, which means the person who gets it is a young person, even a teenager, but it behaves like type 2 diabetes. They're obese, they are insulin resistant. And type 3 diabetes is found in India very frequently. It's also found amongst the American Indian tribes, particularly the Pima Indians. And in Pima Indians, the incidence is so high, it's about 60 to 70% of the Pima Indian population in Arizona has type 3 diabetes, which is insulin-resistant diabetes occurring at a young age. Same incidence of complications. So it's a huge kind of problem. It's one of the commonest risk factors for heart disease as well. Is there any connection between what's happening in your mind, in your consciousness, and A, the incidence of diabetes, and B, the complications of diabetes, and C, the precipitating event that results in somebody who's predisposed to actually getting diabetes? And the answer is yes. There are all kinds of very interesting studies. In fact, somebody did a study among the Pima Indian population in Arizona. As I told you, they have a 60% incidence. By the time they grow into adulthood, you have a 60% incidence or 70% incidence of overt diabetes in the Pima Indians. So there was this research study which they went to this American Indian tribe, and they took young people who had no diabetes, no evidence of diabetes, and actually had them do a mathematical test which was computer generated. Every 5 minutes they have to solve the mathematical test. And at the same time, the machine makes a very irritating noise. And just the frustration of doing that, the anxiety and the frustration, the blood sugar went up, many cases precipitated overt diabetes immediately after that. So it shows that in a person who's genetically predisposed, even minor degrees of stress will start to elevate blood sugar and start to precipitate the clinical appearance of that diabetes. And of course, when you're under stress, there are two kinds of things that happen. Diabetics have to be very careful about the amount of food they eat. They have to be very careful about the kind of food they eat. They have to be very careful about the insulin dose or other medications they're taking. They have to be very careful about exercise. All these have to be monitored. And if you're under stress, then you're not going to be doing that. You just don't comply as well. So that's the indirect way that stress affects diabetes. But the direct way is really a much more obvious route to how what happens in your consciousness influences the incidence of diabetes. Any of these experiences in consciousness, which we'll call stress, fear, hostility, guilt, depression, anxiety, and anger, they have a direct effect on these two hormones, adrenaline and cortisol. These are hormones that are secreted by your adrenal glands. So anytime you feel stressed, adrenaline goes up and cortisol goes up. And adrenaline and cortisol have an effect on these other hormones, particularly glucagon, which is an antagonist of insulin, also produced by the pancreas, so it antagonizes the effects of insulin. And also growth hormone goes up, which is an antagonist of insulin. And so, first of all, there's either absolute or insulin deficiency. Either the pancreas is not producing insulin, or even if it is, it's not working. And now you have all these insulin antagonists being secreted. That causes the blood sugar to go up. And that causes the onset of diabetes. So it's very clear, at least it makes scientific and logical sense, that if a person is having anxiety or stress or anything else happening in their consciousness that is perceived as a threat to them, one of the simplest definitions of stress in Western medicine is stress is the perception of threat. It's the perception of threat. Physical threat, psychological threat, financial threat of any kind of perception of threat. And stress doesn't exist in the environment. Stress doesn't exist in you. Stress is your interpretation of what's happening to you. It's an interpretation. I once heard Ken Pelletier, who's a researcher at Stanford, he said, stress is like the waves on an ocean. If you're unprepared, then the first one is disaster. And if you're a skillful surfer, then everyone is exhilarating. So it's your interpretation of what's happening in your environment. And when you have that, it really influences both the incidence, the onset, the precipitation, and the complications of diabetes. And so it's almost now 20 years ago that I started to get very interested in seeing how there was perhaps a better way to manage diabetics than just to give them insulin, oral medication, give them the right diet, the right prescription, etc. All these are important things, because if you don't treat diabetes really carefully, you're going to end up with a patient at a very young age with all kinds of problems. And of course, increased mortality as well. So how do you decide where stress management, meditation, biofeedback really helps? This is also what we were doing at Joslin Clinic. We started to take patients with diabetes and we would measure their blood sugar frequently, and we would also monitor their stress levels on a scale of 1 to 10. And you can do that either subjectively, which is you ask the patient, you say, if you're really feeling totally calm and relaxed, that's a level 1. And if you're so jittery that you can't even sit still for a second and you're full of anxiety, that's a level 10. You can self-monitor your stress level. But there's another way of doing it these days, and that is through biofeedback. And I don't know how familiar you are with biofeedback. All kinds of very interesting biofeedback instruments available these days. We're in the process of setting up a biofeedback lab at our center, which will be monitoring brain waves, monitoring heart wave coherence, monitoring body temperature, heart rate, skin resistance, the amount of sweat you have in your skin, etc., etc. There are many ways of monitoring stress in your body. But one of the simplest ways that has been used traditionally in the so-called lie detector test is what you do is you monitor the resistance in the skin to the flow of electricity. And if somebody is very, very, very stressed, then what happens is their skin resistance decreases. The resistance in their skin to the flow of electricity decreases, which means electricity flows faster in the skin if you're very highly stressed. And if you're very relaxed, then your skin resistance to the flow of electricity increases. Electricity flows slower. And you can monitor that. You can feed that information into a machine. And if the skin resistance is low, which means you're stressed, then the machine makes a big noise. And if the skin resistance is high, which means you're not that stressed, then the machine doesn't make that big noise. And you can actually calibrate both the noise and you can calibrate other things, so you can actually measure skin resistance, flow of electricity, and say how stressed a person is. So that's a very convenient way, and the technology is getting better and better, of teaching a patient to monitor their own stress levels. And at the same time, patients are taught how to monitor their blood sugar level. And if you see something like this, where stress level and blood sugar level are not related, then you know that this patient is not going to, his diabetes or her diabetes is not being influenced by what's happening in their consciousness. But if you see something like this, where the blood sugar and the stress levels parallel each other, then you know for sure that this is a kind of person who would enormously benefit just by practicing meditation. And this is what we started to do in Joslin Clinic. Take patients with really complicated diabetes, impossible to manage, and teach them a meditation technique twice a day. 15 minutes to 20 minutes, sitting quietly, doing a mantra, primordial sound meditation, something similar, or doing other kinds of meditation, but our experience mostly is with primordial sound meditation. What starts to happen is that many other people have done these studies. Dr. Benson at Harvard has done studies teaching some other kind of relaxation response. People have done studies teaching other kinds of meditation like mindfulness, breathing techniques, etc., with similar results. You start to see immediately that the diabetes is easier to control, and as a result of that, you have a decreasing incidence of complications as you follow these people over a period of time. There is some correlation between type 2 diabetes and depression, and you should always be looking out for that, because depression in type 2 diabetes and in adults can masquerade. It doesn't, just because we're using the word depression doesn't mean that a person is sad all the time. Depression is not always manifested by the experience of sadness. The symptoms of depression can be very, very misleading. A change in appetite, inability to concentrate, a loss of memory, insomnia, especially waking up early in the morning or in the middle of the night. These can all be symptoms of depression, and one should be looking for that in type 2 diabetes, because there's a definite correlation between the two. You need to treat the depression as well. Also, in type 1 diabetes, which frequently occurs in the young, frequently you'll see young teenagers with type 1 diabetes who at the same time have anorexia or bulimia or an eating disorder. I'm just mentioning this because it makes it very difficult to treat these people unless you're addressing that as well. Okay, and there is some evidence that if you have type A personality, it's difficult to control diabetes as well. So these are the mind-body treatments that have been employed in the treatment of diabetes. It's almost unforgivable, I think, if a patient with diabetes is not monitoring their own blood sugar levels and not taught how to do that, because in the absence of self-monitoring, it's almost impossible to get good control of their blood sugar. It's almost unforgivable if they're not monitoring their stress levels, because stress plays a crucial role in the management of diabetes. This is one category of patients that should definitely all be using a biofeedback instrument to monitor that. And you can teach them all these wonderful techniques of all the techniques we mentioned yesterday, like the sound technique through attention and intention. You can teach them breathing techniques. You can teach them simple meditations, link it to aromatherapy, etc. And you suddenly start to see that they get convinced that it is really helping their disease, because they see the effect when they measure their blood sugar. They see the effect when they use the biofeedback instrument. It's so obvious to them that these are the perfect candidates for biofeedback training as well. Stress management techniques, usually here I'm talking about meditation, but there are so many other things that help during stress. And just briefly, and just a list of other things that you can do to improve a person's condition when they're under extreme stress. The traditional things that have been used are laughter therapy, of course exercise, massage, visualization, music, changing environment. All these are effective ways of managing stress. Diet, I want to talk to that for a few minutes, because the diet that you give in type 1 diabetes is very different from the diet that you would give in type 2 diabetes. Type 1, from an Ayurvedic perspective, type 1, if you look at the patient, they are insulin deficient. They have a lot of the classic symptoms of diabetes, which traditionally are polyuria, which means lots of urine, because the sugar goes out through the kidneys, it's filtered, and with it, it takes a huge water load. Polyuria, lots of urination. polydipsia, lot of thirst, and polyphagia, feeling hungry all the time. That's because even though they're getting all this nutrition, they just can't use it. The insulin is not working. So those are the classic symptoms of especially type 1 diabetes. Polyuria, polydipsia, polyphagia. And this was described 6,000 years ago by a great rishi called Sushruta, who was also the most important plastic surgeon of Ayurveda. It seems in India about 4,000 to 6,000 years ago, during the time of Sushruta, there was a law that if somebody was found guilty of adultery, they would chop their nose off. And Sushruta had the best plastic surgery practice. He used to do rhinoplasties. He used to do nose jobs. This is at least 4,000 years ago. And his textbooks are still available, and they show the 105 types of nose jobs that he did. And he used to take leaves from a peepal tree, and he used to do all his models of the different types of shapes that he could do, the different types of rhinoplasties that he could do. So he was a great plastic surgeon. But he was also a great physician. He described diabetes. And in his book, which is called the Sushruta Samhita, which is in 2 volumes, and we still use it when we study Ayurveda, thousands of years later. The whole book is in the form of poetry, because he was a rishi. And he described every disease that is known to man in the form of poetry. He sung it. So if you wanted to become an Ayurvedic physician during Sushruta's time, you went to a school and you learned music, you learned singing, you learned the poetry, and in the end you knew everything. So here's how the symptoms of diabetes are described in English. I'm going to translate that. But when you hear it in Sanskrit, it's a song. But even in English, it sounds great. It says, eating but always hungry, drinking but always thirsty. The poor patient watches his flesh melt away in a stream of sugary urine. That's the description of type 1 diabetes from the writings of Sushruta 4,000 years ago. And that he described as a Vata disorder. He said type 1 is really a Vata disorder, because what you see is a hypermetabolic state. The patient is eating, but he's always hungry. The patient is drinking water, but always thirsty. And all his flesh is melting away in a stream of sugary urine. This is a Vata disorder, and you should be treating it as a Vata disorder. And he also described type 2 diabetes, which is a hypometabolic disorder. Even though the symptoms or the complications are the same, the blindness and all these complications, he said that this is a kapha disorder, because here, the patient is obese, they're not metabolizing the fat in their body, they're slow, they're phlegmatic, and of course he didn't use the word insulin resistance or anything, because that's a biochemical concept. Remember, this is a consciousness-based model. He said there's another type of diabetes that is a kapha balancing program is required. So when it comes to diet, and this morning you learned a lot about diet, in type 1 diabetes, you actually give people a Vata balancing diet. And a Vata balancing diet is sweet, sour and salt, which intuitively at the first time you say, gosh, are you going to give type 1 diabetes sugar? But remember, sweet doesn't mean just sugar, it means all complex carbohydrates. And now there is a lot of good data that supports that in fact in type 1 diabetes you give high load carbohydrate diets, and that makes it much easier to manage these people because you can monitor the insulin and so on. In type 2 diabetes, on the other hand, you give a kapha balancing diet, which is the diet which has astringent, bitter, pungent tastes and helps you mobilize kapha, helps you treat obesity. So at this time, it is very clear that the type of diet that you give to diabetics And type 3 you would treat as type 2 anyway, because it's a majority onset type of diabetes in the young, through a kapha balancing diet. So it's now very clear that there are two different kinds of diet programs for diabetes. Not every diabetic is given exactly the same diet. Diet is according to body type. Now, in addition, what you can give is nutritional supplements, particularly to type 2 diabetics, because if you give them kapha balancing nutritional supplements, which are these herbal combinations that have astringent, bitter, and pungent taste, then you will speed up their metabolism. If you give them kapha balancing herbal tea, you'll speed up their metabolism. And the same thing is true if you give vata balancing herbal tea or vata balancing herbal powders in type 1 diabetes, you will begin to slow down their metabolism. What about exercise? Again, exercise is a very, very important factor in the treatment of diabetes. But in vata body types, which is type 1 diabetes, you have to be very careful, because if you overdo your exercise, and these people are extremely sensitive to insulin, remember they are insulin deficient, you can immediately cause what is called a hypoglycemic episode or hypoglycemic coma, which if it is not treated immediately can lead to brain damage and even death. So even though exercise is an important part of the program in type 1 diabetes, very mild exercise. On the other hand, in type 2 diabetes, you prescribe very heavy exercise because of their insulin resistance. So we all know that obesity is not easy to treat, but from an Ayurvedic perspective, if you pay attention to a few things, it actually is not that difficult to treat. From an Ayurvedic perspective, the way you treat obesity is as follows. Most important, eating awareness, eating in silence. Because as you begin to eat in silence, you begin to find that your body, first of all, becomes so sensitive to food, and you're allowing your body to listen and respond to food, that spontaneously you have a different level of satiety. Your satiety threshold, which is the satisfaction that you get from food, changes just by doing that. Just by doing that. The second thing is paying real attention to a kapha balancing diet, which will speed up the metabolism. And if you add the appropriate spices, if you add the appropriate herbal combinations, and frequently prescribe kapha balancing herbal tea like several times a day, that will keep the metabolic rate at a higher level, so it will also help. A kapha balancing diet, kapha balancing nutritional supplements, eating awareness. And another thing that helps is what we call, and maybe David has spoken to you about this, the hot water regime or hot water treatment. Has he spoken to you about this? Okay, so you ask the patient to every morning to fill up a thermos with boiling hot water or ginger water or water with a little lemon. You fill it up, but really make it hot and boiling. And then you instruct the patient that every half an hour, they take a few sips of it. It's not even the amount, it's the frequency. And you also tell them to look at their tongue in a mirror. And what you ask them to monitor, and this is a very simple Ayurvedic way of monitoring toxins in the body, is that if they have a lot of toxins in the body, ama, you know what ama is, right? AMA. Huh? Okay. If they have a lot of toxins in the body, if they have a lot of ama in the body, then their tongue will be coated and muddy, and their breath will be stale and not pleasant. If there is no ama in the body, then your tongue is pink and moist, and your breath feels fresh. So it's that simple to monitor ama. So you prescribe this hot water, either ginger water or lemon water or plain hot water, boiling hot, every half an hour. And as they begin to drink it every half an hour, they also monitor the ama. They'll find that several things will happen. First, as the ama is mobilized, they'll see that their tongue gets even more muddy and coated. Breath starts feeling quite stale, and they get fatigued. But as they continue to do it, and they may get joint pains and arthralgias, pains in the joints, fatigue, muscle weakness. But as that continues to be mobilized, may take a day, 2 days, or 3 days, then as their tongue becomes pink and moist, their breath starts to smell fresh, and they feel loss of energy. And one of the things that interferes with your metabolic rate is that if there is too much ama in your system, your metabolic rate is slow. So when the ama is removed, metabolic rate starts to come up. And in fact, we found that those patients who have resistance to losing weight, despite everything, you're practicing eating awareness, they're practicing kapha pacifying diet, they're taking the kapha balancing herbal combinations, and still it doesn't seem to be working. You start them on this little simple routine with hot water, not fasting or anything. This is just an addition to their daily activity. Within 2-3 days, they suddenly start to mobilize food and fat and fluid from their body. They start to lose weight. It's one of the most effective things you can do for somebody who's really frustrated and not losing weight. You can add this to their regimen. It's a good thing, by the way, to do for any patient with any chronic illness. You want to get ama out, so it's a good thing to do. And remember, when you start this, you tell them maybe do it for 2 days a week or 3 days a week. And if you're a vata body type and you have a chronic illness, then be very careful, because I've had patients who have vata body type, and I've told them you can start this hot water routine, and they find suddenly how vatas are. They get more energetic, even more than they have, and they find that their symptoms are good, so they get over enthusiastic about it, and soon they start to lose weight so rapidly that they become completely very thin and asthenic and dangerously so. So you have to be careful when you prescribe this, especially to a vata body type. Okay, what about herbs in diabetes? Most of the herbs that are used in diabetes are most effective in type 2 diabetes. We have never come across a case where in type 1 diabetes you could eliminate insulin altogether. But in fact, you can do wonderful things. You can reduce the dosage of insulin, you can reduce the frequency of insulin, you can really help these patients through herbs and diet and the Ayurvedic routine that I have mentioned. But in all cases, you'll still need a little bit of insulin. I have had patients who required 2 units of insulin, once in the morning, maybe 2 units in the evening, or maybe not even twice a day, 5 units once in the morning. So that kind of control can be achieved. And type 2 diabetes, excellent control can be achieved. Type 2 diabetes is much more common, has the same incidence of complications, therefore is a more important disease to treat. So the first herb that I want to talk about is called Meha Syringi in Sanskrit, and the Latin name is Gymnema sylvestre. It's the original name in Sanskrit, means destroyer of sweet. And it's mentioned even in Sushruta's work thousands of years ago. And it's a very interesting herb. If you just take a little bit of it and put it on your tongue, you lose your sensation for sweetness for about an hour or 2 hours. Just by putting that herb on your tongue. I personally feel it's one of the most effective things for people who have sugar cravings, for people who have obesity and like to eat too many sweets, etc. So it's a very effective herb. You say, why isn't everybody using it? The answer is the pharmaceutical industry is not interested in this stuff because you can't patent it. You cannot patent something that has too many ingredients. And so the pharmaceutical industry says there's no money in it. These things are very effective, okay? So it destroys the taste for sugar for a while. It decreases your appetite. It's useful in treatment of obesity. And in fact, there's some evidence that it may influence insulin receptor sites. The second herb that's used, in Sanskrit, in Hindi, the name is neem. And the Latin name is Aza directa indica. It's a very common herb in India. You actually can make a little concoction out of it and you drink it. It's very bitter and it has an effect on insulin receptor sites. And the third herb that is used is called gugul. And we use gugul for many, many reasons. What is gugul? It's a resin. It does not get absorbed into the system. And it's one of the most frequently used preparations in Ayurveda for lowering cholesterol. And very effective. I have had cardiologists, given them samples, said cholesterol is a very difficult thing to treat. And the drugs that are used are pretty toxic. And yet gugul will reduce as effectively as any drug, if sometimes even more, with no toxicity. And the beauty is it's not absorbed. So it has no toxicity whatsoever. Gugul is used for treatment of high cholesterol. It's also used for treatment of heart disease in combination with other herbs. We have a preparation here called OptiCardio, which contains gugul and other things that are tonics for the heart. But the main effect is, again, lowering cholesterol. And then there's another preparation, the commercial name is Gugul Max. Okay. So that's probably one of the best things you can use for lowering cholesterol as well. Okay. Then there's another herb called Gokshura, which is also essentially a bitter herb, and it's also used for diabetes 1 and 2. It's also a urinary tract detoxifier. It's an antiseptic. It's used for urinary tract infections. It's used in diabetes. Amlaki, which is the essential ingredient of biochavan, has many effects, antioxidant effects, has many beneficial effects. And finally, turmeric, which is a common thing used in cooking, is also very effective in changing insulin resistance. So these are some of the herbs that are used in diabetes. I know this lecture has been pretty technical for some of you, but it just shows you that using different approaches that combine very simple things, non-toxic things, can make a crucial difference between something that's really life-threatening, that causes such intense morbidity, that can cause blindness and kidney disease and heart disease. And there are approaches that are totally easy, simple, and yet most physicians aren't even aware of them.
So we're continuing our exploration of our digestive system. And the first time I gave this talk, someone asked, what is a neurologist doing talking about the gut? And I said, well, that makes me sick to my stomach. I can't swallow that. It felt like you just kicked me in my gut. The gut is a remarkable system. And it's almost autonomous in that it has its own nervous system, it has its own endocrine system, it has its own immune system. And it really makes sense that there should be a lot of biological intelligence there because, like the skin and like the respiratory tract, the gut is really our interface between inner and outer environment. Now, we may think that the esophagus, the stomach, the small intestine, the large intestine is inside of us, but really it's the lining of this tube that's outside of us. It's that encapsulated space. So if something foreign is going to enter into our body, it's fairly likely it's going to come there through our digestive tract. And so it's important that we have the wisdom, the intelligence of the body focused on that area to select what we're going to allow in and to make certain that that which we don't want in is kept out. The digestive system has its own nervous system. It's called the enteric nervous system. It's not quite as big as the central nervous system with 100 million cells, but it has sensory, meaning nerves that bring information in, motor, and associative connecting nerve cells. So you can actually disconnect the gut from the brain, and it will still do a fairly good job of moving food along, regulating the secretion of hormones, regulating the flow of substrates and fluid back and forth across the gut. Although we usually think of the nervous system of the digestive tract as part of the autonomic nervous system, it actually functions a lot more like the central nervous system. There's a very precise feedback loop within the digestive tract. Now, the most important connection, neurological connection between the brain and the digestive tract is through the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve comes from a Latin word which means wandering. It wanders throughout the thorax and the abdomen, supplying information to the heart, the lungs, and really throughout the entire digestive tract. And for a long time it was thought that its primary role was to regulate motor activity, coordinate the digestive process. But as it turns out, the vast majority of fibers within the vagus nerve are actually bringing information from the digestive tract back to the brain. So it's really more of a sensory nerve monitoring and feeding that information back than it is bringing motor information, because as I said, it tends to be able to push things along pretty well on its own. It connects in this area of the brain stem called locus ceruleus, which means the dark blue spot, because when you stain it, it looks that way. And this is very closely connected, both anatomically and physiologically, to our centers of alertness, our centers of anxiety, our cardiovascular centers. So it's not surprising that when our minds are agitated, it has an effect on our digestive process. And it's not surprising that when our digestion is off, it has effect on our cognitive process, on our thinking processes. Now, there are a lot of different chemicals, increasing numbers, that have been discovered in the gut and were called gut peptides. But as we now know, every one of these is also present in the nervous system. So it was called gastrin because it was discovered in the stomach, but gastrin has widespread distribution in the brain. If we would have found it in the brain, we would have called it something differently. Same thing for all these different hormones. And this number keeps increasing. Again, the same chemical codes that the brain uses to communicate with itself, with an immune system, communicates with our heart, with our digestive tract. The remarkable coordination of this chemical communication between mind and gut is really amazing. So if we take, for example, this gut hormone called CCK, cholecystokinin, what happens is when we ingest fat and it reaches the first part of our small intestine, small intestines release this chemical, cholecystokinin, which enters the circulation and then causes the gallbladder and the liver to a lesser degree to release bile so we can absorb that fat. So the first discovery of this is cholecystokinin, meaning that the cholecyst, which is the gallbladder, is forced to release its bile. But subsequently discovered that the same chemical was localized in the brain, in the limbic system, which is responsible for emotions and feelings, and in the hypothalamus, where it seems to regulate satiety when we're full. So the wisdom of the body has used the same code to, one, absorb the fat, two, give us a sensation of pleasure in the brain and in our emotional system, and three, tell us when we've had enough so we stop eating. It's a remarkable, coordinated, nonlinear process. Another one is known as vasoactive intestinal peptide, VIP. And again, it's called vasoactive intestinal peptide because when it was initially discovered in the gut, it was thought to regulate the supply of blood to the gastrointestinal system. And of course, it's essential that we have good regulation because it's the blood that allows us to absorb the nutrients from whatever we've eaten and bring it to the rest of the body where it can be processed. But subsequently, we've learned that it has much wider effects. It induces the secretion of the pancreas, so it releases the pancreatic enzymes. It actually stimulates motility. Is initially defined as causing changes in intestinal blood flow. Something interesting is that it actually regulates the cardiovascular blood flow, that when VIP is secreted, it actually dilates coronary arteries. And a study that I don't think has been published yet, but was done at Ohio State University, did Ayurvedic massages on people and measured VIP levels, which rose and stayed elevated for actually several days. And PET scans looking at the heart of people who had these massages showed that there was improved blood supply through the coronary arteries, that the collateral blood flow increased. So, again, we tend to think about these hormones as being linear, but that's really not the way the body works. It's also, of course, in the GI system and in the cortex. Now, as I mentioned, the GI system, if you just take it on its volume, is probably the largest endocrine organ in the body. The GI system is lined with hormonal packets. And in addition, it's probably the largest immune system in the body. Because again, what's coming in? Foreign matter is always coming in. So we need to be alert to whether or not what's coming in is something that we want. As you know, most of our large intestine is lined with bacteria, which are fine and are actually helpful to us as long as they stay in the lumen of the gut, but we don't want them invading our system. So the immune cells are very lively there and are continuously regulating, continuing monitoring and responding to whatever packets of nourishment are coming in through the system. It's also, this large immune system in the digestive tract is probably responsible to some degree for inflammatory bowel problems like ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, where this immune system gets overly activated. It's an autoimmune illness which causes quite a lot of serious inflammation in the small intestine and in the colon. Okay, so let's talk about a practical application of a very common disorder from a mind-body perspective. And that is functional bowel disorder. In fairly good studies, about 30% of American adult population at some point or another has distressing or disabling gastrointestinal symptoms. It could be that they feel they're not digesting their food properly, they get a lot of cramps or spasm or excessive gas, but it's a fairly common problem, and probably half of the visits to a gastrointestinal specialist ends up ultimately being diagnosed as functional bowel disease or irritable bowel syndrome. It accounts for a lot of visits to doctors and a ton of prescriptions. So it's a common problem, and it's probably really the bread and butter of a GI doctor's practice. Now, what is it? It's when people have abdominal pain, alteration in their elimination, usually alternating constipation and diarrhea, a sense of bloating, and despite every test that you can do structurally, upper and lower GI series where you put barium into the gut, or endoscopy where you actually look up there with fiber optic tools, everything looks fine. So it's not a structural problem, it's a functional problem. It's a lack of coordination, it's a lack of balance in the digestive system. Because the way that we're trained in Western medicine is if we can't see it, we don't believe it, there's been a tendency to think about people with irritable bowel or functional bowel disease as being psychosomatic in this pejorative way. And so they've done studies to try to figure out, well, what's different about people with irritable bowel than by people who don't have it? And the only really consistent finding is that if you increase the pressure in the gut in someone who has irritable bowel, they will perceive it at a much lower level of pressure than someone who doesn't. The way they do this is they put these little balloons into someone's colon or in their esophagus. They start to blow them up and they say, tell me the first time you can perceive this. And people who don't have this problem, these things can get pretty big before you notice that there's some pressure in the gut. But people with irritable bowel, they notice it at a very low level. So they have an increased sensitivity to distension in their digestive tract. Now, at first people say, well, these people are just basically wimps. That they're sensitive to everything. But it turns out that they're not. That there's other ways of testing a person's pain threshold. You can have people stick their hand in ice cold water, or you can see their threshold to other types of stimuli. And in every other way, they're actually as resilient to pain as anybody else. So it's something very specific. It's probably something to do with an inherited sensitivity in their nerve fibers. And as we know, it's probably a vata imbalance, because vatas tend to be more nerve-oriented. It's quite common for people with this condition to have other types of health concerns. Fatigue is very common in people with irritable bowel. And nobody quite knows what comes first here. If you're dealing with this distressing digestive process, and you end up going to dozens of doctors and no one can help you, and you always get the sense that they're treating you as if you're making this whole thing up, and you're not eating that well because you're afraid that every time you eat you're going to get cramping or get bloating or have the runs and not be able to get to the bathroom in time, then it's not surprising that you might develop these other concerns like fatigue, like chronic pain, like funny kinds of pains in the chest that often end up getting people admitted to coronary care units, getting angiograms. Everything turns out to be normal. And there's also a tendency for certain psychological symptoms like anxiety, hostility, and general fearfulness. Now, Klein reported a few years ago on, I think, about 50 different studies trying pharmaceutical interventions for people with this condition. And as I mentioned, over 2 million prescriptions are given a year for this condition just in the United States. They tried things that reduce spasm, slow down the motility of the gut, increase the bulk. They gave opiates like iodide tincture of opium, antidepressants, tranquilizers. Again, he looked at 50 different types of medications and came to the conclusion that not a single one of these medicines had ever been shown to be effective, even though they're passed out like candy. And so it seems like a fairly depressing problem. But it turns out that there's actually some fairly easy things to do about it. Studies that have primarily been done in Great Britain have shown that just simply teaching people a relaxation technique and then a guided visualization can often substantially improve the symptomatology of people with irritable bowel. So that if someone had the classical symptoms, cramping pain, irregularity in their bowel habits, and no structural problem, they actually reported 100% success of either complete or nearly complete resolution of symptoms through their simple relaxation and visualization procedures. If they had atypical symptoms, or that maybe they had pain but not cramping, maybe they had bloating but not pain, they still had over 40% of people responding. And even if people scored high on psychological testing of anxiety or depression, which other people have used as a reason why, of course, nothing works, it's all in their heads, they still had over a 60% success rate of substantial improvement from this very simple mind-body approach. Another study that was repeated a couple years later looked at total failures. People that no matter what had been done for them, they reported absolutely no improvement in their condition. And all they had these people do was participate in 4 40-minute relaxation procedures. That they had them sit down, I'll take you through it in just a minute, practice a simple meditation technique, visualize a certain normalization of their gut, and out of this group, the total number, 32 patients, 20 improved and 11 had complete remissions. You know, how much more cost-effective can you make something? But are there irritable bowel clinics using mind-body approaches in the world? Very few. Very few. So let me tell you just a little bit about how we approach this condition. Most people that and we see a lot of people with a whole range of digestive disorders, and it can be quite severe. When I was in medical school at the University of Chicago, they had a whole irritable bowel clinic, which is probably the busiest clinic in the hospital. And it was to the point where people were afraid to go to restaurants, because anything they ate, they would get cramping or gas, and they'd have to go to the bathroom. It can be so bad that people are afraid to leave their houses. It can be so bad that except for rice and some very simple foods, that anything else sets them off. So if you had to say, in Ayurvedic terminology, what was this deficiency, what would you say? It's an Agni deficiency, right? It's a weakness of the ability to take in energy and information from the environment and convert it into the energy and information of our bodies. So there's not one thing that fixes people with irritable bowel, because most people with irritable bowel have a vata aggravation. They'll often tell you that going back to my childhood, the dinner table was not a pleasant place to be. There was always arguing going on. There's always a tense environment. I wanted to get away from the table as quickly as possible. Or I was forced to eat even though I wasn't really hungry. So there's almost always, invariably, some subtler emotional issue associated with this whole eating process. And, one of the few ways that children have to exercise some sense of control over their environment is what they eat. So it's quite common for emotional issues to be translated into physical symptoms in the digestive tract. So the first thing we always do, of course, is teach people meditation. And for many, it's the first time that they've actually been in their body and feel relatively comfortable for many years. The second thing that we routinely do is we put people on a very simplified diet. And there's a formula in Ayurveda known as khichdi. And basically all the khichdi is rice and mung bean dal. Mung bean is actually very readily available now in Indian food stores and in Middle Eastern food stores. And it's said to be the easiest lentil, the easiest legume to digest. It's often one of the first foods that infants are given when they start going from milk to solid foods. It feels very nurturing and it's very easy to digest. Cook it up like any kind of bean, like 1 part bean and 3 or 4 parts water. Make it into a light soup, season it gently, and then you mix it in with rice that's been cooked. So the combination of mung dal and rice is what's called khichdi. And many of the Ayurvedic cookbooks have their own recipes. And it's fairly balanced because between the mung dal and the rice and then a little bit of steamed vegetables, you're able to really cover all the bases. We usually keep people on that for a couple weeks, just letting their digestive system rest. Then we begin to gradually work on improving their agnis. If they can tolerate it, we would start using ginger. But for some people with this problem, even ginger is too strong. It's too powerful. So then we use what are more of the warmer spices. Ginger is more in the hot spice category. And the warmer spices are cumin, coriander, and fennel. Cumin, coriander, and fennel. So we just start grinding that up and adding that to the khichdi. So there's a little bit of a spiciness to it, but not enough so that it's overwhelming to a person. Then we usually start to try to increase it further. So after a few weeks on that combination, cumin, coriander, and fennel, then we usually add the stronger spices. The combination in Ayurveda, which is the strongest Agni enhancer, is called Trikatu. Trikatu. Tri-Katu. Tri, means 3, and Katu means pungent. So Trikatu are the 3 pungents. And they consist of dry ginger, black pepper, and long pepper. So it's Shunti in Sanskrit, Marika in Sanskrit, and Pipali. And one of the advantages of Pipali is that, like fresh ginger, it has a sweet Vipak. So it balances Pitta. If it was only pungent, it would be very strong on Pitta. But since its end effect is to have a little bit of sweetness, it ends up balancing the Pitta so it doesn't get a person getting a lot of heartburn and indigestion along the way. Usually with this process, people begin to feel more confident that they can start to consume their environment. And so we gradually introduce more complex foods. Now, people may also tend to have difficulties with absorption. And there are a number of Ayurvedic herbs which are really most useful to balance the lower digestive tract. The most popular formula is called Triphala, Triphala, Triphala. Tri means 3, Phala means fruit. So Triphala, the 3 fruits are Amlaki, Vibhataki, and Harataki. They're fruits that come from trees mainly grown in India, Tibet, and Nepal. And they are very tonifying to the digestive tract. In fact, each one has an effect on one of the doshas. What's great about Triphala, if someone's loose, it will slow them down a little bit. If someone is slow and constipated, it will actually speed them up a little bit. It's very balancing through the digestive tract. You can take it as a powder, but it's pretty sour and astringent, so most people take it in the form of tablets. You can buy Triphala now at almost any health food store. So with just some very simple interventions, something to start to increase the agni, something to stabilize the lower intestine, the bowel, teaching meditation, you can often start to see a dramatic improvement that people actually start to like food. And then, of course, teaching mindfulness eating is really powerful for people. Just as we who presumably have fairly healthy digestive processes don't pay that much attention. People who have these functional bowel problems, they're so afraid of their guts that it's as if they just put it in and hope for the best. And by getting them to really pay attention, eat consciously, get an intimate relationship with the food before it's truly intimate, can really enhance the quality of their digestive process.
So this morning we're going to talk about heart disease. And heart disease, as you know, when I am talking about heart disease, I'm talking now of coronary artery disease and not rheumatic heart disease and not congenital heart disease. There's so many kinds of heart disease, but the one that is really the number one killer of our civilization, the epidemic of our culture, is coronary artery disease, a condition where there is progressive narrowing of the coronary blood vessels, ultimately leading to a myocardial infarction, which means death of the muscle of the heart and leading ultimately to death. This is the number one problem of our civilization. The other significant problems of our civilization are automobile accidents, addictions, cancer, and now AIDS. But if you combine all of them, this still exceeds everything else. So this is indeed the number one killer in our civilization. Approximately 1.5 million Americans will have myocardial infarction this year, of which 500,000 will die, and at least 300,000 people in the United States will have a coronary bypass graft operation, which these days costs anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. So you can see the huge impact of this disease on our society. When I was in medical school, we were taught that these were the conventional risk factors for coronary artery disease. And if you ask the American Heart Association, even today they will say that these are the risk factors: smoking, hypertension, high cholesterol, diabetes, obesity, and a family history of coronary artery disease. And yet, the data shows otherwise. This is what is taught to us in medical schools, and even as the official statement of the American Heart Association, but the data that is emerging right now says that actually more than 60% of patients who will die of a heart attack before the age of 65, which means the majority of people who will die of a heart attack before the age of 65 actually do not have any of these risk factors. So despite the fact that these indeed are risk factors, the perplexing data still is that the majority of people who are dying of heart attacks do not have any of the standard risk factors for heart disease. So what's going on? In fact, when this kind of data started to emerge, there was an attempt starting in Framingham, Massachusetts, which is where I took my training in that Massachusetts area, and this was a big thing. You know, about 15, 20 years ago, there was an attempt to decrease the risk factors of heart disease through intervention. You take people and you make them stop smoking, you make them lose weight, you regulate their blood pressure, you bring down their cholesterol levels, and then what you expect is that they will have a lower incidence of heart disease. Because obviously, if you're cutting down the risk factors, then you should have a lower incidence of heart disease, you should have a lower incidence of heart attacks and mortality. Well, this was a very famous study done in Massachusetts 15 years ago, where intervention showed minimal reduction in heart disease and overall increase in mortality in those people who had intervention of risk factors. A more recent study was done in Sweden, where people with high risk factors underwent intervention, particularly things that we think we can control: smoking, hypertension, high cholesterol, obesity, change their eating habits, were introduced to an exercise program, etc. And the mortality was significantly higher in those people who had intervention of risk factors. And this study was published in the British Medical Journal about 5-6 years ago, and the editor said that probably the hassle factor or the stress that was induced in these people as a result of wanting to change the risk factors was responsible for the even higher mortality in those people who had these interventions. Now, having said that, there's no doubt that there are other studies that show if you use effective methods to, say, decrease cholesterol, that does alter the incidence of heart disease. But overall, the results of intervention in coronary artery disease prevention programs have been extremely disappointing. And my feeling when I look at this data is that all the interventions are motivated by fear. Patients are told that if you don't stop smoking, you're definitely going to get a heart attack or cancer or something else. They're told that you've got to lower that cholesterol. In fact, if you go around airports in this country, which I do a lot, you see all these big posters from the American Heart Association that says, "Have you checked your cholesterol today?" Okay. And, you know, that's pretty scary. So everybody's being motivated by fear, and the fear itself has its own biological response. So one of the things that we have not really grasped fully in medicine, even in the prevention programs, is that motivation by fear may in fact exacerbate the problem, whatever that problem is, whether it's heart disease or anything else. If on the other hand, your motivation comes out of inspiration, which is different than motivation. In fact, the word inspiration literally means to be in spirit. Then the change of behavior comes out of the experience of joy. Joy becomes the motivating factor. Then, of course, the strategy will work very effectively. Fear-based strategies do not work. Whether they are in hypertension or cholesterol, that's been proven over and over again. Athletes or people who run every day because they think it's good for them, not because they enjoy it, are likely to drop dead on the track. And this is true of any kind of behavior that we want to change. So behavioral modification programs in general have been extremely disappointing because the fear generates its own physiology. So what's the solution? The solution is to look again at what are the psychological factors that influence behavior. After all, if you have obesity, if you're smoking, if you have addictive behavior, it's probably a substitute for something that you're seeking, you just don't know how to find it. My experience with patients with addiction has always reinforced my feeling that addiction and addictive behaviors in general are a second-class substitute for the loss of exaltation. The exaltation and the joy that comes from the experience of the spirit. And human behavior in general is motivated only by two things. And I'm saying in general, because most people, unless they're in love or unless they have a predisposition to spiritual seeking, are not aware of that. So in general, human behavior is motivated by two things: the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. And you'll see that's what most human beings are doing all the time. We're either avoiding pain or we are pursuing pleasure. And sometimes our first experience of pleasure is through substance use, whether it's cigarettes or alcohol or drugs or sex or any other experience that gives us a temporary high. And the human nervous system is such that it associates that experience, even if once, with intense pleasure, then it gets hooked, you might say, to the memory of that experience. And so addiction is really addiction to a memory, always. It's not to the substance, it's to the memory. And long after the stimulus has ceased to be pleasurable, the physical body, and the cells of the physical body, the nervous system, are still hooked to the memory. The body is the incarnation of memory. There is no way you can erase that memory. So theoretically, you cannot get rid of addictive behavior by trying to get rid of the memory of pleasure. You might have stopped smoking for 20 years or stopped drinking for 20 years if you have a problem with alcoholism, but that memory will never go away. And there was always the chance that, given the right neuro-associative conditioning, go right back to it, because it's in your cells. You cannot erase memories from the cells. So what's the solution if you can't erase memories? The only solution is to create a new memory which is more powerful than the old memory. The old memory is never lost. It is overshadowed by the new memory. When you introduce the new experience, the new karmic episode, it must be of such power and of such pleasurable significance to you that it has to overshadow the old memory. It's less important, even though that old memory never goes away. And therefore the Ayurvedic approaches to addictive behaviors are basically to reintroduce the whole idea that we live in a sensuous and sensual universe, and that the experience of pure spirit is exaltation. Exaltation or ecstasy is the primary experience of life. It's the original primordial energy state. In fact, the word ecstasy comes from the word ektasis, which means to step out of space-time into the experience of unity consciousness, or what's called a peak experience, or pure joy, exaltation of spirit. They all mean the same thing. So all the strategies are, of course, elimination of toxins, but also through sensory stimulation, through sensory modulation, through the five senses, to enhance the experience of pleasure, to reinterpret the experience of pleasure, and ultimately to give us the experience of pure spirit or higher states of consciousness. Since we are on the topic of ecstasy, I'm just going to say a little bit about it. There are three kinds of ecstasy. The first kind is physical ecstasy. And physical ecstasy comes from physical experience, which is sensory. It comes through sound, through touch, through sight, through taste, through smell. And we do live in a sensuous universe, and when God decided to create the universe, the Vedic concept is, she had this idea, we must make it a lot of fun. And therefore, sensory gratification is really an important thing. As long as it's done with pure awareness, it's done with attention, it's done with present moment, life-centered awareness, then you have a chance of really experiencing the exquisite exaltation that comes from being touched or being loved or making love or eating or anything that has anything to do with the senses. The second kind of ecstasy is what is called mythical or archetypal ecstasy. And this is a very interesting notion only introduced in this century by Carl Jung, the great psychologist, but actually a concept that is very, very much part of all traditional cultures. The word mythical, mythology, there are two roots to that word. Myth is related again to the word mother, which refers to the womb of creation. Logos, of course, is knowledge. So mythology is the knowledge of creation. And Joseph Campbell, who was one of the modern authorities on mythology, said that mythology is truer than history. History is just another form of journalism, and we know how reliable that is. But mythology really captures the true essence of the consciousness of a collective soul. So beneath the level of our conscious awareness, our unconscious motivations dwell in the mythical world, which means that deep inside us, in our consciousness, in our psyche, there are gods and goddesses in embryo, and they yearn to be born, they yearn to lift us out of the ordinary, the humdrum, the trivial, the mundane level of existence. That we know this without knowing it, in that we act out our unconscious or mythical motivations, sometimes even without bringing them into our conscious awareness. Something as mundane or as banal as striving to succeed in a corporate takeover bid actually partakes of the heroic journey as much as the Argonauts seeking the Golden Fleece. Climbing Mount Everest is driven by the same ambition to reach the abode of gods as Icarus flying toward the sun. So, in mythical terms, ecstasy is a sacred journey that we undertake into the underworld, into the subconscious. And when we lose that mythology as part of our bankrupt culture, then we lose the experience of ecstasy. And that's why kids will join gangs, because gangs have mythology, gangs have ritual, gangs have initiation, gangs have leadership, gangs have imagination. It takes us as much imagination to be a gang leader as it takes to be Krishna or to be Ulysses or to be Rama or to be Achilles. So we need to really start bringing ritual into our life. We now need to start bringing initiations, rites of passage, the traditional things that made life so mysterious, enchanting, and ecstatic. And the third type of ecstasy is what I've already referred to, exaltation of spirit, or spiritual ecstasy, or sacred ecstasy, or divine ecstasy, which is the experience of God, which is the experience of the divine within us in higher states of consciousness. You know, in the book of Solomon, which goes back to the birth of Judeo-Christianity, there's a beautiful ode by Solomon that, in a sense, describes all these three kinds of ecstasies. In one of his songs, Solomon says, "You split me and tore my heart open and filled me with love. You poured your spirit into mine. I knew you as I know myself. My eyes are radiant with your light. My nostrils are filled with your fragrance. My ears delight in your music. And my face is covered with your dew." So much sensuousness. And it says, "You have made me see all things shining. You have made me see all things new. I know you as I know myself. Now that's a pretty good description of the different kinds of ecstasy that we have access to. And it's part of every tradition, as you can see. So that's the ultimate solution for these behaviors. Coming back to trivial and mundane, when you start looking at heart disease risk factors, again, when I was in medical school, everybody said type A behavior. Type A behavior is what makes you have heart attacks. Type A behavior is characterized by these characteristics: hard-driving people, competitive, need for recognition, time pressure, deadline pressure, hyper-mental and hyper-physical state. And of course then all kinds of programs were introduced once again to reduce type A behavior, and what happened is people had even more heart attacks. So in fact, nobody believes that type A behavior is related to heart disease. But there is one component of type A behavior which is related to heart disease, and that is hostility. And there are many, many studies now, especially from Duke University, from other centers in the world, that say this is the risk factor for heart disease. This and one other. I'll come to that in a moment. But this is the number one risk factor for heart disease. Hostility. And this was an interesting study. 20% of hostile lawyers were dead at the age of 50. And a prospective study that was done. There are studies that have done angiograms and so on. And these are the three components that are most important when you examine people with hostility. A general cynical mistrust of others, a state of free-floating hostility, and frequent behavior patterns of aggression. Cynical mistrust, free-floating hostility, and frequent aggressive behavior, aggressive responding to people. Now, in your syllabus, we have actually done a little test, so you might be able to measure your own hostility level. You might want to look at that later, okay? Not right now. There are studies that show that when people feel supported, when they feel loved, when they feel cared for, that will immediately reduce the risk factor of death from heart disease. So there is this amazing study where a monthly phone call by a nurse to post-infarction patients, just one phone call lasting less than a minute, the nurse calls up the patient, says, "Mr. Smith, we are thinking of you. We want you to know that we are always here for you. We care about you. We love you." That will reduce the death in a post-infarction patient by 50%. Imagine if you had a drug that did that, you didn't use it, you'd be sued for malpractice. And yet this will do that. There are other studies, of course, that show that loving support by a spouse will reduce the incidence of post-infarction death. A study from Israel where patients were asked after a heart attack only one question: do you think your wife loves you or not? If the answer was yes, there was an 80% better survival rate. The second most important risk factor for heart disease is job dissatisfaction. More people die in our civilization on Monday morning at 9 o'clock than any other time. And that's an extraordinary and very unique accomplishment for which only the human species can take credit. Because presumably no other animal knows the difference between Monday and Tuesday. So here again we see that the fear that's generated by people in their consciousness because they hate what they're doing, they have no purpose in their job, they do not get fulfillment, accelerates the whole problem. Just for completion, I'm going to talk for a few minutes on diet, because over the years I've personally become convinced, and don't ask me why, and a lot of it has to do with my interactions with patients. I personally, and measurement of cholesterol, I've personally become convinced that diet has very little to do with heart disease. And, I probably would be crucified by the establishment for saying this. But it's so difficult to, first of all, change people's diet. You're a different kind of group. You're very inspired, and that's your motivation for changing comes from inspiration. So you're learning about Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and you think this is wonderful, and there's a lot of joy in doing that. You'll do extremely well, and your diet will in fact change your physiology. But if you do that to someone out there who's not motivated, who's not inspired, and you tell them, better change your diet, otherwise you'll get into trouble, it's not going to work, I'm telling you, even if they follow the diet. It has to come from deep inside, that need for wanting to change. So in a clinical practice, when you give people diets, and I've done that over the years, and forced them to change, even things like cholesterol and all don't change. Because their whole psychophysiology is such that you start to secrete neuropeptides that transfer the cholesterol into a different metabolic pathway. And also when you give drugs, powerful drugs like Mevacor and other cholesterol-lowering agents, the reduction in cholesterol is not that significant, 10%, 15% at most, which is hardly what you want in people who have really high cholesterol levels. So there's limited success. Dr. Dean Ornish has been able to reduce stenosis, coronary artery disease as measured by angiography by 40% in patients in whom he puts them on a diet which has only 10% fat. Now that's very impressive when you look at that. But then go ask Dr. Ornish, how many people stick to that diet? It's a very small component of people who are very highly motivated, and they are actually offering a lot of loving support to each other. By and large, for practical purposes, it's totally impractical. So, diet is important, but the motivation for change in diet has to come from another level. You probably heard me talk about this many, many times, this classic study that was published in the journal Science in 1970, where scientists were feeding diets that were extremely high in cholesterol to rabbits. But in one group, the technician who was feeding these rabbits, he would take them out of their cages, he would pet their rabbits and cuddle them and tickle them and kiss them before feeding the same poisonous diet. But now as a result of that, they had a very significant decrease in fatty deposits, in atherosclerosis, and a much lower incidence of heart disease. So just the act of cuddling and touching and loving these rabbits changed the metabolism of cholesterol. And today there is data, good data, that shows that meditation twice a day will lower your cholesterol much more significantly than any change in your diet. That accountants will have their cholesterol levels go up by approximately 40% before tax time, because they feel all the deadline and the pressure and the frustration of having to do all this work in such a short time. Many studies that show that your mental state is more important in lowering or exacerbating your cholesterol levels than anything else. From an Ayurvedic perspective, the most important thing that you can do to prevent heart disease is to get in touch with dharma, your purpose in life. The understanding of what your unique talents are, because everyone who has life has a unique talent. There are no spare parts in the universe. That's the Vedic concept. And when that unique talent is expressed in service to others, that translates into an extremely healthy physiology. If every organization has its mission statement, and our organization, Infinite Possibilities, we went on a retreat a few years ago with all our teachers, and we spent a week coming up with our mission statement, ended up with just 4 words: to heal, to serve, to transform, to love. And I think, if you really think about it, I can't think what would be anybody else's mission. That's probably everyone's mission, at least I think. To heal, to love, to transform, to serve. If that is our dharma, I think that in itself is more than enough. We'll move on now to a very interesting area that fascinates me a lot, and I want to talk about it a little bit as it pertains to heart disease. One of the things that physiologists have become aware of in the last several years is that our bodies, our physical bodies, are magnets, and they are part of the magnetic field of the earth. That everything in our physical body has electrical or electromagnetic energy. We know that there are only 4 types of energies in the universe: electromagnetic energy, gravity, strong and weak forces. Electromagnetic energy seems to be all pervasive, it's everywhere. The earth is a magnet with a north pole and a south pole, and there are lines of electromagnetic radiation that surround the earth and permeate the fields of our atmosphere. Our physical body is also a magnet. Everywhere that we see, for even the DNA has polarities. It has a north pole and a south pole. Our heart has a pacemaker from where the electromagnetic energy emerges. Our brain waves produce electricity. Nerve impulses are transmitted through electromagnetic waves of energy. So each cell in the body has its own electromagnetic energy that it generates. In the human body, the 2 places where electromagnetic energy is generated very significantly, it's generated everywhere else as well, is in the brain and in the heart. One of the properties of that electromagnetic field is known as coherence. Coherence. Coherence is a quality of either heart wave or brain wave or the electromagnetic waves of any part of our body. Brainwave coherence, for example, is defined as the constancy of relationship of brain waves at a specified frequency when they're measured from different parts of the scalp. When you record an EEG, you can record the brain waves from different parts of the scalp at a certain frequency. And in most people, you'll find that there is no constancy of relationship, which means this part and this part and this part, they all have their own chaotic activity without any relationship to each other, because of a turbulent internal dialogue, basically. When you have high brainwave coherence, which means there's constancy of relationship, which means the brainwaves are marching in step to each other, they have a relationship to each other, then there's creativity, there's alertness, there's better memory, there is better healing ability, there is better attention span. All these things correlate with high brainwave coherence. The heart actually also generates its own electricity. And the part of the heart that generates the electricity is called the pacemaker. It's found in a place that is located in one of the little chambers of the heart called the atrium. And that place from where this electricity is generated is called the sinoatrial node. And then the electricity spreads out from there into the 2 chambers that are called the atria, and then into the ventricles, and that's the electricity that makes the heart pump. Over the years, people have had insights that actually the heart is the master oscillator of the body. It is the seat of this electromagnetic intelligence, if you will. You can take a human heart or any heart out of the body, give it the right nutrients, put it in a nice medium where all the nutrients are supplied, and the heart will continue to beat even outside the body. It's independent in a sense of what's happening in the body. You provide the right nutrients, The heart has its own automaticity, it has its own intelligence, and it will continue to beat forever if you give it the right conditions. So it is the master oscillator of the body. It generates this electricity that makes it pump, but it also creates an electromagnetic field around it. There are technologies that allow you to measure the coherence of the electromagnetic field around the heart, which spreads into the whole body incidentally. There's an instrument called Fourier analysis. What it does is it takes the electrocardiogram, which is the normal way to measure the electrical activity of the heart, and you put it through this computer analysis, and that electrocardiogram will then be translated into this electrical field that you can actually see and observe and measure and see the coherence of. The coherence of the heart and the coherence of the brain, when they're both coherent, that creates a coherent electromagnetic field around the whole body. And there is this suggestion that a coherent electromagnetic field around your body that constantly reorients itself to the electromagnetic fields of the earth and also ultimately of the planets and of the cosmos. That if your body is totally coherent in terms of the electromagnetic field it has, and if it's constantly, reorienting itself in different locations in space and time to the electromagnetic fields of the earth, so it remains in this coherent phase with the energies of the earth and with the cosmos, then that's a state of zero entropy, no aging. The cells are perfectly aligned to the cells of the universe of which we are a part. But of course that doesn't happen all the time because, we are disrupting our biological rhythms and there's so many factors that are influencing it. However, that's the scientific premise of what creates an aura. In Vedic literature and all the spiritual literature, there is all this literature about an aura around a person. The aura is nothing but that electromagnetic field that's being generated. Different disease states, different kinds of auras, different states of awareness, different kinds of auras. But the healthier the aura is, which means the more coherent it is, then the more in alignment it is with the intelligence of the universe, the higher the state of awareness. The higher the state of awareness, the more access to that realm of creativity, that infinite mind, that cosmic mind that we have access to. So there are many techniques in yogic literature, in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, in the Shiva Sutras, the great ancient writings, which tell us about these auras, these subtle bodies, beyond the subtle body, the causal body, that are more in the realm of information and energy than in the realm of matter. There is another quality of the heart that is being measured right now, and it's called heart rate variability, which means that you measure and this is a little technical, you measure the RR interval. RR interval means the interval in an ECG between one heartbeat and the other heartbeat. And if this heart rate variability is increased, which means there's more chaos, then you're likely to have a more coherent electrical field. In other words, at the very, very basis of everything, there is a deterministic chaos. It's the deterministic chaos in that field of infinite flexibility, in the field of spirit, that ultimately creates coherence. Order comes out of chaos at very primordial levels. All kinds of order. Physical as well as, Nietzsche had this great phrase. He said, you must have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. And that's so true. Dancing stars are in fact born out of chaos. And Rumi, the great Sufi poet, was once asked, what's the secret? And he said, I'm in astounding lucid confusion. And it's also a state of liberation, freedom. So all this is measurable, and there are ways that your consciousness can influence this in the direction of chaos. You see that chaos is in response to the constantly and ever-changing dynamics of your body. If your heart rate was always 50 or 60, it has to respond minute to minute to all the different things that are happening in your body. More that heart rate variability at the primordial level, or interval, the less likely you are to have an arrhythmia or anything like that. It's a prognostic factor. Okay, so that's a little bit about heart disease.
In this session, we're going to talk about cancer. When I was a young child, I used to imagine that there was a boogeyman who lived under my bed. And I was convinced that whenever the lights would go off, he would come right to the edge and was waiting for me to put my foot down. And so if I had forgotten to go to the bathroom, and I realized this after the lights were off, I would go to these elaborate measures to try to not touch the floor. So I would climb on top of the dresser, I would jump onto the chair, and then I would, quickly as I could, run out the door to get to the bathroom. And then on the way in, I would turn on the light, I would go into bed, and then I'd call my parents and say, Mom, I forgot to turn off the light. And they'd come in, and that way I knew that I was certain that the boogeyman would not be able to get me. I think that cancer is the boogeyman of our modern age right now, and that we have this fear that cancer is going to get us, and we often imagine, sometimes childish ways, that if we just don't pay too much attention to it, that we'll be able to avoid it. But the reality is that unlike this imaginary boogeyman, the way to prevent and ultimately to eliminate cancer from our society is to bring the light of our full awareness into this area. So I'm going to talk today about what cancer means, what we know about it from both a scientific perspective and from a consciousness-based perspective, and then explore what we can do with our current understanding to really bring that boogeyman out into the open and ultimately teach us that it's not quite as scary as we thought it might be. There's probably not a person in this room whose life hasn't been touched by cancer in some way. Almost 3,000 Americans every day are actually given the diagnosis of cancer, and more than $100 billion a year is spent on this illness. An article that just came out in the New England Journal of Medicine this week showed that despite the fact that we have spent over $360 billion on cancer over the last several years, we haven't made any impact in the ultimate survival of people facing cancer. And brilliantly enough, cancer researchers are now starting to think maybe we should put a little bit of attention on prevention. We've heard this expression for a long time, that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and yet really we've put absolutely no attention on avoiding cancer. And I think it's finally the time to recognize that our choices in life, our interpretations, our collective tolerance for toxicity is really ultimately what's going to make the difference in cancer. In fact, it's been said that there are actually more people involved in researching and studying and ultimately earning their livings on cancer than there are people who have cancer. So it's clearly time to make a shift in this. Now, what do we know? We know that probably 80% of all cancers have something to do with lifestyle choices or our environment. 30% of all cancers alone are just caused by smoking. So we could literally eliminate almost a third of cancers in this society just by getting people to seriously understand the effect that this toxic behavior has on their life. Of equal importance is what we eat. We know that increasingly the cancers of the digestive tract are a direct result of the type of diet that we in the West are taking into our bodies, and that by making fairly subtle shifts, we can really make a big difference in the incidence of cancer. So the question is, why is cancer increasing in this society? And I think the answer is on many levels. One is our tolerance for toxicity has increased to an unprecedented level.
And so every time we drive in our car, we're contributing to cancer. Every time we use a disposable cup, we're contributing to cancer. Every time we refuse to buy a tomato at the grocery store that has a little spot on it, which means that we have to only accept fruits and vegetables that have been grown in an environment of pesticides, we're increasing our exposure to cancer. But recently, actually, there's this whole new understanding of these class of chemicals called endocrine disruptors. And there's hundreds of them in the environment. Byproducts of exhaust fumes, breakdown products of pesticides, byproducts of factory smoke. And what happens is these estrogen disruptors are in our air and in our water, and they fool particularly the sexual cells. Testicular cancer is on the rise in men, prostate cancer is on the rise in men, uterine, ovarian, and breast cancer rise in women. And particularly in animals now, it's being very clearly shown that these new class of toxic chemicals is leading to a whole lot of strange cancers in the reproductive organs. And so it's another sense that our tolerance for this toxicity has gotten to an unprecedented level, and collectively we need to no longer tolerate that in our personal lives and the things that we can change, and then collectively, which means that we need to be willing to buy organically grown fruit, even though it's a little bit more expensive and it has a few little brown spots on it, because that reduction of pesticides will make a difference ultimately in the health of our generation and generations to come. Also, the stress level that people are facing is probably unprecedented. So, as we've learned in previous sessions, that connection between the mind and the body, particularly the brain, the endocrine system, and the immune system, is making us less capable of identifying these cancer cells early on and correcting them. If no one smoked cigarettes, we'd cut the cancer rate by a third right today. If everybody's incidence of ingestion of animal fat dropped, we'd probably cut the cancer incidence another 50%. So with just simple changes, stop smoking, reduce alcohol consumption, reduce the amount of animal fat in this diet, we would probably see cancer substantially reducing. But people have as yet not been willing to really make those subtle changes in lifestyle. But I think, as the recent articles are suggesting, this idea that, well, I can do anything I want, I can smoke, I can drink, I can eat lousy, and if I get cancer, I'll get fixed. That understanding is clearly not turning out to be the case. And so I think that we've just got to really highlight that we have a choice in what we're doing, and that our risk of cancer will be a direct result of those choices that we make. Now, what do we know about this illness, besides the fact that it scares us? Well, cancer is a transformation of a cell. A cell that's normally functioning can undergo certain genetic changes, and in those changes, it loses its normal control mechanisms. Because every cell in the body goes through genetic changes, almost any part of our body can ultimately succumb to cancer. But the parts of our body that have cells that undergo the most rapid changes are usually the areas that are more likely to develop cancer. So lung cancer, colon cancer, skin cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, these are the parts of our body where the cells are going through a more rapid change. And therefore, if there's some abnormality in the genetic information, it's more likely to express itself. It's been estimated that probably at least 10,000 times a day, there is a potentially malignant change in one of our cells in our body. 10,000 times a day, there is a change in the genetic structure of a cell that, if left undetected, could lead to cancer. And it turns out that almost every cancer that we know about starts with one cell. And so what keeps us from normally not coming down with cancer is an incredibly elaborate system of identification, repair, and immunological surveillance. We have a whole elaborate system of repair mechanisms that instantly recognize when a cell has gone awry and then takes the steps to repair that genetic mechanism. There are specific genes that are involved in cancer which we've recently recognized are particularly important. One of these genes is called an oncogene. Onco is the Latin word for tumor. And every one of our cells has oncogenes in it, which are really the genes that turn on whenever we need to reproduce that cell. So in the earliest stages of development, when we're just a one-celled being, half from our mother and half from our father, those oncogenes turn on and they're responsible for this continuous multiplication of these cells which grow into the organs and the tissues of our body. So we obviously need these genes to activate our reproductive mechanisms. But then when the cell or the tissue has gotten to the right size, the oncogene turns off, and these other types of genes, these growth suppressant genes, turn on and are constantly monitoring the oncogenes to make certain that they don't come up unless we need them. When do we need them? Well, if you cut yourself shaving, then those skin cells realize that they have to repair that cut, and so the oncogenes come on, they create a few more skin cells until the damage has been repaired, and then the suppressant genes come on and turn off the oncogenes. So really, normal health requires that we have this continuous turning on and turning off of genes in our body so that we can deal with the changing environment that creates needs for repair. Cancer seems to be a problem with either the genes that turn the cell on or the genes that turn the cell off. If the gene that turns the cell on gets altered, gets changed in some way, then it turns on and it keeps producing its products even though there's no value to that. It's uncontrolled growth. If the gene that turns things off gets altered, then even though the system no longer needs that activity, we're not able to shut the switch off. It's as if the growth-promoting gene gets stuck in the on position. The first step in this process is this uncontrolled growth. But as I mentioned, 10,000 times a day we get these genes altered. So the second part of this process is whether or not our immune system is able to identify that something has changed in this cell and bring it back under control as quickly as possible. The terminology that's applied to this is our cancer surveillance system. It's as if we have these little immune soldiers checking IDs all the time, sort of like the hall monitors in your high school. And if you don't have the right identity card, then you have to go to the principal's office. When the immune system is functioning in a healthy manner, it's very quickly able to identify even these very subtle changes in a cancer cell, or the potential cancer cell. The problem, of course, with cancer is it's not like an invader from the outside that's obvious to identify. It's not like a tuberculosis bacteria, which looks so much different than normal that the immune system can instantly recognize it. It's really an invader from the inside. The cancer cell makes just a subtle little shift, and it still has a lot of the normal identity markings, but it has something new. And the cancer cell is actually very good at hiding that newness. And so often the immune system will look at it and say, it looks a little bit funny, but okay, you've got the right idea, I'll let you pass. And when that happens, that allows for the cancer to take root somewhere, and then it may be too late until the immune system is able to fully identify it. And so on many levels we can interfere with this process of cancer development. On one level we can interfere with the level of toxicity that we bring into our system so that we can reduce these cancer-changing mutations in our genetic structure. At another level, we can substantially enhance our immune system by all the right behavioral choices and states of mind changes that can really enliven the optimal functioning of our immune system. So let's talk about it on both levels. What can we do to reduce the possibility of these cancer cells changing? As I mentioned, about 80% of cancers seem to have some environmental influence. And there's some obvious ones. So we know that if we smoke cigarettes, if we drink excessively, if we are exposed to certain types of potent pesticides like Agent Orange, that these toxic chemicals will directly alter our genes and increase our possibility of having cancer. But a lot of the other studies have shown that just changes in diet, things that we might not directly see as toxic, can have a profound effect. And a lot of these studies came from looking at the incidences of different cancers worldwide. So it turns out that in some cultures, one type of cancer is very prevalent. So for example, in the Western world, lung cancer is very prevalent. Why? Because such a substantial number of our population is smoking. But in other cultures where smoking hasn't yet invaded the culture, that type of cancer is very rare. What are the common cancers in our society? Lung cancer is probably the most important one. Second is colon cancer. What do we know about this? It's been clearly shown now that societies that have a very high animal fat and animal protein diet have much higher incidence of colon cancer than other types of cultures. This was first discovered actually in Africa, where there are certain cultures in Africa where you never see colon cancer. And if you look at what they're eating, it's because the vast majority of the food that goes into their system is derived from non-animal fat sources. In some of those cultures, though, there are other cancers which are very prominent. So liver cancer is extremely common in certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Why? Because there's a very high incidence of hepatitis virus there because of the poor sanitation. Hepatitis virus is something that can readily transform the normal cells in a liver and create cancer. So diet has become an extremely important factor in cancer. So let's go through the basic components of diet. Carbohydrates used to be a really important part of human beings' diets. In fact, in the past, probably we ate between 55 and 60% of our calories through carbohydrates, mostly through whole grains and beans. With the rise of protein, carbohydrates currently are probably less than 45%. And most of that has been replaced by animal fat. If you look worldwide, the countries that have the highest intake of animal sources of protein and fat always have the highest incidence of a variety of cancers, including cancer of the digestive tract, cancer of the pancreas, and breast cancer. And just by simply reducing the intake of animal fat and animal protein and increasing the intake of fiber, we can really make a substantial impact on many of these cancers. Now, how does it seem to work? One of the problems with animal fat is that as soon as it hits our intestines, it stimulates the release of bile acids and bile salts. The other problem with eating a lot of animal fat is that it moves much more slowly through the digestive tract. Bile salts, certain products of animal protein, and the fact that things move more slowly through the digestive tract means that these potentially cancer-causing chemicals spend an awful lot of time right up against the cells in our intestines. And by doing that, it has a much more likely chance of actually causing a change in the colon cells, resulting in colon cancer. So just by simply lowering animal fat, increasing the content of fiber, by increasing the content of vegetables and fruits and whole grains, we can substantially reduce the incidence of colon cancer. If you look at certain groups of people in America, like Seventh-day Adventists, who are primarily vegetarian, they have anywhere between a half or a fourth of as much colon cancer as other Americans. So it's clearly an important aspect. The other thing that we've learned about diet is that within fruits and vegetables are natural anti-cancer chemicals. These are known as phytoestrogens or phytochemicals, and there are a whole range of these which can be used to our benefit. There's probably about 15 different categories of these, and it turns out that each category has a particular effect on cancer. A category known as isothiocyanate, which is found in high concentrations in things like broccoli and Brussels sprouts and cabbage, actually block the ability for tumor-causing chemicals to change our genes. They actually protect the gene from these potential carcinogens. Something that I learned about a long time ago is a substance called flavonoids. And about 20 years ago, people were advertising vitamin C supplementations and suggesting that natural sources of vitamin C were better than synthesized sources of vitamin C. And the pure nutritionists would argue with this, because they'd say there's nothing different about a natural source of vitamin C than if we just manufactured it in our laboratory. But it turns out that natural sources of vitamin C almost always come with these other chemicals called flavonoids. And up until recently, we thought that these were just unnecessary, non-essential ingredients. But it turns out that the flavonoids, which are very rich in things like citrus fruits and apples and onions and beans, are very potent antioxidants and actually can block the effect of these toxic chemicals on our genetic structure. Other compounds, which are found, for example, in tea, are also potent antioxidants and can help us to avoid the toxic effects of cancer. So just again, by favoring predominantly a simple reduced animal fat diet, we're getting in these natural anti-cancer drugs through the foods that we have. Another thing that we've learned is that there are many vitamins and minerals that have a very protective effect. The most important ones are what we call antioxidant vitamins. One thing that we've learned over the past 20 years is that probably the major reason that we get sick and eventually die is because living on this planet Earth, we all need to breathe oxygen. And in the process of breathing oxygen, every time we use oxygen, we create these molecules, which are called free radicals. And free radicals are not people who are left over from the 60s who are trying to change the government. Free radicals are these very active chemicals which have a very short lifetime, but they quickly make a change in any protein or carbohydrate or genetic material that they find. They instantly bind with these natural chemicals around them and cause changes in them. Left to their own devices, they would rapidly cause havoc in our system. But we fortunately have evolved a whole class of compounds which quickly try to neutralize the effects of these free radicals. And these are called antioxidants. The major antioxidant vitamins which are responsible for neutralizing these potentially angry, toxic chemicals are vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin A, and beta-carotene. And it turns out that each of these, which are of course richest in natural sources of plants, fruits, and vegetables, have the ability to scavenge these free radicals and to keep them from making their toxic chemical changes. So by increasing the concentration of these natural antioxidants, by increasing the concentration of these natural cancer-fighting chemicals, we can already make a substantial impact in reducing our risk for cancer. Now, if you read this literature, it's easy to become confused because almost every week someone is finding that another chemical that's found in broccoli or cauliflower or zucchini or another vitamin or another mineral is necessary to prevent cancer. And so the question is, how does Ayurveda, with its 5,000-year-old tradition of healing, address this issue of cancer? First of all, let's look at what cancer is from a consciousness-based perspective. If we look at it purely from the biochemical model, then it's some chemical change took place and this gene started reproducing and it led to excessive growth resulting in a cancer. But the question that Ayurveda asks is, what happened to that cell in the first place? And ultimately, a cancer cell is a cell that's lost its connection to the wholeness of the mind-body physiology. Like human beings, cells have purpose. They have dharma. And when a cell is functioning in a healthy way, it's fulfilling its dharma. When there's some toxicity in the system, then the cancer cell loses its connectedness to the unity value of life, and it begins to take on its own ego. It's as if the cancer cell is saying, well, I don't really feel that connected to the rest of this system, so I'm just going to start reproducing on my own. So a lung cell who's been so overwhelmed with toxicity over years of time decides, hey, this person's going to keep pouring this toxicity into me. Why should I care about the rest of these cells around me? I'm just going to start developing my own territory. So the cancer cell starts to divide, starts to reproduce, and basically takes on its own ego, not realizing that in the process of going beyond its normal healthy boundaries, it's actually sowing the seeds of its own demise. So what can we do from a mind-body perspective to reestablish that connection with wholeness? We can do things on a number of levels. One of the things that we've learned is that the cancer cell does not become completely deaf to the normal signals of the body. It just seems to be somewhat hard of hearing. So that it's not that it completely is unable to respond to these growth suppressing factors. It just doesn't respond in the usual concentrations. And so what we can do is we can raise the level of the conversation so that even the cancer cell can hear that message and restore itself to its normal functioning. How do we do that? Well, the first thing you have to do is reduce the level of noise in the system. So that if you're in a room and you're trying to hear a conversation and there's a lot of other noise going on, you're probably going to miss about every other word that's being said. If you quiet down the room, it's easier to hear the conversation. So, of course, the most important thing that we can do from an Ayurvedic standpoint is to regularly dive into that field of silence. Experience that state where the mind is quiet, where the body goes into that deep state of relaxation, which allows for the natural health-promoting chemicals of the body to reach every cell. The second thing that we can do is to bring our attention into our body. Many people with cancer, particularly once they've discovered cancer, it's as if they want to just completely wall off that part of themselves from their conscious awareness. And so through yoga techniques, through breathing techniques, through conscious visualization, we can actually bring our attention back into our body and enliven that area with our attention and our intention. Carl Simonton, back in the 70s, was one of the first people to talk about using visualization and creative imagery to enliven our healing process. Some of the earliest visualizations tended to focus around creating a battle zone. So the cancer cells were visualized as these enemy invaders, and we envisioned these troops coming in there and rounding up and destroying that. And although that image may have some value for some people, we've actually found that more often than not it tends to create a sense of battle fatigue. And so what we recommend when we teach our patients visualizations is thinking about more harmonizing images. We encourage people to go into a deep state of restful alertness and then introduce this idea that there's a healing energy, a healing light that can flow throughout the system, reach every cell in the body, and create that healing influence. So, and more people are really using the benefits of guided, positive imagery to enliven the healing process. How can we use Ayurvedic approaches in diet to address the concerns that we've learned from Western nutritional science? Well, if you look at the 6 tastes and you have them represented in your diet, then it's very easy to see that those 6 tastes will provide all the necessary nutrients to make our system unfriendly to cancer. If you increase your intake of carbohydrates, what you're basically doing is you're increasing your intake of fiber in your diet, because all the things that carry complex carbohydrates are almost always associated with fiber. So whole grains, whole wheat, rice, these are the things that will automatically reduce the concentration of cancer-causing chemicals and increase those chemicals which are healing. If you look at what brings the sour taste into the body, it's usually going to be some natural source of organic acid like vitamin C. And we all know that Linus Pauling really was the foremost promoter of the value of vitamin C. So by making certain that vitamin C is in our diet, we're fulfilling the requirement for the sour taste. Salty, we don't have to pay much attention to, since we never have to worry about a deficiency of salt in a Western diet. It turns out that the pungent flavor, which is primarily due to certain essential oils, are carrying these very potent antioxidants. So things like horseradish and garlic and onions all carry this chemical called allicin, which has very potent antioxidant properties. So in the wisdom of the sages 5,000 years ago, this prescription to make certain that we have the pungent taste was at some subtle level of recognition that foods that carry that taste are protective against cancer. Bitter, most of these phytochemicals, these healing plant chemicals that are protective at many levels and help us repair our DNA, are carried in the bitter taste. So if we're certain that we have green leafy vegetables and other bitter vegetables, we'll be ensuring that we have adequate concentrations of these phytochemicals. And finally, astringent. Many of these very potent antioxidant chemicals are carried in beans and dals, and it's also a rich source of fiber. So again, if rather than having to worry about am I supposed to be taking flavonoids or phenols or which antioxidants I should be taking into my body, if we just make sure that we have a balanced diet with all 6 tastes, we will be certain that we're protecting ourselves in the optimal way from cancer. So it doesn't have to be complicated. An important question to ask when dealing with cancer is, what is the meaning of this illness? And at first, when someone's bombarded with the diagnosis of cancer, it's hard to imagine that at some point down the road, they'll look back and say that that was actually a gift in their lives. But almost invariably, if you talk to people who have survived cancer, they'll say, this was one of the most important times of my life. And so what does cancer give us? It's an opportunity. At the time that someone discovers that they have cancer, it's almost inconceivable to them that at some point in the future they're going to look back and actually see it as a gift. But it really is a gift. It's an opportunity. In Chinese, the character for crisis means danger and opportunity. And certainly cancer is a crisis. But although it feels very dangerous and it's very threatening, it's also really an opportunity for personal growth and personal evolution. And so at the Chopra Center, there's really 3 questions that we ask people facing cancer to focus on. The first question is, what is the meaning of this illness in my life? It's a completely different question than, what did I do to get this? It's really, how can I use this illness to make changes in my life, to make new choices in my life that will bring me fulfillment? Very often when people look at cancer from that perspective, they'll realize that there's some aspect of themselves that they haven't really been willing to express. It may mean that there's something that they've wanted to do in their life, but they've allowed themselves to get locked into a job that's not fulfilling or a relationship that's not fulfilling. And so cancer, in a sense, is a way, it's an opportunity to allow us to recreate ourselves. If you ask most people, if you knew you only had 48 hours to live, what would you do? It's a rare person that would say, I continue doing exactly what I'm doing. If we really believed and understood that death was stalking us, and that any moment we could change our experience from one of thinking that we have all the time in the world to realizing that every moment is a gift, we would begin to choose things in our life that are really fulfilling to us. So looking at your life and asking the question, what is the meaning of this illness? What is this telling me about myself that I haven't been paying attention to? What can I do to change? Is one of the opportunities that cancer affords. The second thing that we ask people with cancer is, who do you need to forgive? Almost all of us carry within our hearts some sense of betrayal or frustration or resentment from some experience in the past. It may be a relative that we felt didn't appreciate us. It may be an old friend. It may be an ex-spouse. It may be God. It may be ourselves. But cancer is a great opportunity to really look at what are we carrying in our hearts that's keeping us from being fully present in the moment, from being fully open in the moment, and then taking ourselves through the process of releasing and forgiving. It may be ourselves that we have to forgive more than anyone for choices that we made in the past. But cancer is the best opportunity that we know of to really encourage people to forgive anything from the past so that they can be fully present in the moment. And then the third question that we ask people with cancer to look at is, what kind of future would you like to create for yourself? What is your vision of the world to come? It could be that people say, I've been in this occupation, it's really not fulfilling, I've always wanted to do something else. So cancer is that opportunity to start all over again, to really start to do something differently. It may mean that you're in a relationship that hasn't been fulfilling and you want to have a new vision of how to create that relationship in a way that's healthy. Or if you think that relationship can't possibly be recreated, then find a new relationship that will provide you what you want to do. It's possible that a person's vision is to create a peaceful, loving death surrounded by the people that are closest to them. By actually explicitly defining what that is that we're looking for, that is the way that nature organizes its energies to accomplish that goal. If we don't have any intention about what we want next, then we're not going to achieve it. One of Freud's brilliant statements was saying that the definition of insanity is continuing to do what we've always been doing and expecting to have a different outcome. And so if we use cancer as an opportunity to look at what our life is and then to say really honestly, what is the meaning of this? What toxicity am I still carrying in my life that I need to release? And how do I want to recreate myself to bring about the fulfillment and joy that I really feel that I deserve? This is the time to do it. Cancer is the time to do this. And again, what we've experienced very often is that whether or not you're cured from your cancer, cancer can be a healing experience. We've seen many people at the Chopra Center who have been able to go into total remission, and as far as we know, the cancer is no longer going to be an issue in their lives. We've also seen people who will die from their cancer. just recently we had a wonderful man from Colombia with liver cancer, metastatic liver cancer. He was told by his doctors that he had just a few months to live. Spent about a week with us at the Chopra Center learning meditation, which was really the first time that he felt comfortable just being quiet with himself, learning to express his emotions in a more open and loving manner, learning to just take each moment and enjoy it for what it is. He was a very ambitious businessman who, although was very successful, didn't have close connections with his family and his friends. And after his time with us, he went home and he died within a couple months, almost exactly on schedule. But his family wrote and said that for the whole time that they'd known him, those last couple months since he was at the center, was actually the most enjoyable time of his life. It was the first time that he'd actually ever seemed to be happy with what he had, rather than always thinking about what more he needed in order to be happy. So we consider that a state of healing, even though we didn't cure this person of his disease. Cancer can really be a beautiful opportunity for learning and for growth. And I'll end by quoting a wonderful woman that I took care of recently with breast cancer, who after going through the whole process and coming to that point of really being completely in control of her disease, and the expectation is that she will no longer have to be dealing with the cancer, she looked back upon the experience and really felt that it was a transformational experience for her, that she learned more throughout that whole experience, which went on for about a year, than she had probably for the entire other 60 years of her life. And she said that what she had learned was that the soul grows from subtraction, not addition. The ego grows from addition. You know, we get a bigger job, we make more money, we have a nicer house, we have a bigger car. The ego loves that feeling of being puffed up by more accumulation. But ultimately, who we are is none of those possessions, none of those positions. It's that underlying spirit, that field of awareness. And cancer really gives us this opportunity to strip away all the things that are non-essential to our life and really get in touch with that essence, which is who we really are. And that reminds us that the ultimate truth about cancer is that you cannot have cancer. Your body can have cancer, but you, the real you, the infinite, eternal spirit, which is your essence, can never have cancer. And that's really the goal of any program that's designed to heal, which is just to bring you back home, to allow you to return to that state of wholeness.
So this evening we are going to talk about mind-body interactions, the influence of consciousness on the state of health of the reproductive system, how mind-body interactions influence such things as pregnancy, what role do mind-body interactions have in the treatment of infertility. Also want to discuss with you a very exciting new area of research, and that is both the cognitive and psychological development of the unborn child and how that influences personality in later life. My own interest in this field began several years ago, actually, when I was visiting Japan, and I'll tell you about that in a little while. By now, I think it's very clear to everyone that Ayurveda is a science that's based on the understanding that consciousness or soul or spirit is primary, and the soul incarnates and expresses itself through the molecules which we call the body. The physical body is the place our memories, dreams, vasanas, sanskaras call home. And the analogy that I gave you the other day, that the nervous system is literally the instrument through which consciousness expresses itself. So we are the user of the instrument. We're not the instrument. We're the one who uses the instrument. And the nervous system is the instrument that consciousness, soul, spirit uses in order to express itself. And then the nervous system, of course, in turn uses the rest of the body to express itself. And consciousness conceives, governs, constructs, becomes from the unmanifest into the manifest. Just to go over a little bit of basics on physiology and endocrinology, how does our state of mind really have any effect on the whole reproductive cycle? And as you are probably aware, the reproductive cycle in women is a little more complicated than in men, because it requires a much more subtle and finer degree of orchestration and sequential secretion of hormones. And just want to go over very simple basics of this. The two primary hormones that are secreted by the pituitary that regulate ovulation are called follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone. FSH is follicle stimulating hormone and LH is luteinizing hormone. The function of the follicle stimulating hormone is to stimulate the growth of the egg in the ovary. I'm going to make this as simple as possible. So every month what happens is there are a lot of little eggs that the ovary has, and they all start to get stimulated by this hormone that is secreted by the pituitary gland. They all start growing, and follicle stimulating hormone does that. So during the first part of the menstrual cycle, the first 14 days, what you see is a gradual increase in the secretion of follicle stimulating hormone. And all these little eggs start to grow, but then one is ahead of the others. And around mid-cycle, there's a sudden surge of the second hormone called luteinizing hormone. And that sudden surge causes one of all the eggs to fully mature. And as that one is fully matured from the ovary and released from the ovary into the fallopian tube, then all the other, and then suddenly there's a fall in both FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, and luteinizing hormone during mid-cycle. And as that fall occurs, then one egg has matured, it's now in the fallopian tube, and all the others, they start to atrophy. And then that one egg goes through the fallopian tube, and if fertilization occurs, then of course fertilization usually occurs somewhere in the fallopian tube, and then the egg travels into the uterus and it finds its place over there, and the whole process of gestation starts. If for some reason this sequential secretion, because it's quite sequential, it's not the level of the hormone itself as much as it is the sequence in which this happens. FSH going up gradually, LH suddenly reaching a peak, and then both starting to fall. If that delicate sequence is disrupted, then there can be problems with ovulation. And one of the most frequent problems with ovulation is so-called anovulation, and it's also associated with a condition called polycystic ovaries or polycystic ovaries disease, where you have both the secretion of follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone, but this delicate sequence isn't there. You have, follicle stimulating hormone being secreted and luteinizing hormone being secreted, but not in this delicate sequential manner. So what happens is all the eggs get mature almost at the same time. And because there's no LH surge, then all of them just get to maturity, but not even one of them actually gets to full maturity. And then when there's a drop, they don't all shrink. So by and by, if this cycle of anovulation keeps repeating itself, then what happens is you get little cysts in the ovaries. And if that process keeps going on, then that's called polycystic ovaries disease. And because there's this abnormal secretion all the time, the ovary doesn't make the right amount of estrogen, there is an abnormal production of testosterone, and then there can be all kinds of problems. Women may start developing hair in their face, they might start losing hair, they have polycystic ovaries, they get anovulation. It's one of the most common things that is responsible for infertility in women. Now, what I've described is a late stage where you get abnormal secretion even of male hormones, where you get cysts. Early stages of this condition called polycystic ovaries are just anovulation, nothing else, and so subtle that one really doesn't know what's happening unless one monitors these hormone levels on a daily basis, because by just taking the hormone level on one particular day, it doesn't tell you anything. And what can disrupt that? Well, these hormones, LH and FSH, in turn are regulated by a hormone called gonadotrophin stimulating hormone, which is secreted again by the hypothalamus. So the hypothalamus rules the pituitary, and the pituitary rules the ovaries, and the ovaries of course produce estrogen, which is the main female hormone. And therefore these disruptions are in fact now felt to be a result of something happening in the nervous system. And that something in the nervous system has to do with the sensory input and how it's being interpreted by the brain. So stress will cause abnormal secretion of gonadotrophin secreting hormone, abnormal sequential secretion of luteinizing and follicle stimulating hormone, and therefore anovulation. One of the most common causes of infertility. And this is how it happens. Altered hypothalamic regulation of pituitary hormones, both luteinizing and follicle stimulating hormone. And there is some direct effect. There are nerves that connect the brain to both the ovaries and the fallopian tube. That may also be contributing. So once that cycle starts, then you have all kinds of problems. You have decreased ovulation, you can have fallopian tube spasm, there is loss of sexual interest. In men there is decreased sperm production. That causes in turn psychological problems. This whole vicious cycle becomes self-perpetuating. And by the time the couples recognize that there is this condition called infertility, and they go to a physician, it's actually so late that nobody even thinks that the origin of this could have been in consciousness, because now you have all this disruption of hormones, you have polycystic ovaries when you do a scan, so it's a very anatomical, biochemical thing, because it's so late and nobody recognizes that the origin of all that was actually in consciousness. So given that, and of course in men also there can be problems, although in men effects of stress are not so easy to document, but some of these problems can occur. But usually it's anovulation that is the main problem. So given that, this kind of data started to emerge about 10, 15 years ago, and this was a study that was done in Harvard, where actually without doing any investigations, when people go for infertility, physicians will do things, fertility experts will do sperm counts, sperm motility, tests for hormone function, to see if there's a blockage in the fallopian tubes. There's so many possible causes. In this particular study, which was done from Harvard, they didn't do any of these tests. They did not investigate the cause of infertility, which, as I said, can be multifactorial. It can be an abnormal sperm count, it can be abnormal sperm activity, it can be fallopian tube spasm, fallopian tube blockage from an old infection, polycystic ovaries disease, many reasons. So they didn't do any of that. They just took these couples and actually just taught them meditation. Just that. And see what happened. Of 54 infertile women, using meditation, 34% became pregnant a few weeks after learning that, without all the expensive tests. And this has now been corroborated by many studies done by Dr. Benson and others. And there are other studies which show that when there are support groups, where there's group meditation, we have a high incidence of conception as compared to control groups. So we know for sure that consciousness and the state of consciousness influences fertility. The second thing which is emerging is that once there is conception, and if there is a lot of stress during gestation, during pregnancy, that influences the development of the fetus into a fully developed baby. The stress consistently correlates with premature and low birth weights. A Finnish study revealed that if the baby's father died during the time when the mother was pregnant, then that correlated with greater dysfunctional adult behavior. If there was unwanted pregnancy, but it was carried through to term, and this was a Swedish study, there was a high incidence of birth defects, and so on. So this kind of data has existed also sporadically throughout the world's literature. Now what happened to me about 10 years ago was that I was traveling in Japan, and I was invited to give a talk at Sony Corporation, which has its headquarters in Japan. And the CEO and founder of Sony Corporation at that time was an elderly gentleman called Mr. Ibuka. He was about 88 years of age at that time. He's no longer alive. He's the original founder of Sony Corporation, really one of the most significant businessmen in the world. He's credited with having earned personally $250 billion over a lifetime. One of the richest men in the world at that time. But an amazingly insightful spiritual being. And he invited me to give a talk at Sony headquarters on primordial sound meditation. And after the talk, he took me to his office and he said, I have something really very interesting to show you. Well, what he had been doing is, he had a lot of knowledge of primordial sound meditation. He had a lot of knowledge of Vedanta. He had a lot of knowledge of ancient Buddhist techniques. And he had started a program at Sony for pregnant mothers that were usually employees of Sony or wives of employees of Sony. And at this place, what he was doing was, he was first of all investigating the effect of sound on the unborn child. And he had collected all this information that revealed that consciousness comes to the unborn child first through sound. That's how consciousness becomes conscious in response to sound in the uterus. He had also collected all this information, scientific information, on how it is the acoustic apparatus that first develops in the unborn child. The first sensory input we have when we become conscious that there is a world, in this incarnation, is in utero, before we are born, very early in pregnancy, and I'll show you when. We start listening to sounds. We become aware that there is a world. And that awareness comes to us through sound. So it's the first experience of the world. Incarnated material world. And by the way, it's also the last experience when we leave this incarnation. All the other senses go before. The last one to go is sound. It's the first and the last. And we begin to listen to the sounds that our mother's body makes first. And then we listen to the sounds, of course, her body, which means her heartbeat, the peristaltic movements of the intestines, all the other sounds that are being made. But then we start to listen to what she's listening to. And then we start to listen to what she's saying. And in fact, Ebuka showed me very convincing studies that made it quite clear that not only do we listen to what she says and what she hears and the sounds that her body makes, but we listen to her thoughts. We, in utero, are aware of her thinking process. Because what is a thought? It's a vibration in consciousness. And that vibration in consciousness has biochemical effects. And, of course, the biochemistry of the mother and the physiology of the baby is one continuum. And those biochemical effects are then reinterpreted in the consciousness of the unborn child. Now, there's some amazing studies on this. So, for example, if a woman gets pregnant and she doesn't want the baby, the incidence of spontaneous miscarriage is about 5 times as high as compared to if she wants the baby. If the mother starts to think, she's a smoker, if she starts to think, I want a cigarette, I'm going to have a cigarette, in response to that thought, the baby's heart rate starts to speed up. The blood pressure goes up. There's acid secretion in the stomach. There's peristaltic activity in the physiology, in the gut. So the baby, even in anticipation of her smoking a cigarette, starts to kick and starts to have a stress response. There are all kinds of very fascinating data. But Ebuka wasn't interested in disease processes. He was more interested in what does the Vedic literature have to say and what does the world's wisdom tradition have to say of how this, in fact, could be used, this knowledge could be used to nourish the personality of this soul that was trying to incarnate. So what he started doing is, in this school that he had in Sony Corporation, he started to teach the mothers primordial sound meditation. He started to teach them all the Vedic chants. He started to play Gandharva Veda type music, Vata, Pitta, Kapha balancing, depending on the physiology of the mother, because the idea is you balance the mother, you balance the child. He started to teach them chanting. Just so you know, the word enchantment comes from an, means to become one with the spirit through chanting. So enchantment is the magic that happens through chanting when you become one with the spirit. So he said, I'm going to enchant these mothers and these babies through sacred sounds and healing sounds. He started using mantras. He started using primordial sound meditation. He started using chants. He started using music right from the day of conception. And then he said, not only am I going to do that, but, since the nervous system is developing in response to sound, it seems, why not teach these babies language even before they are born? So he started teaching them 3 languages before they were born. The mothers would actually speak to they even developed an instrument called a fetone. Only Sony Corporation can do that. Okay? Where the mother can now, take this little stethoscope-like thing and she can tell her baby the story and sing a song and lullaby and so on, and start having this great conversation with her baby and start telling the baby mythical stories, reading poetry to the baby and telling this baby stories. And in fact, they were doing this in 3 languages, and all the babies had names even before they were born. When I met him, these studies were in progress, And actually they had created a great excitement in Japan, because Sony Corporation is, of course, a very big thing in Japan. And they were showing ultrasound on TV. You could see that on television, as the mothers would meditate or go into restful alertness, you could see the baby relax in utero. You could see the smile on the ultrasound. If it was played music, there were sound-specific movements. And in fact, now it's documented that the nervous system develops in response to sound, and each letter of the alphabet, remember yesterday I was going over the sounds of the alphabet? Each letter creates a different response in the baby. So for example, if you say, the baby's big toe will curl up, and only the big toe, to that sound. If you start playing symphonies and all this, that the baby will respond to that post-birth as well. Anyway, so he created this absolutely astonishing program, which included many other things, and some of the things we'll be talking about. But starting with sound, poetry, mythology, storytelling, language instruction, chanting, mantra, meditation. And then during delivery they would serenade the baby through the chanting and the music and so on. These babies would respond to their first name, which they had already received in utero, at the moment of birth. They would, if you called this baby's name, only this baby's name it would respond to, not to any other name. They were very alert, high cognitive function, and they were easily multilingual. And the whole theory now is that the whole programming for language happens in utero. The more we hear language, the more adept we become, and even our vocabulary, the essence, the neural connections, interneuronal connections are established in utero in response to sound. So that was what Ibuka was doing 11 years ago. He died, he wrote a book before he died called Education Begins at Age Zero. Zero meaning age of conception. And then after he died, the program also died at Sony Corporation. And, I've been talking about it forever. And then I came here to San Diego and I started telling David about it. And we said we are going to one day really make use of this knowledge. Now, in the meanwhile, I started looking at all the research that exists. And this is quite astonishing data. And, maybe if you're an obstetrician or gynecologist, maybe you know this. But I find that lots of obstetricians and gynecologists do not know this. By day 22 after conception, there is acoustic apparatus beginning to emerge and response to sound. By week 7, middle ear bone precursors are there, and there is actually discriminatory reception to sound. By week 5, the organs that are responsible for balance, vestibular function, are beginning to develop. By 14 weeks, they are completely developed. By week 7, there is response to pain and pressure receptors. By week 12, taste. So if you do amniocentesis and you put iodine in the amniotic fluid, you will see that a 12-week-old fetus will grimace. It doesn't like the taste of iodine. And actually, if you make a loud sound like this, it will take its fetal hands and cover its ear in utero. You play Vivaldi, it will go into bliss. By week 12, there is olfactory response. This is the data on developmental milestones, that there is a lot of things happening. There's a whole consciousness unfolding very early on. There's a soul that's trying to incarnate into existence. There's also some very interesting data about the effects of toxic sounds on the unborn child. So now we know there is response to sound by day 22. what are we doing with this knowledge? What kind of responsibility do we have to this soul that is trying to incarnate into the material plane of existence? Imagine a typical situation in an inner city where you have a single mother, teenage, no income, lot of stress, and an inner city with sounds of violence. Just go to downtown Los Angeles and spend a night there, and the sounds you'll hear are sirens, police alarms, ambulances, gunshots. That's the kind of sound that the unborn child is hearing. So neuroassociative conditioning starts. The mother is having an argument with her husband or with whoever, and she's releasing stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. There's all kinds of physiological effects. There's a gunshot in the background. She's screaming, he's screaming. Somebody bangs the door. All this is being ingested and metabolized by this unborn child. And the study shows that afterwards, when this child is born, you just have to repeat the sound. Bang a door. And the child goes into rage. The child goes into very violent behavior. So, the data suggests that the schooling for criminal behavior begins before we are born. And what do we do with criminals? We put them in jail and we do all kinds of things. The fact is that that personality for criminal behavior is being schooled even before birth. It's a huge thing to think about, because right now, particularly in the last few years, if you've kept up with the headlines, you find there's an unprecedented incidence of criminal behavior, violent behavior in children. And the reason may be what's happening during this period. So we've thought a lot about it. We've discussed a lot about it. We've had some pilot programs. We're working with midwives. In fact, we now have a pilot project that we're just beginning with teenage single mothers as well. I think there is an opportunity here, a challenge here, to literally influence a whole generation if we did things right. So what I'd like to do is tell you about this program that we're calling Magical Beginnings and Enchanted Lives. I think this is one of the most exciting things we're doing. I think it is something that we actually need to take responsibility for. And I also think that both violence in society as well as enlightenment in our civilization depends on a critical mass of collective behavior. When you have a critical mass of people who are born or have that tendency or predisposition to violence, then all of society reflects that violence. And if you have a critical mass of people who desire enlightenment, then all of society will reflect that. And just now we're in a very interesting phase of scientific discovery where we find that we have the knowledge, we have the tools to influence that critical mass. And we're going to do it. We're going to use every means possible. This is a program that will involve principally midwives, general people in the general population. We hope to ultimately involve doctors. Doctors are the last ones always that get involved. And I want David to tell you about what we're doing at this moment.
So unlike the creations that this program is designed to help, which take about 9 months from start to finish, the Magical Beginnings course has taken about 9 years. We're really excited about this program because we really feel that it addresses needs at many different levels. The prevailing birth education program, which is Lamaze in America, really was developed in the 50s and has not been substantially changed over that time. There's been some variations on it, but still in most healthcare systems that's the prevailing mode. And the focus has always been on birth education classes, really just on the birth process. So very little understanding of how important the experiences of the mother and the unborn child are long before the experience of the birth process. So it's a wonderful 7-lesson course that really covers all the bases. We cover everything that you would possibly need to know in a traditional birth preparation class. So we've actually developed a whole new set of breathing exercises which are much more in tune with yogic breathing, pranayama, which are more natural and very centering. There's a lot of information about using all the 5 senses throughout the pregnancy so that the baby is getting this nurturing influence really from the very start. There's a couple lessons just on the medical aspects because we really think it's important that people are prepared for all possibilities. There are important lessons on nutrition using some of the principles, most of the principles that we've been discussing here, but adapted to women with pregnancy. We have a terrific yoga program just for pregnancy that was developed with this course from one of the really experienced midwives in San Diego who's also a yoga instructor. There's a whole lesson just designed to teach mom and dad how to communicate in a healthy way. We use all the senses, aromatherapy, music therapy, and then a lot of basic preparation for the delivery itself, including toward the end a special massage that's really been classically used in India for many years. So we really think it's a great program. There's a lot of enthusiasm nationwide right now. Many hospitals, as they hear about this, are becoming interested, and we think it's going to really change the way that people look at the whole process of pregnancy, delivery. You know, I used to have the thought, particularly when I first began studying Ayurveda, that I was taught in Western medicine that if someone came to me saying, you know, I'm just not feeling that well, I don't have the energy level that I'm used to having, not sleeping that well at night, I'm getting these funny little aches and pains all the time, these tingling feelings, my digestion isn't as good as I would like it to be. And because I didn't have a clue what to do about these problems, I would put on my professorial hat and I'd say, well, let's make sure that we're not dealing with something serious, which was really a way of stalling. So we'd do some blood tests or some other evaluations, and of course everything would come back normal. And then I'd see the patient again, and then I'd say, well, good news, everything looks fine. And I would feel like I've done my job. But the person, of course, was not helped by that experience. I almost started thinking that what I was saying is, listen, whatever's wrong with you is too subtle for me to do anything about. So do you mind going away, and when it gets to be something really serious, then come back and see me, and then maybe we can intervene in some way. And I think it's just because Western medicine, at least recently, didn't recognize that there is a spectrum of health to death, that we can be vibrantly healthy, where our doshas are balanced, our agnis are strong, our dhatus and malas are functioning well, and our mind, senses, and soul are filled with bliss. That's on one end of the spectrum. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have people with, metastatic cancer or severe the results of multiple heart attacks, really just waiting to have their final exhalation. And then most of us are really on this whole range in between, so that health and life are really part of the same spectrum. And Western medicine kind of has this gulf where on this side there's life and on this side there's disease. And we don't really understand how someone gets from this state of not quite so well to someone who comes in with a cancer or with a heart attack or with rheumatoid arthritis. And this is really where Ayurveda has so much to offer, because it recognizes these progressive stages of illness and really encourages us to focus on problems before they arise. Most of what we focus on in Western medicine, which I fully support, is early detection. So when we do pap smears, when we do screening for cholesterol, when we do stools for guaiac, when we measure PSA levels, when we do mammograms, what we're really trying to do is detect that very early stage of the problem when it's already become a disease. But as we're recognizing more and more, there's many things we can do to prevent disease. We spent $30 billion over the last 26 years trying to treat cancer. We have not impacted one iota the survival from this disease. So maybe now, I think what we could have done with that $30 billion, could have had everybody becoming magic of healing instructors in the universe. Focus on prevention, and maybe we don't have to be trying to put out the fire so much down the road. So again, the Western model, health is when you can't find a disease. Yeah? Blood tests are normal, your X-ray is normal, MRI scan is normal, you're healthy. How come I don't feel that well? Well, I don't know, but everything checks out fine. Whereas the Vedic model really is disease arises when health is not vibrant and lively in the physiology. So that's what we need to do, is keep raising the level of wellness, raising the level of consciousness, so that really the only state of health, the only true state of health in Ayurveda is enlightenment. Because that's the only time that we identify ourselves with something which is timeless, beyond the possibility of death. And that's really what health is. So, what are the basic components? These are said to be the 4 pillars of health: strong digestion, good elimination, sound sleep, and in women, regular menstruations. If any one of these pillars is weak, according to Ayurveda, eventually it's going to manifest down the road as some more serious health concern. There's really 3 components to the digestive process. In Ayurveda it's known as Dipan, Pachana, Anulomana. Dipan, D-E-E-P-A-N, it means the first stage of digestion, where your stomach acid, your pancreatic enzymes are going to work to break it down. Dipan. It's actually related to the word deep, which means light and heat. So Dipan is the first phase. Pachanan is the phase where we begin to absorb those nutrients. And Anulomana means that which eliminates the toxicity. So digestion, absorption, elimination, all 3 phases need to be healthy, because it's that food out of which we create the substance of our minds and our bodies, the energy that we need to function. If any of those start to go off, if you're getting heartburn regularly, if you're feeling like you're not absorbing your food very well, if your bowels are irregular, then it's an early stage of illness. If you went to your doctor and said, I'm just not moving my bowels regularly, most of the time she would say, well, how often are you moving them? Oh, only every few days. Well, that's fine. That's normal. But Ayurveda would say that's one of the early stages of illness. And if you focus on that now and get that moving normally, you're going to prevent problems down the road. Sleeping soundly. It's so important that you get that deep level of rest. Up until fairly recently, human beings, and we're going to have a whole session on this, followed the rhythms of nature. We didn't have electrical lights and alarm clocks. And so we evolved in accordance with these rhythms, with these cycles in nature. We woke up around sunrise. We went to sleep shortly after sunset. And that's really how all of our hormonal patterns were developed, evolved. So that if you look at almost every hormone in the body, it goes through a circadian rhythm. You get a certain hormone secretion of cortisol early in the morning, which slows down later in the day. Prolactin, growth hormone, endorphins. All these different hormones have a rhythm throughout the day. The more that we listen to that, the more that we will feel healthy. Some studies that I read about when I was a medical student, and actually I think they were from the University of Chicago Sleep Lab with Dr. Rekshoffton, showed that you can sleep 8 hours from 1 in the morning till 9 in the morning. And you can sleep 8 hours from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. And the quality of rest if you get to bed earlier, is much greater than the quality of rest if you get to bed later. So even though the total length of time is the same, you don't feel as rested because you're increasingly out of sync with these natural hormonal patterns that have taken millions of years to evolve. And it's very common when people are feeling overwhelmed in their lives, if there's some stress that they feel they don't have any ability to really cope with effectively, for the sleep to be one of the first things to be disturbed. So it's another expression of the earliest stages of illness. And then again, another part of this cycle is the menstrual cycle in women. And so that should be smooth and regular. Stress really can influence that balance. So it's another early sign of imbalances. And if you're not eating well, eliminating well, sleeping well, and menstruating well, then it means there's some work to do. And by focusing on that, you can immediately improve a person's quality of life and ultimately reduce the possibilities of more serious illness down the road. Now, this I think is one of the most profound concepts in Ayurveda, which is this understanding that disease goes through stages of progression, and that the earliest stages of progression are almost entirely just in consciousness. So you can feel not so good even before you express it as anything that anyone objectively can measure. But the way that Western medicine is currently oriented, because it's so materially based, it's still based upon this old paradigm of seeing is believing, that if we can't see it, if we can't objectify it right now, then it doesn't exist. So, and now we have PET scans and functional MRI imaging and a whole lot of new, more sophisticated ways of seeing subtle fluctuations in physiology and biochemistry. And then we start to believe that these concerns that previously were psychosomatic, now they're not just psychosomatic, because now we can see that there's a little blip on an MRI scan. And so we're beginning to recognize that things that in the past we didn't pay much attention to, there's probably some real validity to them. This is really the core of Ayurveda. So it says that every illness goes through these 6 stages, or has the potential of going through these 6 stages. Hopefully we identify it at the earlier stage and we keep it from progressing on to the more serious stages. So accumulation is the first stage, and that really means accumulation of a dosha. You may never notice this. If you're healthy, you may never really notice that your vata is a little bit aggravated or a little bit accumulated at that point. Some of this just has to do with the season. So if you're outside all day in 100-degree weather, your pitta is going to be accumulated. Now, if you do the right things, if you don't go home and then eat 3 bowls full of steaming hot soup, turn on your heat, and take a hot bath, probably your body will naturally reestablish its balance so that the pitta hasn't accumulated to a point where it's going to move on to the next phase. But all the doshas tend to have a self-perpetuating process, in that when vata starts to get aggravated, say you're under a little bit of stress, you have a lot of things to do the next couple of weeks. So vata's a little bit aggravated, and then because you're starting to worry about all the things you have to do, then you start having more difficulty sleeping. So that aggravates the vata further. And then, since you're not sleeping, you figure, well, I might as well do some extra work. So you start staying up later to accomplish more things, and then your schedule starts to get off, so you start eating at irregular times. And so it keeps kind of spiraling and spiraling until it reaches these next phases. So it's really important when you are aware of these subtle shifts, even throughout the day, when you notice yourself not feeling really balanced and really centered, pause, look at what's happening in your life, and make the correction early. If left unchecked, accumulation moves into aggravation. And aggravation is usually at the point where you will notice something, but no one else in the universe can notice it. So it's purely on the level of consciousness. It may be, I'm just having this funny little headache. It's not really a headache, but my thinking's just a little bit off today. Or, I just feel a little bit heavy in my digestive tract today. Or, it seemed like I had to go to the bathroom, but I couldn't quite move. Just these very subtle things. Now, dissemination is really a more advanced state which raises the red flag. Dissemination usually means there's something systemically wrong at that point, expressed most commonly as a sense of not feeling well, of not having enough energy, of having some vague problem focusing or concentrating. There's that sense, I think we've all had it, of just being a little bit separated from your life. Like there's a cloud in your life. And that means that this imbalance and this accumulation and this aggravation has now disseminated. And this is certainly an important time that we should look at our lives and stop whatever it is that we're doing. If that means we take off a day of work, get some extra rest, eat healthy, go on a juice fast for that day, make certain that we're getting in our meditations to full time, take a yoga class, walk in the park, pet our dog, call up whoever it is that you've been ruminating about and clear that emotional distress. But when it hits that point of dissemination, it's time to really pay attention. Because if not, it'll move into the next stage, which is localization. And localization means that now this disturbed dosha, this disturbed imbalanced state, has found some weak point in your physiology to accumulate at that spot. So if you had trauma as a child and you have a weak ankle and you've gotten to this point, you may then begin to feel some nagging, aching pain in that old injury. Or if you've had always a weak digestion, that may be where you start to get heartburn, feeling that localized expression of that imbalance. Or if it's a short-term thing, you may end up getting a cold, really feeling like you're getting congested at that point. So when we move into that localization phase, it means you've ignored 3 previous levels of warning. It's not uncommon for a person to have a localized concern, but still not to quite convince your doctor. I used to have this problem with one of my cars, is that it would always have this problem with this electrical system, but as soon as I got it to the shop, it stopped doing it. And he'd look at me like, oh, sure, And this happens a lot when people come to their doctors. I've been having this swollen feeling in my wrist. I say, whoa, they look so fine. No, but it was really swollen this morning. Okay. Come back when it's full blown. And so it's clearly manifesting, but it's still perhaps not crossed over into something that we would call a disease. Although at level 5, probably we would find a Latin name to place upon it. Okay? But then by the time you get to level 6, it's there. No one will argue with it. And then this is when Western medicine has all of its wonderful weapons to try to get you back down to less than 5. This is why Western medicine is so great at level 5 and level 6, because for the most part, here someone comes in with a 55-year-old man comes in with his first acute myocardial infarction, and the families there are saying, we don't know what happened. He was so healthy. He's always been so healthy. And then you say, well, so healthy, what does that mean? Well, he's been trying to cut back on his smoking, but he never had any problem with the smoking. Okay, so he's been eating 3 hamburgers a day, but he's never had any problem with it. Okay, he doesn't exercise, but he's never had any problem with it. So we've been thinking about this as being so healthy because he hasn't had EKG changes before. But really, there's plenty of warning signs that we've just ignored. So the farther along on this scale we let something get, the harder it is to reverse it. So when someone comes to us and says, I have a brain tumor, or I have cancer, I have had 3 heart attacks, I have rheumatoid arthritis, for the last 20 years, what can Ayurveda do? We're very humble about what we can do. Because it's been progressing for this long that there's nothing in the next 5 minutes, or probably 5 months, that's going to make a substantial impact on the disease. Now, we certainly can still help a person get in touch with their true selves. So whatever the body is doing at that point, we can certainly still provide relief and help the person get through that level of fear and distress. But in every system of medicine that I'm aware of, everybody eventually dies. So you can't expect miracles when something has gone on for a significant period of time. What does Ayurveda say about longevity? It says most people should be able to live about 120 years if you choose to do that. And what should be the mode of exiting the body? It should be a conscious exit. So what causes us to become ill? It's said if there's one cause of illness in Ayurveda, it's due to prajna parad. Isn't that a fun word? Prajna parad. It's traditionally translated as the mistake of the intellect. Okay? Now, it's been looked at many levels. So what are the mistakes of the intellect? Well, one mistake of the intellect is you forgot to put your pizza away the night before. You come in the morning, you're in a rush, you're hungry, you look at that cold pizza sitting out there, you think, okay, I'll eat it. And you eat it, and then 4 hours later you have food poisoning. So that was a mistake of your intellect. Or you go out with someone the first time, you have unprotected sex, and you come down with gonorrhea. So that was a mistake of your intellect. So on a crude level, it's those choices that we make that we pay for down the road. But what's the ultimate mistake of the intellect? The ultimate mistake of the intellect is forgetting that the knower, the process of knowing, and that which is known are really three expressions of the same field of unity consciousness. That ultimately, the mistake of the intellect means forgetting that we are spirit temporarily disguising ourselves as individuals. Because as soon as we forget our wholeness, we have entered into the realm of fear. And fear is the first cause in consciousness of every illness. So that's why enlightenment is the only true state of health, and ultimately enlightenment is the only cure for illness. Because it's the only time that we can really, once and for all, put to rest this potential for suffering. So the wonderful aspect of Ayurveda is it's not just an alternative science. It's not an allopathic science that says symptom, remedy, symptom, remedy. The whole value of Ayurveda is to keep bringing people back into that state of wholeness. And all these things that we do, through food, through senses, through herbs, through massage, through yoga, it's all really to just remind the person that their true nature is one of wholeness. And then whether or not the disease gets fixed, the person gets healed. And that's really what the goal of Ayurveda is. There is certainly this recognition that karma plays a role in illness. Karma means things that have happened in our past. But I've never read or heard anything in the Vedic literature that ever casted this sense of blame onto people. You know? So, why is a child born with cerebral palsy? Probably something in the past led to this circumstance because there's some lessons or something that needed to be learned by this person. But that's a different way of looking at it than, well, they obviously did something bad in the past, therefore they're being punished. First of all, it does no one any good, even if we know that we've done something that led to this illness. It doesn't do any good to blame the person, because we're all doing our absolute best at any moment. In retrospect, we look back and say, God, I can't believe I did that. You know, I could have made a different choice at that time. But at the time, at this moment, every one of us is trying to do our best. And so, for one, it does absolutely no good to blame anyone. And two, most of the time, or a good part of the time, we really don't have a clue why things happen. It's very easy for us to say, well, of course he had a heart attack. You know, he smoked 2 packs of cigarettes per day, he ate red meat every day, never exercised, plus the guy was a jerk. Of course he got a heart attack. Why do we say that? We say that because it's a defense. It's an ego defense that says, well, since I don't smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, that can't happen to me. But every one of us in this room will at some point be facing an illness that will take our lives. And so what we want is to have that compassion that we would want for ourselves with everybody else that we encounter. So whatever we've done up to this point, we can't change that. What we can change is, in this moment, new choices, taking responsibility for what we're going to be doing from this point on, and using it as a learning experience. So there's this recognition that things happen in the past, but I think the best expression that I've heard in the Upanishads is that unfathomable is the field of karma. Unfathomable is the field of karma. Because at any one moment, explain why you're here right now. Why are you sitting in this room right now? Think about it. I mean, just think about all the things that had to go into you being here right at this moment. You couldn't possibly calculate it. It's unfathomable. And so it's no less unfathomable why someone gets leukemia, or why you have a heart attack or a stroke. And we may come up with a few little linear, rational reasons for it, but it's really not a very sound way of explaining the reality. So humility is, in our minds, a necessary qualification of anyone entering into this realm of Ayurveda. There's lots of classifications of illness according to Ayurveda, and in general, Vata, being the mischievous dosha, is the one that creates the greatest number of illnesses. There are half as many Kapha disorders as Pitta. There's half as many Pitta as Vata. And if you look at a practice, you'll see that this is the proportion of people coming to you with complaints. So people with Kapha complaints, mostly they want to lose weight, they're having allergies or congestion. Those are the bulk of the Kapha concerns. Diabetes is a Kapha disease. Pitta problems are more common, inflammatory conditions. Vata problems are very common, everything from insomnia, anxiety, headaches, to digestive disturbances, problems with elimination. They're quite common. Once I learned these terminologies, I decided I was no longer a board-certified neurologist, I was a board-certified vatologist. So, now, let's look at it at a more physiological level. We've talked about this term Agni. Agni, again, ignite. It's that digestive power. It's what allows us to consume the universe. It not only creates the energy that we need, but ultimately is involved in the process of creating the tissues. When the Agnis are strong and doing their job, in addition to creating healthy tissues and giving us the energy that we want, it also is said in Ayurveda to create a very subtle substance known as ojas. Ojas. Ojas is one of these concepts in Ayurveda which is almost too subtle for us to really make sense of. It's even said in Ayurveda that ojas is equally in the realm of consciousness as it is in the realm of matter. It's right on that border between consciousness and matter, right on that interface between mind and body. The way that they talk about it is it's like the light at the doorway. You have a light in the threshold of the doorway. It shines its light into the house. It shines its light into the environment. It's said that we're born with a few drops of ojas in our heart. And then every time that we have a life-supporting experience, someone shares with us genuine love, we eat something nourishing, we create another drop of ojas. And every time we have a life-damaging experience, someone hurts our feelings, we eat something that's not good for us, we don't take good care of ourselves, we deplete a drop of ojas. And that when we've depleted every drop of ojas in our system, then we die. And so ojas is a kind of final expression of healthy behaviors in both mind and body. When the Agnis are strong, as a slight byproduct of whatever other metabolic pathway is occurring, ojas is created. When the Agnis are weak, instead of creating ojas, we store that incompletely metabolized experience in our mind-body physiology. And that incompletely digested experience is known in Ayurveda as ama. 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 If you had to say what is the cause of illness on this physiological level, it's weak Agnis leading to this accumulation of ama. And ama gets deposited in the shrotas, channels of circulation. Okay. When these channels of circulation, and they can be subtle, so it's not just coronary arteries or colon, but even these 72,000 nadis. So it's at this whole range of material to consciousness. When the shrotas or the nadis get plugged, then the ojas is not able to circulate. Ojas has two primary effects on cells. One effect is that it nourishes the cell. Another effect is that it reminds the cell that its existence, its reason for existence, is to serve the entire mind-body physiology. When ojas is not able to reach the cell, then the cell loses its source of nourishment and it loses its connectedness to the whole. So one of two things happens. Either the cell degenerates, so all the degenerative illnesses from arthritis to Alzheimer's disease are said to be a result of ama, because ama is preventing the ojas from nurturing that cell. Or, because it's lost its connectedness with the whole, the cell begins to take on its own ego. And when it takes on its own ego, it no longer is concerned about the well-being of everything else. And in that case, it keeps replicating, and that, according to Ayurveda, is the origin of cancer. So we want to keep ojas flowing. We want to reduce the production of ama by keeping these agnis strong so that the shrotas stay clear and that value of nourishment and reminding of the holistic nature of every cell in the body is kept lively. Ojas is also said to enliven something called bala. Bala means immunity. Immunity. So when ojas is flowing through the system, then our immune cells are also reminded of their true purpose in life, and they're energized, they're nourished and nurtured so that they're doing their job efficiently. Although ojas is this very subtle concept, and I don't think we'll ever be able to do a ojas level in the blood, it's really an interesting and essential concept in Ayurveda. Let's talk about what we can do then to reduce the quantity of ama. And really that means we want to enliven the agnis. When you enliven the agnis, you create more ojas, you automatically digest ama. So what do you want to look at? You want to look at all the things that we bring into our body, into our minds, and what we can do to make certain that we're digesting those experiences. What is digestion? Digestion is the process of bringing something in, breaking it down, extracting what we need, and eliminating what we don't need. We bring it in, we break it down, we take what we need, we release what we don't need. If that's happening appropriately, then we will stay healthy. So we eat something, we break it down, take what we need, eliminate what we don't need. We have an emotional experience. Someone comes up to us and says, I think you're really arrogant. You can take what you need. Okay, maybe I've been acting a little bit arrogantly. I'll take that, but I'll not accept the part which is that person's issue. So we can carry ama at our physical level, at our emotional level, relationships, and it's really essential that whatever that level is, we identify it, we metabolize it, we clear it out of our system so that those channels of circulation are open and we're not continuously stuck with the baggage of the past. So, food. We want to make sure the food that we're taking in is healthy. Yes, if our agnis are really strong, we can convert poison into nectar. But why waste the energy? So, eat things that are healthy, that are delicious, that are nurturing. It's possible to have healthy vegetarian food that's delicious, that you feel fulfilled with. So, it's not complicated. Water as much as possible. We should see the water in our environment as our collective blood, our collective rasa. And so we should really be increasingly concerned about what's going into our water supply and what's going into our bodies. And so it's really essential that that life blood in our environment is kept pure. Substances, this is where we can start to really take personal responsibility. Smoking is the major health risk of our society, and yet The incidence of smoking in our young population, in women, continues to rise. Excessive alcohol use, recreational chemicals. These are all substances that we bring into our bodies, and we pay a price for it. We have to eliminate toxicity from all these areas. We have to eliminate toxic relationships. And we'll talk about how you can identify a toxic relationship, not that you need for me to tell you. But basically, if you can't purify it, if you can't make a toxic relationship into a healthy relationship, then there's no reason to continue to tolerate it. You put your effort into improving it, into making it healthy, and if it's obvious, as far as you can see into the future, it's continue to be toxic, then don't tolerate it. We see a lot of people who are eating very healthy, are being very careful about their diet, but are in the most unbelievably toxic relationships, which they tolerate day after day after day. And eventually that ama is going to result in illness. And we shouldn't tolerate toxic emotions in our own life. Toxic emotions are things like resentment, ongoing frustration, blaming, guilt. We need to look at these toxic emotions, which are really carried in our manomaya kosh, in our emotional body, and do what needs to be done to identify, to eliminate, to free ourselves up from that, because we're giving away our freedom. And freedom ultimately is what allows us to become enlightened. So, just very briefly then, what are all the things we can do? We can balance the doshas. We'll continue to talk about different ways to do that. We already know we can balance it through meditating regularly, eating appropriately, using the right aroma, doing the right exercise. We'll learn more about how to use massage. So through all the five senses, through our conscious use of food, we can balance the doshas. Follow the daily routines. Getting to bed at the right time, eating at the right time, going to sleep at the right time. We take time for meditation every day. We want to make certain that our agnis are optimal. That means we eat right foods. There are certain substances we can do to stimulate our agni. We talked about them a little bit yesterday. The more heating spices, fresh ginger, trikatu, which is the combination of dried ginger, black pepper, and long pepper, cloves, cinnamon, fennel, cumin, coriander. These are all spices that really enliven our digestive power. So again, as much as possible, we want to really create a healing environment. And we want to make choices that we know are healthy for us. It doesn't mean we should be compulsive and rigid. In fact, rigidity is an ama-producing activity. As Deepak mentioned on day one, our favorite expression, which anyone who works with our organization knows you have to try to imbibe this principle, is that infinite flexibility is the secret to immortality. And so it doesn't mean I'm never going to eat such and such, or if I don't get to bed by 10 o'clock, I'm going to self-destruct. It means you have your intention on balance, the right choices, and then you have a certain flexible attitude about the whole thing. That whatever's happening at this moment, it's something that nature is organizing, and that we can metabolize it. We can use it for our own advantage. Ayurveda has a number of ways of identifying and releasing accumulated toxicity from the past on every level: physical, emotional, spiritual. We talked about Agni. Everybody knows Agni now. When it's strong, we take what we need. We release what we don't need. When it's weak, whatever we take in, we don't fully use it. If we can't eliminate it, we store it somewhere. The more that it stores, the more that it creates a burden for our mind-body physiology. So we want to enhance the Agni, eliminate accumulated Ama. Now, how do you know when you have Ama? If you're alive and an adult, you probably have some Ama. Unless you've had the fortune of living in the purest environment on earth, eating only healthy foods from the moment you were born or even before, were raised by totally enlightened parents, and the only people you ever encountered in your life were other great enlightened beings. So since that's only happening in a few major cities in the United States these days, the chances are that you have some type of ama at some level. When it's more advanced and more expressed, these are the symptoms that people who have a substantial amount of accumulated ama often experience. Their breath doesn't seem that fresh. There's a sense that even if they haven't eaten anything bad that day, there's still this sense of some putrefaction or toxicity in their system. Look at your tongue first thing in the morning. It's like your dipstick into your ama pot. So if you look at your tongue and it's really coated in white, it means that you probably have been accumulating ama in your physiology. If it's fairly pink and clean, that's a good sign. When you clean your tongue, it doesn't mean that you're eliminating the ama in your body by scraping off your tongue. It's sort of like the dipstick. You don't fill up your dipstick by just adding more oil to the dipstick. So it's a way of just getting a sense of how much ama you're accumulating. But if every morning when you wake up your tongue is coated, really start looking at what's going on in your life. One of the first things that happens is the ama dulls the digestive fire. It's one of these self-reinforcing processes that when agni is weak, ama accumulates, and when ama accumulates, the fire of digestion also gets weak. And so when people say, I just don't have an appetite, I'm just not hungry, I kind of have to force myself to eat, that's a good sign that there is an accumulation of ama. Same thing with your digestion, just slow and dull and sluggish. So irritable bowel often has ama as a major component. It's kind of generalized aches and pain. So chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, fibromyositis, all these kind of non-specific mind-body imbalance disorders that Western doctors throw up their hands with because we don't know what to do with it. These are all expressions of disseminated ama. If you read the descriptions of ama accumulation, they sound very much like descriptions of people with chronic fatigue or chronic fibromyalgia. So ama, you think of it, it's just kind of gunking up the system. Energy is not able to flow freely, so whatever energy you have has to force its way to accomplish your tasks. Now, ama accumulation is able to override dosha, so that if someone has substantial ama, they're going to be very unresponsive to any efforts to balance the doshas until you've been able to reduce the level of ama in someone's system. So if someone has a vata imbalance and has a lot of ama, before you really start on the vata specifically, you want to reduce the level of ama in the system.